There's a certain kind of fear that doesn't scream. It doesn't jump out from the dark. It purrs right there in the driveway, waiting for you to fall in love with it. This is Christine. Stephen King's love letter to teenage rebellion, rusty chrome, and the terrifying realization that some obsessions never let you go. The idea came to him in the late 70s from a simple, chilling question. What if a car could put itself back together after a crash? Not because of mechanics, but because of sheer, vengeful will. Published in 1983, the novel would go on to sell millions of copies worldwide, becoming an instant cornerstone of modern horror. This is the same mind that gave us Carrie, The Shining, and Pet Sematary, a master who understands that the most frightening monster isn't always a clown or a ghost. Sometimes it's a 1958 Plymouth Fury with a cracked windshield and a heartbeat. In 1983, John Carpenter brought the red and white terror to the screen, turning King's Nightmare into a cult classic. But let me be clear, what you'll hear here is a retelling, a third-person journey through the headlights. The visuals you'll see are created with today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. So settle in, because you know that feeling when you see an old car at night, and for just a second you swear the headlights are watching you? You're about to find out you were right. Before we turn the key, I'll take you behind the scenes, into the real-life cars that inspired the film, the trivia they don't put in the DVDs, and the facts that make this story feel less like fiction and more like a warning. The story begins. Arnie Cunningham's friend heard the sudden cry and turned to see the reason. Arnie's eyes bulging behind steel-rimmed glasses, one hand cupping his mouth, his neck craning back over his shoulder as if on ball bearings. The friend asked what was wrong, but Arnie only demanded he stop the car and go back. When the friend guessed Arnie meant the thing they'd just passed, something he wanted no part of, Arnie nearly screamed his insistence. So the friend turned around, still half thinking it was a joke. It wasn't. Arnie had fallen in love. The car sat on a horrible lawn outside a post-war tract house. A 1958 Plymouth Fury, one of the long ones with big fins, with a sun-faded for sale sign propped on the uncracked side of the windscreen. The rest was ruin. A spiderweb of cracks on the left glass, a bashed-in rear deck rusting in its scraped paint, a crooked back bumper, a loose boot lid, seats slashed open with stuffing bleeding out, one flat tire, 3 bald ones showing canvas, and a dark oil puddle under the engine. But Arnie whispered admiration for her lines and ran around her like a man possessed, sweaty hair flying. He tried the passenger side back door. It opened with a scream. The friend offered a half-hearted hope of sunstroke, promising air conditioning and forgetting the whole thing. But Arnie's face wore no joke, only a goofy madness. He didn't even reply. A hot, stale breath of age and oil and decomposition puffed out of the open door. Arnie climbed onto the ripped, faded back seat, once red, now a washed-out pink. The friend plucked a tuft of stuffing and blew it away, comparing the damage to the Russian army's march. Arnie finally noticed him and admitted she could be fixed up, made tough, a moving unit, a beauty. Then an old man's shrill voice demanded to know what they were up to. He looked to be enjoying very little of his 70th summer. Scraggy remaining hair, psoriasis on his bald scalp, green old man pants, low-top keds, no shirt, something like a lady's corset cinched around his waist. Closer inspection revealed it to be a back brace, apparently unchanged since the Lyndon Johnson era. Arnie asked if the car was his. The old man challenged back. Arnie swallowed and declared he wanted to buy it. Something flickered in the seller's eyes. Anger replaced by a furtive gleam, a hungry sneer, then a large shit-eating grin. At that moment, the friend felt something cold and blue inside, a urge to slug Arnie and drag him away. The old man introduced himself. Roland D. LeBay, U.S. Army retired. Arnie gave his name. LeBay pumped his hand, barely acknowledging the friend. He had his sucker. Arnie asked the price, then plunged ahead, saying whatever LeBay wanted wasn't enough. The friend groaned internally. LeBay's grin faltered for a moment, eyes narrowing suspiciously as he studied Arnie's longing face for guile. Then he asked if the boy had ever owned a car before. The friend quickly mentioned Arnie's Mustang Mach 2 Hurst gearbox, supercharger, boiling the road in first gear, but Arnie quietly admitted he'd only gotten his license that spring. LeBay tipped a crafty glance at the friend, then swung full attention back to his target. He stretched, complaining of his Army back problem and full disability, ranting that the world's problems came down to doctors, commies, and nigger radicals. Commies the worst, doctors close behind. He touched the old scuffed hood with bemused love. He explained he bought her new in September 1957, back when new models came in September, and that the smell of a brand new car was the finest in the world, except maybe for pussy. The friend madly bit his cheeks to keep from laughing. Arnie looked astounded. The old man seemed on his own planet. LeBay rattled on about 34 years in khaki, dust in Texas, giant crabs in Nogales whorehouses, men's guts coming out their ears in France during the Big Two. Arnie nodded but seemed not to hear, shifting foot to foot with urgent impatience. When LeBay barked about the university at Horlicks, Arnie said he went to Libertyville High. LeBay approved, warning him to steer clear of colleges full of nigger loafers who wanted to give away the Panama Canal. He returned to the car fondly. He'd hurt his back in spring of '57, got out of the Army just in time, came back to Libertyville, walked into Norman Cobb's Plymouth dealership, and ordered this very car. Red and white, red inside like a fire engine. 6 miles on the odometer when new. He spat. The friend glanced over Arnie's shoulder at the cloudy glass. 97,432.6 miles. The friend asked why he was selling if he loved it so much. LeBay turned a milky, frightening gaze on him, demanding to know if he was cracking wise. After a stare down, Arnie ignored. LeBay admitted he couldn't drive anymore. Bad back, failing eyes. The friend realized at 71 state-mandated annual eye exams for license renewal, LeBay had either failed or feared failing. Rather than submit, he put the car up, and it had aged fast. Arnie asked the price again. LeBay looked at the sky for rain, then gave a large, kindly smile, too much like the earlier shit-eating grin. He'd been asking $300, but for this likely lad, he'd make it $250. The friend groaned. But LeBay knew exactly how to drive the wedge. He brusquely said, okay, if that's how they wanted it. He had his 430 story to watch, Edge of Night, and nice chinning so long. Arnie threw the friend a smoking look of pain and anger, then went after the old man, taking his elbow. They talked. The friend couldn't hear everything but saw enough. LeBay's wounded pride, Arnie's earnest apology, LeBay hoping Arnie understood he couldn't stand to see his car insulted. Arnie agreed. Little by little, LeBay allowed himself to be led back. The friend again felt something consciously dreadful about him, like a cold November wind that could think. LeBay pointed a horny thumb at the friend, saying if he said one more word, LeBay would wash his hands of the whole thing. Arnie hastily promised he wouldn't. Arnie asked if $300 was the price. The friend loudly corrected. $250 was quoted. Arnie looked stricken, afraid the old man would walk. But LeBay was taking no chances. The fish was almost out of the pond. He allowed that $250 would do it. An understanding passed between him and the friend. They didn't like each other. To the friend's horror, Arnie pulled out his wallet and thumbed through it. Silence. LeBay watched. The friend looked away at a child on a skateboard, a barking dog, two giggling girls with library books. His only hope, it was the day before payday. Given even 24 hours, this fever might pass. Arnie reminded him of Toad Hall. When the friend looked back, Arnie and LeBay were staring at 2 5s and 6 1s, all that had been in the wallet. Arnie asked about a check. LeBay offered only a dry smile. Arnie insisted it was a good one, and it would be. Both boys had worked all summer on the I-376 extension, a job locals believed would never finish. Arnie had started as a flagman after the pregnant girl fled to Mary, then worked into harder labor on guts alone. It was his first real job, and the summer sun had even helped his complexion. LeBay said he was sure the check was good but needed cash. The friend understood why. Too easy to stop payment when the rust bucket blew up. Arnie suggested calling the bank. LeBay refused. Nearly 5:30, bank closed. Arnie offered the $16 as a deposit, looking wild. LeBay demanded at least 10% down to hold her 24 hours. Arnie asked to borrow $9. The friend had 12 in his own wallet. No plans. Rich but lonely from long days of sand and trenches. He agreed. LeBay's brow darkened, but accepted the friend's involvement. His frizzy white hair blew as he kept a hand on the hood. The friend and Arnie walked back to the duster. The friend put an arm around him, remembering a rainy autumn day when they were 6, coloring in front of an old TV. The image made him sad and scared. Arnie promised to repay tomorrow. The friend asked what he was doing. The old man didn't need the money. He was screwing Arnie for pleasure. That car wouldn't get $50 for parts. Arnie disagreed. Without the bad complexion, he'd look ordinary, but his eyes were fine and intelligent gray, clouds on an overcast day. Now they were distant and dreaming. The car wasn't a piece of shit at all. The friend understood then. This wasn't just wanting a car. Arnie had never expressed interest in owning one, never had a date. This was love, or something like it. The friend suggested at least making LeBay start it and checking the oil puddle. The block might be cracked. Arnie only asked again for the $9. The friend gave up and handed it over. Arnie took the $25 back to LeBay, who counted it with a wet thumb and promised to hold it 24 hours. He went inside to write a receipt, asking the name. Arnie smiled a little. Arnold Cunningham. LeBay grunted and walked across his unhealthy lawn to the aluminum door with a scrolled L. The door slammed. The friend warned the guy was weird. But Arnie was already behind the wheel, sappy expression on his face. The friend went around, pulled the hood release. It went up with a rusty scream, metal flecks sifting down. The battery terminals were glooped with green corrosion. He pulled the air cleaner and looked into a carb as black as a mine shaft. He lowered the hood and found Arnie running a hand along the dashboard edge. The friend said he thought the engine block was cracked. The car was total lunch. They could find something better for $250. Arnie noted it was 20 years old, officially an antique. The friend said the junkyard was full of those. The door banged. LeBay returned. Further discussion would have been meaningless. The signals were strong enough. Arnie had to have this, and no one would talk him out of it. LeBay handed over the receipt with a flourish. Received from Arnold Cunningham, $25 as a 24-hour deposit on 1958 Plymouth Christine. Signed Roland D. LeBay. The friend asked what Christine meant. LeBay's lips tightened, shoulders rising as if expecting laughter or daring it. He had always called her that. Arnie liked the name and asked the friend's opinion. The friend said if he had to name it, call it Trouble. Arnie looked hurt. The friend didn't care. He went back to his car to wait. He drove Arnie home and went in for cake and milk. a decision he quickly repented. Arnie lived on Laurel Street, a quiet residential neighborhood on the west side of Libertyville, mostly a bedroom community for the nearby university. Arnie had been quiet and contemplative the whole way. The friend tried to draw him out. Arnie said he was going to fix it up, then lapsed back into silence. He had the ability, good with tools, sensitive hands with machinery, but around people, especially girls, his hands got clumsy and restless. The money he'd earned was earmarked for college. He had no idea how old cars sucked money like vampires. Parts alone would half-buck him to death. The friend said some of this. It rolled off. Arnie's eyes stayed distant and dreaming. Both parents were home, his mother working an endless jigsaw puzzle of cogs and gears, his father playing recorder. Soon the friend wished he'd skipped the visit. Arnie told them what he'd done and showed the receipt. They promptly went through the roof. The friend knew Michael and Regina were university people to the core, into doing good, which meant protests. They'd marched for integration, against Vietnam, against Nixon, on racial balance, police brutality. They were as much into talking as protesting, ready for all-night bull sessions on any issue. Decades of teaching had trained them to run their gums like Pavlov's dogs. Regina was 45, handsome in a cold, semi-aristocratic way, managing to look aristocratic even in jeans. She taught English, specializing in earlier poets, her thesis on Robert Herrick. Michael taught history. He looked mournful and melancholy, like the recorder music he played. Though that wasn't his usual makeup, just his face, thin and bespectacled, a little like a caricature professor, with receding hair and a small, fuzzy goatee. The friend and Arnie said hello. Regina's greeting was the last cheerful thing that afternoon. They got cake and milk in the breakfast nook. Dinner cooking in the oven smelled rank. The parents had been flirting with vegetarianism, probably kelp quiche. The friend hoped they wouldn't invite him to stay. The recorder stopped. Michael wandered in wearing cutoffs, looking as if his best friend had died. He asked if anything was going down. Arnie said he bought a car. From the other room, Regina cried out. She stood too quickly, thighs hitting the card table, followed by the patter of puzzle pieces falling. The friend wished he'd gone home. Michael turned from the fridge, holding an apple and plain yogurt. He told Arnie he was kidding. Say he was kidding. Regina came in, took one look at Arnie's face, and declared he couldn't buy a car at 17. Arnie looked slowly from father to mother with a stubborn, hard expression the friend had never seen. He corrected her. He could buy it for cash with no trouble. Registering at 17 required their permission. They stared with surprise, uneasiness, and rising anger. For all their liberal talk, they managed Arnie, and he let them. Michael said there was no call to talk that way, that Arnie was too young. Arnie pointed out the friend had a car. The friend tried to excuse himself, saying how late it was. Regina cut him off. What Dennis's parents chose was different. Arnie had no right without consulting them. Arnie roared. He spilled milk, veins standing out on his neck. Regina stepped back, jaw dropping. She had never been roared at by her ugly duckling son. Michael looked flabbergasted. The friend recognized what he'd already felt. Arnie had finally found something he really wanted. Arnie raged that he consulted them on every damn thing, always outvoted 2-1. This was no committee meeting. He bought a car, and that was it. Regina insisted it most certainly was not it. Her lips thinned. She stopped looking semi-aristocratic and now looked like the Queen of England, jeans and all. Michael was bewildered and unhappy. He couldn't even go home to dinner to escape it. This was a raw power struggle that would be decided with monstrous overkill. Regina was ready for that. The friend got up and headed for the door. Regina accused the friend of letting Arnie do this, looking haughty. She said she was surprised at him. That stung. The friend had always liked her but never completely trusted her, not since he was 8. Arnie had fallen off his bike swerving from a dog, jobbed his leg. The friend rode him home double. After the emergency room stitches, Regina had turned on the friend, reading him out like a top sergeant until he was shaking and near crying. She'd accused him of not watching Arnie closely enough, ending with the implication that it should have been him. This sounded like the same thing. The friend got angry. 17 is the outermost limit of kidhood, and kids instinctively know that parents want to keep them in the coral forever. He held on to his anger as well as he could. He said he didn't let Arnie do anything. He tried to talk him out of it. Regina doubted he tried very hard, flushing, eyes throwing sparks, trying to make him feel 8 again. The friend fought it. He said if she had all the facts, she'd see this wasn't much to get hot about. He bought it for $250. Michael broke in asking what kind of car you could get for that. His previous discomfort was gone. The price had gotten to him. He looked at Arnie with open contempt that sickened the friend. The friend kept telling himself to stay cool, but the cake sat in a sticky glob and his skin felt too hot. The Cunninghams had been his second family. He said you could learn a lot fixing up an old car, and it would take work before it was even street legal. A hobby. Regina called it madness. The friend just wanted out. He had somehow gotten into defending the car when he thought the whole thing preposterous. He muttered whatever. Leave him out of it. He was going home. Regina snapped good. Arnie stood up tonelessly and said he was getting the fuck out. Regina gasped. Michael blinked as if slapped. Arnie told him in an eerie, controlled voice that he didn't get what they were so upset about, but he wasn't sticking around for their craziness. He'd done the college courses, the chess club, instead of band. 17 years without embarrassing them or landing in jail. He looked at them, eyes odd and white and dangerous. He was going to have this one thing. Michael started to say insurance. Regina shouted, "Stop!" She didn't want to discuss specifics, the first step toward acceptance. She wanted to crush the rebellion under her heel. The friend saw her as vulgar and scared. Because he loved her, he had never wanted to see her that way. He remained in the doorway, wanting to leave, but unhealthily fascinated, the first full-scale Cunningham argument he'd ever seen. Regina grimly told him to leave while they thrashed this out. He agreed, but said they were making a mountain out of a molehill. The car probably went 0 to 30 in 20 minutes, if it moved at all. Regina shouted, "Go!" He went. As he got into his duster, Arnie came out the back door, meaning to make good on his threat. His parents followed, now looking worried as well as pissed off, as sudden as a cyclone from a clear blue sky. The friend keyed the engine and backed out. Much had happened since they'd punched out at 4 o'clock. Then he'd been hungry enough to eat almost anything except kelp quiche. Now his stomach was so roiled he felt he'd barf up anything he swallowed. When the friend left, the 3 of them stood in the driveway arguing. The friend thought meanly about the Porsche and Volvo snug in the garage. What did they care? They'd beat Arnie down, LeBay would keep the deposit, and the Plymouth would sit there forever. They'd done similar things before. Because Arnie was a loser, even his parents knew it. He was intelligent, humorous, thoughtful, sweet even. But a loser. The folks knew it as well as the shop kids who yelled at him. They would beat him down. That's what the friend thought. That time, he was wrong. The next morning at 6:30, the friend cruised by Arnie's house and parked at the curb. He didn't want to go in. Too many bad vibes from the night before. Arnie didn't come out for almost 5 minutes. Then the back door opened and he came down the driveway, lunch bucket banging. He got in, slammed the door, and told the friend to drive on. His standard witticism when in a good humor. The friend drove, looked cautiously, and waited. They drove most of the way to work in silence, except for the radio. Arnie beat time against his leg. Finally, he apologized that the friend had to be part of that. The friend said it was okay. Arnie abruptly asked if it had ever occurred to him that parents were nothing but overgrown kids until their children dragged them into adulthood, kicking and screaming. The friend shook his head. Arnie said he thought part of being a parent was trying to kill your kids. The friend joked that his own parents were always trying to kill him. Last night, his mother with a pillow, the night before his dad chasing him with a screwdriver. He was kidding, but wondered what Michael and Regina would think. Arnie said it sounded crazy at first, but so did penis envy, Oedipal conflicts, the Shroud of Turin. The friend called it horseshit. He just had a fight. Arnie insisted he believed it, though not that parents knew what they were doing. Because as soon as you have a kid, you know for sure you're going to die. You see your own gravestone. The friend called that fucking gruesome. They both burst out laughing. They pulled into the parking lot. Arnie said he told his parents he'd opt out of college courses and sign up for vocational training across the board. The friend reminded him he was still a minor. They had to sign his program. Arnie smiled humorlessly, looking at once older and much younger, like a cynical baby. They had the power to cancel his program and substitute their own, but no law could make him pass what they picked. That brought home to the friend how far Arnie had gone. How could that old clunker mean so much? So fast, Arnie had gone straight to where their expectations lived most strongly, with a ruthless expediency that surprised the friend. If Arnie spent his senior year in VT, college went out the window. To Michael and Regina, that was impossible. The friend asked if they just gave up. Arnie said no. He told them he'd find garage space and wouldn't try to inspect or register until he had their approval. The friend asked if he thought he'd get it. Arnie flashed a grim, confident, scary smile. The smile of a bulldozer operator lowering the blade in front of a difficult stump. He said he'd get it when he was ready. The friend believed he would. That Friday evening, they declined 2 hours of overtime. They picked up checks, cashed them at the bank. The friend put most in savings, 50 in checking, kept 20 cash. Arnie drew all of his in cash. He held out a 10 to repay the loan. The friend told him to hang on to it. He'd need every penny. Arnie insisted he paid his debts. The friend took it, but made him take back the $1 coming. Arnie didn't want to. Driving across town to LeBay's, Arnie got more jittery, playing the radio too loud, beating riffs on his thighs and dashboard. The friend said a song was the story of his life. Arnie laughed too loud and too long. The friend guessed he was scared LeBay had sold the car out from under him. He told Arnie to stay cool. It would be there. Arnie offered a large, glowing, false smile. His complexion was the worst the friend had ever seen. The friend told him to stop sweating. He was acting like he'd make lemonade in his pants. Arnie beat another nervous riff to show how nervous he wasn't. It was Friday afternoon, block party weekend, starting on the radio. When the friend looked back on senior year, he felt he could measure it out in blocks of rock and an escalating dreamlike terror. The friend asked what exactly it was about this car. Arnie sat looking out without speaking, then snapped off the radio. He said maybe it was because for the first time since he was 11 and started getting pimples, he'd seen something even uglier than himself. He asked if that let the friend put it in a neat little category. The friend reminded him this was Dennis. Arnie said they were still friends, which meant they didn't have to lie. He knew what he was. Ugly. He didn't make friends easily. He alienated people. The friend nodded with reluctance. As he said, they were friends, which meant keeping bullshit to a minimum. Arnie said other people, the friend, for instance, didn't understand what that meant. Being ugly and laughed at changed how you saw the world. It made it hard to keep your sense of humor, plugged up your sinuses, made it hard to stay sane. The friend said he could dig that, but Arnie quietly said he couldn't. Not really, but the friend liked him. The friend said he loved him. Arnie said if the friend did love him, it was because there was something underneath the zits and his stupid face. The friend said his face wasn't stupid. Queer-looking, maybe. Arnie smiled and swore at him. The friend swore back. Arnie said that car was like that. Something underneath. Something else. Something better. He saw it. The friend asked if he really did. Arnie quietly said yes. He did. The friend turned onto Main Street, nearing LeBay's, when a nasty idea struck him. Suppose Michael Cunningham had sent someone to buy the car out from under his son. Machiavellian, yes, but Michael's mind was devious. His specialty was military history. Arnie trailed off, gray eyes dreamy, saying he couldn't explain his attraction to the car even to himself, but he saw he could make her better. The friend asked if he meant fix it up. Arnie said no. That was too impersonal. You fix tables, chairs, lawnmowers, ordinary cars. He saw the friend's eyebrows go up and laughed defensively. He knew how it sounded, but a friend meant minimum bullshit. He didn't think she was ordinary. He didn't know why, but he did. The friend started to warn about perspective or obsessive behavior, but they swung onto LeBay's street. Arnie gasped, a harsh, hurt intake of air. On LeBay's lawn was a rectangle of even yellower, balder, uglier grass, with a diseased oil spill at one end that had killed everything. The ground where the Plymouth had stood yesterday was still there. The Plymouth was gone. The friend told Arnie to take it easy, not go off half-cocked. Arnie paid no attention, face pale, blemishes standing out in purplish relief. He had the door open and was lunging out before the car stopped moving. The friend started to speak. Arnie said it was his father. He smelled that bastard all over this. And ran across the lawn. The friend hurried after, hardly believing he'd just heard Arnie call Michael a bastard. Arnie raised his fist to hammer the door when it opened. Roland LeBay stood there, now wearing a shirt over his back brace, looking at Arnie's furious face with a benignly avaricious smile. He greeted the boy. Arnie raged. Where was she? They had a deal? He had a receipt? LeBay told him to simmer down, then asked the friend what was wrong with him. The friend said the car was gone. Arnie shouted who bought it. The friend had never seen him so mad. If he'd had a gun, he'd have put it to LeBay's temple. The friend was fascinated. A rabbit turned carnivore. He even fleetingly wondered about a brain tumor. LeBay repeated the question mildly. Nobody had bought it yet. The boy had a lien on her. LeBay had backed her into the garage, put on the spare, changed the oil. He preened and offered an absurdly magnanimous smile. The friend called him a real sport. Arnie stared uncertainly, then turned creakily to look at the closed garage door attached by a breezeway that had seen better days. LeBay said he didn't want to leave her out once money was down. He'd had trouble with neighbors. Some kid threw a rock at his car. Neighbors straight out of the AB. The friend asked what that was. The asshole brigade. LeBay swept the far side of the street with a baleful sniper's glance, taking in commuter cars, children playing, people on porches having drinks. He'd like to know who threw that rock. Arnie cleared his throat and apologized for giving him a hard time. LeBay said he'd like to see a fellow stand up for what was his, or almost his. He asked if the kid brought the money. Arnie said yes. LeBay invited them in to sign her over and have a beer. The friend declined and stayed outside. LeBay shrugged, winked, and went in with Arnie. The door banged, the fish was netted and about to be cleaned. Feeling depressed, the friend walked through the breezeway to the garage and tried the door. It ran up easily, exhaling the same odors. Oil, old upholstery, accumulated summer heat. Rakes and garden tools lined one wall. An old hose, bicycle pump, and rusty golf bag lined the other. In the center, nose outward, sat Christine, looking a mile long in an age when even Cadillacs looked boxy. The cracked windscreen caught the light and turned it to dull quicksilver. Finding a replacement for that big wrap screen would not be easy or cheap. Arnie was getting in deep. The flat LeBay had removed rested against the wall. The friend got down and peered under the car. A fresh oil stain was forming, black against the brownish ghost of an older, wider stain. The block was cracked for sure. He walked to the driver's side and saw a waste can with a large plastic bottle poking out. Letters SAP visible. He groaned. LeBay had changed the oil. All right. Run out the old and put in cheap recycled sapphire motor oil. A real prince. He opened the door and slid behind the wheel. The smell didn't seem so heavy now. The wheel was wide and red, a confident wheel. He looked again at the absurd speedometer calibrated to 120 miles per hour. No metric, no big red 55. Gas back then was 29.9 a gallon, the good old days. He fumbled for the seat controls, found the push-button radio, chrome, AM only, of course. He put his hands on the wheel. Something happened. For a moment, the torn upholstery seemed gone. The seat covers were whole, smelling of vinyl or real leather. The worn places vanished from the steering wheel. Chrome winked pleasantly. The car seemed to whisper, "Let's go for a ride." Everything changed. The cracked windscreen cleared. The yellowed lawn became dark, rich, newly cut green. A mint green 57 Cadillac with white walls and mirror hubcaps motored by. Gas was almost as cheap as tap water. Let's cruise. He could pull out toward downtown, toward the old high school that wouldn't burn down for another 6 years. He could turn on the radio and catch Chuck Berry or the Everleys or Robin Luke. Then he got out as fast as he could. The door opened with a rusty, hellish screech. He cracked his elbow on the garage wall, pushed the door shut. He didn't even want to touch it. And stood looking at the car that would soon be Arnie's, rubbing his bruised funny bone. His heart beat too fast. Nothing. No new chrome, no new upholstery, just dents, rust, a missing headlamp he hadn't noticed before, the radio aerial askew, the dusty smell of age. He decided he didn't like Arnie's car. He walked out, glancing back over his shoulder. He didn't like it behind his back. It sounded stupid, but it was how he felt. The car sat with its dented, rusty grille. Nothing sinister. Just a very old Plymouth with an inspection sticker expired June 1st, 1976. Arnie and LeBay came out. Arnie had a white slip, the bill of sale. LeBay's hands were empty. The money had disappeared. LeBay said he hoped Arnie enjoyed her, and for some reason the friend thought of an old pimp huckstering a young boy. Disgust surged for this man with his psoriasis and sweaty back brace. LeBay's roomy eyes found the friends for a second, then slipped back to Arnie. He repeated, "In time." Arnie agreed absently and moved toward the garage like a sleepwalker. LeBay said the keys were in her. He'd have to take her along. Arnie asked if she would start. LeBay said she started for him yesterday evening, but his eyes shifted away. Then, washing his hands of it, he guessed the friend would have a set of jumpers in his boot. As a matter of fact, the friend did. He didn't like LeBay guessing it. He didn't want to be involved in Arnie's future with this clunker. But he could see himself getting dragged in step by step. Arnie had dropped out of the conversation completely, walking into the garage and getting into the car. The evening sun slanted strongly. The friend saw a little puff of dust go up when Arnie sat down. For a moment, Arnie just sat behind the wheel, hands gripping loosely, and the friend's unease returned, as if the car had swallowed him. He told himself to stop acting like a goosey schoolgirl. Arnie bent forward. The engine began to turn over. The friend shot LeBay an angry, accusatory glance, but LeBay was studying the sky again, as if for rain. It wasn't going to start. The friend knew that sound. Slow, tired, cranking, a battery scraping the bottom of the barrel. He told Arnie not to bother. Arnie didn't raise his head. He turned the key off and on again. The motor cranked with painful, dragging slowness. The friend walked to LeBay and accused him of not leaving it running long enough to build a charge. LeBay said nothing, checking the sky. The friend suggested it never started at all. Maybe friends pushed it in if an old shit like him had any friends. LeBay looked down and said the boy didn't know everything, wasn't even dry behind the ears, hadn't slogged through wars. The friend deliberately cursed his wars and walked to the garage. Soon the last ohm would be sucked out of that corroded battery, leaving only the dull click of the solenoid and a death rattle. The friend opened the driver's door and said he'd get his cables. Arnie looked up and said he thought she'd start for him. The friend gave a large, unconvincing grin and said he'd get them just in case. Arnie agreed absently, then murmured almost too low to hear, "Come on, Christine, what do you say?" In that instant, the voice awoke again in the friend's head. "Let's go for a ride, big guy. Let's cruise." And he shuddered. Arnie turned the key. Instead of the solenoid click, the slow crank suddenly sped up. The engine caught, ran briefly, quit. Arnie turned the key again. The engine cranked faster. A backfire cracked like a cherry bomb in the closed garage. The friend jumped. Arnie didn't. He was lost in his own world. Most guys would curse a car to help it along. "You whore, cocksucker, shit fire." Stuff picked up from your father. Your mother gave you practical advice. Your father gave you magic, talismans, words of power. Curse it, female. Go back 7 generations and you'd find an ancestor cursing a donkey on a toll bridge. But Arnie didn't swear. He murmured, "Come on, doll, what do you say?" He turned the key. The engine kicked twice, backfired again, then started sounding horrible, as if 4 of 8 pistons had taken the day off, but running. The friend could hardly believe it. The garage filled with blue smoke. He went outside. LeBay said it turned out all right after all, and the friend didn't have to risk his own precious battery. The friend felt embarrassed and couldn't think of anything to say. The car came slowly out, absurdly long, like an optical illusion. Arnie looked very small behind the wheel. He rolled down the window and beckoned, yelling that he was taking her to Darnell's. The ad said he could park in a back bay for $20 a week. The friend bellowed back that 20 was too much. Darnell's garage sat next to a 4-acre wasteland called Darnell's Used Auto Parts. Will Darnell was a great fat pig of a man who drank, smoked rank cigars, despite asthma, and rooked every car-owning teenager in town. Arnie knew it was too much, but only for a week or two until he found a cheaper place. He couldn't take the car home. His parents would have a shit fit. The friend started to beg him to stop the madness, then shut his mouth. The deal was done. He didn't want to compete with that bellowing exhaust or pull evil carbon into his lungs. He said he'd follow. Arnie grinned, said he was going by Walnut and Basin to stay off main roads, and thanked him. Arnie dropped the hydromatic into D. The Plymouth lurched forward 2 feet and almost stalled. He goosed the accelerator. Christine broke dirty wind and crept down the driveway. When he pushed the brake, only one taillight flashed. The friend's mental accountant rang up another $5. Arnie hauled the wheel left and pulled out. The remains of the silencer scraped rustily. He gave it more gas. The car roared like a refugee from a demo derby. Across the street, people leaned forward on porches or came to doors to see. Bellowing and snarling, Christine rode up the street at 10 miles an hour, sending out great stinking clouds of blue oil smoke that rafted in the mellow August evening. At the stop sign 40 yards up, she stalled. A kid on a Raleigh shouted to put it in a trash masher. Arnie's closed fist popped out the window. Middle finger up. Another first. The friend had never seen Arnie flip anyone the bird. The starter whined. The motor sputtered and caught. This time came a rattling series of backfires, like a machine gun opening up on Laurel Drive. The friend groaned. Someone would call the cops for a public nuisance, and they'd grab Arnie for driving unregistered, uninspected. That would not ease the situation at home. One final echoing bang rolled down the street like a mortar shell, and the Plymouth turned left on Martin Street. The westering sun turned its battered red body briefly to gold as it moved out of sight. Arnie had his elbow cocked out the window. The friend turned to LeBay, mad again, ready to give him more hell. He felt sick inside his heart. But what he saw stopped him cold. Roland LeBay was crying. It was horrible, grotesque, pitiable. The friend remembered being 9, his cat, Captain Beefheart, hit by a UPS truck, guts coming out, blood from his asshole, shit in the box, dying. The friend tried to pet him, and the cat bit his hand in the sensitive webbing. The pain was bad, the pity was worse. He hadn't felt anything like that since. People shouldn't have feelings like that often. They take you away to make baskets. LeBay stood on his balding lawn near the oil patch, a great big old man's handkerchief out, head down, wiping his eyes. Tears gleamed greasily on his cheeks, more like sweat. His Adam's apple went up and down. The friend turned his head to avoid looking and stared into the garage. Before, it had seemed full, the stuff along the walls, but mostly that huge old car. Now the stuff along the walls only accentuated its essential emptiness. It gaped like a toothless mouth that was almost as bad as LeBay. When the friend looked back, the old bastard had gotten himself under control. He'd stopped leaking and stuffed the handkerchief in his back pocket, but his face was still bleak. Very bleak. He said hoarsely that he was shot of her. The friend said he only wished his friend could make the same statement. If he knew the trouble Arnie was in with his folks over that rust bucket. LeBay told him to get out. He sounded like a goddamn sheep, just ba ba ba. LeBay thought Arnie knew more than the friend did. Go see if he needed a hand. The friend started down the lawn. He didn't want to hang around a moment longer. LeBay yelled shrewishly after him that he didn't know half as much as he thought he did. The friend got in his car and drove away. He glanced back once as he turned onto Martin Street and saw LeBay standing on the lawn, sunlight gleaming on his bald head. As things turned out, LeBay was right. The friend didn't know half as much as he thought he did. The friend drove down Martin to Walnut and turned right toward Basin Drive. He caught up with Arnie quickly. Christina's bootlit was up. An automobile jack so old it might have been used on Conestoga wagons leaned against the crooked back bumper. The right rear tire was flat. The friend pulled in behind and got out. Just as a young woman waddled down from her house, skirting plastic flamingos, stone ducks, and a plastic wishing well. She needed Weight Watchers. She told them around a mouthful of gum that they couldn't leave that junk parked in front of her house. Arnie explained he had a flat tire and would get it out as soon as possible. She repeated that he couldn't leave it. Her husband would be home soon and didn't want no junk car in front of the house. Arnie said it wasn't junk. Something in his tone made her back up. She warned him not to take that tone. It didn't take much to get her husband mad. Arnie started in that same dangerous flat voice he'd used with his parents. The friend grabbed his shoulder hard. More hassle they didn't need. He thanked the woman and promised they'd take care of it so quick she'd think she hallucinated the car. She told him his duster was parked in front of her driveway. He backed up. She watched, then joggled back to her house where two porky kids crammed in the doorway, each eating a devil dog. The little boy asked what was the matter. She told him to shut up and haul both kids inside. The friend walked back to Arnie and offered the only witticism he could think of. It was only flat on the bottom. Arnie smiled wanly and admitted he had a slight problem. The friend knew. No spare. Arnie dragged out his wallet again. It hurt to see him do it, and looked inside. He needed a new tire. The friend suggested a remold. Arnie refused. No remolds. He didn't want to start out that way. The friend said nothing, though he had 2 remolds on his duster and thought they were fine. Arnie asked how much a new Goodyear or Firestone cost. The friend consulted the little automotive accountant in his head. Probably around $35 for a no-frills Blackwall. Arnie pulled out 2 20s and handed them over, promising to pay back any extra with tax. The friend looked at him sadly and asked how much of his week's pay he had left. Arnie's eyes narrowed and shifted away. He said enough. The friend tried one more time, still 17 and under, the impression people could be shown where their best interests lay. He said Arnie couldn't get into a nickel poker game. He plugged almost his whole wad into that car. Dragging out his wallet was going to become a very familiar action. Please think it over. Arnie's eyes went flinty, an expression the friend hadn't seen before on any face. Total shutdown. The expression a man gets when you tell him the woman he loves is whoring around behind his back. Arnie told him not to get going on that. The friend threw his hands up. Fine. Arnie said he didn't have to go after the tire if he didn't want to. He'd find a way. The friend started to reply hotly, then glanced left. The 2 porky kids sat astride identical big wheels at the edge of their lawn, fingers smeared with chocolate, watching solemnly. The friend said no big deal, he'd get the tire. Arnie said only if he wanted to, he knew it was getting late. The friend said it was cool. The little boy asked Arnie what was the matter. Arnie said what? The boy reported that his mother said that car was poopy. The little girl chimed in, Poopy caca. Arnie said that was very perceptive. Was their mother a philosopher? The boy said no, she was a Capricorn. He was a Libra. The friend said awkwardly he'd be back quick as he could. Arnie said sure. The friend told him to stay cool. Arnie said not to worry, he wasn't going to punch anybody. As the friend trotted to his car, he heard the little girl ask loudly why Arnie's face was all messy like that. He drove 1.5 miles down to JFK Drive. According to his mother, who grew up in Libertyville, it used to be a desirable neighborhood around the time Kennedy was killed. Renaming it might have been bad luck, because since the early 60s, it had degenerated into an exurban strip. A drive-in movie, fast food joints, a bowling alley, and 8 or 10 service stations leading to the turnpike. Getting the tire should have gone quickly, but the first 2 stations were self-service jobbies that didn't even sell oil, just gas and a marginally retarded girl in a bulletproof booth reading the Inquirer. The third was a Texaco having a tire sale. The friend bought a Blackwall that would fit for $28.50 plus tax, but only one guy worked there. He had to put the new tire on Arnie's wheel rim and pump gas at the same time. The operation stretched over 45 minutes. The friend offered to pump gas. The guy said the boss would shoot him. By the time the friend had the mounted tire in his boot and had paid $2 for the job, early evening light had become the fading purple of late evening. Shadows were long and velvety. The day's last light streamed almost horizontally through the trash-littered space between Arby's and the bowling alley. So much flooding gold, nearly terrible in its strange, unexpected beauty. A choking panic climbed up his throat like dry fire. It was the first time that year, but not the last. It had to do with realizing it was August 11th, 1978. He would be a senior next month, and when school started again, it meant the end of a long, quiet phase of his life. He was getting ready to be a grown-up. What really scared people about growing up, he thought, was that you stop trying on a life mask and start trying on another one. If being a kid is about learning how to live, then being a grown-up is about learning how to die. The feeling passed, but he felt shaken and melancholy. Turning back onto Basin Drive, he felt suddenly removed from Arnie's problems, coping with his own. College, living away from home, trying to make the football team at state with 60 qualified people competing for his position instead of 10 or 12. Those things seemed really real for the first time and really frightening. Your mind takes you on trips like that sometimes, whether you want to go or not. Seeing that the bebop queen's husband had indeed arrived home, and that he and Arnie were standing almost nose to nose, apparently ready to mix it up at any second, didn't help the friend's mood. The two kids still sat solemnly astride their big wheels, eyes shifting back and forth like spectators at an apocalyptic tennis match where the ref would cheerfully shoot the loser. The friend pulled over quickly and got out, almost running to them. The father bellowed that he was done talking. He wanted the car out right now. He had a big, flattened nose full of burst veins, cheeks flush brick-red, corded veins standing out on his neck. Arnie said he wasn't going to drive it on the rim. The man wouldn't do it if it was his. The father called him Pizza Face and said he'd drive him on the rim. He wasn't parking his cruddy hot rod in front of the house. Don't aggravate him or he'd get hurt. The friend said nobody was going to get hurt. Give them a break. Arnie's eyes shifted gratefully to him, and the friend saw how scared he had been, how scared he still was. There was something about Arnie that made a certain type of guy want to pound the living shit out of him. He must have been pretty well convinced it was going to happen again, but this time he wasn't backing down. The man's eyes shifted to the friend. He marveled at another one. Did the friend want him to take them both on? Believe him, he could do it. The friend knew the type, 10 years younger, and he would have been one of the guys at school who thought it was terribly amusing to slam Arnie's books out of his arms or throw him into the shower with all his clothes on after phys ed. They never change. They just get older. The friend said they didn't want to take him on. Arnie had a flat tire, for God's sake. Didn't he ever have a flat? The porky wife stood on the porch, voice high and excited, better than Phil Donahue. Other neighbors had come out. The friend thought with great weariness that if someone hadn't called the cops already, someone soon would. Ralph said loudly, lips pulled back, spit shining on his teeth, that he never had a flat and left some old piece of junk in front of someone's house for 3 hours. The friend quietly said it had been an hour, if that. Ralph told him not to give any smart mouth. He worked for a living, came home tired, didn't have time to argue. He wanted it out now. The friend said he had a spare right in his boot, if they could just put it on. Arnie began hotly about common decency. That almost did it. Ralph wasn't about to have his common decency impugned in front of his kids. He swung on Arnie. The friend caught Ralph's wrist, their hands meeting with a flat smacking sound in the dusk. The porky little girl burst into whiny tears. The porky little boy sat astride his big wheel, lower jaw hanging. Arnie, who always scuttered past the smoking area like a hunted thing, never flinched. He seemed to want it to happen. Ralph whirled on the friend, eyes bulging with fury, and said he'd take him first. The friend held on, straining, and said in a low voice, "Come on." The tire was in his boot. Give them 5 minutes to change it and get out of his face. Please. Little by little, the pressure slacked off. Ralph glanced at his kids, the girl sniveling, the boy wide-eyed, and that decided him. 5 minutes. He told Arnie he was lucky he wasn't calling the police. That thing was uninspected and had no tags. The friend waited for Arnie to say something inflammatory, but maybe he hadn't forgotten everything about discretion. Arnie thanked Ralph and apologized for getting hot under the collar. Ralph grunted, tucked his shirt back in with savage jabs, and roared at his kids to get in the house. Did they want him to put a bang-shang-a-lang on them? The kids fled to their mother, leaving their big wheels behind. Ralph repeated 5 minutes, looking baleful. Later tonight, over beers, he'd tell the boys how he'd held the line against the drugs and sex generation. They put Arnie's jack under the bumper. Arnie hadn't pumped the lever more than 3 times when the jack snapped in two with a dusty sound, rust puffing up. Arnie looked at the friend, humble and stricken. The friend said, never mind, they'd use his. Twilight now, starting to get dark. The friend's heart beat too fast, his mouth sour from the confrontation. Arnie apologized in a low voice. He wouldn't get the friend involved again. The friend said, forget it. Let's just get the tire on. They used his jack to get the Plymouth up. For several horrible seconds, the friend thought the rear bumper would rip off in a screech of decaying metal and pulled the dead tire. They got the new one on, tightened the lug nuts, and let it down. Great relief to have the car standing on the street again. Arnie clapped the dented hubcap back on. The friend stood looking at the Plymouth, and the feeling from LeBay's garage recurred. It was the fresh new Firestone that did it, still with a manufacturer's sticker and bright yellow chalk marks from wheel balancing. He shivered. It was as if he'd seen a snake almost ready to shed its old skin, some of that old skin already flaked away, revealing glistening newness underneath. Ralph stood on his porch glowering, holding a drippy hamburger on Wonder Bread in one hand and a can of Iron City in the other. The friend muttered handsome, didn't he? Arnie muttered back a regular Robert Dedford. They both got the giggles, the way you sometimes will at the end of a long, tense situation. Arnie threw the flat into the boot and started snorting, hands over his mouth. The friend broke up all the way. Ralph roared. What were they laughing at? Did they want to try laughing on the other sides of their faces? He could show them how. The friend told Arnie to get out quick and bolted to his duster. Nothing could stop the laughter now. He fell into the front seat and keyed the engine, whinnying. In front, Arnie's Plymouth started with a bellowing roar and a huge, stinking cloud of blue exhaust. Even over it, the friend could hear Arnie's high, helpless laughter, close to hysteria. Ralph charged across his lawn, still holding his burger and beer, demanding what they were laughing at. Arnie shouted triumphantly, "At him, you nerd!" and pulled out with a rattling fusillade of backfires. The friend tromped the gas, swerving sharply to avoid Ralph, who was now intent on murder. He was still laughing, but it wasn't good laughter anymore. Shrill, breathless, almost screaming. Ralph roared he'd kill them. The friend goosed the accelerator again, almost tailgating Arnie. He flipped Ralph the bird and yelled, "Jam it!" Then Ralph was behind them. He tried to catch up, pounding along the sidewalk, then stopped, breathing hard and snarling. The friend said aloud, "What a crazy fucking day," a little frightened by the shaky, teary quality of his own voice. Darnell's garage on Hampton Street was a long building with rusty corrugated tin sides and roof. Out front, a grease-caked sign read, "Save Money." Your know-how, our tools. Below it, smaller type, garage space, rented by the week, month, or year. The automobile junkyard stretched behind, block long, enclosed in 5-foot tin strips. Will Darnell's apathetic nod toward the zoning board, which couldn't bring him to heel because 2 or 3 members were his friends. Darnell knew everyone who counted, moving quietly behind any number of scenes. The friend had heard Darnell was mixed up in drug traffic at the high school and junior high, even on nodding acquaintance with big-time crooks in Pittsburgh and Philly. He didn't believe it, didn't think he did, but he knew Darnell would sell fireworks. His father had said Darnell was indicted 12 years ago as a kingpin in a stolen car ring stretching to New York and Bangor. Charges dropped. His father was pretty sure Darnell was up to other shenanigans, truck hijackings, fake antiques. A good place to stay away from. And here the friend was, pulling through the main gates behind Arnie after dark, nothing left of the day but a tinge of furnace red on the horizon. Headlights picked up, discarded auto parts, and wreckage. He realized he hadn't called home. Arnie drove to a big garage door with a sign. Honk for entry. A feeble light spilled through a grime-coated window. The friend barely restrained an impulse to tell Arnie to drive to his house for the night. Vision of stumbling onto Darnell and cronies inventorying hijacked color TVs or repainting stolen Cadillacs? Arnie just sat there, not honking. Then he came back to the friend, deeply embarrassed. Would the friend mind honking for him? Christine's horn didn't seem to work. The friend said, sure. He beeped twice. After a pause, the big garage door rattled up. Will Darnell himself stood there, belly pushing out over his belt. He waved Arnie inside impatiently. The friend turned his car around to face out and went in. The interior was huge, vault-like, terribly silent at day's end. As many as 6 slant parking stalls, each with a bolted-down toolbox. The ceiling overhead was high, crossed with naked gantry-like beams, signs plastered everywhere. All tools must be inspected before you leave. Make appointment for lift time in advance. No profanity or swearing will be tolerated. Dozens more. Well, Darnell was a big sign man. Darnell yelled at Arnie, "Stall 20. Get it over there and shut it off before we all choke." We all seemed to be a group of men at an oversized card table in the far corner. Poker chips, cards, beer bottles scattered. They looked at Arnie's new acquisition with varying expressions of disgust and amusement. Arnie drove across to stall 20, parked, shut it off. Blue exhaust drifted in the cavernous space. Darnell turned to the friend. He wore a sail-like white shirt and brown khaki pants. Great rolls of fat bulged from his neck and hung in dewlaps below his chin. In a wheezing voice, Darnell said, if the friend sold him that piece of shit, he ought to be ashamed. The friend said he didn't sell it. He tried to talk Arnie out of it. Darnell said he should have talked harder. He walked to Arnie, slammed the door. Rust flaked down from the rocker panel in a fine red shower. Asthma or no? Darnell walked with the graceful, almost feminine movements of a man who had been fat a long time. He was yelling at Arnie before Arnie even turned around. He had taken an instant dislike to Arnie, hate at first sight. Darnell yelled that was the last time Arnie ran that mechanical asshole in here without the exhaust hose. If he caught him doing it, he was out. Arnie said yes. He looked small and tired and whipped. Whatever wild energy had carried him this far was gone. It broke the friend's heart a little to see him looking that way. Darnell cut him off, laying down the rules. An exhaust hose would run $2.50 an hour, prepaid. The owner made sure Arnie understood this garage was for working men, not rich college kids out drag racing. No smoking inside. Take it outside to the junkyard. Arnie tried to say he didn't smoke, but Darnell wouldn't let him finish. Don't interrupt. Don't get smart. The man loomed over Arnie, blocking him out entirely. Watching from nearby, Dennis felt his anger spike again. His body seemed to ache from the emotional whiplash of the entire day, ever since they'd pulled up to LeBay's and seen that damn car off the lawn. Kids learned to play along with adults like Darnell. Yes, sir, no, sir. Okay, you bet. But this was too much. Dennis grabbed Darnell's arm and pointed to the poker table, where men were smoking in a blue haze. He asked politely if the owner wanted to stop them. Darnell turned, face solemn, and asked if Dennis was trying to get his buddy thrown out. Dennis shut his mouth. Darnell turned back to Arnie, hands on his wide hips. He called Arnie a creep, said he was on probation. One screw-up and he'd be out, no refunds. A dull fury rose through Dennis's stomach to his head. Inside, he begged Arnie to stand up to this man. Tell him to shove it. If he could stand up to his mother, he could stand up to this happy asshole. Just this once. Don't be a loser. Arnie stood silent, head down. Then he muttered something so low it was nearly inaudible. A choked, miserable agreement. Darnell made him repeat it. Arnie looked up, face deathly pale, eyes swimming with tears. Dennis couldn't watch. He turned away. The poker players had stopped to observe. Arnie repeated himself in a trembling voice. Like signing a confession. Dennis looked at the Plymouth again. Should have been out back in the junkyard with the rest of Darnell's rotten plugs, and hated it for what it was doing to his friend. Darnell told him to get out. Closed. Arnie stumbled blindly toward a stack of tires. Dennis grabbed his arm and steered him clear. Darnell went back to the poker table. Said something that made the others roar with laughter. Arnie insisted he was all right, teeth locked, chest heaving in shallow breaths. Dennis let go. They walked to the door. Darnell hollered after them. No hoodlum, friends, no dope. Arnie cringed, and Dennis hated him for that cringe. They escaped into the cool darkness. The door rattled down. That was how they got Christine to Darnell's garage. Dennis drove them out of the yard. Past 9 o'clock now. A half moon stood in the sky, washing out any wishing stars. They drove a few blocks in silence. Then Arnie burst into a fury of weeping. So forceful it frightened Dennis, who pulled over immediately. The tears came in a shrill, bitter flood, without restraint. At first, Dennis thought it was just reaction. He felt something similar in his own, aching head and clenched stomach. But after a minute, he realized it went deeper. Words emerged from the sobs. Arnie swore he'd get those sons of bitches, make them sorry, make them eat it. Dennis told him to stop, scared. Arnie wouldn't. He slammed his fist against the dashboard, hard enough to leave marks, his face ravaged and strange in the dim moonlight. A stranger walking some cold place Dennis didn't want to know. After a while, the hysterical words dissolved back into sobs. The hate was gone. Only deep, bewildered crying remained. Dennis sat helplessly, wishing he was anywhere else, trying on shoes, filling out a credit application, standing in front of a pay toilet, wishing they were both older. Then, reluctantly, he slid across the seat and held Arnie, feeling his hot, fevered face against his chest. They stayed that way maybe 5 minutes. Then Dennis drove him home and dropped him off. Neither mentioned the embrace later. No one had seen them. If someone had, they'd have looked like a couple of queers. Dennis held him and loved him the best he could, wondering why he had to be Arnie's only friend, because right then, he didn't want to be. Yet dimly he realized maybe Christine would be Arnie's friend now too. He wasn't sure he liked that either. At the curb in front of Arnie's house, Dennis asked if he'd be all right. Arnie managed a sad smile, then suggested Dennis find some other favorite charity. Heart Fund, Cancer Society, something. Dennis brushed it off. Arnie said he knew what he meant. Dennis replied that if Arnie meant he was a wet end, he wasn't telling anything new. The front porch light snapped on. Both parents flew out, likely expecting state police. The mother called shrilly for Arnold. Arnie told Dennis to bug out. This was shit he didn't need. He got out and dutifully greeted his parents. The father demanded to know where he'd been, said his mother was badly frightened. Dennis glanced in the rearview mirror and saw Arnie standing solitary and vulnerable before his parents enfolded him, shepherding him back to their expensive nest, turning the full force of their parenting trips on him. So perfectly rational about it, blind to the part they'd played in what he'd become. Dennis turned on the radio. Bob Seger was singing Still the Same. The serendipity was too hideously perfect. He dialed away to the Phillies game. They were losing. Par for the course. At home, his father and sister sat in the kitchen eating brown sugar sandwiches. Dennis realized he'd never gotten supper. His 14-year-old sister, already turning into a tall, dark-haired beauty, called him Boss, a nickname meant to get under his skin. She'd cycled through crushes on Donnie and Marie, John Travolta, Sean, Andy Gibb, and lately heavy metal bands. Dennis told him he'd been helping Arnie get his car squared away, speaking more to his father. His sister sighed and called Arnie a creep, turning a page in her magazine. Dennis felt a sudden, overpowering urge to rip the magazine from his sister's hands and throw the pieces in her face, which told him more than anything how stressful the day had been. Elaine didn't really think Arnie was a creep. She just wanted to get under his skin, but he'd heard the word too often in the past few hours. Arnie's tears were still drying on Dennis's shirt, and he felt a little creepy himself. He asked sweetly what Kiss was doing these days, then launched into a teasing impression of Elaine writing love letters to Eric Estrada, complete with dramatic declarations about the actor's thick, greasy lips. She called him an animal. Just an animal. He agreed he didn't know any better. That was right, she said, then grabbed her magazine and sandwich and flounced into the living room. Their father warned her not to get anything on the floor, spoiling her exit slightly. Dennis rummaged in the fridge for bologna and a tomato. There was processed cheese, too, but he'd destroyed his craving for that stuff in grade school. He settled for milk to go with his sandwich and opened a can of soup. His father, a tax consultant who'd left full-time accounting after a heart attack, asked if Arnie got the car. Dennis said yes, and it looked worse than before. He asked where their mother was. At her class, his father said. Their eyes met, and they both nearly got the giggles, then looked away ashamed. Dennis's mom was 43, a dental hygienist who'd gone back to work after his dad's heart attack. 4 years ago, she decided she was an unsung writer, producing poems about flowers and stories about sweet old men, occasionally getting gritty with tales of young girls saving themselves for the marriage bed. That summer, she'd signed up for a directed writing course at Horlicks and was compiling everything into a book called Sketches of Love and Beauty. Dennis knew there was nothing funny about a working mother expanding her horizons. He and his father were being male sexist pigs, but frequent oral readings from that book, including a recent essay titled Did Jesus Have a Dog?, explained the giggles. At least neither of them ever laughed to her face. He covered his mouth and tried to squeeze the giggles off, while his father choked on his bread and sugar. The memory of that essay, on top of everything else, was nearly too much. When Dennis looked back from the cabinets, his father had himself under control, which helped Dennis do the same. His father noticed he looked glum and asked if everything was all right with Arnie. Dennis said Arnie was cool. The car was a mess, but he was all right. Of course, Arnie wasn't, but there were things you couldn't tell your dad. His father observed that sometimes people couldn't see things until they saw them for themselves. Dennis said he hoped Arnie saw it soon. He explained about the $20 a week at Darnell's because Arnie's folks wouldn't let him park at home. His father called it highway robbery. Dennis noticed his dad didn't follow up with an offer to park the car at their place. They played cribbage. His father beat him every time. That was fine. The times Dennis did win meant more. After a while, his mother came in, color high, eyes glowing, her book clasped to her chest. She kissed his father, a real kiss that made Dennis feel he should be elsewhere. She asked about Arnie in the car. Dennis went through the same song and dance, then went upstairs to bed. His parents seemed to have business of their own. Elaine was on her bed listening to a K-Tel Hits compilation. Dennis asked her to turn it down. She stuck out her tongue. He tickled her until she said she was going to puke. He said, "Go ahead and tickle her more." She got solemn and asked if it was really true you could light farts. Her friend Carolyn said so, but Carolyn lied about everything. Dennis told her to ask her dorky boyfriend Milton Dodd. She got mad, asked why he had to be so awful. He admitted it was true, advised her not to try it, then gave her a rare hug. Uncomfortable now that she was getting boobs, same as the tickling, and went to bed. Undressing, he told himself the day hadn't ended so bad. People around here thought he was a human being, and they thought Arnie was too. He'd get Arnie to come over, watch the Phillies, play a board game, get rid of the weirdness, get feeling decent again. He went to bed with everything straight in his mind. He should have gone right to sleep. But he didn't, because it wasn't straight. Things get started, and sometimes you don't know what the hell they are. Engines. That was something about being a teenager. All these engines, and somehow you end up with ignition keys to some of them, start them up without knowing what they're supposed to do. Clues, but that's all. Drugs, booze, sex, sometimes other stuff too. A summer job, a trip, a course in school. Engines, they give you the keys and some clues and say start it up. Sometimes it pulls you into a good life. Sometimes it pulls you right down the highway to hell. Big ones, like the 382s they used to put in old cars. Like Christine, he lay in the dark, twisting until the sheet was balled up and messy. He thought about LeBay saying her name is Christine. Somehow Arnie had picked up on that. When they were kids with scooters and bikes, Dennis named his, but Arnie never did. He said names were for dogs and cats and guppies, but now Arnie called the Plymouth Christine. Always her and she instead of it. Dennis didn't like it, and he didn't know why. Even his own father had spoken of it as if Arnie had gotten married. But it wasn't like that. Stop the car, Dennis. Go back. I want to look at her again. Simple as that. No consideration at all. And that wasn't like Arnie, who usually thought things out so carefully. But this time, he'd been like a man meeting a showgirl, indulging in a whirlwind courtship, ending up with a hangover and a new wife on Monday morning. Love at first sight? Never mind, Dennis thought. Tomorrow they'd start over. Get some perspective. He finally went to sleep and dreamed. The whining spin of a starter in darkness. Silence. The starter whining again. The engine missed, then caught. An engine running in darkness. Headlights came on, high beams, spearing him like a bug on glass. He stood in the open doorway of LeBay's garage. Christine sat inside, a new Christine with not a dent or a speck of rust. The clean windscreen darkened to a polarized blue strip at the top. From the radio came Dale Hawkins doing Susie Q, a voice from a dead age full of frightening vitality. The motor muttered words of power through dual glass-pack silencers. He somehow knew there was a Hearst gearbox inside, fuely headers, fresh Quaker State oil the color of amber. The wipers started up. Strange, because there was no one behind the wheel. The car was empty. A voice invited him to go for a ride. Let's cruise. He shook his head. He didn't want to get in. He was scared. The engine began to rev and fall off, a hungry, frightening sound. Each time it revved, Christine lunged forward a bit, like a mean dog on a weak leash. He wanted to move, but his feet seemed nailed to the cracked pavement. Last chance. Before he could answer, there came the terrible scream of rubber on concrete. Christine lunged at him, her grills snarling like an open mouthful of chrome teeth, her headlights glaring. Dennis screamed himself awake in the dead darkness of 2 a.m. His own voice scared him. The hurried thud of bare feet coming down the hall scared him worse. He had double handfuls of sheet, pulled completely out and wadded in the middle of the bed. His body was slick with sweat. Down the hall, Ellie cried out in her own terror, asking what that was. His light flooded on. His mother stood there in a shorty nightgown that showed more than she'd allow except in dire emergencies. Right behind her, his father belted his bathrobe closed over nothing at all. His mother asked what was wrong, her eyes wide and scared, calling him honey in a way he couldn't remember hearing since he was a child. His father said his name. Then Elaine appeared behind them, shivering. Dennis told them to go back to bed. It was just a dream. Nothing. Elaine, shocked into respect by the hour, said it must have been a real horror movie and asked what it was. He teased that he dreamed she married her dorky boyfriend and came to live with him. His mother told him not to tease his sister and asked again what the dream was. Dennis said he didn't remember. He became suddenly aware of the tangled sheet and a tuft of pubic hair exposed. He rearranged himself in a hurry, guilty thoughts flooding through him. Total dislocation. For those first spinning moments, he hadn't even been sure how old he was. Only that dark, terrifying image of the car lunging forward each time the engine revved, dropping back, lunging again, the grill like steel teeth. Last chance, big guy. His mother's cool, dry hand pressed his forehead, checking for fever. He insisted it was nothing, just a nightmare. She said she guessed you didn't know what scared meant until one of your kids screamed in the dark. Elaine said gross. Don't talk about it. Their father sent her back to bed with a light swat. She went reluctantly, perhaps hoping Dennis would break down and give her a scoop for her friends. His mother asked if he was really okay. Using that word again, Han. Bringing back memories of scraped knees and childhood illnesses, her face lingering over his bed. It made him feel absurdly like crying. He had 9 inches and 70 pounds on her. He said sure. She told him to leave the light on, sometimes it helped, and left with a doubtful look at his father. Dennis found himself bemused by the idea that his mother ever had nightmares. Whatever her nightmares were, none had ever found their way into sketches of love and beauty. His father sat on the bed and asked if he really didn't remember. Dennis shook his head. His father said it must have been bad to make him yell like that, his eyes gravely asking if there was something he should know. Dennis almost told him. The car, Arnie's goddamn car, Christine the Rust Queen, ugly fucking thing. But it choked in his throat, as if to speak would betray his friend. Good old Arnie, whom a fun-loving God had decided to swat with the ugly stick. His father said all right and kissed his cheek. Dennis could feel his beard stubble, smell his sweat and love. He hugged him hard, and his father hugged back. Then they were gone. Dennis lay there with the lamp burning, afraid to go back to sleep. He got a book, knowing his parents were lying awake downstairs, wondering if he was in some kind of mess. He decided sleep was impossible. He'd read until daylight. Then he fell asleep and woke in the morning with the book unopened on the floor. He thought Arnie would show up Saturday, so he hung around the house, mowed the lawn, cleaned the garage, washed all 3 cars. His mother watched with amazement and commented over lunch that maybe he should have nightmares more often. He didn't want to call Arnie's house after all the unpleasantness, but when the pre-game show came on and Arnie hadn't appeared, he called. Regina answered, doing a good imitation of nothing having changed. But Dennis detected a new coolness in her voice. It made him sad. Her only son had been seduced by a baggy old whore named Christine, and old buddy Dennis must have been an accomplice, maybe even pimped the deal. Arnie wasn't home. He was at Darnell's garage, had been there since 9 that morning. Dennis said he hadn't known, but it sounded and felt like a lie. Regina said goodbye in that cool way and hung up. Dennis looked at the dead phone a while, then hung up. His father sat in front of the TV in purple Bermudas and Jesus shoes, a 6-pack beside him. The Phillies were belting the hell out of Atlanta. His mother was visiting a classmate. Elaine was at a friend's house. The place was quiet. His father gave him a beer, something he did only when feeling extraordinarily mellow. But Saturday still felt flat. Dennis kept thinking of Arnie in the oily shadows of Darnell's garage, playing games with that silent, rusting hulk while men shouted and tools clanged. Will Darnell's wheezy voice, and God damn it, was Dennis jealous? Was that what it was? When the seventh inning came, he started to go out. His father asked where he was going. Dennis thought, down there? To watch Arnie cluck over him, listen to Darnell get on his case? Fuck it. Arnie was a big boy now. He said nowhere, found a Twinkie tucked in the bread box, knowing how pissed Elaine would be, and came back to the living room. He catched another beer, ate Elaine's Twinkie, even lapped the cardboard. They watched Philly finish ruining Atlanta, and Dennis didn't think about Arnie Cunningham at all. Hardly at all. Arnie came over on his tacky 3-speed the next afternoon, while Dennis and Elaine played croquet. Elaine kept accusing Dennis of cheating. She was on one of her rips, which she always went on when getting her period, a thing she'd been having regularly for all of 14 months and was very proud of. Arnie ambled around the corner and joked about the creature from the Black Lagoon and the Bride of Frankenstein. Dennis said, grab a mallet. Elaine threw her mallet down, announcing she wasn't playing because he cheated even worse than Arnie did. Men, she said as she stalked off. Arnie put on a trembling, affected voice, saying that was the first time she'd ever called him a man, then fell to his knees with an exalted look. Dennis started laughing. Arnie could do it well when he wanted to. That secret wit Dennis was pretty sure no one else saw. He understood the attraction of knowing something good that was still a secret. They goofed around the croquet course, just whacking the hell out of each other's balls, until one went through the hedge. After Dennis crawled through to get it, neither wanted to play anymore. They sat in lawn chairs. Their cat crept out from under the porch, amber-green eyes glinting in the overcast afternoon light. Dennis said he thought Arnie would come over for the game yesterday. It was a good one. Arnie said he was at Darnell's, but heard it on the radio, then did a spot-on imitation of Dennis's dead grandfather, saying, "They ruin him, Denny." Dennis laughed and nodded. Something about Arnie that day looked different. Tired. Circles under his eyes, but his complexion seemed a bit better than lately. His skin problems went in cycles, usually from bad to worse and back to bad again. Or maybe it was just the light. Dennis asked what he'd done on the car. Arnie said not much. Changed the oil, looked the block over. It wasn't cracked. LeBay or somebody had left the drain plug out. A lot of old oil leaked out. He was lucky not to fry a piston driving it Friday night. Dennis asked how he got lift time. He thought you had to reserve in advance. Arnie's eyes shifted away. He said no problem there, but deception colored his voice. He'd run a couple of errands for Mr. Darnell. Dennis opened his mouth to ask what errands, then decided he didn't want to hear. Probably just running for coffee or crating used parts, but he didn't want to be involved in the Christine end of Arnie's life. And there was something else. A feeling of letting go, the way you feel when a friend marries a high-riding bitch. You close the door on that room of your friendship. You let go of the subject, or your friend lets go of you with the bitch's enthusiastic approval. Arnie restlessly suggested the movies. A gross kung fu film at the State Twin. He pretended to administer a savage karate kick to the cat, who took off like a shot. Dennis said it sounded pretty good, and asked if it was Bruce Lee. Arnie said no. Some other guy. Dennis asked what the movie was called. Arnie rattled off possible titles. Fists of Danger, Flying Hands of Death, maybe Genitals of Fury, and suggested they could come back and tell the gross parts to Ellie to make her puke. Dennis agreed as long as they could still get in for $1 each. Arnie said yes until 3. They went. It turned out to be a Chuck Norris movie, not bad at all. On Monday, they went back to building the interstate extension. Dennis forgot about his dream. Gradually, he realized he wasn't seeing as much of Arnie. Again, like falling out of touch with a guy who'd just gotten married. Besides, his thing with the cheerleader began heating up around then. More than one night, he brought her home from the drive-in with his balls throbbing so badly he could barely walk. Arnie, meanwhile, spent most evenings at Darnell's. Their last full week of work before school started was the week before Labor Day. When Dennis pulled up to Arnie's house that morning, Arnie came out with a big blue-black shiner around one eye and an ugly scrape up the side of his face. Dennis asked what happened. Arnie said sullenly he didn't want to talk about it. He'd had to discuss it with his parents until he thought he'd croak. He tossed his lunch pail in the back and lapsed into a grim silence all the way to work. Other guys ribbed him about the shiner, but Arnie just shrugged it off. Dennis didn't say anything on the way home, just played the radio and kept to himself. He might never have heard the story if they hadn't been waylaid by Gino's Pizza, a greasy Irish-Italian place on Main Street with a flashing sign of a pizza going in the air, all the eyes dotted with shamrocks. Dennis's mother would be in class tonight, which meant a pick-up supper at home. Neither he nor his father was much of a cook, and Ellie would burn water. Dennis suggested getting a pizza, a big greasy one that smelled like armpits. Arnie said that was gross. Dennis amended to clean armpits and insisted they go. Arnie said he was low on cash. Dennis offered to buy even anchovies on Arnie's half. Arnie hesitated. Dennis added a Pepsi. Arnie said Pepsi wrecked his complexion. Dennis offered a great big Pepsi. Arnie's gray eyes gleamed for the first time that day as he repeated the phrase, calling Dennis mean. Dennis offered two if he wanted, mean like offering Hershey bars to the circus fat lady. Arnie clutched his shoulder, repeating, 2 Pepsis, and flopped around screaming for 2 quick ones. Dennis laughed so hard he nearly drove into a wall. As they got out, Dennis thought, why shouldn't Arnie have a couple of sodas? The slight improvement in his complexion from 2 weeks ago was now definite. He still had bumps and craters, but fewer were oozing. A summer of road ganging had left him deeply tanned and in better shape than ever. To the victor goes the spoils. Gino's was run by an Italian fellow named Pat Donahue, who had an Irish mafia sticker on his cash register, served green beer on St. Patrick's Day, and affected a black derby hat tipped back on his head. The jukebox was an old Wurlitzer bubbler from the late 40s, maybe the last in America where you could get 3 plays for a quarter. When Dennis occasionally smoked dope, he fantasized about walking in, ordering 3 loaded pizzas, a quarter Pepsi, and Pat's homemade fudge brownies, then scarfing everything while Beach Boys and Rolling Stones hits poured out. They ordered and sat watching the pizza cooks fling dough, trading pungent witticisms about each other's sisters. People came and went, lots of kids from school. Soon Dennis would be seeing them in the halls again, and he felt a fierce nostalgia in advance and a sense of fright. In his head, he could hear the homeroom bell like an alarm. Last time, after this year, you had to learn how to be a grown-up. Locker doors crashing, linemen hitting, tackling dummies, the dry smell of chalk dust, typewriters from the secretarial classrooms, the principal's dry, fussy announcements, lunch on the bleachers, a new crop of dorky freshmen. And at the end, you marched down the aisle in a purple bathrobe, and high school was over. Arnie pulled him out of the reverie, asking if Dennis knew Buddy Repperton. The name was familiar. Dennis worked on his pizza and tried to put a face to it. After a while, it came. He'd had a run-in with Repperton as a dorky freshman at a mixer dance. Repperton, then a big, hulking, mean sophomore with a lantern jaw, greasy black hair, and small, too-close eyes that held an unpleasant intelligence, had shoved Dennis and told him freshmen had to wait until all upperclassmen got drinks. Dennis had argued that class seniority didn't matter in the refreshment line. Repperton invited him outside. A chaperone broke up the cautious circle that had formed. Repperton promised to get him, but never did. That was Dennis's only contact, except for seeing Repperton's name on detention lists. He'd been dismissed from school a couple of times, too. A good sign he wasn't in the Young Christian League. Dennis told Arnie this. Arnie touched his shiner, now turning a gruesome lemon color, and said Repperton was the one who'd done it. Arnie explained he knew Repperton from auto shop courses. The irony of Arnie's hunted school life was that his interests put him in direct contact with the sort of people who felt it was their duty to kick the stuffing out of him. As a sophomore in engine fundamentals, a kid named Roger Gilman had beaten the living shit out of him, bad enough to keep Arnie out of school for a couple of days. Gilman got a 1-week vacation and was now in prison on a hijacking charge. Buddy Repperton had been part of Gilman's circle and had more or less inherited leadership of the group. For Arnie, going to class in the shop area was like visiting a demilitarized zone. If he got back alive after period 7, he'd run all the way to the other end of the school with his chessboard for a club meeting. Dennis remembered going to a city chess tourney the year before and seeing something that symbolized his friend's schizo school life. Arnie hunched gravely over his board in thick, carved silence, then moving a rook with a hand so grimed with grease and motor oil that even Baraxo wouldn't take it all out. Not all the shoppies were out to get him. Plenty of good kids, but many were in tight circles or permanently stoned. The ones in cliques were usually from the poorer section of Libertyville, very serious and quiet, easy to dismiss as stupid. Most looked like leftovers from 1968, with ponytails, jeans, and tie-dyed shirts. But in 1978, they didn't want to overthrow the government. They wanted to grow up to be Mr. Goodwrench. Shop was still the final stopping place for the misfits and hardasses who weren't so much attending school as being incarcerated there. Now that Arnie brought up Repperton's name, Dennis could think of several guys who circled him like a planetary system. Don Vandenberg, Sandy Galton, Moochie Welch, whose real name was Peter, called Moochie because you always saw him outside rock concerts spare-changing odd dimes. Buddy Repperton had come by a 2-year-old blue Camaro that had been rolled over a couple of times on Route 46. He picked it up from one of Darnell's poker buddies, Arnie said. The engine was okay, but the body had really taken damage. Repperton brought it into Darnell's about a week after Arnie brought Christine in, though Buddy had been hanging around even before then. For the first couple of days, Repperton hadn't appeared to notice Arnie at all, and Arnie was just as happy not to be noticed. Repperton was on good terms with Darnell, though, and seemed to have no trouble obtaining high-demand tools that were usually only available on a reserve basis. Then Repperton started getting on Arnie's case. He'd knock over boxes of tools Arnie was using, or spill his coffee, then bugle a sarcastic apology with a shit-eating grin. Darnell would holler at Arnie to clean up the mess. Soon, Repperton was swerving out of his way to clap Arnie on the back and bellow a greeting that substituted an obscenity for his name. Arnie bore these opening salvos with the stoicism of someone who'd seen it all before, hoping either the harassment would level off or Repperton would find another victim. A third possibility, that Buddy would get busted and disappear like his old friend Roger Gilman, was almost too good to hope for. It came to blows the previous Saturday afternoon. Arnie was doing a grease job on Christine, mostly because he hadn't yet accumulated funds for anything else. Repperton came by whistling cheerfully, a Coke and peanuts in one hand, a jack-handle in the other. As he passed stall 20, he whipped the jack-handle sidearm and smashed one of Christine's headlights to shit. Repperton put on an exaggerated, tragic expression and started his sarcastic apology. But that was all he got out. The attack on Christine provoked what attacks on Arnie himself hadn't. Retaliation. Arnie came around the side of the Plymouth, fist balled, and struck out blindly. In a book or movie, he'd have landed a knockout punch. In real life, he hit Repperton's hand, knocking the peanuts to the floor and spilling Coke all over Buddy's face and shirt. Repperton cried out that Arnie's ass was gone and came at him with the jack-handle. Several men ran over. One told Repperton to drop it and fight fair. Repperton threw the handle away and waded in. Dennis asked if Darnell tried to stop it. Arnie said Darnell wasn't there. Disappeared 15 or 30 minutes before it started, like he knew it was going to happen. Repperton did most of the damage right away. The black eye came first. The scrape from Repperton's class ring followed, plus assorted other bruises. In the back booth of the pizza place, Arnie glanced around, then raised his T-shirt. Dennis hissed at the terrific sunset of yellow, red, purple, and brown covering Arnie's chest and stomach, just starting to fade. Horrified, Dennis asked if Repperton had sprung any ribs. Arnie said, "Pretty sure not. He was lucky." Arnie didn't say much more, but a kid named Randy Turner later filled Dennis in. Arnie might have gotten hurt worse, but he came back at Buddy much harder and madder than expected, as if the devil had blown red pepper up his ass. His arms windmilled, fists everywhere, yelling, cursing, spraying spittle. Dennis tried to imagine it, but kept seeing Arnie slamming his fists on the dashboard, screaming he'd make them eat it. Arnie drove Repperton halfway across the garage, bloodied his nose more by luck than aim, and landed one to the throat that made Buddy cough, gag, and lose interest in busting Arnie's ass. Buddy turned away, holding his throat and trying to puke. Arnie drove a steel-toed work boot into Repperton's jeans-clad butt, knocking him flat. Repperton was still gagging, nose bleeding like mad, and Arnie was gearing up to kick the son of a bitch to death when Will Darnell magically reappeared, hollering in his wheezy voice to cut the shit. Dennis told Randy that Arnie thought the fight was a setup. Randy shrugged, saying it sure was funny how Darnell showed up when Repperton started to lose. About 7 guys grabbed Arnie and dragged him away. He fought them like a wild man, screaming to let him go, that if Repperton didn't pay for the broken headlight, he'd kill him. Then he subsided, bewildered, hardly aware how it happened that Repperton was down and he was still standing. Repperton finally got up, T-shirt smeared with dirt and grease, nose still bubbling blood. He made a half-hearted lunge for Arnie, mostly for form's sake. Others led him away. Darnell came over and told Arnie to hand in his toolbox key and get out. Dennis asked why Arnie hadn't called Saturday afternoon. Arnie sighed. He was too depressed. They finished the pizza, and Dennis bought Arnie a third Pepsi, murder on the complexion but great for depression. On the way home, Arnie wondered if Darnell meant get out just for Saturday or for good, since he'd never been kicked out of any place before. Dennis said the place bit the root anyway, and Darnell was an asshole. Arnie figured it would be stupid to try and keep the car there anymore, even if Darnell let him back. Repperton was there. He'd fight him again, but Repperton might take after Christine with the jackhandle when Arnie wasn't there, and Darnell probably wouldn't stop him. Dennis didn't answer. He didn't think the Rust Bucket Fury was the main target. If Repperton couldn't demolish the main target himself, he'd get help from his friends. Don Vandenberg, Moochie Welch, and all. It occurred to Dennis that they could kill Arnie, not just beat him, but really, honest to Christ, kill him. Things went too far sometimes, and some kid wound up dead. You read about it in the paper. Dennis had missed something Arnie said. Up ahead, Arnie's house was in view. Arnie repeated. He asked if Dennis had any ideas about where he could keep her. The car, that's all he could talk about, like a broken record. And always her. He was bright enough to see his growing obsession, but wasn't picking it up at all. Dennis told him he had more important things to worry about than where to keep the car, like where he was going to keep himself if Buddy and Buddy's buddies decided to put him in traction. Arnie's face suddenly grew wise, frighteningly so, wise and helpless and enduring, the face of all those soldiers in black pajamas who kicked the shit out of the best-equipped army in the world. He said he'd do what he could. The movie version of Grease had just opened. Dennis took the cheerleader that night. He thought it was dumb. She loved it. Watching unreal teenagers dance and sing, his mind drifted. Then he had a brainstorm, the way you sometimes do when not thinking about anything in particular. He excused himself, went to the lobby payphone, and called Arnie's house, a number memorized since childhood. Arnie answered, his voice so odd and flat that Dennis got scared. Dennis identified himself. Arnie said he thought Dennis was taking Roseanne to the movies. Dennis said that's where he was calling from. Arnie observed it must not be that exciting, his voice still flat and dreary. Dennis, said Roseanne, thought it was great, hoping for a laugh. Only patient. Waiting silence followed. Dennis said he'd thought of the answer. LeBay. LeBay's garage. He got the idea LeBay would eat a dead rat sandwich if the profit margin looked high enough. Approach him on the basis of $16 or $17 a week. Arnie's voice went cold and hateful. He said, very funny, and hung up. Dennis stood looking at the phone, wondering what the hell. Some new move from his parents? Had Arnie gone back to Darnell's and found new damage to his car? Then a sudden intuition struck him. He put the phone back, walked to the concession stand, asked for today's paper. The candy popcorn girl fished it out and snapped her gum, while Dennis thumbed to the obituaries. Nothing at first. Then he turned the page and saw the headline. Libertyville veteran dies at 71. A picture of Roland D. LeBay in his Army uniform, looking 20 years younger and considerably more bright-eyed than when Arnie and Dennis had seen him. The obituary was brief. LeBay had died suddenly, Saturday afternoon, survived by a brother and a sister. Funeral services Tuesday at 2. Suddenly! In the obituaries, it was always after a long illness, after a short illness, or suddenly. Suddenly could mean anything from a brain embolism to electrocuting yourself in the bathtub. Dennis remembered something he'd done to Ellie when she was 3, scared the bejesus out of her with a jack-in-the-box. The music played as he turned the handle, then kabonzo. The grinning face with the hooked nose popped out. Ellie went off bawling, and Dennis sat there glumly, knowing he deserved to get hollered at, coming out so suddenly. He gave the paper back and stood blankly, looking at movie posters. Saturday afternoon. Suddenly. Funny how things worked out. His brainstorm had been that Arnie could take Christine back where she came from, pay LeBay for space. Now LeBay was dead. Died on the same day Arnie got into it with Buddy Repperton, the same day Buddy smashed Christine's headlight. Dennis had an irrational picture of Buddy swinging the jack handle, and at that exact moment, LeBay's eye gushing blood, keeling over. Suddenly, he lectured himself to cut the shit. Then somewhere deep in his mind a voice whispered, "Come on, big guy, let's cruise." Then fell still. The girl behind the counter popped her gum and said he was missing the end of the picture. The ending was the best part. He thanked her, started back toward the theater door, then detoured to the drinking fountain. His throat was very dry. Before he finished drinking, the doors opened and people streamed out. Roseanne emerged, looking for him, catching appreciative glances and fielding them in her dreamy, composed way. She took his arm and called him Den Den. Not the worst thing in the world, but he'd never really dug it. She asked where he was, said he missed the ending, which was the best part. He finished the sentence with her, apologizing, saying a call of nature came on very suddenly. She offered to tell him all about it if he took her to the embankment for a while, pressing his arm against her breast. He asked if it had a happy ending. She smiled up at him, eyes wide and sweet, and a little dazed, held his arm more tightly. Said she liked happy endings? Asked if he did too. He said he loved them, but instead of thinking about her breasts, he found himself thinking about Arnie. That night he dreamed again. In this one, Christine was ancient. A terrible hulk of a car, something you'd expect to see in a tarot deck, the death car. The engine roared and missed and jetted filthy blue oil smoke. It wasn't empty. Roland D. LeBay lolled behind the wheel, eyes open but glazed and dead, flopping like a rag doll each time the engine revved, his peeling skull nodding back and forth. Then the tires screamed, The Plymouth lunged out of the garage, and as it did, the rust melted away. The old glass clarified, the chrome winked with savage newness, the bald tires bloomed into plump, wide ovals. It screamed at him, headlights glaring white circles of hate, and as he raised his hands in a useless warding-off gesture, he thought, God, it's unending fury. He woke up without screaming, kept it in his throat that night, just barely. He sat up in bed. A cold puddle of moonlight caught him. He thought, died suddenly. He didn't get back to sleep quickly. Brad Jeffries, their road crew foreman, mid-40s, balding, stocky, permanently sunburned, liked to holler but was decent enough. Dennis went to see him during coffee break to find out if Arnie had asked for part of the afternoon off. Brad said Arnie asked for 2 hours to go to a burying, and he was losing them both at the end of the week anyway. Dennis insisted he had to ask. Brad wanted to know why. Cunningham said he sold him a car. Christ, who went to a used car salesman's funeral except family. Dennis explained it wasn't a salesman, just a guy. Arnie was having problems, and he felt like he ought to go. Brad sighed and gave them 1 to 3 if Dennis would work through lunch and stay until 6 Thursday. Dennis agreed and thanked him. Brad said he punched them out like regular, and if PennDOT found out, his ass was grass. He said he'd be sorry to lose them. High praise from Brad. Dennis said it had been a good summer. Brad told him to get out and let him read the paper. At 1 o'clock, Dennis caught a ride to the main construction shed on a grader. Arnie was inside, hanging up his yellow hard hat and putting on a clean shirt. He looked startled and asked what Dennis was doing there. Dennis said, getting ready to go to a funeral, same as him. Arnie said no immediately. And that word more than anything, the Saturdays he was no longer there. The coolness of his parents over the phone, the way he'd been when Dennis called from the movies, made Dennis realize how much Arnie had shut him out, and how it had happened in the same way LeBay had died. Suddenly, Dennis said yes, he dreamed about the guy, and he was going. They could go separately or together. Arnie asked if he hadn't been joking when he called from the theater. He really hadn't known LeBay was dead. Dennis was appalled he'd think he'd joke about something like that. Arnie didn't answer right away, not until he thought it over carefully. He saw the possibility of all hands being turned against him now. Dennis said he dreamed about LeBay. Arnie stood with his clean shirt in his hands, musing. Dennis said the paper said Libertyville Heights Cemetery and asked if Arnie was taking the bus or riding with him. Arnie said he'd ride. Good deal. They stood on a hill above the graveside service, neither daring nor wanting to join the handful of mourners. Less than a dozen total, half of them old guys in carefully preserved uniforms. LeBay's casket was on runners over the grave, a flag on it. The preacher's words drifted up on a hot late August breeze. Man is like the grass which grows and then is cut down. Man is like a flower that blooms and fades. Man is in love with what passes. When the service ended, the flag was removed, and a man in his 60s threw a handful of earth onto the coffin. The obituary had said survived by a brother and sister. This had to be the brother. The resemblance wasn't overwhelming, but there, the sister evidently hadn't made it. 2 American Legion types folded the flag into a cocked hat and handed it to LeBay's brother. The preacher asked the Lord to bless them and keep them. They started to drift away. Dennis looked around. Arnie wasn't beside him anymore. He'd gone a little distance away, standing under a tree, tears on his cheeks. Dennis asked if he was okay. It occurred to him that if Roland D. LeBay had known Arnie Cunningham would be the only person to shed a tear for him at his small-time graveside ceremonies, he might have knocked $50 off the price of his shitty car. Arnie skidded the heels of his hands up his face in a nearly savage gesture, said fine, and started down the hill instead of toward the duster. Dennis knew well enough. He wanted to talk to LeBay's brother. The brother stood with 2 Legionnaires, talking quietly, flag under his arm. He wore a blue pinstripe suit with a slightly shiny seat, a wrinkled tie, a yellowish-tinged collar. He glanced around at them. Arnie asked if he was Mr. LeBay's brother. The man said yes, looking at Arnie questioningly and a little warily. Arnie put out his hand, said his name, that he'd known the brother slightly, bought a car from him a short while ago. When Arnie said that, the brother's hand hesitated on its course toward the handshake. For a moment, Dennis thought he wouldn't shake, would leave Arnie's hand floating out there, but he gave a single token squeeze and dropped it. He said Christine in a dry voice. The family resemblance was there, the brows shelving over the eyes, the set of the jaw, the light blue eyes. But this man's face was softer, almost kind. Dennis didn't think he would ever have the lean, vulpine aspect that had been Roland D. LeBay's. The brother said the last note he got from Rolly said he'd sold her. Good Christ, he was using that damned female pronoun, too. And Rolly, it was hard to imagine LeBay with his peeling skull and pestiferous back brace as anyone's Rolly. But his brother had spoken the nickname in the same dry voice. There was no love in that voice, at least none Dennis could hear. LeBay's brother continued, explaining that Roland didn't write often, but had a tendency to gloat. In his note, Roland had called Arnie a sucker and said he'd given him what he called a royal screwing. Dennis's mouth dropped open. He turned to Arnie, half expecting another outburst of rage, but Arnie's face hadn't changed at all. Arnie replied mildly that a royal screwing was always in the eye of the beholder. LeBay laughed, a little reluctantly, Dennis thought. Arnie introduced Dennis as the friend who'd been with him the day he bought the car. Dennis shook George LeBay's hand. The soldiers had drifted away. The three of them eyed one another uncomfortably. LeBay shifted his brother's flag from one hand to the other and finally asked if he could do something for Arnie. Arnie cleared his throat and asked about the garage. He was working on the car, trying to get her street legal again. His folks didn't want it at home, and he wondered if he could rent the garage. LeBay said no. Arnie pushed $20 a week, $25 if he wanted. Dennis winced. Arnie was like a kid who'd stumbled into quicksand and decided to cheer himself up with arsenic-laced brownies. LeBay said it was impossible, looking more distressed. Arnie said just the garage where it originally was, his calm starting to crack. LeBay explained he'd listed the house with 3 realty companies that very morning. They'd be showing it, and it wouldn't do to have Arnie tinkering around. He said he had nothing against teenagers. He'd taught high school for almost 40 years. And Arnie seemed very intelligent, but all he wanted was to sell the house and split the proceeds with his sister in Denver. He wanted to be shut of the house and shut of his brother's life. Arnie asked if it would make a difference if he promised to look after the place. Mow the grass, repaint the trim, make little repairs. Dennis chimed in that Arnie was really good at stuff like that, thinking it wouldn't hurt for Arnie to remember later that Dennis had been on his side, even if he wasn't. LeBay said he'd already hired a fellow to keep an eye on the place. It sounded plausible, but Dennis knew suddenly and surely it was a lie, and he thought Arnie knew it too. Arnie said he was sorry about LeBay's brother, who'd seemed like a very strong-willed man. Dennis remembered turning around and seeing LeBay with large, greasy tears on his cheeks. LeBay smiled cynically and agreed his brother was a strong-willed son of a bitch, apparently not noticing Arnie's shocked expression. He excused himself, saying the son had upset his stomach. He started to walk away. Then he stopped, and Arnie's face brightened, thinking LeBay had changed his mind. LeBay stood with his head bent, then turned back. He advised Arnie to forget the car. Sell her. If no one would buy her whole, sell her for parts. If no one would buy her for parts, junk her. Do it quickly and completely the way you quit a bad habit. He said Arnie would be happier. He waited for Arnie to reply, but Arnie only held his gaze with those slaty eyes. Mind made up, feet planted. LeBay read the look, nodded unhappily, and bid them good day. Arnie sighed, said he guessed that was that. Eyeing LeBay's retreating back with resentment, Dennis said, yeah, hoping he sounded more unhappy than he felt. It was the dream. He didn't like the idea of Christine back in that garage. Too much like his dream. They started back toward the car. LeBay nagged at Dennis. Both LeBays did. He came to a sudden impulsive decision, wondering how much different things might have been if he hadn't followed the impulse. He told Arnie he had to take a whiz and to give him a minute or two. Arnie said sure, hardly looking up, walking on with hands in his pockets and eyes on the ground. Dennis walked left toward a small sign pointing to the restrooms. But over the first rise and out of Arnie's view, he cut right and sprinted toward the parking lot. He caught George LeBay slowly folding himself into an extremely tiny Chevette with a hurt sticker on the windscreen. He apologized for bothering him again. LeBay said it was all right, but that what he'd said to Arnie still stood. He couldn't let him garage the car there. Dennis said good. LeBay's bushy eyebrows went up. Dennis said he didn't like the car. That fury. He didn't think it had been good for Arnie. LeBay asked quietly if part of it was jealousy. Time Arnie used to spend with Dennis, he now spent with her. Dennis admitted that was right, but he didn't think that was all of it. LeBay asked no. Dennis looked around for Arnie, and while he wasn't looking at LeBay, he finally came out with it. Why had LeBay told Arnie to junk it and forget it? Why had he said it was like a bad habit? LeBay was silent, and Dennis was afraid he had nothing to say. Then, almost too softly to hear, LeBay asked if Dennis was sure this was his business. Dennis said he didn't know, but he cared about Arnie and didn't want to see him get hurt. The car had already gotten him into trouble. LeBay told him to come by his motel that evening, the Rainbow Motel off the Western Avenue exit from 376, the cheap one. Dennis said he'd hot patched the sides of that ramp and still had the blisters, holding out his hand, smiling. LeBay didn't smile back. LeBay said it might not be Dennis's business, or his or anyone's, but he could say this much. His brother was not a good man. The only thing he believed Roland had ever truly loved in his whole life was that Plymouth Fury. So the business might be between them and them alone, no matter what Dennis told him or he told Dennis. He smiled, not a pleasant smile, and in that instant Dennis seemed to see Roland D. LeBay looking out through his eyes and shivered. LeBay said Dennis was probably too young to look for wisdom in anyone's words but his own. But he'd tell him this: love is the enemy. The poets sometimes willfully mistake love. Love is the old slaughterer. Love is not blind. Love is a cannibal with extremely acute vision. Love is insectile, always hungry. Dennis asked what it ate, not aware he was going to ask anything at all. Every part of him but his mouth thought the conversation insane. LeBay said friendship. It eats friendship. If he were Dennis, he would now prepare for the worst. He closed the door of the Chevette with a soft chuck and started its sewing machine engine, driving away. Dennis stood on the edge of the blacktop, then remembered he should be seen coming from the direction of the comfort stations and headed that way as fast as he could. As he went, it occurred to him that the gravediggers would now be lowering LeBay's coffin into the earth. The dirt George had thrown splattered across the top like a conquering hand. He tried to dismiss the image, but another, even worse, came in its place. Roland D. LeBay, inside the silk-lined casket, dressed in his best suit and best underwear, sans the smelly, yellowing back brace, hands crossed on his chest. Why was Dennis so sure a large, shit-eating grin was on his face? The Rainbow Motel was pretty bad. 1 level high, cracked parking lot paving, 2 letters out in the neon sign. Exactly the sort of place you'd expect to find an elderly English teacher. Tomorrow he'd turn in his Hertz car and fly home to Paradise Falls, Ohio. The motel looked like a geriatric ward. Old parties sitting outside their rooms in lawn chairs, bony knees crossed, white socks pulled up over hairy shins. The men looked like aging alpinists, skinny and tough. Most of the women were blooming with the soft fat of post-50 and no hope. Dennis had since noticed there were motels that seemed filled with nothing but people over 50. Like they heard about these places on some oldies but goodies hotline. He saw no young people outside the units. Off to one side, rusty playground equipment stood empty, swings casting long, still shadows. Overhead, a neon rainbow arced over the sign, buzzing like a swarm of flies caught in a bottle. LeBay was sitting outside, Unit 14, with a glass in his hand. Dennis went over and shook hands. LeBay offered a soft drink. Dennis declined, got a lawn chair from in front of an empty unit, and sat down beside him. LeBay said in his soft, cultured voice that he was 11 years younger than Raleigh and was still a man learning to be old. Dennis shifted awkwardly and said nothing. LeBay said there were 4 of them. Raleigh was the oldest, he was the youngest. Their brother Drew died in France in 1944. Both Raleigh and Drew were career Army. They grew up in Libertyville when it was much smaller, a village small enough to have the ins and the outs. They were the outs. Poor folks. Shiftless. Wrong side of the tracks. He chuckled softly in the dusk and poured more 7-Up into his glass. He said he remembered only one constant thing about Raleigh's childhood. After all, Raleigh was in the 5th grade when he was born, but he remembered that one thing very well. Dennis asked what it was. LeBay said what he remembered most was Raleigh's anger. Constant, unending. Raleigh was angry about cast-off clothes, about their father being a drunkard who couldn't hold a job, about their mother's inability to stop the drinking. He was angry at the 3 younger children who made the poverty insurmountable. LeBay pushed up his sleeve to show Dennis a scar running from elbow to wrist, a present from Raleigh. He'd been 3, Raleigh 14. Playing with blocks on the front walk, he'd been in Raleigh's way. Raleigh pushed him, then came back and threw him. His arm landed on a fence picket. He bled enough to scare everyone into tears. Everyone except Raleigh, who just shouted at him to stay out of the way. Dennis looked at the old scar, fascinated, realizing that a wound from 1921 had elongated over decades into this silvery progression. The wound had closed, but the scar had spread. A terrible shudder twisted through him. He thought of Arnie slamming his fist on the dashboard, crying hoarsely that he'd make them eat it. George LeBay rolled his sleeve back down, buttoning it over the scar as if drawing a curtain on an unbearable past. He sipped more 7-Up. He said their father came home that evening, on one of the toots he called hunting up a job. And when he heard what Raleigh had done, he beat the tar out of him. But Raleigh would not recant. He cried, but would not recant. Their mother was terrified, screaming for the father to stop before he killed him. Raleigh said through his tears that the boy had been in his way, and if he got in his way again, he'd do it again, calling their father a damned old tosspot. Their father struck him in the face, making his nose bleed. Raleigh fell on the floor with blood squirting through his fingers, still saying he'd do it again. Damned old tosspot. Above them, stars had begun to come out. An old woman took a battered suitcase from a Ford and carried it into her unit. Somewhere a radio played, not rock, something else. LeBay repeated softly that Raleigh's unending fury was what he remembered best. At school, Raleigh fought anyone who made fun of his clothes or haircut, anyone he even suspected. He was suspended again and again. Finally, he left and joined the Army. It wasn't a good time to be in the Army, the 20s. No dignity, no promotion, no flying flags. Raleigh went from base to base, still angry. Everything was the fault of the shitters. They wouldn't give him promotion, canceled furloughs, couldn't find their own behinds with both hands and a flashlight. On at least 2 occasions, the shitters put him in the stockade. The Army held on to him because he was an excellent mechanic. He could keep decrepit vehicles running. Dennis uneasily thought of Arnie, so clever with his hands. LeBay leaned forward and said that talent was just another wellspring for Raleigh's anger. an anger that never ended until he bought the car that Arnie now owned. Dennis asked what he meant. LeBay explained that Raleigh fixed Army convoy trucks, staff cars, bulldozers, kept vehicles running with spit and baling wire. Once, when a visiting congressman had car trouble at Fort Arnold, Raleigh was ordered to fix the man's prize Bentley and sent a 4-page rant of anger and vitriol. All those vehicles, but Raleigh never owned a car himself until after World War II, and then only an old Chevrolet that ran poorly and was eaten with rust. In the 20s and 30s, there was never enough money. During the war, he was too busy staying alive. He fixed thousands of vehicles for the shitters and never once had one that was all his. Even the old Chevrolet couldn't assuage that, or the old Hudson Hornet he bought used the year after he got married. Dennis said, married? LeBay noted that Raleigh hadn't told them that. He would have gone on endlessly about his Army experiences, his confrontations with the shitters while picking their pockets, but he wouldn't have bothered telling them about Veronica or Rita. Veronica was his wife. They married in 1951, shortly before Raleigh went to Korea. He could have stayed stateside. He was married, his wife pregnant, approaching middle age, but he chose to go. LeBay reflected that it was bigamy, really. By 1951, Raleigh was 44 and already married to the Army and to the shitters. He fell silent again, a morbid silence. Dennis asked if he was all right. LeBay said yes, just thinking out of the dead. He looked at Dennis calmly, except for his eyes, which were dark and wounded. He said it all hurt him more than he'd suspected, but now that it had begun, they should finish. He'd only met Veronica twice. She was from near Wheeling, what they then called Shirt-Tail Southern, not terribly bright. Raleigh could dominate and take her for granted, what he wanted. But she loved him, at least until the rotten business with Rita. LeBay didn't think Raleigh really married a woman at all. He married a kind of wailing wall. The letters Raleigh sent, illiterate as they were, represented a tremendous effort. LeBay didn't think he wrote them to get rid of poison in his heart, but to spread it around. Once he had Veronica, the letters stopped. He had his set of eternal ears. LeBay only got one letter during the 2 years. Raleigh was in Korea. There was no pleasure over the birth of his daughter in early 1952, only a surly complaint about another mouth to feed, while the shitters took a little more out of him. Dennis asked if Raleigh never advanced in rank. He'd seen a TV show and read a book about the military. The old promotion train really got rolling in times of war. It was hard to understand how LeBay could have gone into the service in the early 20s, slogged through 2 wars, and still been running junk when Eisenhower became president. LeBay laughed and said Raleigh was like Pee-wit in From Here to Eternity. He would advance, then get busted back for insubordination, impertinence, or drunkenness. One time in the stockade was for pissing in the punch bowl at the officers' club before a party. Only 10 days, because they must have looked into their own hearts and thought it a drunken joke. They couldn't have any idea of the hate and deadly loathing behind the gesture. But by then, Veronica could have told them. Dennis glanced at his watch. 9:15. LeBay had been talking nearly an hour. He described Raleigh coming home from Korea in 1953 to meet his daughter for the first time, looked her over a minute or two, handed her back to his wife, and went out to tinker on his old Chevrolet for the rest of the day. LeBay asked if Dennis was getting bored. Dennis said no, truthfully. All through those years, the one thing Raleigh really wanted was a brand new car, not a Cadillac or Lincoln, just a new Plymouth or Ford or Dodge. Veronica wrote that they spent most Sundays going around to car dealerships wherever Raleigh was stationed. She and the baby would sit in the old Hornet while Raleigh walked dusty lots with salesman after salesman, talking compression and horsepower and gear ratios. LeBay sometimes thought of the little girl growing up to the sound of plastic pennants whipping in the hot wind of Army tank towns, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Dennis's thoughts turned back to Arnie. He asked if LeBay would say Raleigh was obsessed. LeBay said yes. Raleigh began giving Veronica money to put away. Other than his failure to get promoted past Master Sergeant, Raleigh had a problem with drink. Not an alcoholic, but periodic binges every 6 or 8 months. Money would be gone when the binge ended. Veronica was supposed to put a stop to that. It was one of the things he married her for. When binges started, Raleigh would come to her for the money. He threatened her with a knife once, held it to her throat. LeBay got this from his sister. Veronica wouldn't give him the money, which totaled about $800 in 1955. She reminded him of the car with the knife point on her throat. He'd never get that new car if he boozed the money away. Dennis said she must have loved him. LeBay said maybe she did, but not to make the romantic assumption that her love changed Raleigh in any way. Water could wear away stone, but only over hundreds of years. People were mortal. He seemed to debate saying something else and then decided against it. A peculiar lapse. He added that Raleigh never put a mark on either of them, and he was drunk when he held the knife to her throat. LeBay commented on the outcry about drugs in schools. He didn't oppose it, but he still believed alcohol was the most vulgar, dangerous drug ever invented, and it was legal. When Raleigh finally left the Army in 1957, Veronica had put away a little over $1,200. Adding to it was a substantial disability pension for his back injury. He fought the shitters for it and won, he said. The money had finally come through. Roland LeBay had bought the house, the one Dennis and Arnie had visited. But before that, the car. The car was always the priority. Endless dealership visits, and at last he settled on Christine. A long letter followed, packed with specifications. A 1958 Fury Sport Coupe. LeBay remembered only that the sticker price was just under $3,000. But Roland bragged he'd haggled it down to $2,100 with the trade-in. He ordered her, paid 10% down, and when she arrived, he settled the balance in cash, 10s and 20s. The next year, 6-year-old Rita choked to death. Dennis jolted in his chair, nearly tipping it. The old man's drowsy classroom voice had lulled him half to sleep. That last sentence hit like cold water. LeBay answered Dennis's startled look. Every Sunday, the three of them went out motivating. Roland's word, borrowed from a rock and roll song. Litter bags hung front and back. The girl was forbidden to make any mess. She knew that lesson well. Roland kept the ashtrays spotless. A heavy smoker himself, he poked his cigarette out the wing window instead of using the ashtray, snuffing the butt and tossing it outside. If a passenger dared use the ashtray, Roland dumped and wiped it with a paper towel after every drive. He washed the car twice a week, Simonized her twice a year, serviced her himself at a local garage. That particular Sunday, they stopped at a roadside stand for hamburgers on the way home. Then, simple enough, LeBay said, after another of his long, thinking silences. She choked on a piece of meat. When Rita started gagging and clawing at her throat, Roland pulled over, dragged her out, and thudded her on the back. The Heimlich didn't exist then. He tried. Dennis believed that. But in the end, Roland turned her upside down by the ankles, punching her belly to make her vomit. He would have attempted a pocket knife tracheotomy if he'd had any idea how. He didn't. She died by the roadside. LeBay's voice kept its sleepy cadence, but Dennis was wide awake now. He tried to imagine it, his own daughter choking in the back seat, dying on the shoulder. Would he trade the car? It wasn't the car that killed her, it was the hamburger. But could he even look at it? A bear shits in the woods, man. At the funeral, LeBay and his sister Marcia cornered Roland alone after the service. The Fury sat 50 feet behind the hearse, custom painted red and white, a color Chrysler never offered. LeBay felt a strange urge to move farther away, as if the car could hear them. He asked Roland if he intended to trade it. That hard, mulish look from childhood appeared on Roland's face. The same look from the picket fence incident. The same one when he kept calling their father a tosspot even after his nose bled. Roland said he'd be crazy to trade her. She was only a year old with 11,000 miles. You never got your money out of a trade before 3 years. LeBay told him that if this was about money, someone had stolen what remained of his heart and replaced it with stone. Didn't he want his wife looking at that car every day? Roland's face didn't change. Not until he looked at Christine sitting in the sunlight. Only then did it soften. LeBay wondered if Roland had ever looked at his own daughter that way. He doubted it. Marcia spoke up too, more angry than afraid for once. She told Roland that when someone dies, you burn the mattress, give away the clothes, put an end to the life so the living can move on. Veronica would never move on as long as the car where her daughter died stayed in the garage. Roland asked with ugly sarcasm if she wanted him to douse the car with gasoline and light a match. Marcia started crying and said she thought that was a fine idea. LeBay took her arm and led her away. There was no talking to Roland. He would keep the car because he wanted to keep her. Marcia and her family took a Greyhound back to Denver. She never saw Roland again. She didn't come to Veronica's funeral. Dennis felt a numbness creeping up his legs. He knew what came next. Bang, bang. First the kid, then the wife. Veronica died 6 months later. January 1959. Dennis tried to say it had nothing to do with the car. LeBay answered softly that it had everything to do with the car. Dennis didn't want to hear it, but he would, because Arnie owned that car now, and it had grown out of all proportion in his friend's life. After Rita died, Veronica sank into a depression she never climbed out of. Friends tried to help her find her way. She couldn't. Meanwhile, Roland had plenty of money. Army pension, disability, a night watchman job at the tire factory. They were paying off the mortgage at 2 payments a month. No little girl to care for. But for Veronica, no light, no recovery. She committed suicide cold-bloodedly. A trip to the Western Auto Store, the same one where LeBay got his first bicycle decades ago. 20 feet of rubber hose. One end over Christine's exhaust pipe, the other through a rear window. She'd never gotten a driver's license, but she knew how to start the car. That was all she needed. Dennis wet his lips and croaked that he'd get that soda now. LeBay asked for another. It would keep him awake, but he suspected he'd be awake tonight anyway. Dennis suspected the same. Walking back from the motel office, he stopped halfway across the lot. LeBay was only a deeper shadow in front of his unit, white socks glimmering like small ghosts. Dennis thought, maybe the car is cursed. Sounds like a ghost story. Signpost up ahead. Next stop, the Twilight Zone. Ridiculous. Cars didn't carry curses any more than people did. That was horror movie stuff, amusing for a Saturday night to drive in, far from day-to-day reality. He gave LeBay the soda and heard the rest. Roland lived unhappily ever after. He kept the tract house and the Plymouth. In 1965, he hung up his watchman's cap and stopped his painstaking efforts to keep Christine like new, let her run down like a watch. Dennis asked if it just sat there since 65, 13 years. No, Roland put her in the garage. Neighbors wouldn't stand for a car molding on the lawn. But this past May, he'd rolled her out with a for sale sign. Dennis started to speak, then fell silent. A terrible idea. Too convenient. Years in that dark garage. Then, months before he and Arnie came along, Roland suddenly hauled her out and waited. No newspaper ads, just a suburban street. As if he knew a buyer would come. May, June, July, sometime soon. Not a logical thought. A visceral image instead. A Venus flytrap at the swamp's edge, green jaws wide open, waiting for an insect to land. Dennis finally offered a thought. Maybe Roland gave up driving because he didn't want to risk flunking the eye exam. After a certain age, renewals stopped being automatic. LeBay nodded. That sounded like Raleigh. But then he drifted into a different idea. Something about times in human existence. Steam engine time, and a dozen men inventing the same machine. Ironclad time, machine gun time, electricity, wireless, atom bomb, as if ideas come not from individuals, but from some great wave of intelligence outside humanity. The notion unsettled him, felt unchristian. Dennis asked, for Roland, was it sell Christine time? Perhaps. Ecclesiastes said a season for everything, a negative for every positive. If there had been Christine time in Roland's life, there might have come a time to put her away. And Roland, being an animal, listened well to his instincts. Or maybe he just tired of it. Dennis nodded, mostly wanting to leave. But George LeBay hadn't seen the car the day Arnie screamed at Dennis to go back. Dennis had. That 58 hadn't looked peacefully garaged. Dirty, dented, cracked windscreen, bumper half torn away, like a corpse disinterred and left to rot in the sun. He thought of Veronica LeBay and shivered. LeBay seemed to read part of that. He knew very little about his brother's final years. But he was sure of one thing. When Roland felt it was time to put the car away, 1965 or whenever, he put her away. And when he felt it was time to sell, he sold. He paused, then added that Arnie would be happier without that car. LeBay had looked at him closely. Arnie didn't seem like a particularly happy young man. Dennis considered. No, happiness wasn't Arnie's thing. But before the Plymouth, he'd at least seemed content, a workable arrangement with life. LeBay wasn't wrong. LeBay didn't believe in curses or ghosts or anything supernatural, but he did believe emotions and events had a lingering resonance, like an open carton of milk taking on the flavor of spiced foods in the fridge. Or maybe that was just fancy. Perhaps he'd simply feel better knowing the car, where his niece choked and his sister-in-law killed herself, had been crushed into meaningless metal, a sense of outraged propriety. Dennis asked if LeBay had truly hired someone to tend the house until sold. LeBay shifted. No, he'd lied on impulse. He didn't like the thought of that car back in that garage, as if it had found its way home. If emotions still lived, they'd be there too, as well as in the car itself. He quickly corrected. Itself. Soon after, Dennis said goodbye and followed his headlights home through the dark turning over everything LeBay had said. Would it matter to Arnie if he knew someone had a mortal accident in that car and someone else actually died in it? No. Arnie could be as stubborn as Roland LeBay himself. The scene with his parents over the car proved that. So did his determination to keep taking auto shop courses in the Libertyville High version of the DMZ. Dennis recalled LeBay's words about the car finding its way home. LeBay had also said Roland took the car someplace to work on it. The only do-it-yourself garage in Libertyville now was Darnell's. There might have been another in the 50s, but Dennis didn't believe it. Arnie had been working on Christine in a place where she'd been worked on before. That was the operative phrase. But with the fight against Buddy Repperton, Arnie was afraid to leave her there longer. So maybe that avenue to Christine's past was blocked. And of course, there were no curses. LeBay's idea about lingering emotions was far-fetched. Dennis doubted LeBay believed it himself. The old man had shown him a scar and used the word vengeance. That was closer to the truth than any supernatural bullshit. 17 years old, bound for college. He didn't believe in curses or rancid emotions, the spilled milk of dreams. He wouldn't have granted the past the power to reach out horrid dead hands toward the living. But he's a little older now. At home, his mother and Elaine were in bed. His father was up watching the news. Asked where he'd been, Dennis lied instinctively. Bowling. He didn't want his father knowing any of this. Arnie had called. Asked Dennis to call back before 11:30. Dennis glanced at his watch. 11:20. Hadn't he had enough of Arnie and Arnie's problems for one day? His father pressed. Dennis sighed and said he'd call. In the kitchen, he slapped together a cold chicken sandwich, poured Hawaiian punch, and dialed. Arnie picked up on the second ring, happy and excited. Where had Dennis been? Bowling. Arnie had gone down to Darnell's tonight. Great news. Repperton got the boot. Arnie could stay. That unformed dread returned. Dennis put down his sandwich, suddenly not hungry. He asked if taking it back there was really such a good idea. Arnie didn't understand. Repperton was gone. What wasn't good about that? Dennis thought about Darnell ordering Arnie to turn off the car before it polluted his cruddy garage. The shamefaced way Arnie had cut his eyes away when admitting he'd gotten lift time by doing a couple of errands. Dennis suspected Darnell might find it amusing to turn Arnie into a pet gopher. Coffee runs, donuts, toilet paper rolls, paper towel dispensers. The local joke. He thought about these things, but didn't say them. Arnie could make up his own mind. He was ugly, but not dumb. Dennis agreed that Repperton being gone sounded fine, but he thought Darnell's was temporary. 20 a week on top of tools and lift fees was stiff. Arnie said that was why renting LeBay's garage had seemed so great. Even at $25 a week, he'd be better off. Dennis suggested advertising for garage space. Arnie cut him off, still excited. Darnell had taken him aside today, apologized for the ragging from Repperton, said he'd misjudged Arnie. Then he offered part-time work, 10 to 20 hours a week during school. Putting things away, oiling lifts, and Arnie could have the space for 10 a week, tools and lift fees at half. It sounded too good to be true. Watch your ass, Dennis said. His dad says Darnell's a crook. Arnie hadn't seen any sign. Just talk. A loudmouth, that's all. Dennis switched the phone to his other ear and drank punch. Just stay loose. Keep eyes open. Move away if anything starts looking heavy. Was Arnie talking about anything specific? Dennis thought of vague drug stories, more specific ones about hot cars. No, he said. He just didn't trust him. Arnie trailed off doubtfully, then circled back, always back to Christine. A real break if it works out. She was really hurting. He'd done some things, but for every fix, 4 more problems appeared. Some he didn't even know how to do yet, but he'd learn. Dennis took a bite of his sandwich. After his talk with George LeBay, his enthusiasm for Arnie's best girl had passed 0 and entered negative territory. Arnie kept going. She needed a front-end alignment. Hell, a new front end, new brake shoes, a ring job, maybe regrind the pistons. But he couldn't do any of that with his $54 Craftsman toolkit. Did Dennis see what he meant? Dennis heard Arnie pleading for approval, and his stomach sank. He remembered Freddie Darlington, an okay kid with good humor, until he met some slut from Penn Hills. Mean, stupid face like the back of a Mack truck, never stopped chewing juicy fruit. She got pregnant, Freddie got hung up, probably because she was the first girl who let him go all the way. He dropped out, got a warehouse job, showed up at a party after junior prom wanting everything to seem the same. She was back at the bowling alley, back at the rec, back at Gino's, cruising while Freddie worked. Some cunts have teeth. Freddie looked 10 years older, and when he talked about her, that same pleading tone came out. You really like her, don't you guys? Dennis told Arnie he saw what he meant. Relief flooded Arnie's voice. Dennis warned him to watch his ass double when he got back to school, stay away from Buddy Repperton. Arnie agreed. Dennis paused. He wanted to ask if Darnell had recognized Christine from before. He wanted to tell Arnie about Rita and Veronica LeBay, but he couldn't. Arnie would know where the information came from. In his touchy state, he'd think Dennis had gone behind his back, which he had. Telling him might end their friendship. Dennis had had enough of Christine, but he still cared for Arnie. That door had to close. No more creeping around asking questions. No more lectures. He said nothing. Just congratulations on finding a home for the rust bucket. Arnie heard him chewing and complained. It sounded gross. Dennis smacked louder. Arnie made puking sounds. They both laughed. It was like the old days before he married that numb fucking car. Arnie called him an asshole. Dennis agreed he'd learned from the best. Arnie told him to get bent and hung up. Dennis finished his sandwich and punch, rinsed the dishes, and headed for the living room. Beat, ready to shower and sleep. The TV had gone off during the call. He'd assumed his father went upstairs. But no, Michael was sitting in his recliner, shirt open. Dennis noticed with unease how gray his chest hair was getting, how the reading lamp shone through the thinning hair on his head, showing pink scalp. His father was no kid. In 5 years, by the time Dennis would theoretically finish college, he'd be 50 and balding. A stereotype accountant. 50 if he didn't drop dead of another heart attack. The first one hadn't been bad, no myocardial scarring. But Michael couldn't pretend the second wasn't likely. Ellie still thought he was invulnerable, but Dennis had seen a question in her eyes. Died suddenly. The hairs on Dennis's scalp stirred. Michael had overheard some of the call. He asked if Arnie had his foot in something warm and brown. Dennis wasn't sure. What did he have? Vapors. His father offered to talk. Dennis declined. Not right now. Michael told him fine, but if things got heavy, as Dennis had said on the phone, promised to tell him what was happening. Dennis promised. Then Michael dropped something. He'd run Will Darnell's accounts and done his tax returns for almost 15 years. Dennis turned back, genuinely surprised. Michael smiled. A sleepy smile that wasn't sleepy at all. Cynical. Hard. Totally aware. He asked if Dennis could keep his mouth shut. Dennis said yes. Not just think so, but yes. Better. Michael did Darnell's figures until 1975. Then Darnell switched to Bill Upshaw in Monroeville. Michael wouldn't call Upshaw a crook, but his scruples were thin enough to read a newspaper through. Last year, Upshaw bought himself a $300,000 English tutor in Sewickley. Damn the interest rates. Full speed ahead. Michael gestured at their own home, bought for $62,000 the year before Dennis was born, now worth maybe $150,000. They'd only recently gotten the paper back from the bank. A little party last summer, burning the pink slip on the barbecue fork. No English tutor here. Michael and Darnell parted amicably enough, though Michael never cared for him personally. He thought Darnell was a wretch, a word Dennis liked, capturing gut feelings better than any profanity. But business and personal relationships were different. Their business relationship was good, as far as it went, but not far enough. That's why Michael quit. Large amounts of cash kept showing up with no clear ancestry. At Darnell's direction, Michael invested in 2 corporations, Pennsylvania Solar Heating and New York Ticketing. That sounded like the 2 dumbest dummy corporations he'd ever heard of. He went to see Darnell, wanting all cards on the table. His professional opinion: if Darnell got audited by the IRS or Commonwealth, he'd have a great deal of explaining to do. Soon Michael would know too much to be an asset. What did Darnell say? He began to dance. In Michael's business, you get familiar with the steps by 38, if you're good. The dance starts with the guy asking if you're happy with your work, if it's paying enough. Then he encourages you to talk about what you're carrying. House, car, kids' college, a wife with expensive taste. Sounding him out? More like feeling him up. The dance was as mannered as a minuet. After finding out what burdens you'd like to get rid of, he asked what you'd like to have. A Cadillac, a summer place, maybe a boat. Dennis started. He knew his dad wanted a boat about as badly as anything. Sunny summer afternoons at marinas along King George Lake and Lake Passayanki, pricing smaller yachts, that wistful look. Now Dennis understood. Out of reach. And Michael said no? He made it clear early that he didn't want to dance. It would have meant more personal involvement with someone he thought was a skunk. Plus, these guys are fundamentally stupid about numbers, which is why so many go up on tax convictions. They think you can hide illegal income. They're sure of it. Michael laughed. They've got this mystic idea you can wash money like clothes, when all you can do is juggle until something falls and smashes over your head. Those were the reasons? 2 out of 3. Michael looked in Dennis's eyes and said, I'm no fucking crook. A moment of electric communication passed between them. Dennis still gets goosebumps thinking about it. Not that Michael treated him like an equal for the first time. It was sensing him as a reality. A person who had existed long before Dennis ever came on stage. Someone who'd eaten his share of mud. Then Michael dropped his eyes, grinned defensively, and did his husky Nixon impression. You people deserve to know if your father is a crook. Well, I'm not a crook. Dennis laughed too loud, a release of tension. He felt the moment passing. Part of him didn't want it to, but part of him did. Too intense. Michael shushed him. He'd wake his mother. Dennis asked what Darnell was into. Michael didn't know then. Didn't want to know. He had his ideas, heard a few things. Stolen cars, though Darnell wouldn't run them through that garage on Hampton Street. Only an idiot shits where he eats. Maybe hijacking as well. Guns? Nothing so romantic. Michael would guess cigarettes and booze, the 2 old standbys. Contraband like fireworks. Maybe a shipment of microwaves or color TVs every once in a while if the risk looked low. Enough to keep him busy all these years. Michael looked at him soberly. Darnell had played the odds good, but he'd also been lucky for a long time. Maybe he didn't need luck in Libertyville. He could go on forever there, or until he dropped dead of a heart attack. But the state tax boys were sand sharks, and the feds were great whites. One of these days they'd fall on him like the Great Wall of China. Dennis asked if Michael had heard things. Michael hadn't heard a whisper, nor did he expect to. But he liked Arnie Cunningham, and he knew Dennis had been worried about this car thing. Dennis confirmed it. Arnie wasn't acting healthy about it. Everything was the car. Michael observed that people who hadn't had much tended to do that. Sometimes a car, sometimes a girl, a career, a musical instrument, an unhealthy obsession with a famous person. He told Dennis about a tall, ugly fellow from college they called Stork. Stork was hooked on model trains since 3rd grade. His set was nearly the 8th wonder of the world. He flunked out of Brown his freshman year. Came down to a choice between college and his Lionels. Stork picked the trains. Dennis asked what happened to him. He killed himself in 1961. Michael stood up. His point. Good people can get blinded. And it's not always their fault. Darnell would probably forget about Arnie. Just another guy tinkering on a crawly gator. But if Darnell tried to use him, Dennis should be his eyes. Don't let him get pulled into the dance. Dennis said he'd try, but there might not be much he could do. Michael knew it well. They went upstairs. Tired as he was, Dennis lay awake a long time. Outside, a night wind tapped a branch against the house. Far away downtown, some kid's rod peeled rubber. a sound like an hysterical woman's desperate laughter. Between construction work days and Christine nights, Arnie hadn't been seeing much of his folks. Relations had grown strained and abrasive. The Cunningham house, once pleasant and low-key, was now an armed camp. The split had come late, and his parents had gotten too used to having their own way. They had blueprinted his life. So when Michael and Regina proposed a 4-day weekend at their lakeshore cottage in upstate New York before school started, Arnie agreed, even though he badly wanted those last 4 days on Christine. He kept talking about showing them all, turning her into a real street rod. He'd already planned to restore the car to its original bright red and ivory after the bodywork. But he went off with them, determined to play along and have a reasonable facsimile of a good time. Dennis came over the evening before they left and was relieved to find his parents had absolved him of blame in the car affair. They'd apparently decided it was a private obsession. Regina packed. Arnie, Michael, and Dennis got the Old Town canoe on top of the Scout and tied it down. Michael suggested, with the air of a powerful king conferring an unbelievable favor, that Arnie go get a few beers. Arnie affected amazed gratitude and dropped Dennis a wink as he left. Michael leaned against the Scout and lit a cigarette. He asked if Arnie was going to get tired of this car business. Dennis didn't know. Then Michael surprised him. Instead of asking Dennis to talk Arnie out of it, he asked a favor. If Dennis got a chance while they were gone, go down to Darnell's and see what sort of progress Arnie was making. Michael was interested. Dennis asked why, immediately thinking it was rude, but already out. Because Michael wanted him to succeed. Oh, Regina was still dead set against it. A car meant Arnie was growing up, and that meant all sorts of things. But Michael wasn't so down on it anymore. At first, he'd had visions of a dead dog sitting in front of their house, or Arnie choking to death on exhaust some night. The thought of Veronica LeBay jumped into Dennis's head, unbidden. But now Arnie was obviously committed. His sense of self-respect was on the line. Michael would like to see him, at least get it running. He hadn't forgotten everything about being young. A car was important to a kid Arnie's age, if a kid was ever going to have any dates. Michael saw Christine as a means to an end, not the end itself. Dennis wondered what he'd think if he knew Arnie had never looked further than getting the Fury running and legal. The kitchen door thumped. Arnie came back with the beers, asking what the thanks was for. His voice was light and humorous, but his eyes flicked between them carefully. Dennis noticed again that his complexion was really clearing. His face seemed strengthened. For the first time, Arnie and dates didn't seem mutually exclusive. Almost handsome, not in a lifeguard, king of the prom way, but interesting, thoughtful. Michael casually said thanks for helping with the canoe. They drank their beers. Dennis went home. The next day, the happy threesome went off to New York. The day before they were due back, Dennis took a ride to Darnell's garage, as much to satisfy his own curiosity as Michael Cunningham's. The garage, standing in front of the block-long lot of junk cars, looked just as attractive in daylight as it had the evening they brought Christine. All the charm of a dead gopher. Dennis pulled into a vacant slot in front of the speed shop Darnell also ran, stocked with Fuelie heads, Hurst gearboxes, Ramjet superchargers, Mutant tires, spinner hubcaps. Looking through the window was like a crazy automotive Disneyland. He got out and walked back across the tarmac toward the clanging tools. Shouts, the machine gun blast of pneumatic wrenches. A sleazy-looking guy in a cracked leather jacket was dorking around with an old BSA bike by one of the bays. Road rash stuttered down his left cheek. The back of his jacket displayed a skull wearing a green beret and the motto, "Kill 'em all and let God sort 'em out." Rasputin eyes looked up at Dennis with a lunatic bloodshot gaze, then went back to work. A surgical array of tools spread beside him, each die-stamped Darnell's garage. Inside, echoey bangs of tools, men hollering profanity at rolling iron, always female in gender. Dennis looked for Darnell and didn't see him. No one took notice, so he walked to stall 20 where Christine sat, pointing nose out. To the right, two fat guys in bowling shirts put a camper cap on a pickup. The other stall was deserted. As Dennis approached Christine, that chill came back. No reason, but he couldn't stop it. And without thinking, he moved a bit toward the empty stall. He didn't want to be in front of her. First thought, Arnie's complexion had improved in tandem with Christine's. Second, his improvements were strangely haphazard, and Arnie was usually so methodical. The twisted, broken aerial had been replaced with a straight new one that glimmered under the fluorescent bars. Half the front grille had been replaced. The other half was still flecked and pitted with rust. Dennis walked along her flank to the rear bumper, frowning, then around to the other side. The dent wasn't there either. He stood by the back wall, trying to remember. When they first saw her on LeBay's lawn with the for sale sign, there had been a good-sized rusty dent near the rear end, the sort of deep dent his grandfather called a hoss kick. Dennis started to think he'd imagined it, then shook his head. It had been there. Arnie had obviously knocked it out and done damn good body work. Except there was no sign he'd done anything. No primer, no gray body fill, no flaked paint, just Christine's dull red and dirty white. But it had been there, goddammit. A deep dimple filled with a snarl of rust. Now it was gone. Dennis stood in the clatter of tools and machinery, feeling very alone and suddenly very scared. All wrong, all crazy. Arnie had replaced the radio aerial when the exhaust was practically dragging, replaced one half the grill but not the other. Talked about a front-end job, but inside he'd replaced the ripped-back seat cover with a bright red new one. The front seat cover was still a dusty wreck with a spring peeking through. Dennis didn't like it. It was crazy, and not like Arnie. A trace of memory came to him. Without thinking, he stood back and looked at the entire car. Not one thing here and one thing there, but everything. And he had it clicked into place. The chill came back. That night they brought the car here. The flat tire, the replacement. Dennis had looked at that new tire on the old car and thought it was as if a little bit of the old car had been scratched away and the new car underneath, fresh, resplendent, straight off the assembly line in a year when Ike was president and Batista ran Cuba, was peeking through. Now he was seeing the same thing, only instead of a single new tire, there were all sorts of things. The aerial, a wink of new chrome from the grill, one taillight, a bright deep red, that new seat cover in the back. That brought back Vacation Bible School. The teacher would leave a story unfinished, then give each kid a blank sheet of magic paper. Scraping a coin or pencil edge over it made a picture gradually emerge. Noah's dove, Jericho's walls. It used to fascinate them, seeing lines floating in the void, then connecting, taking on coherence and meaning. Dennis looked at Arnie's Christine with growing horror, trying to shake the feeling that he was seeing something terribly similar to those magic miracle pictures. Suddenly, it seemed very important to look under the hood. He went around to the front, didn't like standing in front of it, no good reason, he just didn't, and fumbled for the hood release. Couldn't get it. Then realized it was probably inside. He started to go around, then saw something else that scared him shitless. He could have been wrong about the hoss kick. He knew he wasn't, but this was something else entirely. The web of cracks in the windscreen was smaller. He was positive. His mind raced back to that day a month ago when he'd wandered into LeBay's garage while Arnie did the deal. The entire left side of the windscreen had been a spider's web radiating from one central zigzagging fault. Now the web seemed smaller, simpler. You could see into the car from that side now, and you hadn't been able to before. But that was impossible. You could replace a windscreen, no problem with money. But making a webbing of cracks shrink? He laughed. A shaky sound. One of the guys working on the camper cap looked up curiously. Of course it was the light. First time, westering sun shining fully on the flawed windscreen. Second time, shadows of LeBay's garage. Now, high-set fluorescent tubes. 3 different kinds of light. An optical illusion. Still, he wanted to look under the hood. More than ever. He went around to the driver's side and yanked the door. Locked. All 4 buttons were down. Arnie wouldn't leave it unlocked here. Maybe Repperton was gone, but Genus Creepus was weed common. He laughed again. Silly old Dennis, but it sounded even more shrill and shaky. He was starting to feel spaced out. Locking the doors was a very natural thing, except when he'd walked around the car the first time, he thought he'd noticed all the buttons were up. He stepped backward slowly, looking at the car. It sat there still little more than a rusting hulk. He wasn't thinking any one specific thing, except maybe it was as if it knew he wanted to get inside and pull the release. And because it didn't want him to do that, it had locked its own doors? That was a very humorous idea. He had another laugh. Several people glanced at him now, the way folks always glance at people who laugh for no apparent reason when alone. A big hand fell on his shoulder and turned him around. Darnell, with a dead stub of cigar stuck in the side of his mouth, the end wet and gross-looking. Small half-specks, coldly speculative eyes behind them. Darnell asked what he was doing. This wasn't his property. The guys with the camper cap watched avidly. One nudged the other and whispered. Dennis said it belonged to a friend. He'd brought it in. Maybe Darnell remembered him. The one with the large skin tumor on his nose. Darnell didn't give a shit if he'd wheeled it in on a skateboard. It wasn't his property. Take his bad jokes and get lost. Blow. Dennis's father was right. Darnell was a wretch. Dennis would have been more than happy to blow. 6,000 places he'd rather be. Even the black hole of Calcutta would be an improvement. But the car bothered him. Little things adding up to a big itch that needed scratching. Be his eyes, his father had said. The problem was, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Dennis said his name. That his dad used to do Darnell's books. Then Darnell smiled, but the smile didn't touch his eyes. He asked if Dennis was Kenny Gilder's boy. Yes. Darnell patted the hood of Arnie's car with one pale, fat hand. 2 rings, one looking like a real diamond. He guessed Dennis was straight enough, if he was Kenny's kid. The 2 guys went back to work, having decided nothing interesting would transpire. Darnell told Dennis to come into the office for a talk, then turned and moved across the floor without a backward glance, compliance taken for granted. He moved like a ship under full sail, white shirt billowing. The girth of his hips and backside was amazing, improbable. Very fat people always affected Dennis that way. A feeling of distinct improbability, like a very good optical illusion. On his way back to the glass-walled office, Darnell bawled at one guy to get the hose on his exhaust before he threw him out. Yelled to another about how Nicky's back was acting up again. Hollered at a third to pick up those fucking Pepsi-Cola cans. Was he born in a dump? Well, Darnell apparently didn't know anything about a normal tone of voice. After a moment's hesitation, Dennis followed. Curiosity killed the cat. The office was done in early American carburetor. Every scuzzy garage office coast to coast. A greasy calendar pinup of a blonde goddess in short shorts and open blouse climbing a fence. Unreadable plaques from auto parts companies. Stacks of ledgers. An ancient adding machine. A photograph of Will Darnell wearing a Shriner's fez mounted on a miniature motorcycle that looked about to collapse under his bulk. The smell of long-departed cigars and sweat. Darnell sat in a swivel chair with wooden arms. The cushion wheezed beneath him, tired but resigned. He leaned back, took a match from the hollow head of a ceramic Negro jockey, struck it on a sandpaper strip along his desk, and fired up the wet cigar stub. He coughed long and hard, his big, loose chest heaving. Behind him, tacked to the wall, Garfield the cat inquired over one cocked paw. Want a trip to Loose Tooth City? It summed up Will Darnell, Wretched Residence, perfectly. Darnell offered a Pepsi. Dennis declined and sat in the straight chair opposite. Darnell gave him that cold appraisal again, then nodded. He asked how Dennis's dad was. Ticker still okay? Dennis said he was fine. When he told Darnell that Arnie had his car here, his dad remembered Darnell right off. Said Bill Upshaw was doing his figures now. Darnell agreed. Good man. Not as good as Dennis's dad, but good. A silence fell. Dennis felt uneasy. Darnell didn't look uneasy. He didn't look anything at all. That cold appraisal never changed. Suddenly, Darnell asked if Dennis's buddy had sent him to find out if Repperton was really gone. Dennis jumped. No, not at all. Darnell ignored that. Told him to tell Arnie that Repperton was gone. Little wise ass. Darnell told them when they ran their junk in here, get along or get out. Repperton was working for him, little of this and little of that, and guessed he thought he had the gold key to the crapper. Little wise-ass punk. Another long coughing fit. A sick sound, rotten and too deep. Darnell should have seen a doctor years ago. Instead, he probably just bought bigger bottles of cough syrup. Dennis was beginning to feel claustrophobic in the office, even with the window looking out on the garage. Darnell, said Arnie was a good boy. Picked up the slack real good. Doing what? Dennis wanted to ask and didn't dare. Darnell told him anyway. Sweeps the floor, takes the crap out of the bays at day's end, keeps tools inventoried along with Jimmy Sykes. Have to be careful with tools around here. They had a way of walking away when your back was turned. He laughed, then wheezed. Got Arnie, started stripping parts out back as well. Good hands. Bad taste in cars. Hadn't seen such a dog as that 58 in years. Dennis, said Arnie, saw it as a hobby. Darnell agreed expansively. Just as long as he didn't want to ramrod around with it like that punk Repperton. Not much chance of that for a while. Dennis said it looked pretty wasted. Darnell leaned forward suddenly, big shoulders going up to his hairline, brows pulling in, eyes disappearing except for small twin gleams. What the fuck was Arnie doing to it? He'd been in this business all his life and never seen anyone go at fixing a car up the crazy-ass way Arnie did. Was it a joke? A game? Dennis said he wasn't getting it. Though he was, perfectly. Darnell said he'd draw a picture. Arnie brought it in, and at first he was doing all the expected things. No money falling out of his asshole or he wouldn't be here. Oil change, filter, grease job, lube. Then one day, 2 new Firestones for the front to go with the 2 on the back. 2 on the back? Dennis wondered. Then decided Arnie had just bought 3 new tires to go with the original new one from the night they brought it over. Darnell continued. He'd come in one day and seen Arnie had replaced the windscreen wipers. Not so strange, except the car wasn't going anywhere for a long time. Then a new radio aerial. Darnell thought Arnie would drain the battery listening to the radio while working. Now he had 1 new seat cover and half a grill. Was it a game? Dennis didn't know where Arnie got the parts. Darnell was aggravated. That grill had no rust, must have been ordered from somewhere custom, but where was the other half? He'd never heard of a grill coming in 2 pieces. Dennis honestly didn't know. Darnell jammed out his cigar. He'd seen the way Dennis was looking at that car. Dennis shrugged and said, Arnie didn't talk about it much. Darnell agreed, close-mouthed sonophagage. But a fighter. Repperton had pushed the wrong button. If Arnie worked out this fall, Darnell might find him a steady job this winter. Jimmy Sykes was a good boy, but not much in the brains department. Darnell's eyes measured Dennis. Was Arnie a pretty good worker? He's okay. Darnell had lots of irons in the fire, rented out flatbeds for hauling stockers to Philadelphia City, hauled away junkets after races, could always use good, trustworthy help. Dennis had a horrid suspicion he was being asked to dance. He got up hurriedly, almost knocking over the chair. He really ought to get going. And he'd appreciate it if Darnell didn't mention to Arnie that he was here. Arnie was a little touchy about the car. Truth was, his father was curious how he was coming along. Darnell got it. Home front had taken a little shit. Folks ate a few pounds of X-Lax and stood over him with their legs spread. Dennis gave a vague agreement. Darnell was up in one smooth motion, clapping Dennis on the back hard enough to stagger him. Wheezy or not, he was strong. He walked Dennis toward the door, hand still on his shoulder, nervous-making and a little disgusting. Darnell added something else that bothered him. He saw 100,000 cars a year in this place and had an eye for them. He could swear he'd seen that one before, when it wasn't such a dog. Where did Arnie get it? From a man named Roland LeBay. Dead now. Darnell stopped cold. Raleigh LeBay? Army? Retired? Yes. Holy Christ. He'd brought it in here regular as clockwork for 6 or 8 years, then stopped coming. A long time ago. What a bastard that man was. Pour boiling water down that whoremaster's throat and he'd pee ice cubes. Couldn't get along with a living soul. Darnell gripped Dennis's shoulder harder. Did Arnie know LeBay's wife committed suicide in that car? Dennis acted surprised, not wanting Darnell to know he talked to LeBay's brother. Darnell told the whole story anyway. First the daughter, then the mother. Dennis said he was pretty sure Arnie didn't know that. Was Darnell going to tell him? The eyes appraised again. Was Dennis? No. He didn't see any reason to. Neither did Darnell. He opened the door. The greasy garage air smelled almost sweet after the office cigar smoke. Darnell hoped LeBay was doing right face, left face, and to the rear march down in hell. His mouth turned down viciously. Then he glanced at Christine and stalled 20. Old rusting paint, new radio aerial, half a grill. That bitch back again. Bad pennies always turn up, huh? Dennis guessed they did. Darnell stuck a fresh cigar in his mouth and told Dennis to say hi to his dad and tell Cunningham to keep an eye out for Repperton. He might be the sort who'd hold a grudge. Dennis agreed and walked out, pausing once to glance back. From the glare outside, Christine was little more than a shadow among shadows. Bad pennies always turn up, followed him home. School started. Nothing much happened for a week or two. Arnie didn't find out Dennis had been to the garage. Darnell kept his mouth shut, probably for his own reasons. Dennis called Michael one afternoon when he knew Arnie would be at the garage. He said Arnie had done some stuff to the car, but it was nowhere near street legal, mostly farting around. Michael greeted this with relief and surprise, and that ended it for a while. Arnie flickered in and out of Dennis's view, like something seen from the corner of an eye. They had 3 classes together, and he sometimes came over after school or weekends. Times when nothing seemed changed, but he was at Darnell's a lot more than at Dennis's house. And on Friday nights, he went to Philly Plains, the stock car track, with Darnell's half-bright handyman Jimmy Sykes. They ran out Sportsters and Charger-class racers, Camaros and Mustangs with glass knocked out and roll bars installed, on Darnell's flatbed, and came back with fresh junk for the automobile graveyard. Around that time, Arnie hurt his back. Not serious, he claimed, but Dennis's mother noticed something wrong right away. Arnie came over one Sunday to watch the Phillies and got up during the 3rd inning to pour orange juice. When he came back, his mother glanced up from her book and said he was limping. Dennis saw a surprising expression on Arnie's face for a second. Furtive, almost guilty. Then gone. Arnie said he'd strained his back at the planes last night. Jimmy Sykes stalled out the last clunk they were loading just as it was almost up on the truck bed. Arnie could see it rolling back down, and the two of them goofing for another 2 hours trying to get it started. So he gave it a shove. Guess he shouldn't have. It seemed an elaborate explanation for a simple little limp. Dennis's mother said severely that he had to be more careful with his back. The Lord only gives you one. Dennis interrupted to ask if they could watch the game. Arnie dutifully said, "Yes, Mrs. Gilder." Elaine wandered in asking about Juice. Dennis yelled about a disputed play at second he'd missed. His father muttered not to shout at his sister. Arnie told Elaine there was plenty left. She told him he sometimes struck as almost human and flounced to the kitchen. Arnie whispered to Dennis, almost in grateful tears, "Almost man." Perhaps it was only retrospection that made Dennis think Arnie's humor was forced, unreal, a facade. The subject of his back passed off, though that limp came and went all through the fall. Dennis was pretty busy himself, the cheerleader, and he had broken it off, but he could usually find someone to step out with Saturday nights if he wasn't too tired from constant football practice. Coach Puffer wasn't a wretch like Darnell, but he was no Rose. Like half the small-town coaches in America, he patterned his techniques on Vince Lombardi. Winning wasn't everything. It was the only thing. A summer working for Carson Brothers had left Dennis in rugged shape. He could have cruised through the season if it had been a winning one. But by the time he and Arnie had the ugly confrontation with Buddy Repperton near the smoking area behind the shop during the third week of classes, it was pretty clear they weren't going to have one. That made Coach Puffer extremely hard to live with. In his 10 years at LHS, he'd never had a losing season. That year, he had to learn a bitter humility. It wasn't easy for the team either. Their first game, away against the Lunenburg Tigers, was September 9th. Lunenburg was a little pissant rural high school at the extreme west end of the district. For over 20 years, Lunenburg hadn't beaten a Libertyville team. But that year, they rose up and smote them righteously. Dennis played left end. By halftime, he was morally sure he'd have cleat-marked scars on his back for life. The score was 17-3. It ended 30-10. Lunenburg fans tore down the goalposts as if it had been the regional championship and carried their players off on their shoulders. Libertyville's fans sat huddled on the visitors' bleachers in the blaring September heat, looking blank. In the dressing room, Coach Puffer looked stunned and pallid. He suggested they get down on their knees and pray for guidance in the weeks to come. Dennis knew then the hurting had not ended, but was just beginning. They got down on aching, bruised, battered knees, wanting nothing but to shower and wash that loser smell off, and listened as Coach Puffer explained the situation to God in a 10-minute peroration ending with a promise they'd do their part if he'd do his. The next week, they practiced 3 hours a day under the broiling sun instead of the customary 90 minutes to 2 hours. Dennis tumbled into bed nights dreaming of Puffer's bellowing voice. "Hit that sucker! Hit! Hit!" He ran wind sprints until his legs felt like they'd undergo spontaneous decomposition at the same instant his lungs burst into flames. Lenny Barong, one of their tailbacks, had mild sunstroke and was mercifully excused for the rest of the week. So Dennis saw Arnie. He came over for dinner on Thursday or Friday nights, checked out a ball game or two on Sunday afternoons. But beyond that, Dennis lost sight of him almost completely. He was too busy hauling his aches and pains to class, to practice, then home to his room to do assignments. Dennis reflected on his football woes. The worst part was the way people looked at the team in the hallways. School spirit was mostly bullshit made up by administrators who remembered having a hell of a time at Saturday afternoon games, but had conveniently forgotten that resulted from being drunk, horny, or both. Most of the student body didn't give a shit about football. They were too busy trying to get into college or someone's pants or trouble. All the same, you got used to winning. Libertyville had been fielding killer football teams for a long time. The last losing record before Dennis's senior year was 12 years earlier in 1966. After the loss to Lundberg, there was no weeping and gnashing of teeth, but there were hurt, puzzled looks in the hall and some booing at the Friday afternoon rally. The boos made Coach Puffer turn nearly purple. He invited those poor sports and fair weather friends to turn out Saturday afternoon for the comeback of the century. Dennis didn't know if they turned out, but he was there. Home game against the Ridge Rock Bears. Ridge Rock was a mining town. Ugly, tough hicks. The year before, Libertyville had barely edged them out for the regional title. One local commentator said it wasn't because Libertyville had a better team, but because it had more warm bodies to draw on. Coach Puffer had hit the ceiling over that. This was the Bears' year. They steamrolled Libertyville. Fred Dan went out with a concussion in the first period. Norman Aleppo got a ride to the hospital with a broken arm in the second. In the last period, the Bears scored 3 consecutive touchdowns, 2 on punt returns. Final score, 40-6. Dennis scored the 6, but he was lucky. Another week of hell on the practice field. Another week of hit that sucker. One day, they practiced nearly 4 hours. When Lenny suggested they might need some time for homework, Dennis thought, just for an instant, that Puffer was going to belt him. Puffer had taken to jingling his keys constantly from hand to hand, reminding Dennis of Captain Queeg in the Caine Mutiny. How you lose was a much better index into character than how you win. Puffer, never 0-2 in his coaching career, reacted with baffled, pointless fury like a caged tiger teased by cruel children. The next Friday afternoon, September 22nd, the usual rally was canceled. Dennis didn't know any players who minded. Standing there being introduced by prancing cheerleaders was a bore. Still, it was an ominous sign. That night, Puffer invited them to the gym to watch 2 hours of game films. Their humiliation by the Tigers and the Bears. It was supposed to fire them up. It only depressed Dennis. That night, before their second home game, Dennis had a peculiar dream. Not exactly a nightmare, but uncomfortable. They were playing the Philadelphia City Dragons. A strong wind blew, the sounds of cheers, the distorted voice of Chubby McCarthy announcing downs and yards, even the sounds of players hitting. All echoed weirdly in that constant flat wind. Faces in the stands seemed yellow and oddly shadowed, like Chinese masks. Cheerleaders danced like jerky automatons. The sky was queer gray, running with clouds. They were being badly beaten. Coach Puffer yelled plays, but no one could hear. The Dragons were running away. The ball was always theirs. Lenny Barong played with terrible pain, his mouth drawn down in a trembling bow like a tragedy mask. Dennis was hit, knocked down, run over. He lay on the field far behind the line of scrimmage, writhing, trying to breathe. He looked up. Parked in the middle of the track field behind the visitors' bleachers was Christine, sparkling and brand new, as if she'd rolled out of the showroom an hour before. Arnie sat cross-legged on her roof like Buddha, looking at Dennis expressionlessly. He hollered something, but the howling wind almost buried it. It sounded like, "Don't worry, Dennis. We'll take care of everything. So don't worry. All is cool." Take care of what? Dennis wondered as he lay on the dream playing field, which his dreaming self had converted to AstroTurf, struggling for breath, his jock digging cruelly into his thighs. No answer, only the baleful shine of Christine's yellow headlamps and Arnie sitting serenely on her roof in that rushing wind. The next day, they battled for old Libertyville High again. Not as bad as the dream. No one got hurt. And for a brief, while in the third quarter, it looked like they might have a chance. Then the Philadelphia City quarterback got lucky with a couple of long passes. When things start to go wrong, everything goes wrong. They lost again. After the game, Coach Puffer just sat on the bench. He wouldn't look at any of them. 11 games left on the schedule, and he was already a beaten man. It was the Tuesday after the loss to the Philadelphia City Dragons, September 26, that things began moving again. Arnie and Dennis had 3 classes together. One was Topics in American History, a block course period 4. The first 9 weeks were being taught by Mr. Thompson, the head of the department. The subject, 200 Years of Boom and Bust. Arnie called it a boing, boing, going class because it was right before lunch and everybody's stomach seemed to be doing something interesting. When class ended that day, a girl came over to Arnie and asked if he had the English assignment. He did. He dug it out of his notebook carefully. While he did, this girl watched him seriously with dark blue eyes, never taking them off his face. Her hair was darkish blonde, the color of fresh honey, not strained but straight from the comb, held back with a wide blue band that matched her eyes. Looking at her, Dennis's stomach did a happy little flip-flop. As she copied the assignment, Arnie looked at her. That wasn't the first time Dennis had seen Lee Cabot. She'd transferred from a town in Massachusetts 3 weeks ago. Someone said her father worked for 3M. It wasn't even the first time he'd noticed her. Because Lee Cabot was, to put it simply, a beautiful girl. In fiction, writers always invent a flaw. A lower lip too long, a nose too sharp, flat-chested. Maybe because they think real beauty is a stereotype, or a flaw makes the lady more realistic. But Lee Cabot was just beautiful, with no qualifications. Fair, perfect skin, a touch of natural color, about 5'8". Tall for a girl, but not too tall. Lovely figure, firm high breasts, a small waist you long to put your hands around, nice hips, good legs, artistically dull perhaps, without a too long lip or a sharp nose or any wrong bump or bulge. Not even an endearing crooked tooth. But she sure didn't feel dull when you were looking at her. A few guys had tried to date her and been pleasantly turned down. It was assumed she was carrying a torch for some guy back in Andover or Braintree, and she'd probably come around in time. Dennis had 2 classes with Lee, the same ones he had with Arnie, and had only been biding his time before making his move. Now, watching them steal glances at each other as Arnie found the assignment and she wrote it down, Dennis wondered if he was going to get that chance. Then he had to grin at himself. Arnie Cunningham, old pizza face himself, and Lee Cabot. Ridiculous. Then the interior smile dried up. Dennis noticed for the 3rd time, the definitive time, that Arnie's complexion was clearing with stunning rapidity. The blemishes were gone. Some had left small pitted scars along his cheeks. But if a guy's face was strong, those pits didn't seem to matter. In a crazy way, they could even add character. Lee and Arnie studied each other surreptitiously, and Dennis studied Arnie, wondering exactly when and how this miracle had happened. Sunlight slanted strongly through Thompson's windows, delineating Arnie's face clearly. He looked older, as if he had beaten the blemishes not only by washing or cream, but by somehow turning the clock ahead 3 years. His hair was different, too, shorter, and the sideburns he'd affected ever since he could grow them were gone. Dennis thought back to that overcast afternoon when they'd gone to see the Chuck Norris picture. That was the first time he'd noticed an improvement. Right around the time he bought the car. Teenagers of the world, rejoice. Solve painful acne forever. Buy an old car and it will... The interior grin went sour. Buy an old car and it will what? Change your head. Your way of thinking? Change your metabolism? Liberate the real you? Dennis seemed to hear Stooky James, their old math teacher, whispering his oft-repeated refrain, "If we follow this line of reasoning to the bitter end, where does it take us?" Where indeed? Lee thanked Arnie in her soft, clear voice, folding the assignment into her notebook. He said sure. Their eyes met then, looking at each other instead of sneaking glances. and even Dennis could feel the spark jump. She said she'd see him period 6, and walked away, hips undulating gently under a green knitted skirt, hair swinging against the back of her sweater. Dennis asked what he had with her period 6. He had study hall, proctored by the formidable Miss Raypack, whom all the kids called Miss Rat Pack, but never to her face. Calculus, Arnie said in a dreamy, syrupy voice, so unlike his usual one that Dennis giggled. Arnie's brows drew together, demanding to know what was so funny. Calculus. Dennis rolled his eyes and flapped his hands, laughing harder. Arnie made as if to punch him. Better watch it. Off my case, potato face. Arnie shot back. They put Dennis on varsity, and look what happened to the fucking football team. Mr. Hodder, who taught freshman grammar and, some wits claimed, other techniques, happened to be passing. He frowned impressively at Arnie and told him to watch his language in the halls, then moved on with a briefcase in one hand and a hamburger from the hot lunch line in the other. Arnie had gone beet red. He always did when a teacher spoke to him. Such an automatic reaction that in grammar school he'd end up punished for things he hadn't done simply because he looked guilty. It probably says something about the way Michael and Regina brought him up. All that respect and allergic guilt reactions. Part of growing up liberal in America. Dennis told him to watch his language. He was in a heap of trouble. Then Arnie got laughing too. They walked down the echoing hallway together. People rushed here and there or leaned against lockers, eating despite the rules. Dennis asked if Arnie had brought his lunch. Brown bagging it. Dennis suggested they eat out on the bleachers. Arnie asked if he wasn't sick of that football field yet. If he'd spent much more time on his belly last Saturday, one of the custodians would have planted him. Dennis didn't mind. They were playing away this week, and he wanted to get out of here. They agreed to meet outside. Dennis went to his locker to get his lunch. 4 sandwiches, since Coach Puffer's marathon practice sessions had left him always hungry. Walking down the hall, he thought about Lee Cabot. It would pretty much stand everyone on their ear if she and Arnie started going out. High school society was very conservative. Girls wore the latest nutty fashions. Boys wore their hair long. Everyone smoked a little dope or sniffed a little coke, but that was just the outward patina, the defense you put up while figuring out your life. At heart, most high school kids were about as funky as Republican bankers at a church social. There were girls who owned every Black Sabbath album, but if Ozzy Osbourne went to their school and asked one for a date, she'd laugh herself into a hemorrhage. With his acne gone, Arnie looked more than okay. But not a girl who'd gone to school with him when his face was at its worst would go out with him. They didn't see him the way he was now. They saw a memory. Lee was different. As a transfer, she had no idea how gross Arnie had looked his first 3 years. If she got last year's yearbook and saw the chess club picture, that same Republican tendency would almost surely make her disregard it. What's now is forever. Dennis went outside with his gigantic bag lunch and angled across the parking lot toward the shop building, a long barn-like structure with corrugated metal sides painted blue, not very different from Darnell's garage, but much neater. It housed wood shop, auto shop, and graphic arts. The designated smoking area was in a small cul-de-sac behind the auto shop. Beyond the shops, 50 or 60 yards away, was the football field with its big electric scoreboard. Today, there was nobody along the right side of the building. That should have told Dennis something, but he was lost in his own amusing thoughts. There was a group of people just beyond the smoking area, 20 or 30 in a tight little circle. That pattern usually meant a fight or a pushy-pushy. Dennis glanced that way with no real interest. He didn't want to watch a fight. He wanted to eat his lunch and find out if anything was going on between Arnie and Lee. One thing was sure. Lee Cabot didn't have any rust on her rocker panels. Then some girl screamed, and someone else yelled to put something away. That sounded very much ungood. Dennis changed direction. He pushed through the crowd. Arnie stood in the circle, hands held out at chest level, pale and scared, but not quite panicked. To his left, his lunch sack lay squashed flat with a large sneaker print in the middle. Standing opposite him in jeans and a white Hanes t-shirt that clung to every ripple of his chest was Buddy Repperton. He had a switchblade in his right hand and moved it slowly back and forth in front of his face, like a magician making mystic passes. Repperton was tall and broad-shouldered, his long black hair tied back in a ponytail with rawhide. His face was heavy, stupid, and mean-looking. He smiled a little. Dennis felt an unmanning mixture of dismay and cold fear. Repperton didn't look just stupid and mean. He looked crazy. Repperton told Arnie he was going to get him, tilting the knife and jabbing softly at the air. Arnie flinched back. The switchblade had an ivory handle with a little chrome button to flick out the blade. Looked about 8 inches long. A fucking bayonet. Don Vandenberg yelled for Buddy to brand him. Dennis's mouth went dry. He looked around at the nerdy freshman next to him. Absolutely hypnotized, all eyes. Dennis slammed his elbow into the kid's side and told him to go get Mr. Casey, who ate his lunch in the woodshop office. The freshman jumped and went. Repperton glanced at Dennis, then at Arnie. He asked what Arnie said. Did he want to go for it? Arnie told him to put down the knife and he would, "You shitter." His voice was perfectly calm. Shitter. Where had Dennis heard that before? From George LeBay, his brother's word. Repperton didn't care for it. He flushed and stepped closer. Arnie circled away. Dennis thought something was going to happen pretty quick, something that called for stitches and left scars. Dennis told Repperton to put down the knife. Repperton's glance came his way again. He called Dennis Cuntface's friend and asked if he wanted to make him put it down. Dennis said Repperton had a knife and Arnie didn't. In his book, that made Repperton a fucking chicken shit. The flush deepened. Repperton's concentration broke. He looked at Arnie, then at Dennis. Arnie flashed Dennis a glance of pure gratitude and moved a little closer to Repperton. Dennis didn't like that. Someone yelled for Repperton to put it down. Then someone else. They started chanting, "Put it down, put it down, put it down." Repperton didn't like being the center of the wrong sort of attention. His glance flickered nervously. A hank of hair fell across his forehead and he tossed it back. When he looked Dennis's way again, Dennis made a move as if to go for him. The knife swiveled in his direction. Arnie moved faster than Dennis would have believed, brought the side of his right hand down in a half-assed but effective karate chop, hitting Repperton's wrist hard and knocking the knife out. It clattered onto the butt-littered hot top. Repperton bent and grabbed for it. Arnie timed it with deadly accuracy. When Repperton's hand hit the asphalt, Arnie stamped on it. "Hard!" Repperton screamed. Don Vandenberg moved in quickly, hauled Arnie off, and threw him to the ground. Hardly aware he was going to do it, Dennis stepped into the ring and kicked Vandenberg in the ass as hard as he could. Brought his foot up rather than pistoning it out, as if punting a football. Vandenberg, a tall, thin guy who was 19 or 20, began screaming and dancing around holding his butt. He forgot all about helping his buddy. It was amazing Dennis didn't paralyze him. He'd never kicked anyone or anything harder, and it sure did feel fine. Just then an arm locked around Dennis's windpipe and a hand grabbed between his legs. He realized what was going to happen a second too late to wholly prevent it. His balls were given a good firm squeeze that sent sick pain bellowing from his crotch into his stomach and down into his legs, unmanning them. When the arm around his windpipe let go, he collapsed in a puddle on the smoking area tarmac. A squarish guy with bad teeth and small, delicate wire-frame glasses that looked absurd on his wide, blocky face asked how he liked that dick face. "Moochie Welch," Another of Buddy's friends. The circle of watchers began to melt away. A man's voice, Mr. Casey, yelled to break it up right now. Buddy Repperton snatched his switchblade off the pavement, retracted the blade, and shoved it into his hip pocket. His hand was scraped and bleeding, looked like it was going to swell. Dennis hoped it would swell until it looked like one of those gloves Donald Duck wears. Moochie Welch backed away, glanced toward Casey's voice, touched the corner of his mouth with his thumb, and said later, "Dickface!" Don Vandenberg was dancing more slowly now, still rubbing the affected part, tears spilling down his face. Then Arnie was beside Dennis, getting an arm around him, helping him up. Dirt smeared across his shirt from where Vandenberg had thrown him down. Cigarette butts squashed into the knees of his jeans. He asked if Dennis was okay, what Repperton did. Dennis said he got a little squeeze. He'd be all right. At least he hoped so. If you're a man and you've slammed your nuts a good one, and what man has not, you know? The initial agony is only the start. It fades to a dull, throbbing pressure coiling in the pit of the stomach. That feeling says, "Hi there. Just sitting around making you feel like you're going to simultaneously blow lunch and shit your pants. I'll hang around for half an hour or so." Getting your nuts squeezed is not one of life's great thrills. Mr. Casey pushed through the loosening knot of spectators and took in the situation. He wasn't a big guy like Coach Puffer. Didn't even look particularly rugged. Medium height, medium age, going bald, big horn-rimmed glasses, plain white shirt, no tie. But Mr. Casey got respect. Nobody fucked around with him because he wasn't afraid of kids deep down the way so many teachers were. The kids knew it. Buddy, Don, and Moochie knew it. It showed in the sullen way they dropped their eyes and shuffled their feet. Casey told the few remaining spectators to get lost. Moochie tried to drift with them, but Casey stopped him. Moochie protested he hadn't been doing nothing. Don joined in, asking why Casey always picked on them. Casey came over to Dennis, still leaning on Arnie for support, and asked if he was all right. Dennis was finally beginning to get over it. He wouldn't have been if one of his thighs hadn't partially blocked Welch's hand. He nodded. Casey walked back to where Buddy, Moochie, and Don stood in a shuffling, angry line. Don hadn't been joking. He'd been speaking for all of them. They really did feel picked on. Casey observed that it was cute. 3-on-2. He asked Buddy if those odds didn't seem stacked enough for him. Buddy threw Casey a smoldering, ugly glance and dropped his eyes, claiming the other guy started it. Arnie began to object. Buddy told him to shut up, cuntface. Before he could add anything, Casey grabbed him and threw him against the back wall of the shop, against a tin sign reading, "Moking here only." Every time Casey slammed Buddy against it, the sign jangled like dramatic punctuation. He handled Repperton the way anyone might handle a great big rag doll. He had muscles somewhere all right. Casey told Buddy to shut his big mouth, or clean it up. He didn't have to listen to that stuff. He let go of Repperton's shirt, which had pulled out of his jeans, showing white, untanned belly. Casey turned to Arnie. Arnie explained. He'd come past the smoking area on his way to the bleachers to eat his lunch. Repperton was smoking with his friends, came over, knocked his lunch bag out of his hand, stepped on it, squashed it. He seemed about to say something more, struggled with it, and swallowed it again. That started the fight. But Dennis wasn't going to leave it at that. He wasn't a stoolie or tattletale under ordinary circumstances, but Repperton had apparently decided more than a good beating was required to avenge himself for getting kicked out of Darnell's. He could have punched a hole in Arnie's intestines, maybe killed him. Dennis called Mr. Casey. Behind Casey, Buddy's green eyes flashed a warning. Keep his mouth shut. Even a year before, some twisted sense of pride might have forced Dennis to play the game, but not now. Dennis said Repperton had had it in for Arnie since summer. He had a knife and looked like he was planning to stick it in. Arnie looked at Dennis, his gray eyes opaque and unreadable. Dennis thought about Arnie calling Repperton a shitter, LeBay's word, and felt a prickle of goosebumps. Buddy cried liar, claimed he had no knife. Casey said nothing. Vandenberg and Welch looked extremely uncomfortable now, scared. Their possible punishment had progressed beyond detention toward the outer limits of expulsion. Dennis only had to say one more word. He thought about it, almost didn't. But it had been Arnie, his friend, and inside where it mattered, Dennis didn't just think Buddy meant to stick Arnie with that blade. He knew it. He said it. It's a switchblade. Buddy's eyes blazed, promising hellfire and a long period in traction. He swore to God Dennis was lying. Casey still said nothing. He looked slowly at Arnie and asked if Repperton had pulled a knife on him. Arnie wouldn't answer at first. Then, in a low voice, little more than a sigh, he said, "Yeah." Buddy's blazing glance was for both of them now. Casey turned to Moochie and Don. His method had changed, moving slowly and carefully, as if testing footing. He'd already grasped the consequences. He asked if there was a knife involved. They looked at their feet and wouldn't answer. That was answer enough. Casey told Buddy to turn out his pockets. Buddy refused, his voice going shrill. Casey said he had the authority. Buddy shouted that he'd knock Casey through the wall, you little bald fuck. Dennis's stomach rolled helplessly. He hated ugly confrontation scenes, and this was the worst he'd ever been part of. But Casey had things under control, never deviated. He said he wasn't going to do it himself. Buddy was going to turn out his own pockets. Buddy stood against the back wall so the bulge in his hip pocket wouldn't show, his shirt tail hanging over his jeans, eyes darting like an animal brought to bay. Casey sent Moochie and Don to the office to stay until he came up. They walked away slowly, close together. Moochie threw one glance back. The bell went off. People streamed back inside. They'd missed lunch. It didn't matter. Dennis wasn't hungry anymore. Casey turned back to Buddy. He told him he was on school grounds, should thank God for it, because if he did have a knife and pulled it, that was assault with a deadly weapon. They sent you to prison for that. Buddy shouted to prove it. Casey said if Buddy didn't turn out his pockets right now, he'd write a dismissal slip, call the cops, and the minute Buddy stepped outside the main gate, they'd grab him. They kept their own house here, but if Casey had to write a dismissal, Buddy's ass belonged to them. If he had no knife, he was okay. But if they found one... A moment of silence. Dennis didn't think Buddy would do it. He'd take his dismissal and try to ditch the knife. Then Buddy must have realized the cops would hunt for it and probably find it, because he pulled the knife out of his back pocket and threw it down. It landed on the go button. The blade popped out and winked wickedly in the afternoon sunlight, 8 inches of chrome steel. Arnie looked at it and wiped his mouth with the heel of his hand. Casey quietly told Buddy to go up to the office and wait. Buddy screamed that he was getting out of this fucking pigsty. Casey agreed. Fine, with no more inflection than if Buddy had offered him coffee. Dennis knew then that Buddy was finished at Libertyville High. No detention or 3-day vacation. His parents would receive the stiff blue expulsion form in the mail. Buddy looked at Arnie and Dennis and smiled. He said he'd fix them, get even. They'd wish they were never fucking born. He kicked the knife away, spinning and flashing to rest on the edge of the hot top, and walked off, his motorcycle boot cleats clicking and scraping. Casey looked at them, sad and tired, and apologized. Arnie said it was okay. Casey offered dismissal slips if they wanted to go home for the rest of the day. Dennis glanced at Arnie, who was brushing off his shirt and shaking his head. Dennis said no. Okay. Just late slips then. They went into Casey's room, and he wrote late slips for their next class, advanced physics, which they shared. Coming into the lab, many people looked at them curiously, whispering behind hands. The afternoon absence slip circulated at the end of period 6. Dennis checked it. Repperton, Vandenberg, and Welch, each with a D after his name. He thought he and Arnie would be called to the office at the end of school to tell Miss Lothrop what happened, but they weren't. Dennis looked for Arnie after school, thinking they'd ride home together and talk it over. Wrong again. Arnie had already left for Darnell's garage to work on Christine. Dennis didn't get a chance to really talk to Arnie until after the football game the following Saturday. That was also the first time since the day he'd bought her that Christine was out on the street. The team went up to Hidden Hills, about 16 miles away, on the quietest school activity bus ride Dennis had ever been on. They might have been going to the Guillotine instead of a football game. Even the fact that Hidden Hills' record, 1-2, was only slightly better than theirs, didn't cheer anybody up. Coach Puffer sat behind the bus driver, pale and silent, as if suffering from a hangover. Usually a trip to an away game was a combination caravan and circus, a second bus with cheerleaders, band, and rooters, followed by 15 or 20 cars with bumper stickers, beeping, flashing lights. But on this trip, there was only the cheerleader band bus, not even full, and 3 or 4 cars behind. The fair weather friends had already bailed out. Dennis sat next to Lenny Barong, glumly wondering if he'd get knocked out of his jock, totally unaware that one of the few cars behind the bus today was Christine. He saw it when they got out in the Hidden Hills High School parking lot. Their band was already on the field, the big drum stud coming clearly under the lowering cloudy sky. First good Saturday for football, cool, overcast, fallish. Seeing Christine parked beside the band bus was surprise enough. But when Arnie got out on one side and Lee Cabot got out on the other, Dennis was downright stunned and more than a little jealous. She wore clinging brown woolen slacks and a white cable-knit pullover, her blonde hair spilling gorgeously over her shoulders. "Arnie," he said. "Hey, man." Arnie greeted him with a shy awkwardness, and Dennis noticed the other players doing double takes. The unlikely pairing of pizza-face Cunningham with the gorgeous new transfer from Massachusetts. The girl asked if they would win, and Dennis dropped his voice to a conspiratorial whisper, claiming everything was fixed and advising her to bet heavily. Arnie flushed a little, but the girl giggled. Dennis admitted they would try, though he wasn't sure. Arnie predicted tomorrow's headline, Gilder breaking the conference touchdown record. Dennis countered with a more likely one, Gilder hospitalized with a fractured skull. Lee took Arnie's arm, a gesture that surprised and pleased him. Dennis already liked her. She could have been cruel or dim, but she was neither. He asked about the car and walked over to it. The work had progressed. The other half of the rusted front grille was replaced, the cracked windscreen completely gone. Arnie had also put on a brand-new fire engine red bonnet, his hand moving from a touch to a possessive caress. Something about that bothered Dennis. Arnie had done it all himself, hadn't he? Walking around to the driver's side, Dennis saw the upholstery on doors and floors still dirty, but both front and rear seat covers were new. Lee said it would be beautiful, but her voice had gone flat. A sudden, absolute certainty struck Dennis. She didn't like the car. She would try for Arnie's sake, but she never would. Dennis asked if it was street legal. Arnie looked uncomfortable. Not quite. The horn didn't work. The taillights sometimes went out when he braked. A dead short he couldn't track down. Dennis glanced at the new inspection sticker. Arnie admitted Will had given him the sticker, knowing the car was 90% there. Dennis silently thought, and besides, you had this hot date. Lee asked if it was dangerous. Her brow creased as if sensing cold tension between them. Dennis said no. When you rode with Arnie, you rode with the original old creeping Jesus. That broke the tension. From the field, the band instructor's voice carried thinly, correcting Rodgers and Hammerstein versus rock and roll. The three of them looked at each other and laughed. Looking at Lee, Dennis felt a flash of jealousy. He wanted nothing but the best for Arnie, but she was something else. 17, gorgeous, perfectly alive to everything. Roseanne was beautiful in her way, but next to Lee, she looked like a napping tree sloth. Was that when he started wanting his best friend's girl? Yeah, he supposed so. But he swore he never would have made a move if things had happened differently. Lee suggested they get to the bleachers with ladylike sarcasm. Arnie smiled, still looking bowled over that she held his arm. Dennis wished him well. If anyone deserved happiness, it was Arnie. Coach Puffer poked his head out, sarcastically asking if Gilder could favor them with his presence. Dennis muttered the band instructor's line back to Arnie and Lee, then trotted toward the building. Halfway to the locker room, he stopped and circled back to Christine. That absurd prejudice against walking in front of the car still held. On the rear end, a Pennsylvania dealer plate held by a spring. He flipped it down. A dymo tape read, "This plate property of Darnell's Garage, Libertyville, PA." Darnell had given him a sticker while the car was barely legal, loaned him a dealer plate for the date, and had become Will. Interesting, but not comforting. Dennis wondered if Arnie was dumb enough to think men like Darnell did favors from kindness. He wasn't sure anymore. Arnie had changed a lot in recent weeks. They won the game, one of only 2 that whole season. They had no right to win, but a fluky fumble recovery ran back for a score put them ahead 6-0. From the bench, Dennis saw the few Libertyville fans going crazy, Arnie and Lee waving pennants. He waved back. They looked pretty chummy up there. He grinned. After that first score, they had momentum. Dennis didn't break the conference record, but scored 3 times, including a 90-yard run back. At halftime, 17-0. Coach saw a complete turnaround ahead. That turned out to be a fool's dream, but he was excited that day. The second half was sloppier, but they won 27-18. Coach pulled Dennis halfway through the fourth quarter. He showered, changed, and came back out as the 2-minute warning went off. The parking lot was empty of people. Distant cheering floated from the field. He walked over to Christine. Rust-flecked sides, new bonnet, tail fins that seemed 1,000 miles long. A dinosaur from the 1950s. He touched the car, trying to caress it as Arnie had, to like it for Arnie's sake. But his hand closed into a fist and slammed down on the flank, hard enough to hurt. Rust flakes pattered onto the pavement. A bass drum thumped from the field like a giant's heartbeat. His own heartbeat pounded. He tried the front door. Locked. He licked his lips and realized he was scared. Almost as if the car didn't like him, as if it suspected him of wanting to come between it and Arnie. He laughed again, then remembered his dream and stopped. This was too close. The cheers, the padded body contact, the wind through the trees under an overcast sky, the engine gunning, the car lurching forward, tires screaming. He shook it off. Time to stop pandering. This was a car, not a she, not Christine, just a 1958 Plymouth Fury. It worked, temporarily. To prove how little he feared it, he knelt and looked underneath. 3 new pleasurizer shocks, but the 4th was a dark, oil-caked ruin. The exhaust was silvery new, but the silencer looked middle-aged, and the header pipe was in very bad shape. Thinking about exhaust fumes leaking into the car made him flash on Veronica LeBay. Fumes could kill. Dennis, what are you doing? He shot up from his knees, heart in his throat. It was Arnie, looking cold and angry. Dennis saw the anger on Arnie's face and didn't understand why would looking at the car make him mad. But it obviously had. He tried casual, asking where Lee was. Arnie dismissed her. She'd gone to the ladies. Then his gray eyes locked on Dennis, and he spoke with cold intensity. Dennis was his best friend, might have saved him from the hospital when Repperton pulled the knife, but he wasn't to go behind his back. Ever. From the field, a cheer went up. The Hillmen had scored with seconds left. Dennis claimed not to know what Arnie was talking about, but guilt crept in. That feeling from being introduced to Lee, sizing her up, wanting her a little. Was that going behind his back? Arnie had caught him trying to peek through a keyhole, if not jimmying the locked door of their friendship. Arnie accused him of spying along with both parents, all for his own good. They'd sent Dennis to Darnell's to snoop, hadn't they? Dennis tried to interrupt. Arnie pressed on. He hadn't said anything then because they were friends, but now he was drawing a line. Leave the car alone. Stop butting in. Dennis explained it wasn't Arnie's parents together. His father had asked privately if Dennis would take a look, and Dennis had agreed he was curious himself. Michael had always been okay to him. What was he supposed to say? Arnie shot back that he was supposed to say no. Dennis insisted Michael was on Arnie's side. He really hoped the car got running. Regina still hoped it wouldn't come to anything, but Michael was different. Arnie sneered. That was just how his father would come on. Both parents only wanted to keep him hobbled. They didn't want him to grow up because that would force them to face getting old. Dennis said that was too harsh. Arnie countered that, coming from a halfway normal family, made Dennis soft in the head. They'd offered him a new car for graduation if he gave up Christine, made all A's, and went to Horlicks, where they could keep him in direct view for 4 more years. Dennis had to admit that was crass. Arnie repeated. Butt out. They'd both be better off. Dennis said he hadn't told Michael anything, just that Arnie was doing a few things here and there. Michael seemed relieved. Arnie didn't believe it. Dennis added that he hadn't realized the car was as close to street legal as it was, but it wasn't all the way. That header pipe was a mess. He hoped Arnie drove with the windows open. Arnie exploded. Don't tell him how to drive it. He knew more about cars than Dennis ever would. That was when Dennis started to get angry. He didn't want to argue, especially not with Lee about to return, but someone upstairs was pulling red switches. He kept his voice controlled. Arnie probably did know more about cars, but maybe not about people. Will Darnell had given an improper sticker. He could lose his inspection certificate. He'd given a dealer plate. Why? For the first time, Arnie looked defensive. Darnell knew he was doing the work. Dennis told him not to be a numbskull. That guy wouldn't give a crippled crab a crutch unless something was in it for him. Arnie pleaded for him to leave it alone. Dennis stepped toward him, saying he didn't care if Arnie had a car. He just didn't want him in a bind over it. Sincerely. Arnie looked uncertain. Dennis asked what they were yelling about, because he'd looked underneath to see how the exhaust pipe was hanging. But that hadn't been all he was doing, and they both knew it. The final gun went off. A slight drizzle started, and it got cold. Lee approached, carrying both pennants. She waved, they waved back. Arnie said he could take care of himself. Dennis said okay, he hoped so. He wanted to ask how deep Arnie was in with Darnell, but that question would bring a bitter argument. Things that couldn't be repaired. Arnie repeated he could. Then touched his car, and the hardness in his eyes softened. Dennis felt relief they hadn't said anything irreparable, but dismay too. Not just one room of their friendship was closed off, but a whole wing. Arnie had rejected everything Dennis said and set clear conditions. Everything would be okay as long as Dennis did it Arnie's way, which was also his parents' attitude if only he could see it. Lee came up, rain gleaming in her hair, color high, eyes sparkling. She exuded a naive, untested sexuality. She asked how the game ended. Arnie said 27-18. She gleefully announced they'd destroyed the Hillmen, then asked where they'd been. Dennis said just talking cars. Arnie shot him an amused glance. At least his sense of humor hadn't disappeared. Watching Arnie look at Lee, Dennis felt hope. He was falling for her, head over heels, The tumble was slow but would speed up. Dennis was curious how they'd gotten together. Arnie's complexion had cleared, and he looked good, but bookish, bespectacled. Not the type you'd expect Lee to want. People streamed back across the field. Lee mockingly repeated, "Just talking cars," then turned her face up to Arnie's and smiled. He smiled back, a sappy, dopey smile that did Dennis's heart good. Whenever Lee smiled at him that way, Christine was the farthest thing from his mind, demoted back to her proper place as an it, transportation. Dennis liked that just fine. Over the next 6 weeks in October, Dennis saw them constantly in the halls, first leaning against lockers talking, then holding hands, then arms around each other. In high school parlance, they were going together. Dennis thought it was more. He thought they were in love. He hadn't seen Christine since the Hidden Hills game. She'd apparently gone back to Darnell's for more work, maybe part of the agreement for the dealer plate and illegal sticker. He didn't see the fury, but he saw and heard a lot about Arnie and Lee. They were hot gossip. Girls wanted to know what she saw in him. Boys just wanted to know if his runt friend had gotten into her pants. Dennis didn't care about either, but he did wonder what Regina and Michael thought of their son's extreme first love. One Monday in mid-October, they ate lunch on the bleachers. The football team had been run over twice more, record now 1-5. Coach Puffer had lapsed back into morose silence. They sat in mellow October sunshine. Arnie had a deviled egg and swapped it for one of Dennis's cold meatloaf sandwiches. Every Monday since first grade, Regina had put a deviled egg in Arnie's lunch, and every day after Sunday meatloaf supper, Dennis had a cold meatloaf sandwich. Dennis had always hated cold meatloaf. Arnie had always hated deviled eggs. He often wondered what their mothers would think knowing how few of those items were actually eaten by their intended recipients. Dennis got to his cookies, Arnie to his fig bars. Arnie made sure Dennis was watching, then crammed all 6 into his mouth at once and crunched down, cheeks puffing grotesquely. Dennis yelled at the gross out. Arnie tried to reply through the mouthful. Dennis started poking at his sides where he was ticklish, screaming, "Side noogies." Arnie laughed, spraying chewed fig bar. He told Dennis to quit it. Dennis called him a fucking barbarian and kept poking. Arnie wiggled and twisted and laughed, then swallowed mightily and belched. Dennis said he was so fucking gross. Arnie seemed really pleased. As far as Dennis knew, he'd never pulled that trick in front of anyone else. Dennis asked what the most he'd ever done was. Arnie said 12 once, but thought he was going to choke. Dennis snorted laughter and asked if he'd done it for Lee yet. Arnie said he was holding it back for the prom, and he'd give her a few side noogies, too. They laughed about the fig bar gross out, and Dennis realized how much he missed Arnie. He had football, student council, a new girlfriend who might consent to a hand job before drive-in season ended, though probably nothing more since she was a bit too enchanted with herself. Still, fun trying. Even with all that, he had missed Arnie. First Christine, now Lee and Christine, in that order, he hoped. He asked where Lee was. Arnie said she was sick, her period, and it really hurt. Dennis raised mental eyebrows. If she discussed female problems with him, they were getting chummy indeed. Dennis asked how he'd happened to ask her to the Hidden Hills game. Arnie laughed, the only football game he'd been to since sophomore year. He claimed they brought Dennis luck. Dennis pressed, "He just called her up?" Arnie admitted he'd almost didn't. That was his first date ever. He hadn't slept more than 2 hours the night before. After she said yes, he was scared he'd make an asshole of himself, or Repperton would show up, or something else would happen. Dennis said he seemed to have everything under control. Arnie looked pleased, but admitted he was scared. She talked to him in the halls, asked about assignments, even joined chess club, though she wasn't good, but she was getting better. He was teaching her. Dennis thought you dog, but didn't dare say it, remembering how Arnie had blown up at Hidden Hills. Still, he was curious. Captivating a girl as stunning as Lee had been a real coup. Arnie continued. After a while, he started thinking maybe she was interested. It probably took longer for the penny to drop for him than for other guys. Guys like Dennis. Dennis joked about being a sex machine. Arnie said seriously that Dennis knew about girls. He was always just scared of them, never knew what to say. Lee was different. He was afraid to ask her out. She was a really beautiful girl. Dennis agreed, as far as he could tell, the prettiest girl in school. Arnie smiled, pleased, then admitted he thought maybe it was only because he loved her that he thought that way. Dennis looked at his friend, hoping he wouldn't get into more trouble than he could handle. At that point, he had no idea what trouble meant. Arnie explained. He heard two guys talking in Chem Lab, Lenny Barong and Ned Stroman. Ned told Lenny he'd asked Lee out, and she'd said no, but in a nice way, like maybe if he asked again, she might try it. Arnie pictured her going steady with Ned by spring and felt jealous, ridiculous, since she'd said no. Dennis smiled and nodded. On the field, cheerleaders tried new routines. Pleasant to watch, but unlikely to help the team. The other thing that got Arnie was that Ned didn't sound pissed or ashamed or rejected. He tried for a date and got turned down, that was all. Arnie decided he could do that too. Still, when he called her, he was sweating all over. He kept imagining her laughing and saying something like me, "Go out with you, you little creep?" Dennis said he couldn't figure out why she didn't. Arnie poked him. Gut nuggies make him puke? Dennis told him to continue. Not much else, Arnie said. Her mother answered and said she'd get her. He heard the phone clunk down and almost hung up, held up two fingers a quarter-inch apart, claiming he came that close. Dennis knew the feeling, the worry about laughter and contempt, no matter if you're a football player or a pimply four-eyed runt, but doubted he could understand the degree Arnie felt. What Arnie did took monumental courage. A date seems small, but in their society, charged forces swirl behind that simple concept. Kids went all 4 years without ever getting up the courage to ask. Lots of them. A shitty way to run things. Dennis could dimly imagine the naked terror Arnie felt, waiting for Lee to come to the phone. The dread amazement that he wasn't asking just any girl out, but the prettiest girl in school. Arnie went on, she answered. He tried to say something, but nothing came out. But a little whistle of air. She asked who it was, like maybe a practical joke. He thought, this is ridiculous. If he could talk to her in the hall, he could talk on the phone. All she could say was no. So he said, "Hi, this is Arnie Cunningham." She said, "Hi." They exchanged small talk. Then he realized he didn't even know where to ask her to go, and they were running out of things to say. So he asked the first thing he could think of. Would she want to go to the football game on Saturday? She said she'd love to, right off, like she'd been waiting for him to ask. Dennis said probably she was. Arnie considered that bemused. The bell rang. They climbed down the bleachers, tossed their lunch bags, and walked toward the school. Arnie was still smiling, recalling how it worked out. Asking her to the game was sheer desperation. Dennis joked about playing his heart out every Saturday. Arnie said he knew what he meant. Then, after she said yes, he had a horrible thought and called Dennis. Dennis suddenly remembered. Arnie had called to ask if the game was at home or away and seemed absurdly crushed when told it was at Hidden Hills. Arnie continued. So there he was, a date with the prettiest girl in school, crazy about her, and it turned out to be an away game, and his car was in Will's garage. Dennis pointed out he could have taken the bus. Arnie knew that now, but not then. The bus always filled up a week before the game. He didn't know so many people would stop coming if the team started losing. Dennis said don't remind him. Arnie went to Will. He knew Christine could do it, but no way was she street legal. He was desperate. Will came through, said he understood how important it was, and if Arnie paused, seemed to consider, then finished graciously. That's the story of the big date. And if... But that wasn't Dennis's business. Be his eyes, his father had said. Dennis pushed that away, too. They walked past the smoking area, 3 guys and 2 girls finishing a joint in a matchbook roach clip. The evocative odor of pot slipped into Dennis's nostrils. He asked if Arnie had seen Buddy Repperton around. Arnie said no and didn't want to. Dennis had seen him once, hanging out at Vandenberg's Happy Gas, an extra barrel service station on Route 22. Buddy hadn't seen him. Dennis was just cruising by. Not to talk to. Arnie asked if Repperton could even talk, then called him a shitter, scorn that wasn't like him. Dennis started that word again. He asked where Arnie had gotten it. Arnie looked thoughtful. The second bell rang. They'd be late to class, but Dennis didn't care. Arnie asked if Dennis remembered the day he bought the car, not the deposit day, but the actual purchase. Sure. Arnie went in with LeBay while Dennis stayed outside. LeBay had a tiny kitchen with a red check tablecloth. They sat down, and LeBay offered him a beer. Arnie figured he better take it, didn't want to offend him. So each had a beer, and LeBay launched into a long, rambling rant about how all the shitters were against him. It was his word, Dennis. The shitters. He said the shitters were making him sell his car. Dennis asked what he meant. Arnie guessed he meant he was too old to drive, but wouldn't put it that way. It was all their fault. The shitters wanted him to take a driver's road test every 2 years and an eye exam every year. The eye exam bothered him. They didn't like him on the street. No one did. Someone threw a stone at the car. Arnie understood all that, but didn't understand why LeBay let Christine go to rack and ruin like she was when Arnie bought her. Mostly LeBay talked about her like he really loved her. Dennis might think it was just sales pitch, but it wasn't. And then near the end, when he was counting the money, he sort of growled, "That shitting car, I'll be fucked if I know why you want it, boy. It's the ace of spades." Arnie said something about fixing it up really nice. LeBay replied, "All that and more, if the shitters will let you." They went inside. Mr. Lehuru, the French teacher, said they were late in a harried voice. They hurried until he was out of sight, then slowed. Arnie said when Buddy Repperton came after him like that, he was really scared. Almost pissed his pants, honestly. He guessed he used LeBay's word without even thinking about it. In Repperton's case, it fit. Dennis agreed. Arnie had to go calculus, then auto shop 3. He figured he'd learned the whole course on Christine the last 2 months anyway. He hurried off. Dennis stood in the hall for a minute watching him go. He had study hall 6th period on Mondays and could slip in the back unnoticed. Seniors got away with murder. He stood there, trying to shake a feeling of fright. Something wrong. Something out of joint. A chill that all the bright October sunshine spilling through the windows wouldn't dispel. Things were as they always had been, but they were getting ready to change. He felt it. He tried to tell himself the chill was just fears about his own future, the coming change that made him uneasy. Maybe part of it, but not all. That shitting car, I'll be fucked if I know why you want it, boy. It's the ace of spades. He saw Mr. Lehura coming back from the office and started moving. Dennis believed everyone had a backhoe in their head. At moments of stress, you could fire it up and push everything into a slit trench in the conscious mind. Bury it. Except that trench went down into the subconscious, and sometimes, in dreams, the body stirred and walked. That night he dreamed of Christine again. Arnie behind the wheel, the decomposing corpse of Roland LeBay lolling in the shotgun seat as the car roared out of the garage, pinning him with the savage circles of its headlights. He woke with his pillow crammed against his mouth to stifle screams. That was the last real conversation he had with Arnie until Thanksgiving, because the following Saturday was the day he got hurt against the Ridge Rock Bears. They lost 46-3. About 7 minutes into the third quarter, Dennis caught a pass in the open, set to run, and was hit simultaneously by 3 Bears linemen. An instant of terrible pain, a bright flare like ground zero of a nuclear blast, then darkness. He was unconscious for about 50 hours. When he woke late on the afternoon of October 23rd, he was in Libertyville Community Hospital. His parents were there. So was Ellie, looking pale and strained, dark circles under her eyes. Dennis was absurdly touched. She had found it in her heart to cry for him, despite all the Twinkies he'd stolen from the bread box, despite the Vigoro he'd given her when she was 12 after she'd spent a week checking her chest in tight T-shirts, despite all the teasing and sibling games. Arnie wasn't there when he woke, but joined his family shortly. He and Lee had been down in the waiting room. That evening, relatives showed up. Then the entire football team, including Coach Puffer, who looked 20 years older. Coach broke the news. Dennis would never play football again. He seemed to expect crying or hysterics, but Dennis had little reaction, inwardly or outwardly. He was just glad to be alive and to know he would walk again eventually. Both legs were broken, the left in 2 places. His right arm had whipped behind him when he went down, a nasty green stick fracture. But all that was icing on the cake. He also had a fractured skull and what the doctor called a lower spinal accident. He had come within a centimeter of being paralyzed from the waist down for life. He got many visitors, flowers, cards, in some ways enjoyable, like being alive to help celebrate your own wake, but also pain, sleepless nights, an arm suspended by weights and pulleys, a leg similarly rigged, both itching constantly under the cast, and a temporary pressor cast around his lower back. Plus the prospect of a long hospital stay and endless trips in a wheelchair to the therapy wing. And one other thing, he got a lot of time. He read the paper, asked questions of visitors, and on more than a few occasions asked himself if he might be losing his mind. He stayed in the hospital until Christmas. By the time he got home, his suspicions had almost taken final shape, a monstrous shape he found increasingly difficult to deny. He knew damned well he wasn't losing his mind. In some ways, it would have been more comforting to believe that. By then, he was badly frightened, and more than half in love with his best friend's girl. Time to think. Too much time. Time to call himself 100 names for what he was thinking about Lee. Time to look at the ceiling and wish he had never heard of Arnie Cunningham or Lee Cabot or Christine. Arnie Cunningham's 1958 Plymouth became street legal on the afternoon of November 1st, 1978. He finished the process, which had really begun the night he and Dennis changed that first flat tire, by paying an excise tax fee of $8.50, a municipal road tax of $2, and a license plate fee of $15. He was issued Pennsylvania plate HY6241J at the Motor Vehicle Bureau in Monroeville. He drove back from the MVB in a car Will Darnell had loaned him and rolled out of Darnell's garage behind the wheel of Christine. He drove her home. His parents arrived together from Horlicks University. An hour or so later, the fight started almost at once. Arnie asked if they had seen it. He'd just registered it that afternoon, speaking to both, but perhaps more to his father. He was proud, with reason. Christine had just been washed and waxed, gleaming in the late autumn sunlight. Still plenty of rust, but 1,000 times better than the day he bought her. Rocker panels, bonnet, and backseat were brand new. The interior was spick and span. Glass and chrome gleamed. Michael started to answer, but Regina snapped over him. Of course they'd seen it. They almost ran into it. She didn't want it parked here. The place looked like a used car lot. Arnie was stunned and hurt, looking to his father, but Michael had left to make his own drink, perhaps deciding he'd need it. Regina insisted it did look like a used car lot, her face paler than usual, rouge standing out like clown color. She knocked back half her gin and tonic in one swallow, grimacing like bad medicine. She told Arnie to take it back where he'd had it. She wouldn't have it here, final. Arnie, now angry as well as hurt, said that was great. It was costing him $20 a week there. Regina said it was costing him a lot more than that. She'd taken a look at his bank book the other day. Arnie's eyes widened. She flushed a little, but didn't drop her eyes. Michael came back and stood in the doorway, looking unhappily from wife to son. Regina said she wanted to know how much he'd been spending on that damned car. Was that so unnatural? He had to go to college next year. Free educations weren't being given away in Pennsylvania. Arnie accused her of hunting around his room until she found his bank book, his gray eyes hard with anger. Maybe she'd been hunting for pot or girly books or cum stains on the sheets. Regina's mouth dropped open. She had expected hurt and anger, but not this no-holds-barred fury. Michael roared his son's name. Arnie shouted back, "Why not?" He thought that was his business. God knew they'd spent enough time telling him it was his responsibility. Regina said she was disappointed and hurt. He was behaving like Arnie cut her off, demanding she not tell him how he was behaving. He'd worked his ass off for over 2.5 months getting the car street legal, and the first thing she said was, "Get it out of the driveway." How was he supposed to feel? Happy? Michael told him not to take that tone with his mother or use that language, the tone awkwardly conciliatory despite the words. Regina held out her glass for another drink, mentioning a fresh bottle of gin in the pantry. Arnie told his father to stay. Let's get this over. Michael looked at his wife, then his son, saw Flint in both places, and retreated to the kitchen, clutching her glass. Regina turned grimly back. The wedge had been in the door since late summer. She perhaps recognized this as her last chance to kick it back out. She stated that in July, he'd had almost $4,000 in the bank, about 3/4 of everything he'd made since 9th grade, plus interest. Arnie expressed disgusted surprise that she'd really been keeping track, asking why she didn't just take the money and put it in an account under her own name. Because, she said, until recently, he'd seemed to understand what the money was for. In the last couple of months, it had been all car, and more recently, girl, as if he'd gone insane on both subjects. He sarcastically thanked her for the unprejudiced opinion on how he was conducting his life. She repeated, in July, he'd had almost $4,000 for his education. Now he had just over $2,800. He could go on about snooping, and she admitted it hurt a little, but that was a fact. He'd gone through $1,200 in 2 months. Maybe that was why she didn't want to look at that car. To her, it looked like a great big dollar bill flying away. Arnie tried to interrupt. She shut him down with finality. She didn't think so. Michael returned with her glass half full of gin, added tonic, and handed it to her. Regina drank, grimacing bitterly again. Arnie sat near the TV, looking at her thoughtfully. He asked if she taught college. That was her attitude. I have spoken. The rest of you can just shut up. Great. He pitied her students. She warned him to watch it. He asked if he could tell her a couple of things or not. Go ahead, she said, but it won't make any difference. Michael cleared his throat, suggesting that was hardly a constructive attitude. She turned on him like a cat. Not one word from him either. Michael flinched back. Arnie continued. If she'd given his savings passbook more than a cursory look, and he was sure she must have noticed his total savings went down to an all-time low of $2,200 the first week of September. He had to buy a whole new front-end kit for Christine. She said angrily that he spoke as if he was proud of it. He put that kit in himself with no help and did a really good job. She wouldn't be able to tell it from the original. His point. Total savings were back up $600 from then because Will Darnell liked his work and took him on. If he could add $600 every 2 months, better if Darnell put him on the run to Albany to buy used cars, he'd have $4,600 by the time school ended. Full-time work next summer, he'd start college with nearly $7,000. She could lay it all at the door of the car she hated so much. She shifted ground deftly. That wouldn't do any good if he couldn't get into a good school. His grades had slipped. Arnie said not enough to matter. She demanded what he meant. He'd gotten deficient in calculus. The red card came just a week ago. Arnie calmly explained that was based on a single examination. Fenderson was famous for giving so few exams early in a quarter that you could bring home an F because you didn't understand one basic concept, then end with an A. All of which he would have told her if she'd asked. Also, that was only the third red card he'd gotten since starting high school. His overall average was still 93, and she knew how good that was. She shrilly insisted it would go lower, this goddamn obsession with the car. He had a girlfriend. Fine, wonderful, super. But the car thing was insane. Even Dennis said. Arnie was up fast close to her, his voice deadly soft. He told her to leave Dennis out of this. This was between them. She shifted again. The simple fact was, his grades were going to go down. She knew it, his father knew it, and the mathematics red card was an indication. Arnie smiled confidently. He proposed keeping the car until the marking period ended. If he had any grade lower than a C, he'd sell it to Darnell. He'd buy it, could get $1,000 for it in its current shape. The value was only going up. Then he upped the bet. If he wasn't on the semester honor roll, he'd also get rid of it. He was betting his car on getting a B in calculus, not just for the quarter, but the whole semester. What did she say? Regina said no immediately, shooting a warning look at Michael, who closed his mouth. Arnie asked why not with deceptive softness. She shouted that it was a trick, and she wasn't standing there any longer listening to insolence. She'd changed his dirty diapers. Get it out of here. Drive it if he had to, but don't leave it where she had to look at it. That was it. The end. Arnie asked how his father felt. Michael opened his mouth. Regina said he felt as she did. Arnie looked back at her. Their same shade gray eyes met. He asked if it mattered what he said. She began to turn away, her mouth still hard and determined, her eyes oddly confused. Arnie caught her arm just above the elbow. It didn't matter, did it? Because when she'd made up her mind about something, she didn't see, hear, or think. Michael shouted for him to stop. Arnie held her gaze. He'd tell her why she didn't want to look at the car. It wasn't the money. The car had connected him to a job he was good at that would end up making him money. She knew that. It wasn't his grades. They were no worse than ever. She knew that, too. It was because she couldn't stand not having him under her thumb. The way her department was, the way Michael was, the way he always was. His face flushed, hands clenched at his sides. All that liberal bullshit about how the family decided things together, discussed things together, worked things out together. But the fact was, she always picked out his school clothes, school shoes, who he could play with, where they went on vacation. She told Michael when to trade cars and what to trade for. This was one thing she couldn't run, and she fucking hated it. She slapped his face, a sound like a pistol shot in the living room. Dusk had fallen. Christine sat in the driveway, looking considerably better than she had on LeBay's lawn. Cool and above the ugly family bickering. She had, perhaps, come up in the world. Abruptly, shockingly, Regina began to cry. Arnie had seen this only 4 or 5 times in his life, and never had he been the cause. Her tears were frightening, he later told Dennis, by the simple fact they were there. But more, the tears made her look old in a single terrifying stroke, as if she jumped from 45 to 60 in seconds. The hard gray shine in her gaze went blurry and weak, tears spilling down her cheeks, cutting through her makeup. She fumbled for her drink on the mantelpiece, tipped it with her fingertips. The glass shattered on the hearth. An incredulous silence held, amazement that things had come this far. Even through the weakness of the tears, she managed to say she wouldn't have it in their garage or driveway. Arnie answered coldly that he wouldn't have it here. He walked to the doorway, turned back, thanked them for being so understanding. He left. Michael caught him in the driveway, hand on his shoulder. Arnie shook it off and dug for his keys. Michael pleaded. Arnie turned fast for a moment on the verge of striking his father. Then some tension subsided. He leaned back against the car, touching it with his left hand, stroking it, seeming to draw strength from it. He asked what Michael wanted. Michael opened his mouth, unsure how to proceed. Helplessness spread over his face. Would have been funny, if not so grimly awful. He seemed aged, gray and haggard around the edges. He forced the words out, "He was so sorry." Arnie said, yeah. He could see that from the way Michael had stood up for him and turned away to open the driver's side door. A pleasant smell of well-cared-for car drifted out. Michael pleaded. This was harder than Arnie knew. Something in his voice made Arnie turn back. His father's eyes were desperate and unhappy. Michael admitted he hadn't said he wanted to stand up for Arnie. He saw Regina's side, too, the way Arnie had pushed her, determined to have his own way at any cost. Arnie gave a harsh laugh. Just like her, in other words. Michael quietly said Arnie's mother was going through the change of life. It had been extremely difficult for her. Arnie blinked, not even sure what he'd heard. It seemed to have no more relevance than baseball scores. He stammered, "What?" Michael explained. "The change. She was frightened, drinking too much, sometimes in physical pain, not often. And she'd seen a doctor, but she was in an emotional uproar. Arnie was her only child, and the way she was now, all she could see was wanting things right for him, no matter the cost. Arnie insisted she wanted things her way. And that wasn't new. Michael agreed that went without saying, but asked what made Arnie so different or better. He'd been after her ass in there, and she knew it. Arnie said she started it. Michael said no. Arnie started it when he brought the car home. He knew how she felt, and she was right about another thing. He changed. From the first day he came home saying he bought a car. Did Arnie think that hadn't upset her? Or Michael? To have your kid start exhibiting personality traits you didn't even know existed? Arnie tried to protest. Michael pressed on. They never saw him, always working on the car or out with Lee. Arnie said Michael was starting to sound just like her. Michael suddenly grinned. A sad grin. Arnie was wrong. She sounded like her, Arnie sounded like her, but Michael just sounded like the guy in charge of some un-peacekeeping force about to get its collective ass shot off. Arnie slumped a little, his hand finding the car again, caressing. He said, okay. He guessed he saw what Michael meant. He didn't know why Michael wanted to let her push him around like that, but okay. The sad, humiliated grin remained. Maybe some things became a way of life. And maybe there were compensations Arnie couldn't understand and Michael couldn't explain. Like, well, he loved her. Arnie shrugged and asked what now. Michael asked if they could go for a ride. Arnie looked surprised, then pleased. Sure. Any place particular? The airport? Arnie's eyebrows went up. Why? Michael said he'd tell him as they went. Arnie asked about Regina. Michael quietly said she'd gone to bed, and Arnie had the good grace to flush a little. Arnie drove firmly and well, Christine's new seal beam headlights cutting a clean, deep tunnel of light. Traffic was light. The engine muttered softly through new pipes. The instrument panel glowed mystic green. He found an oldie station, Gene Chandler chanting the Duke of Earl. Michael said the thing ran like a dream, sounding awed. Arnie smiled, thanks. Michael inhaled. It smelled new. Arnie explained a lot of it was new. Those seat covers cost $80. Part of the money Regina was bitching about. He'd gone to the library, gotten books, tried to copy everything as best he could. It hadn't been as easy as people might think. Michael asked why not. Arnie explained, for one thing, the '58 Plymouth Fury wasn't anyone's idea of a classic, so no one wrote much about it, even in car retrospective volumes. The '58 Pontiac was a classic, only the second year of the Bonneville. The '58 T-Bird with rabbit ear fins was the last really great Thunderbird. Michael said he had no idea Arnie knew so much about old cars. How long had he been harboring this interest? Arnie shrugged vaguely. The other problem was that LeBay himself had customized the original Detroit rolling stock. Plymouth didn't offer a Fury in red and white, for one thing, and he'd been trying to restore the car more the way LeBay had it than the way Detroit intended. He'd been flying by the seat of his pants. Michael asked why he wanted to restore it LeBay's way. Arnie shrugged again. Didn't know. It just seemed like the right thing to do. Michael said he thought Arnie was doing a hell of a job. Thank you. Michael leaned toward him, looking at the instrument panel. Arnie asked sharply what he was looking at. Michael said he'd be damned. He'd never seen that before. Arnie glanced down. The milemeter. Michael asked if it was running backward. It was indeed. The tenths of a mile indicator rolled backward, the actual miles slipping back by 1. Michael laughed. One thing Arnie missed. Arnie smiled a small smile. Will said there was a wire crossed somewhere. He didn't think he'd fool with it. Sort of neat, having a mileometer that ran backward. Michael asked if it was accurate. Would it subtract 5 miles from the total if they drove to Station Square? Arnie said no, not accurate at all. It turned back 2 or 3 miles for every actual mile traveled, sometimes more. Sooner or later, the speedometer cable would break, and replacing that would take care of it. Michael glanced at the needle for the jitter that indicated trouble, but the needle hung dead still just above 40. The speedometer seemed fine. He laughed and said that was weird. Arnie asked why the airport. Michael said he was going to treat Arnie to a 30-day parking stub, $5 cheaper than Darnell's. Arnie could get the car out whenever he wanted. The airport was a regular stop on the bus line. End of the line, in fact. Arnie shouted that was the craziest thing he'd ever heard. He pulled into a darkened dry cleaner's turnaround. He was supposed to take the bus 20 miles to get his car? It was like something out of Catch-22. No way. Michael grabbed his neck and told him to listen. He was Arnie's father. Regina was right. Arnie had gotten unreasonable, more than unreasonable, downright peculiar. Arnie struggled, telling him to let go. Michael loosened, but didn't release. He put it in perspective. Yes, the airport was a long way, but the same quarter that would take Arnie to Darnell's would take him out here. There were parking garages closer in, but more incidents of theft and vandalism in the city. The airport was quite safe. Arnie said no public lot was safe. Michael continued. Second, it was cheaper than a downtown garage and much cheaper than Darnell's. Arnie said that wasn't the point, and Michael knew it. Michael said maybe Arnie was right, but he was missing the real point. Arnie told him to explain it. Michael looked steadily at his son. His voice was low and even. Along with any sense of what was reasonable, Arnie seemed to have totally lost his sense of perspective. He was almost 18 in his last year of public school. Michael had seen the college brochures Arnie brought home. He'd apparently made up his mind not to go to Horlick's. Arnie agreed. Not after all this. He had no idea how badly Arnie wanted to get away. Or maybe he did. Michael said maybe that was better than the constant abrasion with Regina. All he asked was that Arnie not tell her yet. Wait until he had to submit application papers. Arnie shrugged, promising nothing. Michael continued. Arnie would be taking his car to school if it was still running. Arnie insisted it would be. and if it was a school that allowed freshmen to have cars on campus. Arnie turned toward his father, surprised out of his smoldering anger. He'd never considered that. He announced he wouldn't go to a school that said he couldn't have his wheels, his tone that of patient instruction for the mentally retarded. Michael said that was exactly her point. Basing college choice on a school's policy about freshmen and cars was totally irrational. Arnie had gotten obsessed. Arnie said he wouldn't expect Michael to understand. Michael pressed his lips together, then continued. Anyway, running out to the airport on the bus to pick up the car if he wanted to take Lee out. It was an inconvenience, granted, but not a major one. It meant Arnie wouldn't use it unless he had to, and he'd save gas money. Regina could have her little victory. She wouldn't have to look at it. Michael paused and smiled his sad grin again. She didn't see it as money flying away. Both of them knew that. She saw it as Arnie's first decisive step away from her. From them, he guessed. He stopped, looking at Arnie. Arnie looked back thoughtfully. Michael added, "Take it to college. Even if Arnie chose a campus that didn't allow freshmen to have cars, there were ways around it, like parking at the airport. When Arnie came home for weekends, Regina would be so glad to see him, she'd never mention the car. She'd probably get out in the driveway and help him wash it just to find out what he was doing. 10 months, then it would be over. Peace in the family again." He told Arnie to drive. Arnie pulled out of the dry cleaners and back into traffic. Michael abruptly asked if the thing was insured. Arnie laughed. Were his father kidding? If you didn't have liability in this state and got in an accident, the cops killed you. Without liability, it'd be your fault, even if the other car fell out of the sky and landed on top of you. One of the ways the shitters kept kids off Pennsylvania roads. Michael thought of telling Arnie that 41% of fatal accidents in the state involve teenage drivers. Regina had read that statistic to him from a Sunday supplement article shortly after Arnie bought the car, but decided it wasn't anything Arnie would want to hear in his present mood. He asked if it was just liability. They passed under a reflecting sign for the airport. Arnie signaled and changed lanes. Michael relaxed a little. Arnie launched into a bitter complaint about collision insurance. Impossible to get until 21. Those shitting insurance companies were all rich as Croesus, but wouldn't cover you unless the odds were stacked outrageously in their favor. Michael was startled and dismayed by his son's choice of words. He'd assumed Arnie used that language with peers, but never in front of him or Regina. Arnie continued. Driving record and driver's ed didn't matter. The reason you couldn't get collision was because their fucking actuarial table said so. At 21, you could get it only if you spent a fortune. Premiums ended up being more than the car booked for until 23 or so, unless married. The shitters had it all figured out. If anyone ever asked what the lowest form of human life was, he'd say an insurance agent. Michael commented that Arnie had made quite a study of it, not daring to say anything else. Arnie said he'd gone around to 5 different companies. Despite what his mother said, he wasn't anxious to throw money away. Michael asked if straight liability was the best he could do. Arnie confirmed, $650 a year. Michael whistled. Another sign directed parking to the left, departures to the right. At the entrance, the lot split. An automated gate for short-term parking, and a glass booth where an attendant watched a small black-and-white TV and smoked. Arnie sighed, conceding Michael might be right. This was the best solution all around. Michael agreed, relieved. 10 months, that's all. Arnie said sure. He drove to the booth. The attendant, a young guy in a black and orange Libertyville sweater, pushed back the glass and asked if he could help. Arnie said he'd like a 30-day ticket, digging for his wallet. Michael tried to pay, saying this one was his treat. Arnie pushed his hand away gently but firmly. It was his car. He'd pay his own way. Michael said he only wanted. Arnie said he knew, but he meant it. Michael sighed. Arnie and his mother. Everything would be fine if Arnie did it his way. Arnie's lips tightened momentarily. Then he smiled. Yeah. They looked at each other and burst out laughing. At that instant, Christine stalled. The engine had been ticking over with unobtrusive perfection. Now it just quit. Oil and amp dash lamps coming on. Michael raised his eyebrows. Arnie frowned. It never did that before. He turned the key, and the engine started at once. Michael said nothing then. Arnie muttered that he'd want to check the timing later in the week, gunning the engine and listening carefully. In that instant, Michael thought Arnie didn't look like his son at all, someone much older and harder. A brief but extremely nasty lance of fear hit his chest. The attendant asked if they wanted the ticket or were just going to sit there all night talking about timing. He looked vaguely familiar to Arnie, someone seen moving around school corridors but never spoken to. Arnie apologized and passed over a $5 bill. The attendant gave him a time ticket and told him back at the lot, revalidate 5 days before the end of the month if he wanted the same space again. Arnie drove to the back, Christine's shadow growing and shrinking under the arc sodium lights. He found a vacant space and backed her in. As he turned off the key, he grimaced and put a hand to his lower back. Michael asked if that was still bothering him. Arnie said only a little. He'd been almost over it, but it came back yesterday. He must have lifted something wrong. He reminded Michael to lock his door. They got out and locked up. Once out of the car, Michael felt better, closer to his son and less like he'd played the impotent fool in the earlier argument. He felt he might have salvaged something out of the night. Arnie suggested they see how fast the bus really was, and they began walking toward the terminal, companionably close. Michael had formed an opinion of Christine on the ride out. He was impressed with the restoration job, but he disliked the car itself. Intensely. Ridiculous to hold such feelings about an inanimate object. But the dislike was there. Big and unmistakable, like a lump in the throat. The source was impossible to isolate. It had caused bitter trouble in the family. That was part of it, but not all. He hadn't liked the way Arnie seemed behind the wheel, arrogant and petulant at the same time, like a weak king. The impotent way he'd railed about insurance. His use of that ugly word shitters. Even the way the car had stalled when they laughed together. And it had a smell. You didn't notice it right away, but it was there. Not the pleasant smell of new seat covers. This was an undersmell. Bitter, almost secret. An old smell. Michael told himself the car was 20 years old. Why expect it to smell new? That bitter, moldy smell might be coming from old carpeting in the boot, or old matting under the new floor mats, or original padding under the bright new seat covers. Just a smell of age, and yet that undersmell, low and vaguely sickening, came and went in waves, sometimes very noticeable, other times completely undetectable. It seemed to have no specific source. At its worst, it smelled like the rotting corpse of a small animal, a cat, woodchuck, squirrel, that had gotten into the boot or crawled up into the frame and died there. Michael was proud of what his son had accomplished, and very glad to get out of his son's car. The parking lot attendant that night, every night from 6 until 10, was a young man named Sandy Galton, the only one of Buddy Repperton's close circle who hadn't been in the smoking area on the day Repperton was expelled. Arnie didn't recognize him, but Galton recognized Arnie. Buddy Repperton, out of school with no interest in readmission procedures, had gone to work at the gas station run by Don Vandenberg's father. In the few weeks there, he'd already begun several typical scams. Shortchanging hurried gas customers, running the remold game, charging for a new tire but putting on a remold and pocketing the difference, a similar used parts game, plus selling inspection stickers to kids desperate to keep their death traps on the road. The station was open 24 hours. Buddy worked a late shift, 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. Around 11, Moochie Welch and Sandy Galton were apt to drop by in Sandy's dented Mustang. Richie Trelawney might come in his Firebird. Don was in and out constantly. By midnight on any given weekend, 6 or 8 guys might be sitting in the office, drinking beer from dirty teacups. passing around a bottle of Buddy's Texas Driver, doing a joint or some hash, farting, telling dirty jokes, swapping lies about pussy, and helping Buddy fiddle with whatever was on the lift. During one of these late-night gatherings in early November, Sandy happened to mention that Arnie Cunningham was parking his machine in the long-term lot at the airport. He'd bought a 30-day ticket. Buddy, whose usual demeanor during these sessions was sullen withdrawal, tipped his contour plastic chair back down and put his bottle of Driver on the wiper cabinet with a bang. He asked if Sandy meant Cunningham. Old cuntface. Sandy said yes, surprised and uneasy. Buddy asked if he was sure. The guy who got him kicked out of school. Sandy said, yeah, maybe his folks didn't want him to have it at... He trailed off. Buddy had begun to smile. Not a pleasant sight, teeth already going rotten. It was as if some terrible machinery had just whined into life and was cycling up to full speed. Buddy looked around at the group. They looked back, interested, and a little scared. He repeated the name softly, marveling. Old cuntface got his machine street legal, and his funky folks had him parking it at the airport. He laughed. Moochie and Don exchanged an uneasy yet eager glance. Buddy leaned toward them, elbows on his knees. Listen, he said. On the car radio, Dion was singing Runaround Sue in his tough, streetwise voice, but neither Arnie nor Michael was listening. His hand had slipped under her T-shirt, finding the soft glory of her breasts with nipples tight and hard with excitement. Her breath came in short, steep gasps, and for the first time her hand had gone where he needed it. Into his lap, pressing and moving, without experience, but with enough desire to make up for the lack. He kissed her, her mouth open wide, her tongue there, the kiss like inhaling the clean taste of a rainforest. Excitement and arousal came off her like a glow. He leaned toward her, strained, all of him, and for a moment felt her respond with pure, clean passion. Then she was gone. Arnie sat dazed, a little to the right of the steering wheel, as Christine's dome light came on briefly. The passenger door clunked shut and the light clicked off. He sat longer, not sure what had happened or even where he was. His body was in a complete stew, a helter-skelter array of emotions and erratic physical reactions, half wonderful and half terrible. His glands hurt, his penis was hard iron, his balls throbbed dully, adrenaline whipped rapidly through his bloodstream. He made a fist and brought it down on his leg hard. Then he slid across the seat, opened the door, and went after her. Lee stood on the very edge of the embankment, looking down into darkness, where Sylvester Stallone strode across a bright rectangle in the costume of a 1930s labor leader. Arnie had that feeling again, of living in some marvelous dream that might skew into nightmare, perhaps already had. She was too close to the edge. He took her arm and pulled her gently back. The ground was dry and crumbly. No fence or guardrail. If the earth let go, she would land somewhere in the suburban development below. The embankment had been the local lover's lane since time out of mind. The end of Stanson Road, a meandering two-lane blacktop that curved out of town and hooked back, dead-ending on Libertyville Heights where a farm once stood. It was November 4th. The rain had turned to light sleet. They had the embankment and the free, silent view of the drive-in to themselves. He got her back into the car. She came willingly enough, thinking the wetness on her cheeks was sleet. Only inside, by the ghostly green glow of the dashboard lights, did he see for sure she was crying. He asked what was wrong. She shook her head and cried harder. He asked if it was something she didn't want to do. Touch him like that. She shook her head again, but he wasn't sure what that meant. He held her, clumsy and worried. In the back of his mind, he thought about the sleet, the trip back down, and the fact he had no snow tires on Christine yet. She admitted she had never done that for any boy, the first time she ever touched, you know. She did it because she wanted to, that's all. He asked what it was then. She struggled. Couldn't. Here." The words came out slowly, painfully, with awful reluctance. He thought she meant the embankment. She shouted at him. She couldn't make love to him in this car. He stared, thunderstruck. Why not? She didn't know. She struggled to say something else, then burst into fresh tears. He held her until she quieted. She said she didn't know which he loved more. He called that crazy. She searched his face. Which did he spend more time with? Her or her? He meant Christine. He looked around, smiling that puzzled smile she could find lovely or horridly hateful, sometimes both at once. She said yes, tonelessly. Then looked down at her hands, lifeless on her blue woolen slacks. She supposed it was stupid. He insisted he spent a lot more time with her, then shook his head. This was crazy, or maybe normal, just seeming crazy because he'd never had a girl before. He reached out and touched her hair where it spilled over her shoulder. Her T-shirt read, "Give me Libertyville or give me death," nipples poking at the thin cotton in a sexy way that made him feel delirious. He thought girls were supposed to be jealous of other girls, not cars. She laughed shortly. He was right. It must be because he'd never had a girl before. Cars are girls. Didn't he know that? He told her to come on. She asked why he didn't call this Christopher, then suddenly slammed her open palm down on the seat. He winced and told her not to. She asked with sudden venom if he didn't like her slapping his girl. Then she saw the hurt look in his eyes and apologized. He asked if she was looking at her expressionlessly. Seemed like nobody liked his car these days. He worked his ass off on it, and it meant zero to everybody. She said softly that it meant something to her, the effort it took. He said yeah, morosely. The passion had fled. He felt cold and a little sick. He suggested they get going, no snow tires. Her folks might think it was cute, them going bowling and then getting racked up on Stanson Road. She giggled. They didn't know where Stanson Road ended up. He cocked an eyebrow, some good humor returning. That's what she thought. He drove back slowly. Christine handled the twisting, steeply descending road with easy sure-footedness. The sprinkle of earth stars that was Libertyville and Monroeville grew larger, drew together, then ceased to have pattern. Lee watched a little sadly, feeling the best part of a potentially wonderful evening had slipped away. Irritated, chafed, out of sorts, unfulfilled. A dull ache in her breast. She didn't know if she had meant to let him go all the way, but after things reached a certain point, nothing had gone as she hoped. All because she had to open her big fat mouth. Her body was a mess, her thoughts the same. On the mostly silent drive back, she opened her mouth to clarify how she felt, then closed it again, afraid of being misunderstood because she didn't understand herself. She didn't feel jealous of Christine, and yet she did. Arnie hadn't told the truth about that. She had a good idea how much time he spent tinkering, but was that so wrong? He was good with his hands, liked to work, and the car ran like a watch, except for the mileometer running backward. She hadn't been thinking when she said cars are girls. It just popped out. It certainly wasn't always true. She didn't think of the family sedan as having gender. It was just a Ford. Forget the hocus pocus. The truth was more brutal and even crazier. She couldn't make love to him, couldn't touch him intimately in the car. Not in the car. The really crazy part was she felt Christine was watching them. Jealous, disapproving, maybe hating. There were times, like tonight as Arnie skated the Plymouth smoothly across the sleet, when she felt the two of them were welded together in a disturbing parody of lovemaking. She didn't feel she rode in Christine. When she got in, she felt swallowed. Kissing him, making love to him, seemed a perversion, like making love inside the body of her rival. The really crazy part was that she hated Christine. Hated her and feared her. She had developed a vague dislike of walking in front of the grill or closely behind the boot. Vague thoughts of the emergency brake letting go or the gear shift popping out of park. Thoughts she had never had about the family sedan. Mostly it was not wanting to do anything in the car, or even go anywhere in it if she could help it. Arnie seemed different inside, a person she didn't really know. She loved the feel of his hands on her body, her breasts, her thighs. She had not yet allowed him to touch the center of her, but she wanted his hands there. That would melt her. His touch always brought a coppery taste of excitement, a feeling that every sense was alive and deliciously attuned. But in the car, that feeling seemed blunted. Maybe because Arnie seemed less honestly passionate and somehow more lecherous. She opened her mouth again as they turned onto her street, wanting to explain some of this, but nothing would come. It was all vapors. Well, there was one thing, but she couldn't tell him. It would hurt him too badly. She didn't want to hurt him because she thought she was beginning to love him. But it was there, the smell, a rotten, thick smell under the aromas of new seat covers and cleaning fluid. Faint but terribly unpleasant, almost stomach-turning. As if something had crawled into the car and died there. He kissed her goodnight on her doorstep, sleet shining silver in the cone of yellow light from the carriage lamp, shining in her dark blonde hair like jewels. The fact that her parents might be watching from the living room forced him to kiss her almost formally, like a dear cousin. She apologized. She was silly. He said no, obviously meaning yes. She said it didn't seem right in the car, any car. She wanted them to be together, but not parked in the dark at the end of a dead-end road. Did he understand? Yes, he said. Up at the embankment, he had felt a little angry. To be honest, pretty goddamn pissed off. But now, standing on her stoop, he thought he could understand and marveled that he could want to deny her anything. She hugged him, arms locked around his neck, her coat still open, and he could feel the soft, maddening weight of her breasts. She told him she loved him for the first time, then slipped inside, leaving him standing on the porch, agreeably stunned, much warmer than he should have been in the ticking, pattering sleet. The idea that the Cabots might find it peculiar if he stood there much longer percolated down. He went back down the walk, snapping his fingers and grinning. Riding the roller coaster now. The best ride. The one they only let you take once. Near where the concrete path joined the sidewalk, he stopped, the smile fading. Christine stood at the curb, drops of melted sleet purling her glass, smearing the red dash lights from inside. He had left her running, and she had stalled. This was the second time. He muttered under his breath. Wet wires, that's all. Couldn't be plugs. He put in a whole new set just the day before yesterday. 8 new champions. And then Lee's question echoed back. Which did he spend more time with, me or her? The smile returned, but uneasy. He spent more time around cars in general, of course. That came of working for Will. But it was ridiculous to think that he had lied to her. That was the truth. He argued with himself. No, he couldn't say he really lied. Then what did he call it? For the first and only time since taking her to the Hidden Hills game, he had told her a big fat lie. Because the truth was, he spent more time with Christine, and he hated having her parked in the 30-day section of the airport lot, out in the wind and rain, soon to be snow. He had lied to her. He spent more time with Christine. And that was wrong. He croaked, the word almost lost in the slick, mysterious sound of falling sleet. He stood on the walk, looking at his stalled car, the marvelously resurrected time traveler from the era of Buddy Holly and Khrushchev and Laika the space dog, and suddenly hated it. It had done something to him. He wasn't sure what. Something. The dash lights, blurred into football-shaped red eyes by the moisture on the window, seemed to mock and reproach him. He opened the driver's side door, slipped behind the wheel, and pulled the door shut. He closed his eyes. Peace flowed over him, things coming back together. He had lied to her, but it was a little lie, mostly unimportant. No, completely unimportant. He reached out without opening his eyes and touched the leather rectangle the keys were attached to. Old and scuffed, initials RDL burned in. He had seen no need for a new key ring. But there was something peculiar about the leather tab, wasn't there? Yes, quite peculiar. When LeBay had skittered the keys across the oilcloth, the rectangle had been scuffed and nicked and darkened by age, the initials almost obliterated. Now the initials stood out fresh and clear again. They had been renewed. But like the lie, that was really unimportant. Sitting inside the metal shell of Christine's body, he felt very strongly that that was true. Quite unimportant, all of it. He turned the key. The starter whined, but for a long time the engine wouldn't catch. Wet wires, of course, he whispered. Please, it's all right. Don't worry, everything is the same. The engine fired, missed. The starter whined on and on. Sleet ticked coldly on the glass. It was safe in here, dry and warm, if the engine would start. He coaxed her. Come on, Christine. Come on, hon. The engine fired again, caught. The dash lights flickered and went out. The IGN light pulsed weakly as the motor stuttered, then went out for good as the engine smoothed into a clean hum-hum. The heater blew warm air gently around his legs, negating the winter chill. It seemed to him that there were things Lee could never understand, because she hadn't been around. The pimples, the cries of, "Hey, pizza face," the wanting to speak, to reach out, and the inability, the impotence. She couldn't understand the simple fact that, had it not been for Christine, he never would have had the courage to call her, even if she'd had "I want to date Arnie Cunningham" tattooed on her forehead. She couldn't understand that he sometimes felt 30 years older than his age. No, 50. Not a boy at all, but some terribly hurt veteran back from an undeclared war. He caressed the steering wheel. The green cat's eyes of the dash instruments glowed back comfortingly. He said, "Okay," almost sighed. He dropped the gear shift into Big D and flicked on the radio. D.D. Sharp singing Mashed Potato Time, mystic nonsense on the radio waves coming out of the dark. He pulled out, planning to head for the airport, where he would park and catch the bus that ran back to town on the hour. He did that, but not in time for the 11 p.m. bus as intended. He took the midnight bus instead. And it was not until he was in bed that night, recalling Lee's warm kisses instead of the way Christine wouldn't fire up, that it occurred to him that somewhere between leaving Lee's house and arriving at the airport, he had lost an hour. So obvious he felt like a man who has turned the house upside down for vital correspondence only to discover he's been holding it in his other hand all along. Obvious and a little scary. Where had he been? A blurry memory of drawing away from the curb and then just cruising. Yeah, cruising, that was all. No big deal. Cruising through the thickening sleet, empty streets plated with the stuff, without snow tires. Yet Christine, incredibly sure-footed, never missed her way or skidded, finding the safe and secure way, as if by magic, the ride as solid as on trolley tracks. Cruising with the radio on, spilling out a constant stream of oldies consisting solely of girls' names: Peggy Sue, Carol, Barbara Ann, Susie Darlin. At some point he had gotten a little frightened and punched one of the chrome buttons on the converter he'd installed. But instead of FM 104 and the Block Party Weekend, he got WDIL all over again. Only now the disc jockey sounded crazily like Alan Freed, and the voice that followed was screaming Jay Hawkins, hoarse and chanting about putting a spell on someone because they were his. And then at last, the airport with its foul weather lights pulsing sequentially like a visible heartbeat. Whatever had been on the radio faded to meaningless static, and he turned it off. Getting out of the car, he felt a sweaty, incomprehensible relief. Now he lay in bed, needing to sleep but unable. The sleet had thickened and curdled into fat white splats of snow. It wasn't right. Something had been started. Something was going on. He couldn't lie to himself and say he didn't know about it. Several people had commented on how beautifully he had restored her. He'd driven to school, and the auto shop kids were all over it. Underneath, on crawlers, looking at the new exhausts, new shocks, bodywork, waist deep in the engine compartment, checking out belts and radiator, miraculously free of corrosion and green gunk, the generator, the tight gleaming pistons socketed in their valves. Even the air cleaner was new, with the numbers 318 painted across the top, raked backward to indicate speed. He had become something of a hero to his fellow shoppies, taking all the compliments with just the right deprecating grin. But even then, hadn't the confusion been there deep inside? Sure, because he couldn't remember what he had done to Christine and what he hadn't. The time spent working on her at Darnell's was nothing but a blur now, like his ride to the airport earlier. He could remember starting the bodywork on the dented rear end, but not finishing it. He could remember painting the hood, covering the windscreen and mudguards with masking tape, donning the white mask in the paint shop out back, but exactly when he had replaced the springs, he couldn't remember, nor where he had gotten them. All he could remember for sure was sitting behind the wheel for long periods, stupefied with happiness, feeling the way he had felt when Lee whispered, "I love you." Sitting there after most of the guys had gone home for supper, sitting there and sometimes turning on the radio to listen to the oldies. Maybe the windscreen was the worst. He hadn't bought a new one. He was sure of that. His bank book would be dented a lot more if he had. Wouldn't he have a receipt? He had even hunted for one once in a desk file marked car stuff. But he hadn't found one. The truth was, he had hunted rather half-heartedly. Dennis had said the snarl of cracks had looked smaller, less serious. Then, that day at Hidden Hills, it had just been gone. Clean and unflawed. But when had it happened? How? He didn't know. He finally fell asleep and dreamed unpleasantly, twisting the covers into a ball as the scud of clouds blew away and the autumnal stars shone coldly down. It was a dream. She was sure, almost until the very end, that it must be a dream. In the dream, she awoke from a dream of Arnie making love to her not in the car, but in a very cool blue room, unfurnished except for a deep blue shag rug and a scatter of throw pillows. She awoke to her room in the small hours of Sunday morning. She could hear a car outside. She went to the window and looked down. Christine was standing at the curb, running, exhaust raftering up from the pipes, but empty. She thought Arnie must be at the door, although no knock yet. She ought to go down quickly. If her father woke up and found Arnie here at 4 a.m, he would be furious. But she didn't move. She looked down and thought how much she hated it, and feared it, and it hated her too. Rivals, she thought, and the thought in this dream was not grim and jealously hot, but rather despairing and afraid. There it sat at the curb. There she was, parked outside in the dead trench of morning, waiting for her. "Come on down, honey. We'll cruise, talk about who needs him more, who cares for him more, who will be better for him. Come on. You're not scared, are you?" She was terrified. It's not fair. She's older. She knows the tricks. She'll beguile him. Lee whispered fiercely in the dream for it to get out, rapping softly on the glass with her knuckles. The glass felt cold. She could see the small crescent-shaped marks her knuckles left in the frost. Amazing how real some dreams could be. But it had to be a dream, because the car heard her. The words were no more than out of her mouth when the wipers suddenly started up, flicking wet snow off the windscreen in somehow contemptuous swipes. And then it, or she, drew smoothly away from the curb and was gone up the street, with no one driving it. Lee feels certain it has to be a dream, as certain as anyone can be inside one. The passenger window of that car wore a dusting of snow but wasn't fully opaque, and she saw there was no one behind the wheel. So yes, a dream. She drifts back to her bed. A bed she has never shared with a lover, having never had one at all, just like Arnie, and thinks of a Christmas long ago, maybe 12 or 14 years past, when she could have been no more than 4. She and her mother were in a big Boston department store, perhaps Filene's. She lays her head on the pillow and falls asleep inside her dream, eyes open, watching faint early light in the window. Then, because anything can happen in dreams, the window shows her the Filene's toy department. Tinsel, glitter, lights. They were searching for something for Bruce, her parents' only nephew. A department store Santa's voice boomed through a PA system, but the amplified sound wasn't jolly. It felt ominous, like a maniac's laughter, someone who might come at night with a meat cleaver instead of presents. She reached toward a display, pointing and telling her mother that she wanted Santa to bring her that. Her mother refused, explaining that it was a boy's toy, but she insisted. Her mother offered a doll instead, maybe even a Barbie. She rejected it outright. Her mother tried again, calling her Lily, saying only boy elves make those for boys, while nice girl elves make nice dolls. She screamed that she didn't want a doll or a Barbie. She wanted that. Her mother warned that a tantrum would mean going home. So she submitted. Christmas brought Malibu Barbie and Malibu Ken, and she supposes she enjoyed them. But she still remembers the red Remco racing car on its green hills, running without a cord along a painted road so perfect it even had tiny metal guardrails, its illusion given away only by its pointless circularity. That car ran fast, bright red magic in her eye and mind. Its essential illusion that the car drove itself stole her heart. She knew a store employee controlled it from a booth with a wireless device. Her mother explained it, so it must be true. But her eyes denied it. Her heart denied it. She stood fascinated, small-gloved hands on the display rail, watching it race around and around, driving itself, until her mother pulled her gently away. Over everything, making the tinsel vibrate, that ominous Santa laughter. Lee sleeps deeper. Dreams and memories fade. Outside, daylight creeps in like cold milk, illuminating a Sunday morning, empty, silent street. The season's first snow is unmarked except for tire tracks that swerve to the curb in front of the Cabot house and then move smoothly away toward the intersection. She doesn't rise until nearly 10. Her mother, who disapproves of sleeping in, finally calls her down to eat before lunch. By then, the day has warmed to nearly 60 degrees. Early November in western Pennsylvania is as capricious as early April. By 10, the snow has melted. The tracks are gone. 10 nights later, with cardboard turkeys and construction paper cornucopias appearing in grammar school windows, a blue Camaro, jacked so high and back its nose seems to scrape the road, slides into the airport's long-term parking lot. From his glass booth, Sandy Galton watches nervously. Buddy Repperton's smiling face tilts up toward him, scrubbed with a week-old beard, eyes holding a manic glitter from cocaine. He and the boys scored a good gram that evening. Buddy looks like a depraved Clint Eastwood. Buddy asks how things are hanging. Dutiful laughter from the Camaro. Don Vandenberg, Moochie Welch, and Richie Trelawney are with Buddy. Between the coke and 6 bottles of Texas Driver, they feel great. They've come to do damage on Arnie Cunningham's Plymouth. Sandy nervously warns that if they get caught, he'll lose his job. He's the only one sober, and he regrets mentioning Cunningham parks his heap here. Jail hasn't occurred to him. From the back seat, Moochie jokes that if any of their Mission Impossible force gets caught, the secretary will deny they ever lived. More laughter. Sandy scans for other cars, witnesses. No planes due for over an hour. The lot is deserted. The weather has turned very cold. A razor-keen wind winds across runways and taxiways, hooting between empty cars. Above, the APCO sign bangs restlessly. Sandy tells them they can laugh, but he never saw them. If they're caught, he'll say he was taking a crap. Buddy calls him a baby, sounding sorrowful. Richie barks and adds more mockery. Roll over and play dead. Sandy flushes but insists he doesn't care. Just be careful. Buddy sincerely promises they will. He saved back a 7th bottle of Texas Driver and a decent toot of cocaine, handing both up. Sandy grins despite himself and says okay, adding so they won't think he's a sad sack to do a good job. Buddy's smile hardens, becomes metallic. The light dies from his eyes, leaving them dull, dead, frightening. He says they will. The Camaro drifts into the lot. Sandy follows its progress toward the back by moving taillights. Then Buddy kills them. The motor's burble drifts back on the wind a few moments, then stops. Sandy dumps the coke onto his counter by the portable TV, snorts it with a rolled dollar bill, then opens the Texas Driver. Being discovered drunk on the job would cost him his job too, but he doesn't care. Drunk is better than jumpy, always watching for airport security cars. The wind blows toward him. He hears too much. Breaking glass. Muffled laughter. A loud metallic thonk. More breaking glass. A pause. Low voices distorted on the cold wind. Suddenly, a fusillade of blows. Sandy winces. More breaking glass, metal tinkling onto pavement. Chrome, he supposes. He wishes Buddy had brought more coke. Coke is cheery, and he could use cheering up. Sounds like bad stuff happening at the far end of the lot. Then Buddy's voice, urgent and commanding. Do it there. A mutter of protest. Buddy again, insisting on the dashboard. Another mutter. Buddy saying he doesn't give a shit. That produces stifled laughter. Sweaty despite the knifing cold, Sandy slides his glass window shut and snaps on the TV. He drinks deeply, grimacing at the heavy fruit wine taste. He doesn't care for Texas Driver, but it's what everyone drinks. He can't act better than them. Buddy doesn't like wimps. He drinks, feeling better. Or at least drunker. When an airport security car passes, he barely flinches. The cop raises a hand. Sandy raises one back, perfectly cool. About 15 minutes after the Camaro cruised toward the back, it reappears in the exit lane. Buddy sits cool and relaxed behind the wheel, a 3/4 empty driver bottle propped in his crotch. He's smiling, but his eyes are bloodshot and weird. Not just wine or coke, Buddy Repperton is no one to fuck with. Buddy announces it's all taken care of. Sandy says good, and tries a smile that feels sick. He has no feelings about Cunningham either way, and isn't particularly imaginative, but he can guess how Cunningham will feel seeing what's happened to that restored red and white Plymouth. Still, it's Buddy's business. He says good again. Richie tells him to keep his jock on and giggles. Sandy agrees, glad they're leaving. Maybe he won't hang around Vandenberg's Happy Gas after this. This is heavy shit. Maybe too heavy. Maybe he'll pick up night courses, too. He'd have to quit this job, but that might not be so bad. It's pretty dull. Buddy is still looking at him with that hard gonzo smile. Sandy takes a big drink of Texas Driver, nearly gags, and has a flash of puking onto Buddy's upturned face. His unease becomes terror. Buddy reminds him that if cops get involved, Sandy knows nothing, saw nothing. Like he said, he had to go take a crap around 9:30. Sure, Buddy. They all wore their little mittens, left no prints. Sure. Buddy tells him softly to stay cool. Yeah, okay. The Camaro rolls. Sandy raises the gate with the manual button. The car heads toward the exit road at a sedate pace. Someone barks. The sound drifts back against the wind. Troubled, Sandy sits down to watch TV. Shortly before the rush from the 10:40 Cleveland flight, he pours the rest of the driver out the window onto the ground. He doesn't want it anymore. The next day after school, Arnie and Lee ride the bus to the airport together to pick up Christine. They plan a trip to Pittsburgh for early Christmas shopping, and the prospect feels terribly adult. On the bus, Arnie is in a fine mood, inventing fanciful stories about fellow passengers. A fat lady in work shoes is a lapsed nun. A kid in a cowboy hat is a hustler. He makes Lee laugh despite her painful, depressing period. She joins in, but isn't as good at it. She marvels at how he has come out of his shell, how he has bloomed. She feels the smug satisfaction of a prospector proved right. She loves him, and she was right to love him. They get off at the terminal and walk across the access road hand in hand. Lee notes that 25 minutes from school isn't bad. Arnie agrees, saying it keeps peace in the family. When his mom got home and saw Christine in the driveway, she went totally crazy. Lee laughs. The wind flips her hair. The temperature has moderated from last night's bitter cold, but it's still chilly enough to feel like Christmas shopping, even if Pittsburgh's decorations aren't up yet. She feels glad to be alive and in love. She has thought about how she loves him. She's had crushes before, once thought she might be in love. But about Arnie, there's no question. He troubles her sometimes, his obsession with the car, but even that unease enriches her feelings, and part of it is selfish. In only weeks, she has begun to make him over, to complete him. They cut between cars toward the 30-day section. A U.S. Air jet comes in overhead, its engine thunder rolling away in flat waves. Arnie starts saying something about Thanksgiving dinner, but the plane swallows his voice after a few words. She turns to watch his silently moving mouth, amused. Then his mouth stops. He stops walking. His eyes widen, then bulge. His mouth twists. The hand holding hers clamps down ruthlessly, grinding her finger bones together. She cries out, but the jet roar fades and he doesn't seem to hear. His hand clamps tighter. His mouth slams shut into a grimace of surprise and terror. She thinks he's having a heart attack or a stroke. She asks what's wrong, cries that it hurts. For an unbearable moment, the pressure increases until her bones feel ready to splinter. The high color drains from his cheeks. His skin turns leaden like a slate headstone. He says one word, Christine, and lets go. He runs, thumping his leg against the bumper, spinning, almost falling, catching himself, running forward again. She realizes it's about the car, always the goddamn car, and bitter, total, despairing anger rises. For the first time, she wonders if it's possible to love him, if Arnie will allow it. Her anger quenches the instant she really sees. Arnie runs to what remains of his car, hands out, stopping so abruptly he seems to ward it off, the classic hit-and-run victim an instant before collision. He stands that way for a moment, as if to stop the car or the whole world. Then he lowers his arms. His Adam's apple lurches twice as he fights to swallow back a moan or cry. Then his throat locks solid, every muscle, every cord, even the blood vessels standing out in relief. The throat of a man trying to lift a piano. Lee walks toward him slowly. Her hand throbs. Tomorrow it will be swollen and useless, but for now she's forgotten it. Her heart goes out to him and seems to find him. She feels his sorrow, shares it, or thinks she does. Only later does she realize how much Arnie shuts her out that day, how much suffering he endures alone, how much hate he hides. She asks who did it, her voice breaking with grief. She never liked the car, but seeing it reduced to this makes her understand his commitment fully. She can hate it no longer, or so she thinks. Arnie doesn't answer. He stands looking at Christine, eyes burning, head slightly down. The windscreen smashed through in 2 places. Handfuls of safety glass strewn across slashed seat covers like trumpery diamonds. Half the front bumper pried off, dragging on the pavement near a snarl of black wires like octopus tentacles. 3 or 4 side windows broken. Holes punched through the body at waist level in ragged, wavering lines. Some sharp, heavy instrument, maybe the pry end of a tire iron. The passenger door hangs open, all dashboard glass broken, tufts and wads of stuffing everywhere. The speedometer needle lies on the driver's side floor mat. Arnie walks slowly around, noting everything. Lee speaks to him twice. He doesn't answer. The leaden color of his face now broken by 2 burning spots of flush high on his cheekbones. He picks up the octopus thing from the pavement. A distributor cap. Her father once pointed one out while tinkering. He examines it like an exotic specimen, then throws it down. Broken glass grits under their heels. She speaks again. He doesn't answer. Along with terrible pity, she begins to feel afraid. Later, she tells Dennis Gilder it seemed possible Arnie might have lost his mind. He boots a piece of chrome trim out of his way. It strikes the cyclone fence with a small tinkling sound. The taillights smashed. More trumpery gems, rubies this time, on pavement instead of seats. She tries again. He stops, looking through the hole in the driver's side window. A terrible low jungle sound begins from his chest. She looks over his shoulder and feels a crazy need to laugh, scream, and faint all at once. On the dashboard, she hadn't noticed at first, in the midst of the general destruction, someone has left excrement. Arnie screams a curse, shitters, his voice not his own, high and shrill, cracked with fury. Lee turns and vomits, holding blindly onto another car, small white dots expanding before her eyes like puffed rice. She thinks of the county fair. Haul an old junk car onto a platform, lean a sledgehammer against it, 3 swings for a quarter. But not this. Arnie screams that he'll get them if it's the last thing he does. Lee throws up again, and for one terrible moment, wishes she had never met Arnie Cunningham. He lets himself into the house at 11:45 that night. The clothes he wore for the Pittsburgh trip are grease and sweat-stained. His hands deeply grimed. A shallow cut corkscrews across the back of his left hand like a brand. His face looks haggard and stunned, dark circles under his eyes. His mother sits at the table with a solitaire game laid out. She's been waiting for him, dreading it deeply. Lee called and told her what happened. The girl, who impressed Regina as quite nice, if perhaps not quite good enough for her son, sounded like she'd been crying. Alarmed, Regina hung up quickly and dialed Darnell's garage. Lee told her Arnie called for a tow truck from there and rode in with the driver, putting Lee in a taxi over her protests. A wheezy, gravelly voice answered. Regina hung up, realizing it would be a mistake to talk to him there. She and Mike have already made enough mistakes about Arnie and his car. She'll wait until he comes home, say what she has to say. Looking him in the face. She says it now. She's sorry. It would be better if Mike were here, but he's in Kansas City at a symposium on trade in the Middle Ages, not back until Sunday, unless this brings him home early. She thinks it might. She realizes, not without rue, that she may be awakening to the full seriousness of this situation. Arnie echoes her flatly. Sorry. She tries to continue, she and they, but can't. Something terrible in the deadwood of his expression. His eyes blanks. She can only shake her head, eyes brimming, the hateful taste of tears in her nose and throat. She hates crying. Strong-willed, one of 2 girls in a Catholic family, with a blue-collar father, a washed-out mother, and 7 brothers, hell-bent on college, despite her father's belief that girls only learn how to stop being virgins and throw over the church. She has shed more than her share of tears. If her family thinks she's hard sometimes, is because they don't understand that when you go through hell, you come out baked by fire. And when you have to burn to have your own way, you always want to have it. Arnie asks if she knows something. She shakes her head, feeling the hot, slithery burn of tears under her lids. He says she'd make him laugh if he weren't so exhausted. She could have been out there swinging tire irons and hammers along with the guys who did it. She's probably happier about it than they are. She cries that it's not fair. He roars back that it is fair, his eyes blazing with horrible fire. For the first time in her life, she is afraid of her son. He says it was her idea to get the car out of the driveway, his father's idea to put it in the airport lot. Who does she think is to blame? Would it have happened if it had been here? He steps toward her, fists clenched. She struggles not to flinch. She asks if they can't talk about this like two rational human beings. He answers coldly that one of them took a shit on the dashboard of his car. How's that for rational? She believes she had the tears under control, but this news, such stupid, irrational fury, brings them back. She cries in grief for what her son has seen. She lowers her head and cries in bewilderment, pain, and fear. All her life as a mother, Regina had felt secretly superior to women with older children. When Arnie was 1, other mothers warned her to wait until he was 5. That was when trouble started, when they learned to say curse words in front of grandmothers and play with matches. But Arnold remained as good as gold at 5. Then they said wait until he was 10, then 15. When it got sticky with drugs, rock concerts, girls who would do anything, stealing hubcaps and diseases. Through it all, she smiled inside, because everything was working out according to plan, the way her own childhood should have been. Her son had warm, supportive parents who cared, who would give him anything reasonable, who would send him to a good college, finishing the business of parenting with a flourish. If someone suggested Arnie had few friends and was often bullied, she would have pointed out she attended parochial school in a tough neighborhood where girls' panties were sometimes torn off and set on fire with Zippo lighters. If someone suggested her child-rearing attitudes differed from her hated father's only in material goals, she would have pointed to her good son as vindication. But now her good son stood before her, pale, exhausted, greased to the elbows, seeming to thrum with the same barely chained anger that had been his grandfather's trademark, even looking like him. Everything had fallen into shambles. She suggested they talk about what to do in the morning, trying to pull herself together and beat back tears. He said that wouldn't work unless she got up very early. He was going upstairs to catch about 4 hours, then back to the garage. She asked what for. He gave a crazy laugh and flapped his arms as if to fly. What did she think? He had a lot of work to do, more than she believed. She forbade it, reminding him of school. He turned to look at her, study her, and she flinched again. This was like a grinding nightmare going on and on. He said he'd get to school with fresh clothes and a pack, shower so he wouldn't smell offensive in homeroom. After school, back to Darnell's. A lot of work to be done, but he could do it. It would eat up his savings, though. Plus, he'd have to keep up with the work for Will. She mentioned homework and studies. He smiled a dead, mechanical smile. Those would suffer. He couldn't promise a 93 average anymore, but he'd get by with C's, maybe some B's. She cried that he had college to think about. He came back to the table, limping badly, planted his hands before her, and leaned down slowly. She thought, a stranger. Her son was a stranger. Was this her fault? Because she only wanted what was best for him? He said softly, holding her gaze, that the only things he cared about now were Christine, Lee, and staying on Will Darnell's good side so he could get the car fixed as good as new. He didn't give a shit about college. And if she didn't get off his case, he'd drop out of high school. That ought to shut her up. She met his gaze and said he couldn't. Maybe she deserved his cruelty. but she'd fight this self-destructive streak with everything she had. So don't talk about dropping out. He answered that he'd really do it. Don't kid herself into thinking he wouldn't. He'd be 18 in February, and he'd do it on his own then if she didn't stay out of this from now on. Did she understand? Tearfully, she told him to go to bed, that he was breaking her heart. He laughed shockingly. Hurts, doesn't it? He knows. He left, walking slowly, the limp pulling him left. Soon she heard the heavy, tired clump of his shoes on the stairs, terribly reminiscent of her childhood, when she thought to herself, "The ogre's going to bed." She burst into fresh weeping, got up clumsily, and went out the back door to cry in private. She held herself, thin comfort but better than none, and looked up at a horned moon quadruple through her tears. Everything had changed with the speed of a cyclone. Her son hated her. She'd seen it in his face. Not a tantrum, not a passing squall. This wasn't the way it was supposed to go with her good boy. Not at all. She stood on the stoop until the tears ran their course, sobs becoming occasional gasps. The cold gnawed her bare ankles and bit through her housecoat. She went inside and upstairs. She stood outside Arnie's room indecisively for nearly a minute before going in. He had fallen asleep on the coverlet, pants still on. He seemed more unconscious than asleep, his face horribly old. A trick of the light from the hall made it seem for a moment that his hair was thinning, that his sleep-gaping mouth was without teeth. A small squeal of horror strained through her hand, and she hurried toward him. Her shadow moved with her, and she saw it was only Arnie. The impression of age, just the light and her own exhausted confusion. She looked at his clock radio, set for 4:30 a.m. She thought of turning the alarm off, even stretched out her hand. Ultimately, she couldn't. Instead, she went down to her bedroom, sat at the phone table, and picked up the handset. She held it for a moment, debating. If she called Mike in the middle of the night, he would think something terrible had happened. She giggled. Well, hadn't it? And it was still happening. She dialed the Ramada Inn in Kansas City, where her husband was staying, vaguely aware that for the first time since leaving the grim 3-story house in Roxburgh for college 27 years before, she was calling for help. She got through most of the story. Sitting in a visitor's chair with knees pressed together and ankles crossed, neatly dressed in a multicolored wool sweater and brown corduroy skirt. Only at the end did she begin to cry, and she couldn't find a handkerchief. Dennis handed her the box of tissues from beside the bed. He told her to take it easy. She couldn't. Arnie hadn't been to see her. At school he seemed so tired, and Dennis said he hadn't been here. Dennis said Arnie would come if he needed him. She called him full of macho bullshit, then looked comically stunned at her own words. Her tears had cut tracks through her light makeup. They looked at each other and laughed briefly. Not really that good. Dennis asked if Motormouth, the guidance counselor, had seen Arnie. Lee said yes. Called to the guidance office the day before yesterday, but Arnie didn't say anything, and she didn't dare ask. He'd gotten so strange. Dennis nodded. Although Lee didn't realize it, deep in her own trouble, he felt impotence and deepening fear for Arnie. From reports filtering into his room over recent days, Arnie sounded on the verge of a nervous breakdown. Lee's report was the most recent and graphic. He'd never wanted to be out as badly as now. He could call Vickers, ask if there was anything he could do. He could call Arnie, except from what Lee said, Arnie was always at school, Darnell's, or sleeping. His father had come home early, and there'd been another fight. Although Arnie hadn't said so outright, Lee believed he'd come close to simply leaving home. Dennis didn't want to talk to Arnie at Darnell's. Lee asked what she could do, what he would do in her place. Dennis said, wait. He didn't know what else she could do. She answered that waiting was hardest, her voice so low it was almost inaudible. Her hands clenched and unclenched on the Kleenex, shredding it, dotting her brown skirt with lint. Her parents wanted her to stop seeing him, to drop him. They were afraid Repperton and those other boys would do something else. Dennis asked if she was pretty sure it was Buddy and his friends. She said yes, everyone was. Mr. Cunningham called the police even though Arnie told him not to. Arnie said he'd settled the score his own way, and that scared them both. It scared her, too. The police picked up Buddy Repperton and one of his friends, Moochie, and the boy who works nights at the airport parking lot, Sandy Galton. They thought he must have been in on it. Maybe let them in? Dennis agreed. Sandy ran with them but wasn't quite as degenerate. If Arnie didn't talk to someone, someone sure did. Lee said first Mrs. Cunningham, then his father. She didn't think either knew the other had talked to her. They were... Dennis suggested upset. She shook her head. It was more than that. They both looked like they'd been mugged. She couldn't really feel sorry for Regina. All she wanted was her own way, but she could cry for Mr. Cunningham. He just seemed so... When she got there yesterday after school, Mrs. Cunningham asked her to call her Regina, but Lee just couldn't seem to do it. Dennis grinned. She asked if he could. He said yes, but he'd had more practice. She smiled. The first good one of her visit. Maybe that would make a difference. Anyway, when she went over, Mrs. Cunningham was there, but Mr. Cunningham was still at the university. She took the whole week off, what was left of it. She said she couldn't go back, even for the 3 days before Thanksgiving. Dennis asked how she looked. Lee said, shattered. 10 years older than when she met her a month ago. And him, Michael? Lee hesitated. Older but tougher. As if this had somehow gotten him into gear. Dennis stayed silent. He had known Michael Cunningham for 13 years and had never seen him in gear, so he wouldn't know. Regina had always been the one in gear. Michael trailed in her wake, making drinks at parties, playing his recorder, looking melancholy. Dennis's father had once remarked at the window, watching Regina lead Arnie by the hand down the walk to where Michael waited behind the wheel. Momism supreme. He wondered if she'd make the poor slob wait in the car when Arnie got married. Dennis's mother had shushed him with a little pitchers have big ears gesture. Dennis never forgot it. At 7, he understood perfectly what a poor slob was, and vaguely understood why his father might think Michael Cunningham was one. He had felt sad for Michael, and that feeling had held off and on to the present. Lee continued. Mr. Cunningham came in around the time she was finishing her story. They asked her to stay for supper. Arnie had been eating down at Darnell's, but she said she had to get back. Mr. Cunningham offered her a ride, and she got his side on the way home. Dennis asked if they were on different sides. Not exactly, but Mr. Cunningham was the one who went to the police. Arnie didn't want to, and Regina couldn't bring herself to do it. Dennis asked cautiously if Arnie was really trying to put Humpty together again. Lee whispered, yes, then burst out that wasn't all. He was in deep with Darnell. Yesterday in study hall, he told her he was dropping a new front end into the car that afternoon and evening. When she said that would be expensive, he said not to worry because his credit was good. Dennis told her to slow down. She was crying again. Arnie's credit was good because he and someone named Jimmy Sykes were doing errands for Will Friday and Saturday. She didn't think those errands were legal. Dennis asked what Arnie told the police when they came about Christine. Lee said Arnie told him about finding the car that way. They asked if he had any ideas who might have done it. He said no. They asked if it wasn't true he'd gotten into a fight with Buddy Repperton, that Repperton pulled a knife and got expelled. Arnie said Repperton knocked his bag lunch out of his hand and stepped on it. Then Mr. Casey came over and broke it up. They asked if Repperton hadn't said he would get him for it. Arnie said he might have said something like that, but talk was cheap. Dennis considered this in silence, looking out at a dull November sky. He found it ominous. If Lee had the interview right, Arnie hadn't told a single lie, but he had edited things to make what happened in the smoking area sound like ordinary pushing. Dennis found that extremely ominous. Lee asked if Dennis knew what Arnie might be doing for Darnell. He said no, but he had ideas. An internal tape recorder started up with his father's voice. Stolen cars, cigarettes and booze, contraband like fireworks. He's been lucky for a long time. He looked at Lee's too pale face, her makeup cut open by tears. She was hanging on to Arnie as best she could, maybe learning something about being tough she wouldn't have learned otherwise for another 10 years. But that didn't make it easier or right. It occurred to him randomly that he had first noticed the improvement in Arnie's face more than a month before Arnie and Lee clicked. But after Arnie and Christine clicked, he promised to talk to Arnie. Lee stood up. She didn't want things like they were before. She knew nothing ever is. But she still loved him, and she wished Dennis would tell him that. He said okay. They were both embarrassed, unable to speak for a long moment. Dennis thought this would be the point in a country song where the best friend steps in. A sneaky, mean Randy part of him wouldn't mind that at all. He was still powerfully attracted to her, more than to any girl in a long time, maybe ever. Let Arnie run bottle rockets and cherry bombs to Burlington and fuss with his car. He and Lee could get to know each other, and he had a feeling at that awkward moment after her profession of love that he could do it. She was vulnerable. He could say something, the right something, maybe just, "Come here." And she would come, sit on the bed's edge, they would talk about pleasanter things, and maybe he would kiss her. Her mouth was lovely and full, made to kiss. Once for comfort, twice out of friendship. 3 times pays for all. He felt with reliable instinct that it could be done. But he didn't say any of the things that could start that, and neither did Lee. Arnie was between them, and almost surely always would be. Arnie and his lady. If it weren't so ludicrously ghastly, he could have laughed. Lee asked when they were letting him out. He asked on an unsuspecting public and began to giggle. She joined him. She said, "Yes, something like that," then snickered again. "Sorry." He said not to be. People had laughed at him all his life. He was used to it. They said he was stuck until January, but he was fooling them, going home for Christmas, working his buns off in the torture chamber. Physical therapy. His back was looking good. Other bones knitting busily. The itch was terrible sometimes. He was gobbling rose hips by the bushel. Dr. Arroway said that was a folk tale, but Coach Puffer swore by them and checked the bottle every visit. Lee asked if Coach came often. Yes, now he had Dennis half believing the rose hip stuff. Of course, he wouldn't play football ever again. Crutches for a while, then with luck, a cane. Dr. Arroway said he might limp for a couple of years, or always. Lee said softly she was sorry it had to happen to a nice guy like him. But part of it was selfish. She wondered if all this horrible stuff with Arnie would have happened if Dennis had been up and around. Dennis rolled his eyes dramatically. Blame it on him. But she didn't smile. She had started to worry about Arnie's sanity. That was the one thing she hadn't told her folks or his, but she thought his mother might. She didn't know what he said to Regina that night after they found the car smashed, but they must have really put their claws into each other. Dennis nodded. But it was so mad. Arnie's parents offered to buy him a good used car to replace Christine. He said no. Then Mr. Cunningham told Lee on the ride home that he offered to buy Arnie a new car, cashing bonds held since 1955. Arnie said he couldn't take a present like that. Mr. Cunningham said he understood it didn't have to be a present. Arnie could pay him back, even with interest if that's what Arnie wanted. Did Dennis see what she was saying? Yes, it couldn't be just any car. It had to be Christine. To her, that seemed obsessive. He found one object and fixed on it. She was scared, sometimes hateful, but not scared of him, not hating him. She hated that fucking car. That bitch Christine. High color bloomed in her cheeks. Her eyes narrowed, mouth turned down. Her face was no longer beautiful, the light on it pitiless, changing it into something ugly but striking, compelling. Dennis realized why they called it the green-eyed monster. She said she wished somebody would take his precious fucking Christine out back by mistake, where they put the junks. Her eyes sparkled venomously. The next day, she wished the crane with the big round magnet would pick it up and put it in the crusher. Someone would push the button, and what came out would be a little cube of metal, 3 by 3. Then this would be over, wouldn't it? Dennis didn't answer. After a moment, he could almost see the monster turn around, wrap its scaly tail around itself, and steal out of her face. Her shoulders sagged. She guessed that sounded pretty horrible, like saying she wished those hoods had finished the job. He said he understood how she felt. She challenged if he really did. Dennis thought of Arnie's look pounding his fists on the dashboard, the maniacal light in his eyes around the car. He thought of sitting behind the wheel in LeBay's garage and the vision that came over him. Last, he thought of his dream. Headlights bearing down in the high woman scream of burning rubber. Yes, he said. He thought he did. They looked at each other in the hospital room. Thanksgiving dinner at the hospital was served in shifts from 11 to 1. Dennis got his at 12:15. 3 careful slices of white turkey breast, 1 careful ladleful of brown gravy, a scoop of instant mashed potatoes the exact size and shape of a baseball lacking red stitches, a like scoop of frozen squash that was an arrogant fluorescent orange, and a small plastic container of cranberry jelly. Dessert was ice cream. Resting on the corner of his tray was a small blue card. Wise to hospital ways. Once you've been treated for the first set of bed sores on your ass, you're wiser than you ever wanted to be. He asked the candy striper what the yellow and red cards got. Yellow cards got 2 pieces of turkey, no gravy, potato, no squash, and Jell-O for dessert. Red cards got 1 slice of white meat, pureed, and potato. Fed to them in most cases. Dennis found it all pretty depressing. Too easy to imagine his mother bringing a big crackling capon to the dining room table. Around 4, his father sharpening his carving knife, his sister flushed with importance, a red velvet ribbon in her hair, pouring each a glass of good red wine. Easy to imagine the good smells, the laughter as they sat down. Easy to imagine, but probably a mistake. It turned out to be the most depressing Thanksgiving of Dennis's life. He drifted into an unaccustomed early afternoon nap, no physical therapy because of the holiday, and dreamed an unsettling dream where candy stripers walked through the ICU ward, slapping turkey decals onto life support machines and IV drips. His family had visited for an hour in the morning, and for the first time he sensed his sister Ellie was anxious to leave. They'd been invited to a light Thanksgiving brunch at the Callisons, where one of the boys was 14 and cute. Her wrecked brother had become boring. No rare tragic cancer breeding in his bones, no paralysis for life, no movie of the week material in him. They called around 12:30 from the Callisons. His father sounded a bit drunk. Maybe on his second Bloody Mary, maybe getting disapproving looks from Mom. Dennis had just finished his dietitian-approved Blue Card Thanksgiving dinner, the only such meal he'd ever finished in 15 minutes, and did a good job sounding cheerful. Ellie came on briefly, giggly and screamy. Maybe talking to her had tired him out enough for a nap. He fell asleep around 2, had his unsettling dream. The hospital ran on a skeleton staff, unusually quiet. The usual babble of TVs and radios muted. The candy striper who took his tray smiled brightly, hoping he'd enjoyed his special dinner. He assured her he had. It was Thanksgiving for her, too. The dream broke up into darker sleep. When he woke near 5 o'clock, Arnie Cunningham sat in the hard plastic contour chair where Lee had sat the day before. Dennis wasn't surprised. He simply assumed he was still dreaming. He greeted Arnie. Arnie replied that things were hanging good, but Dennis looked asleep. Did he want some head nuggies to wake up? There was a brown bag on his lap. Dennis's sleepy mind thought, got his lunch after all. Maybe Repperton hadn't squashed it as bad as they thought. He tried to sit up, hurt his back, used the control panel to get almost sitting. The motor whined. Jesus, it was really Arnie. Arnie asked if Dennis had been expecting Ghidra, the three-headed monster. Dennis said he'd been sleeping, thought he still was. He rubbed his forehead hard. Happy Thanksgiving. Arnie returned the sentiment and asked if they fed Dennis turkey with all the trimmings. Dennis laughed. He got something that looked like the play dinners that came with Ellie's Happy Time cafeteria when she was 7. Arnie made gagging noises. He remembered. What a gross out. Dennis said he was really glad Arnie came, and for a moment came perilously close to tears. He hadn't realized just how depressed he'd been. He redoubled his determination to be home by Christmas. If he was here on Christmas Day, he'd probably commit suicide. Arnie asked if his folks came. Sure they did, and they'd be back tonight, Mom and Dad anyway. But it wasn't the same. Arnie said yeah, and that he brought some stuff. He told the lady downstairs he had Dennis's bathrobe, giggling a little. Dennis nodded at the bag. Not just a lunch bag, but a shopping bag. Arnie said he raided the fridge after they ate the bird. His parents went visiting university friends, the way they did every Thanksgiving afternoon, not back until around 8. As Arnie talked, he took things out. 2 pewter candle holders. 2 candles. He slammed the candles into the holders, lit them with matchbooks advertising Darnell's garage, and turned off the overhead light. Then 4 sandwiches clumsily wrapped in wax paper. Arnie recalled that Dennis always said scarfing turkey sandwiches around 11:30 Thursday night was better than Thanksgiving dinner anyway, because the pressure was off. Dennis agreed, sandwiches in front of the TV, Carson, or an old movie, but honestly, Arnie didn't have to. Arnie said he hadn't been around to see Dennis in almost 3 weeks. Good thing Dennis was sleeping when he came in, or he probably would have shot him. He tapped Dennis's 2 sandwiches, white meat and mayo, on Wonder Bread, his favorite. Dennis started giggling, then laughing, then roaring. It hurt his back, but he couldn't stop. Wonder Bread had been one of their great childhood secrets. Both mothers were serious about bread. Regina bought Diet Thin. Dennis's mother favored Roman meal and pumpernickel. But both boys were secret Wonder Bread freaks, pooling money to buy a loaf and a jar of French's mustard, then slinking into Arnie's garage or Dennis's treehouse to gobble mustard sandwiches and read Richie Rich comic books until the loaf was gone. Arnie joined his laughter. For Dennis, that was the best part of Thanksgiving. Dennis had been between roommates for almost 10 days, so he had the semi-private room to himself. Arnie closed the door and produced a 6-pack of Busch beer from the brown bag. Dennis said wonders would never cease, then had to laugh at the unintentional pun. Arnie agreed. He didn't think they ever would. He toasted Dennis over the candles with a bottle. Prosit. Dennis responded, live forever. They drank. After the thick turkey sandwiches, Arnie produced 2 plastic Tupperware pie wedges from his apparently bottomless bag and pried off the lids. 2 pieces of homemade apple pie rested inside. Dennis said he couldn't. He'd bust. Arnie commanded him to eat. Dennis took the container and a fresh plastic fork, finished the slice in 4 huge bites, then belched. He upended the remainder of his second beer and belched again. In Portugal, That's a compliment to the cook. His head buzzed pleasantly from the beer. Arnie grinned and said whatever Dennis said. He got up, turned on the overhead fluorescent, and snuffed the candles. Outside, steady rain beat against the windows, looking and sounding cold. For Dennis, some of the warm spirit of friendship and real Thanksgiving seemed to go out with the candles. He said he'd hate Arnie tomorrow, probably have to sit on the john for an hour, and it hurts his back. Arnie asked if he remembered the time Elaine got the farts. They both laughed. They teased her until Dennis's mother gave them holy hell. Dennis said they didn't smell, but sure were loud, like gunshots. Arnie agreed. They laughed a little, but a sad sort of laughter. A lot of water under the bridge. That Ellie's attack of the farts had happened 7 years ago was somehow more unsettling than amusing. A breath of mortality in realizing 7 years could still pass with such smooth ease. Conversation lapsed, both lost in their thoughts. At last, Dennis said Lee came by yesterday, told him about Christine. He was sorry. Bummer. Arnie looked up, his thoughtful melancholy replaced by a cheerful smile. Dennis didn't really believe. He said, yeah, it was crude, but he went way overboard about it. Dennis said anyone would, aware he'd become suddenly watchful, hating it but unable to help. The friendship part was over. It had been here warming the room, and now it had slipped away, ephemeral, delicate. Now they were just dancing. Arnie's cheerful eyes were opaque and watchful. Arnie said he gave his mother a hard time, Lee, too. It was the shock of seeing all that work down the tubes. He shook his head. Bad news. Dennis asked if he'd be able to do anything with it. Arnie brightened immediately, really brightened. Sure, he already had. Dennis wouldn't believe it if he'd seen the way it looked in that parking lot. They made cars tough in those days, not like now where shiny plastic passes for metal. That car was a tank, the glass was worst. And the tires, they slashed the tires. Dennis asked about the engine. Arnie said promptly that they never got at it. That was the first lie. They had been at it. The distributor cap had been lying on pavement. Lee recognized it and told Dennis. What else had they done under the hood? The radiator? If someone used a tire iron to punch holes in bodywork, might they not spring the radiator in a few places? The plugs? Voltage regulator? Carburetor? Why are you lying to me? Dennis asked what Arnie was doing with it now. Arnie said, spending money on it, what else? And laughed his almost genuine laugh. Dennis might have accepted it as genuine if he hadn't heard the real article once or twice over the Thanksgiving supper Arnie brought. New tires, new glass, some body work, then it would be as good as new. But Lee said they found little more than a smashed hulk, a Carnival 3 swings for a quarter derelict. Why are you lying? For a cold moment, Dennis wondered if Arnie hadn't gone a little crazy. But that wasn't the impression. The feeling was furtiveness, craftiness. Then, for the first time, the crazy thought came, maybe Arnie was only half lying, laying groundwork for plausibility for... what? Spontaneous regeneration? That was pretty crazy. Unless you happen to see a mass of cracks in a windshield seem to shrink between one viewing and the next. Just a trick of the light. That's what he thought then, and he was right. But a trick of light didn't explain the haphazard way Arnie rebuilt Christine, the hopscotch of old and new parts. Didn't explain that weird feeling Dennis got sitting behind Christine's wheel in LeBay's garage. Or the sense after the new tire was put on that he was looking at an old car picture with a new car picture directly underlying it, a hole cut out where the old tire had been. And nothing explained Arnie's lie now, or the narrow, thoughtful way he watched Dennis to see if his lie would be accepted. So Dennis smiled. A big, easy, relieved grin. That was great. Arnie's evaluating expression held a moment longer, then he smiled an aw-shucks grin and shrugged. luck. When he thought of the things they could have done, sugar in the gas tank, molasses in the carb, they were stupid. Lucky for him. Dennis asked quietly, Repperton and his merry crew? The suspicious look, dark and unlike Arnie, appeared again and sank from sight. Arnie looked grim and morose. He seemed to speak, then sighed instead. Yeah. Who else? Dennis noted Arnie didn't report it. His dad did. That's what Lee said. Arnie asked sharply what else she told him. Nothing. And Dennis didn't ask. Your business, Arnie. Peace. Arnie laughed a little, passed a hand over his face. He still wasn't over it. He didn't think he'd ever be over it, Dennis. Coming into that lot with Lee, feeling on top of the world, and seeing... Dennis interrupted. Won't they just do it again if he fixes her up again? Arnie's face went dead cold set. They won't do it again, he said. His gray eyes like March ice. Dennis found himself suddenly very glad he wasn't Buddy Repperton. Dennis asked what Arnie meant. Arnie said he'd be parking the car at home, his face breaking into that large, cheerful, unnatural grin. What did Dennis think he meant? Nothing, Dennis said. The image of ice remained, thin ice creaking uneasily under his feet, black cold water beneath. But Arnie seemed awful sure Buddy wanted to let this go. Arnie said quietly he was hoping Buddy would see it as a standoff. They got him expelled from school. Dennis said hotly that Buddy got himself expelled. He pulled a knife, not even a knife, but a goddamn pig sticker. Arnie said he was just telling it the way Buddy would see it, then held out his hand and laughed. Peace. Yeah, okay. Arnie continued. They got Buddy expelled, or more accurately, Arnie did, and Buddy and his buddies beat hell out of Christine Evans. The end. Dennis said, yeah, if Buddy sees it that way. Arnie thought he would. The cops questioned him, and Moochie Welch and Richie Trelawney scared them. Almost got Sandy Galton to confess. Arnie's lip curled. Fucking crybaby. This was so unlike the old Arnie that Dennis sat up without thinking, winced at the pain, and lay down quickly. He said Arnie sounded like he wanted Buddy to stonewall it. Arnie said he didn't care what Buddy or any of those shitters did, then added in a strangely offhand voice that it didn't matter anymore anyway. Dennis asked if Arnie was all right. For a moment, a look of desperate sadness passed over Arnie's face. More than sadness. Harried and haunted. The face, Dennis later thought, of someone so bewildered and entangled and weary of struggling that he hardly knew what he was doing anymore. Then that expression, like the dark suspicion before it, was gone. Arnie said he was great, except Dennis wasn't the only one with a hurt back. Did Dennis remember when he strained it at Philly Plains? Dennis nodded. Arnie stood and pulled his shirt out of his pants. Something seemed to dance in his eyes, flipping and turning at a black depth. He lifted his shirt, a back brace, cleaner than LeBay's old-fashioned one, a neat, seemingly unbroken band of lycra about 12 inches across. But a brace was a brace. Too close to LeBay for comfort. Arnie said he put another hurt on it getting Christine back to Will's. He didn't even remember how, hooking her up to the wrecker, he guessed, but he wasn't sure. At first, not too bad, then worse. Dr. Massia prescribed, Dennis, are you okay? With a fantastic effort, Dennis kept his voice even and moved his features into an expression of faintly pleasant interest. That something still danced in Arnie's eyes, dancing and dancing. Dennis said Arnie would shake it off. Arnie said sure. He imagined, just supposed to watch what he lifted so he didn't do it again. He smiled at Dennis. If there were still a draft, it would keep him out of the Army. Dennis restrained himself from any movement that could be interpreted as surprise, but he put his arms under the top sheet. At the sight of that back brace, so like LeBay's, his arms had broken out in goose flesh. Arnie's eyes, like black water under thin gray March ice, black water and glee dancing far down within them, like the twisting, decomposing body of a drowned man. He said briskly he had to move. Hope Dennis didn't think he could hang around a lousy place like this all night. Dennis said that was Arnie, always in demand. Seriously, thanks. He cheered up a grim day. For one strange instant, Dennis thought Arnie was going to weep. The dancing thing deep in his eyes was gone, and his friend was there. Really there. Then Arnie smiled sincerely and told Dennis to remember one thing. Nobody misses him. Nobody at all. Dennis solemnly told Arnie to eat him raw through a flavor straw. Arnie gave him the finger. Formalities complete. He gathered his deflated brown bag, candle holders, and empty beer bottles clinking inside. Dennis had a sudden inspiration. He rapped his knuckles on his leg, cast. Would Arnie sign it? Arnie said he already did, didn't he? Yeah, but it wore off. Sign it again? Arnie shrugged. If Dennis had a pen? Dennis gave him one from the night table drawer. Grinning, Arnie bent over the cast, hoisted at an angle with weights and pulleys, found white space in the intaglio of names and mottos, and scribbled. He patted the cast when done and handed the pen back. Okay? Yeah, thanks. Stay loose, Arnie. You know it. Happy Thanksgiving. Same to you. Arnie left. Later, Dennis's parents came. Ellie, exhausted by the day's hilarity, had gone home to bed. On their way home, the Gilders commented on how withdrawn Dennis had seemed. His father said holidays in the hospital weren't any fun. As for Dennis, he spent a long, thoughtful evening examining 2 signatures. Arnie had indeed signed his cast, but at a time when both legs were in full-leg casts. That first time, he signed the right leg, which had been up in the air. Tonight, he signed the left. Dennis buzzed for a nurse and used all his charm, persuading her to lower his left leg so he could compare signatures side by side. The right cast had been cut down and would come off in a week or 10 days. Arnie's signature had not rubbed off. That had been one of Dennis's lies, but it had very nearly been cut off. Arnie had not written a message on the right leg, only his signature. With effort and pain, Dennis and the nurse maneuvered his legs close enough to study the 2 signatures side by side. In a voice so dry and cracked, he hardly recognized it as his own, he asked the nurse if they looked the same to her. No, she said. She'd heard of forging checks, but never casts. Was it a joke? Sure, Dennis said, feeling icy coldness rise from his stomach to his chest. It's a joke. The signatures were nothing alike. Late that Thanksgiving night, a cold wind rose, first gusting, then blowing steadily. The clear eye of the moon stared down from a black sky. The last brown withered leaves ripped from trees, harried through gutters, making a sound like rolling bones. Winter had come to Libertyville. The Thursday after Thanksgiving was the last day of November, the night Jackson Browne played the Pittsburgh Civic Center to a sellout crowd. Moochie Welch went up with Richie Trelawney and Nicky Buildingham, but got separated from them before the show began. He was spare changing. And whether because the impending concert created mellow vibes or because he was becoming an endearing fixture, he had a remarkably good night, nearly $30 distributed among all his pockets, so he jingled like a piggy bank. Thumbing home was easy, too, with all the traffic leaving the Civic Center. The concert ended at 11:40. He was back in Libertyville shortly after 1:15. His last ride was with a young guy headed back to Prestonville on Route 63, who dropped him at the 376 ramp on JFK Drive. Moochie decided to walk up to Vandenberg's Happy Gas and see Buddy. Buddy had a car, which meant Moochie, who lived far out on Kingsfield Pike, wouldn't have to walk home. Hitching rides in the boonies was hard work, and Kingsfield Pike was Boondock City. He wouldn't be home until well past dawn, but a shore ride in cold weather was not to be sneezed at. And Buddy might have a bottle. He walked a quarter-mile from the exit ramp in deep single-number cold, his cleated heels clicking on the deserted sidewalk, his shadow waxing and waning under eerie orange street lamps. Still perhaps a mile to go when he saw the car parked at the curb up ahead. Exhaust curled out of twin pipes and hung in the perfectly still air, clouding it before drifting away in stacked layers. The grille, bright chrome highlighted with pricks of orange light, looked at him like a grinning idiot mouth. Moochie recognized the car, a two-tone Plymouth. In the maximum illumination street lamps, the two-tone seemed ivory and dried blood. Christine. Moochie stopped. A stupid sort of wonder flooded through him. Not fear, at least not yet. It couldn't be Christine. Impossible. They had punched a dozen holes in the radiator, dumped a nearly full bottle of Texas Driver into the carb, and Buddy produced a 5-pound sack of Domino sugar tunneled into the gas tank through Moochie's cupped hands. That was just for starters. Buddy had demonstrated furious invention in destroying that car. It should not have moved under its own power for 6 months, if ever. So this could not be Christine. Some other 58 Fury. Except it was Christine. He knew it. Moochie stood on the deserted early morning sidewalk, his numb ears poking out from beneath long hair, his breath pluming frostily. The car sat at the curb facing him, engine growling softly. Impossible to tell who, if anyone, was behind the wheel. It was parked directly beneath a streetlight, and the orange glow burned across the glass of the unmarred windshield like a waterproof jack-o'-lantern seen deep down in dark water. Moochie began to be afraid. Moochie slicked his tongue over dry lips and looked around. To his left, JFK Drive stretched 6 lanes wide, like a dry riverbed at this empty hour. To his right, a photography shop with Kodak spelled in orange letters outlined in red across its window. He looked back at the car. It just sat there, idling. He opened his mouth and produced no sound. He tried again and got a croak. "Hey, Cunningham!" The car sat, seeming to brood. Exhaust curled up. The engine rumbled, idling fast on high-octane gas. He asked if that was Cunningham and took one more step. A cleat scraped cement. His heart thudded in his neck. He looked around at the street again. Surely another car would come. JFK Drive couldn't be totally deserted even at 1:25 in the morning, could it? But there were no cars. Only the flat orange glare of streetlights. Moochie cleared his throat and asked if Cunningham wasn't mad. Christine's duel suddenly came on, pinning him in harsh white light. The Fury ripped toward him, peeling out, tires screaming black slashes of rubber on the pavement. It came with such sudden power that the rear end seemed to squat, like the haunches of a dog or she-wolf preparing to spring. The onside wheels jumped up on the curb, and the car ran at Moochie that way, offside wheels down, onside up, canted at an angle. The undercarriage scraped and shrieked, shooting off a swirling flicker of sparks. Moochie screamed and tried to sidestep. The edge of Christine's bumper barely flicked his left calf and took a chunk of meat. Warm wetness coursed down his leg and puddled in his shoe. The warmth of his own blood made him realize in a confused way just how cold the night was. He thudded hip first into the doorway of the photo shop, barely missing the plate glass window. A foot left, and he would have crashed through, landing in a litter of Nikons and Polaroid one-steps. He could hear the engine suddenly revving again, that horrible, unearthly shrieking of the undercarriage on cement. Moochie turned, panting harshly. Christine was reversing back up the gutter, and as it passed him, he saw. There was no one behind the wheel. Panic pounded in his head. Moochie took to his heels, running out into the JFK Drive, sprinting for the far side. An alley over there between a market and a dry cleaning place, too narrow for the car. If he could get in there. Change jingled madly in his pants pockets and in the 5 or 6 pockets of his army surplus duffel coat. Quarters, nickels, dimes, a jingling silver carillon. He pumped his knees almost to his chin. His cleated engineer boots drummed the pavement. His shadow chased him. The car somewhere behind revved, fell off, revved again, fell off. Then the motor began to shriek. Tires wailed, and Christine shot at Moochie's back, crossing the lanes of JFK Drive at right angles. Moochie screamed and could not hear himself because the car was still peeling rubber, still shrieking like an insanely angry, murderous woman, that shriek filling the world. His shadow no longer chased him. It led him and was getting longer. In the window of the dry cleaning shop, he saw great yellow eyes blossom. It wasn't even close. At the last moment, Moochie tried to jig left, but Christine jigged with him as if she had read his final desperate thought. The Plymouth hit him squarely, still accelerating, breaking his back and knocking him spang out of his engineer's boots. He was thrown 40 feet into the brick siding of the little market, again narrowly missing a plunge through plate glass. The force of his strike was hard enough to rebound him into the street, leaving a splash of blood on the brick like an ink blot, a picture appearing the next day on the front page of the Libertyville Journal-Standard. Christine reversed, screeched to a skidding stop, and roared forward again. Moochie lay near the curb, trying to get up. He couldn't. Nothing worked. All signals scrambled. Bright white light washed over him. He whispered no through a mouthful of broken teeth. The car roared forward and over him. Change flew everywhere. Moochie was pulled and rolled first one way then the other as Christine reversed into the street again. She stood there, engine revving and falling off to a rich idle, then revving again. She stood there as if thinking. Then she came at him again. She hit him, jumped the curb, skidded around, reversed again, thumping back down, screamed forward, and back, and forward, headlights glaring, exhaust pipes jetting hot blue smoke. The thing in the street no longer looked human. A scattered bundle of rags. The car reversed a final time, skidded around in a half circle, and accelerated, roaring over the bleeding bundle again and going down the drive. The blast of its engine, still winding up to full rev, rocketed off the walls of sleeping buildings, but not entirely sleeping now. Lights flicking on, people who lived over their stores going to windows to see what the racket had been about, if there had been an accident. One of Christine's headlights had been shattered. Another flickered unsteadily off and on, bleared with a thin wash of Moochie's blood. The grill bent inward, dents approximating the shape and size of Moochie's torso with gruesome perfection. Blood splashed across the hood and fans spreading as wind speed increased. The exhaust took on a heavy, blatting sound, one of Christine's 2 silencers destroyed. Inside, on the instrument panel, the mileometer continued to run backward, as if Christine were slipping back into time, leaving behind not only the scene but the actual fact of the hit and run. The silencer was the first thing. Suddenly, that heavy blatting diminished and smoothed out. The fans of blood on the hood began to run toward the front again in spite of the wind, as if a movie film reversed. The flickering headlight suddenly shone steadily, and 1/10 of a mile later the dead light became a headlight again. With an unimportant tinkling sound, no more than a small boy's boot breaking thin ice on a mud puddle, the glass reassembled itself from nowhere. A hollow punk from the front end, the sound of denting metal like squeezing a beer can. But instead of denting, Christine's grill was popping back out. A body shop veteran with 50 years' experience couldn't have done it more neatly. Christine turned onto Hampton Street before the first of those awakened by the screaming of her tires had reached Moochie's remains. The blood was gone. It had reached the front of the hood and disappeared. Scratches gone. As she rolled quietly toward the garage door with its honk for entry sign, one final punk as the last dimple, this one in the left front bumper where Christine had struck Moochie's calf, popped back out. Christine looked like new. She stopped in front of the large garage door in the middle of the darkened, silent building. A small plastic box clipped to the driver's side. Sun visor, a little doodad. Will Darnell had given Arnie when Arnie began running cigarettes and booze over into New York State. Perhaps Darnell's version of a gold key to the crapper. In the still air, the door opener hummed briefly, and the garage door rattled obediently up. Another circuit made, a few interior lights came on, burning weakly. The headlight knob on the dashboard suddenly went in. Christine's duals went out. She rolled inside and whispered across the oil-stained concrete to stall 20. Behind her, the overhead door, set on a 30-second timer, rolled back down. The light circuit broke, and the garage was dark again. In Christine's ignition switch, the dangling keys suddenly turned left. The engine died. The leather patch with the initials RDL branded into it swung back and forth in decreasing arcs and finally stilled. Christine sat in the dark. The only sound in Darnell's do-it-yourself garage was the slow tick of her cooling engine. Arnie Cunningham did not go to school the next day. He said he thought he might be coming down with the flu, but that evening he told his parents he felt improved enough to go down to Darnell's and do some work on Christine. Regina protested. Although she didn't come right out and say so, she thought Arnie looked like death warmed over. His face was now entirely free of acne and blemishes, but there was a trade-off. Much too pale, dark circles under his eyes as if he hadn't been sleeping. In addition, he still limped. She wondered uneasily if her son could be using drugs, if perhaps he had hurt his back worse than he let on and started taking pills so he could keep working on the goddamn car. She dismissed the thought. Obsessed as he might be, Arnie could not be that stupid. He said he was really fine. She said he didn't look fine and hardly touched his supper. He'd get some chow later. She asked about his back. Was he lifting heavy stuff? No, Mom. A lie. His back had hurt terribly all day, the worst since the original injury at Philly Plains. He had taken the brace off for a while, and his back throbbed fit to kill him. He put it back on after only 15 minutes, cinching tighter than ever. Now his back really was a little better. And he knew why. He was going to her. Regina looked at him, worried and at a loss. For the first time in her life, she simply didn't know how to proceed. Arnie beyond her control. Knowing it brought a horrible despair that sometimes crept up and filled her brain with an awful, empty, rotten coldness. A depression so total she could barely credit it, wondering exactly what she had lived her life for. So her son could fall in love with a girl and a car all in the same terrible fall? So she could see exactly how hateful to him she had become when she looked in his gray eyes? And it didn't have anything to do with the girl, did it? No. In her mind, it always came back to the car. Her rest had become broken and uneasy, and for the first time since her miscarriage nearly 20 years before, she considered making an appointment with Dr. Mashia for something to help with stress, depression, insomnia. She thought about Arnie on her long, sleepless nights, about mistakes that could never be rectified, about how time swung the balance of power on its axis, and how old age sometimes looked through a dressing table mirror like a corpse's hand poking through eroded earth. She asked if he'd be back early, knowing this was the last breastwork of a truly powerless parent, hating it, unable now to change it. He said sure, but she didn't much trust the way he said it. She wished he'd stay home. He really didn't look good at all. He said he'd be fine. Had to be. He had to run some auto parts over to Jamesburg for Will tomorrow. She said not if he was sick. That was nearly 150 miles. He told her not to worry and kissed her cheek, a passionless kiss of cocktail party acquaintances. He was opening the kitchen door to go out when Regina asked if he knew the boy who was run down last night on Kennedy Drive. He turned back, face expressionless. "What?" the paper said. "The boy went to Libertyville." "Oh, the hit and run. That's what she was talking about." "Yes." Arnie said he'd had a class with Moochie when he was a freshman, he thought. But no, he really didn't know him. His mother nodded, pleased. The paper said there were drug residues in the boy's system. She asked if Arnie would ever take drugs. He smiled gently at her pallid, watchful face. "No, Mom. And if his back hurt, really hurt, he'd see Dr. Mascia, wouldn't he? He wouldn't buy anything from a drug pusher?"
"No, Mom."
He went out. More snow had fallen. Another thaw melted most of it, but this time it didn't disappear completely. It withdrew into shadows, forming white rime under hedges, tree bases, the garage overhang. Despite the snow around the edges, or maybe because of it, the lawn looked oddly green as Arnie stepped into the twilight. His father raked the last autumn leaves, looking like a strange refugee from summer. Arnie raised a hand briefly and made as if to pass without speaking. Michael called him over. He went reluctantly, didn't want to miss his bus. His father had also aged in the storms over Christine, though other things played a part. He'd bid for the history department chairmanship at Horlick's late in summer and been rebuffed. During his annual October checkup, the doctor noted incipient phlebitis, an old folks' problem. As late fall moved toward another gray western Pennsylvania winter, Michael Cunningham looked gloomier than ever. Arnie started to say he had to hurry or he'd miss his bus. Michael looked up from his little pile of frozen brown leaves. The sunset caught his face and appeared to make it bleed. Arnie stepped back, shocked. His father's face was haggard. Michael asked where Arnie was last night. Arnie gaped, then closed his mouth slowly. "Why, here. Dad knew that." "All night? Of course." "He went to bed at 10. Bushed." "Why?" "Because Michael had a call from the police today about the boy run over on JFK Drive." Arnie said Moochie Welch, looking at his father with calm eyes deeply circled and socketed. To Michael, the boy's eye sockets looked nearly like a skull's vacant orbs in the failing light. The last name was Welch, yes. Arnie supposed they would be in touch. Mom didn't know Moochie might have been one of the guys who trashed Christine. Not from Michael. Arnie hadn't told her either. He'd be glad if she didn't find that out. Michael said she might eventually. She was an extremely intelligent woman, but she wouldn't find it out from him. Arnie nodded, then smiled humorlessly. "Where were you last night? Your trust is touching, Dad." Michael flushed but didn't drop his eyes. Maybe if Arnie had been standing outside himself these last couple of months, he'd understand why Michael asked. Arnie wanted to know what the hell that meant. Michael said Arnie knew damn well hardly even bears discussing anymore. They just go around the same old mulberry bush. His entire life was jittering apart, and he stood there asking what Michael was talking about. Arnie laughed, hard and contemptuous. Michael seemed to shrivel before it. Mom asked if he was on drugs. Maybe Michael wanted to check that out, too. Arnie made as if to push up his sleeves. "Want to check for needle tracks?" Michael said he didn't need to ask. Arnie was only on one drug he knew of, and that was enough. That goddamn car. Arnie turned to go. Michael pulled him back. Arnie told him to get his hand off his arm. Michael dropped his hand. He wanted Arnie to be aware. He no more thought Arnie would kill someone than walk across the Simons swimming pool. But the police would question Arnie, and people could look surprised when police turned up suddenly. To them, surprise could look like guilt. Arnie said all of this because some drunk ran over that shitter Welch. Michael said it wasn't like that. He got that much from this fellow Junkins who called whoever killed the Welch boy, ran him down, backed over him, ran over him again, backed up again. Arnie told him to stop. He suddenly looked sick and frightened, and Michael had the same feeling Dennis had on Thanksgiving evening. In this tired unhappiness, the real Arnie was suddenly close to the surface, perhaps reachable. Michael said it was incredibly brutal. That's what Junkins said. It didn't look like an accident at all. It looked like murder. Murder, Arnie said, dazed. No, he never... Michael grabbed his jacket again, asking what Arnie said. Arnie's face went mask-like again. He never thought it could be that. That's all he was going to say. Michael just wanted him to know. They'd be looking for someone with a motive, no matter how thin. They knew what happened to his car, and that the Welch boy might have been involved, or that Arnie might think he was involved. Junkins might come around to talk. Arnie said he didn't have anything to hide. Michael agreed. Of course not. Arnie would miss his bus. Yeah. Gotta go. But he stayed a moment longer, looking at his father. Michael suddenly thought of Arnie's 9th birthday. They went to the little zoo in Philly Plains, ate lunch out, finished with 18 holes of indoor miniature golf on Outer Basin Drive. That place burned down in 1975. Regina couldn't come, flat on her back with bronchitis. The two of them had a fine time. For Michael, that was his son's best birthday, symbolizing above all others his son's sweet, uneventful American boyhood. Nothing much happened except they had a great time. Michael and his son, who had been and still was so dear to him. He wet his lips and suggested Arnie sell her when she was completely restored. He could get a lot of money, $2,000 or $3,000 maybe. That frightened, tired look seemed to sweep over Arnie's face again. But Michael couldn't tell for sure. The sunset had faded to a bitter orange line on the western horizon. The yard was dark. Then the look, if it had been there, went away. Arnie said gently, as if speaking to a child, that he couldn't do that now. He'd put too much into her. Way too much. Then he was gone, cutting across the yard to the sidewalk, joining other shadows, only the sound of his footfalls soon lost. Put too much into her? Exactly what, Arnie? Michael looked down at the leaves, then around at his yard. Beneath the hedge and under the garage overhang, cold snow glimmered in the coming dark, livid and stubbornly waiting for reinforcements. Waiting for winter. Regina was tired. She tired more easily these days. And they went to bed together around 9 long before Arnie came in. They made love that was dutiful and joyless. Lately, they made love a lot, almost always dutiful and joyless, and Michael had begun feeling his wife was using his penis as a sleeping pill. As they lay in their twin beds after, Michael asked casually how she slept last night. Quite well, Regina said candidly. Michael knew she was lying. Good. He said he came up around 11, and Arnie seemed restless, keeping his voice casual. Deeply uneasy now. Something in Arnie's face tonight he couldn't read because of the damn shadows. Probably nothing, but it glowed in his mind like a baleful neon sign that wouldn't shut off. Had his son looked guilty and scared? Or just a light? Regina said she got up around 1, just to use the bathroom. She checked on him. Old habits die hard. Michael agreed they did. She said he was sleeping deeply then. She wished she could get him to wear pajamas in cold weather. He was in his skivvies? Yes. Michael settled back, immeasurably relieved, more than a little ashamed. But better to know for sure. It was all very well to tell Arnie he knew the boy could no more commit murder than walk on water. But the mind, that perverse monkey, could conceive of anything, and seemed to take perverse delight in doing so. Maybe that was the peculiar damnation of the living. In the mind, a wife could rut laughing with a best friend. A best friend could cast plots and plan backstabbings. A son could commit murder by auto. Better to be ashamed and put the monkey to sleep. Arnie had been here at 1 o'clock. Unlikely Regina was mistaken about the time because of the digital clock radio on their bureau. Big blue, unmistakable numbers. His son had been here at 1, and the Welch boy was run down 3 miles away 25 minutes later. Impossible to believe Arnie could have dressed, gone out without Regina hearing, gone to Darnell's, gotten Christine, and driven to where Moochie Welch was killed. Physically impossible. Not that he ever believed it. The mind monkey satisfied. Michael rolled over, slept, and dreamed of playing miniature golf with his 9-year-old son on endless AstroTurf greens with turning windmills and tiny water hazards. They were alone in the world because his son's mother died in childbirth. Very sad. People still remarked how inconsolable Michael had been. When they went home, the house would be theirs alone. They would eat spaghetti from the pot like bachelor slobs. And when dishes were washed, they would sit at a kitchen table, hidden beneath spread newspapers, and build model cars with harmless plastic engines. In his sleep, Michael smiled. Beside him, Regina did not. She lay awake, waiting for the sound of the door that would tell her her son had come in from the world outside. When she heard the door open and close, his step on the stairs, then she would be able to sleep. Maybe. Junkins arrived at Darnell's around 8:45. Arnie had just finished with Christine for the night, replacing the snapped radio aerial. For the last 15 minutes, he'd been sitting behind the wheel, listening to WDIL's Oldies channel, meaning only to test the connection. But the signal pulled him in. He sat staring through the windshield, fingers tapping, as song after song played. A woman's voice occasionally announced the station, telling him nothing he didn't already know. The aerial worked fine. He'd done a good job. Will had called it a light touch. Look at Christine. Proof of everything. A junker on LeBay's lawn, then a junker at the airport lot, and he brought her back both times. But then his thoughts snagged. He remembered popping out dents. He hadn't ordered glass or seat covers, yet both were replaced. He'd looked under the hood once, slammed it shut in horror at the engine damage. Now the radiator was whole, the block clean, pistons moving free. It purred. Dreams had come, though. LeBay behind Christine's wheel in a mold-spotted army uniform, flesh sloughing, bones showing, eye sockets dark with something squirming inside. Headlights pinned someone familiar. Moochie Welch? Then the face ran like tallow. Repperton Galton, Will Darnell's moonface. Whoever it was jumped aside, but LeBay threw Christine into reverse, then drive again, bearing down. The head turned back in terror. His mother's face, Dennis Gilder's, Lee's, then his own, mouthing it. No. Over everything, LeBay's rotting, triumphant voice shrieking a taunt. The bumper struck flesh. Glasses spun in the night air. Arnie woke curled around his pillow, trembling, relieved to be alive. LeBay dead, Christine safe. The only things that mattered. But how had he hurt his back? He told everyone he strained, it pushing a junker back up Will's flatbed. That wasn't the truth. The real injury came that night after he and Lee found Christine smashed in the parking lot. After everyone left Darnell's, he tuned Will's office radio to the oldies. Will trusted him now. Arnie ran cigarettes across state lines, fireworks to Burlington, and twice traded brown paper packages in Wheeling for larger ones. He suspected cocaine, didn't want to know. He drove Will's black '66 Imperial with the false bottom trunk. Kept the speed limit. No problem. The important thing, he had garage keys. Could come in after hours. Like that night, he turned on WDIL and hurt his back somehow. A strange phrase surfaced. It's just a funny little glitch. He didn't want to know. Sometimes he didn't want the car at all. Felt he'd be happier junking it. But he never could. Static spat from the radio. He whispered reassurance, stroking the dashboard. The car frightened him. His father was right. It had changed his life. But he couldn't junk it any more than he could kill himself. The static cleared. The marvelettes sang. Then a voice inside the car asked for Arnold Cunningham. Arnie jumped, snapped off the radio, turned. A small, dapper man leaned in Christine's window, high color from the cold, dark brown eyes. The man identified himself. State Police Detective Rudolph Junkins, sticking a hand through the window. Arnie looked at it, grinned his charming grin, shook firmly, and made a joking surrender. Junkins returned the grin, but his eyes barely participated. Those eyes were exploring the car in a quick, thorough way Arnie disliked. Junkins remarked that the local police had described severe damage, but the car didn't look it. Arnie got out. Friday nights were slow. Will wasn't in. Across the way, someone worked on a muffler. Down the far end, an air wrench bird, otherwise alone. He explained the damage hadn't been as bad as it looked, resting a hand on Christine's roof for comfort. Junkins pressed, understood holes had been punched in the body. He claimed he couldn't see filler, calling Arnie a genius. His smile stayed disarming, but his eyes kept darting from the car to Arnie's face and back. Arnie pushed back, saying he was good but not God, pointing out a ripple in the back deck, another spot, then the replaced back door where the paint didn't quite match. Junkins claimed it looked perfect, knocked his knuckles on the door, then walked to the front, squatting to examine a headlight. He tapped it, ran a finger along the metal hood, his overcoat pooling on the oily floor. He congratulated Arnie on the job. Arnie thanked him, watching Junkins use his sharp eyes to search for suspicious dents, flaked paint, blood, matted hair, signs of Moochie Welch. He asked directly what Junkins wanted. Junkins laughed off the formality, asked to be called Rudy. Then he explained, reports came in about the car being trashed. When the case reached him, he'd asked for photographs. Libertyville PD had none. Arnie answered, a kid his age could only get liability with a high deductible. Without damage insurance, why photograph the damage? Not for a scrapbook. Junkins circled to the rear, eyes searching for broken glass, scrapes, any sign of guilt. He found it funny that Arnie hadn't even reported the crime his father had. Junkins shook his head, not getting it. A guy works his ass off restoring a car worth thousands. Someone beats the hell out of it. Arnie started to interrupt. Junkins raised a hand, smiled, apologized for the wording. Then he pressed further. According to Lee, one of the perpetrators had defecated on the dashboard. Junkins would have expected rage, a report. The smile faded. Arnie met his eyes. Shit wipes off, he said finally. Then he told a story. As a toddler, he'd marked up an antique bureau his mother saved years for. She sat down and bawled. She said she'd rather have had him in diapers until 3 than do that, because shit wipes off. You flush it away. Junkins lit a cigarette, asked if he was missing the point. Arnie clarified. The point was that damage could be cleaned. Junkins then asked directly, the way Moochie Welch is gone? Arnie claimed he knew nothing about that. Scout's honor? Junkins asked, humorous tone but probing eyes. A tool clanged down the aisle. Someone cursed. Both glanced that way, breaking the moment. Arnie said sure. Scout's honor. He understood Junkins had a job to do. Junkins agreed softly, then described it. The boy was run over 3 times each way, scraped up with a shovel. Arnie protested sickly, his stomach turning. Junkins pressed, "Isn't that what you do with shit?" Arnie cried out that he had nothing to do with it, startling a mechanic across the way. He lowered his voice, apologizing. He argued, if Christine had hit Welch that many times, that hard, the car would be busted up. He knew that from TV and from auto shop, hitting a deer or a person destroyed a front end. His throat clicked dryly. Junkins conceded the car looked all right, but Arnie didn't. He looked like a sleepwalker. Fucked over. Then Junkins stated it. He thought Arnie was lying faster than a horse could trot or faster than a Plymouth could run. Arnie said nothing, hand on the passenger mirror. Junkins clarified. He didn't think Arnie was lying about killing Welch. But about the damage, yes. Lee was more convincing. She'd cried, describing broken glass everywhere. Where did Arnie buy replacement glass? McConnell's? In the Berg? Receipt? Tossed. But they'd remember a big order. They might, Arnie said, but they were a huge auto glass specialist. He paid cash? Name on the invoice? No. Darnell's do-it-yourself garage got him a 10% discount. Junkins accused him of covering everything, lying about the glass, too. Arnie asked angrily, since when was buying replacement glass a crime? Since never, Junkins admitted. Then leave me be, Arnie said. More importantly, Junkins insisted Arnie knew something about Welch. Arnie said he didn't. Junkins tried again. Arnie cut him off. Nothing more to say. Junkins gave up quickly, suspiciously so. He rummaged in his sport coat, wallet out, revealing a shoulder-holster gun. Deliberately, Arnie suspected. Junkins produced a card with his numbers, told Arnie he could call any time. Arnie pocketed the card. Junkins took one more leisurely stroll around Christine, repeated his praise for the restoration, then asked again, why didn't you report it? Arnie let out a shuddering sigh. Because he thought that would be the end. He thought they'd let off. Junkins agreed that was likely it, said good night, started away, then turned back. He urged Arnie to think it over. He looked like hell. He had a nice girl who was worried, a father who was worried. Call and he'd sleep better. Something trembled behind Arnie's lips, small and tearful. Junkins's eyes were kind. Arnie opened his mouth. Then a monstrous jab of pain walloped his back, straightening him, slapping him clear-headed. He repeated, good night. Junkins looked at him a moment longer, troubled, then left. Arnie began shaking all over, trembling, spreading from his hands up through his whole body. He grabbed blindly for Christine's door handle, slipped inside into the comforting smells. He turned the key to ACC, dash lights glowing, reached for the radio dial. His eyes fell on the leather tab branded RDL. The dream recurred with terrible force. The rotting corpse in his seat, empty eye sockets, finger bones gripping the wheel, skull grinning as Christine bore down on Moochie Welch while WDIL played Last Kiss. Nausea hit, puking sick. He scrambled out, ran for the bathroom, made it just in time. He vomited repeatedly until nothing remained but sour spit. Lights danced, ears rang, gut muscles throbbed. He looked at his pale, harried face in the spotty mirror. Dark circles, lank hair. Junkins was right. He looked like hell. But his pimples were gone. He laughed crazily. He wouldn't give Christine up. That was the one thing. Then dry heaves ripped through him. Nothing left but that electric taste of spit. He had to talk to Lee. He let himself into Will's office, only the thump of the time clock. He dialed the Cabot's number from memory, miscued twice because his fingers trembled. Lee answered, sleepy. He said he had to see her. She resisted. Almost 10, she was in bed. Parents wouldn't let her out. He pressed. Only 10. It's Friday. She admitted her parents thought he'd gotten spooky. She thought so, too. He asked dully if that meant she didn't want to see him anymore. No, she said. She thought he didn't want to see her. Not at school, always at the garage working on his car. He said that was all done. Then another bolt of pain. He grabbed his back, got a handful of back brace. She was alarmed. He blamed a twinge. He proposed tomorrow, drive to Baskin-Robbins, ice cream, Christmas shopping, supper, home by 7. He promised not to be weird. She laughed a little, called him a dummy, agreed. She added softly that her parents didn't want her seeing him so much. She hadn't said she wanted that. He struggled to keep his voice steady, thanked her. She asked what he wanted to talk about. Everything. Christine, the dreams, why he looked like hell, why he always wanted WDL, what he'd done that night after everyone was gone when he hurt his back, another slash of pain like cat's claws. He said they'd just talked about it. She paused warmly, said, good. He said her name, she hummed in response. Arnie promised more time now, all the time she wanted. But inside, he thought, with Dennis in the hospital, she was all that remained between him and something dark. Lee said that was good. He said he loved her. She said goodbye. He wanted to shout for her to say it back, needed to hear it, but the phone only clicked in his ear. He sat behind Will's desk a long time, head down, getting control. She didn't need to say it back every time. He didn't need reassurance that badly, did he? He stood in the doorway. Tomorrow they'd go Christmas shopping, walk, talk, have a good time. She would say it. He whispered that assurance. But halfway down the garage, Christine sat like a mute denial, grill poking forward as if hunting, and that dark voice whispered again from below consciousness. How did you hurt your back? A question he shrank from, afraid of the answer. Gray day, threatening snow. Arnie kept both promises. Good time, not weird. Mrs. Cabot's initial coolness thawed when he charmed her with chess club stories before Lee finally came downstairs, inexplicably late, perhaps on purpose, wearing a caramel sweater and cranberry slacks. Lee teased him about lipstick. He rolled his eyes at Mrs. Cabot, who giggled. The rapprochement was complete. At Baskin-Robbins, the phone conversation's leftover awkwardness melted. Arnie had feared Christine wouldn't run well, or Lee would find something nasty to say. Needless worries. The car ran like a Swiss watch. Lee's words held only pleasure and amazement at his work. He asked if she minded music. She didn't. He turned on the radio, the Silhouettes. Lee made a face at the station, asked to change it. He agreed. She found a rock station. He waited for her to hitch, back off, something. Christine only rode along. The mall was thronged, but good-natured. The Christmas spirit still novel. They held hands until parcels grew too many. She turned him into a beast of burden. Snow began falling. They stood at the stairwell window like children. He smelled her skin, her hair. They kissed lightly. Later, above the skating rink, they watched skaters dip to Christmas carols. A very good day, right up until Lee almost died. She almost surely would have, if not for the hitchhiker. Early December twilight had turned to snowy dark. Christine purred through 4 inches of fresh powder. They'd missed their dinner reservation, agreed on McDonald's instead. Lee promised her mother 8:30. At the intersection of Route 17 and JFK Drive, 5 miles from Libertyville, headlights picked out a hitchhiker with shoulder-length black hair speckled with snow, a duffel bag at his feet. His sign read Libertyville, PA. He flipped it. Non-psycho college student. Lee burst out laughing, wanting to give him a ride. Arnie noted that those who advertise non-psychotic status are exactly the ones to watch out for. But he pulled over. That evening, he'd have tried to catch the moon in a bushel basket if she'd asked. Christine rode smoothly to the verge. As they stopped, static blared across the radio, which had been playing hard rock. When it cleared, the Big Bopper sang Chantilly Lace. Lee asked what happened to the block party weekend. Arnie claimed he didn't know, but he did. Sometimes Christine's radio only picked up WDIL. No matter what you did. He suddenly felt stopping had been a mistake. Too late for second thoughts. The hitchhiker opened a rear door, tossed his bag in, slipped after it, blast of cold air, swirl of snow. He thanked them, said his fingers and toes had left for Miami Beach. Arnie told him to thank Lee. The hitchhiker tipped an invisible hat to her. She smiled, wished him Merry Christmas. He returned it, noting people just breezed by. Then he appreciated the car, asked if Arnie restored it himself. Arnie said yeah. Lee looked at Arnie, puzzled. His earlier expansive mood had become curtness unlike him. On the radio, the Big Bopper finished. Richie Valens did La Bamba. The hitchhiker laughed, called it Death Night. First Big Bopper, then Valens. Good old WDIL. Lee asked what he meant. Arnie snapped the radio off, explained they died in a plane crash with Buddy Holly. Lee's voice went small. The hitchhiker sensed the mood change and fell silent. Snow fell faster, harder. The first good storm of the season. The golden arches twinkled up. Lee asked if Arnie wanted her to go in. He'd gone nearly silent, turning aside her attempts at conversation with grunts. He said he would. She asked for just a hamburger and fries. Her appetite had shrunk away. In the yellow light from the building, Arnie's face looked jaundiced, diseased. He turned to ask if the hitchhiker wanted something. No thanks. Folks would be waiting supper. His mother killed the fatted calf every time he came home. The chunk of door cut off his final word. Arnie was already out, heading briskly across to the entrance, boots kicking puffs of snow. The hitchhiker asked if Arnie was always that cheery or got taciturn sometimes. Lee insisted firmly that he was very sweet. But suddenly, she was nervous. Arnie had taken the keys, left her alone with this stranger in the back seat. In the rearview mirror, his long, tangled black hair, scruff of beard, dark eyes seemed Manson-like. She asked where he went to school. Pitt, he said, and no more. His eyes met hers in the mirror. She dropped hers to her lap, the cranberry slacks. She'd worn them because Arnie liked them, probably because they were the tightest she owned. She wished for something no one could find provocative. A grain sack. She tried to smile at the thought. No smile came. She admitted it to herself. Arnie had left her alone with this stranger. As punishment, it had been her idea to pick him up, and now she was scared. The hitchhiker spoke suddenly. Bad vibes. His flat final words made her catch her breath. Through the plate glass window, Arnie stood fifth in line. She imagined the hitchhiker's gloved hands clamping her throat. She could reach the horn ring, but would it sound? She found herself doubting it for no sane reason. 99 times it would honk satisfyingly. But the 100th, while she was being strangled by this man she'd interceded for, the horn wouldn't blow. because Christine didn't like her. In fact, she believed Christine hated her guts. Crazy, but simple. She stammered a pardon, glanced in the mirror, and was immeasurably relieved to see he wasn't looking at her. He was touching the seat cover, brushing the roof upholstery. He repeated the bad vibes, shaking his head. He'd been stuck in an elevator as a child and got claustrophobia attacks. Never in a car before, but he had one now. His mouth was so dry you could light a match on his tongue. He laughed an embarrassed laugh. If he wasn't so late, he'd walk. No offense. His eyes didn't look wild in the mirror, only nervous. He wasn't kidding. He no longer looked like Manson. She knew why she projected onto him. It was the car. All day she'd felt fine riding in Christine, but now her nervousness was back. She projected because it was insane to be scared of an inanimate construct. He asked if she smelled anything bad. No, she said, fingers plucking Angora wisps from her sweater, her heart knocking. He guessed it was part of his claustrophobia, but she could smell it. Under the new leather and upholstery, a faint odor like gone-over eggs. Just a lingering whiff. He asked to crack the window. She agreed, struggling to keep her voice steady. Her mind's eye showed her yesterday's paper, Moochie Welch's yearbook picture, caption about the fatal hit-and-run that might be murder. The hitchhiker rolled his window down 3 inches. Cold air drove the smell away. Inside McDonald's, Arnie reached the counter. Looking at him, she felt such an odd swirl of love and fear that nausea hit. For the second or third time lately, she wished she'd fixed on Dennis. Safe, sensible, she turned from that thought. The hitchhiker apologized, said he was weird, sometimes thought he never should have given up drugs. She smiled. Arnie came out with a white bag, skidded in the snow, got behind the wheel, grunting about the cold. The hitchhiker rolled the window up. Lee waited for the smell to return, but now she smelled only leather upholstery, Arnie's aftershave. He gave her a burger, fries, small Coke. He had a Big Mac. The hitchhiker thanked him again, asked to be dropped at JFK and Center. Fine, Arnie said shortly, and pulled out. Snow fell heavier, wind whooping. Christine skidded slightly, less than 15 minutes from home. With the smell gone, her appetite returned. She wolfed half the burger, drank Coke, stifled a burp. The corner with the war memorial came up. Arnie pulled over, pumping brakes lightly. He wished the hitchhiker a nice weekend, sounded more like himself. The hitchhiker returned the wish, added Merry Christmas. You too, Lee said, taking another bite. The burger lodged halfway down her throat. Suddenly, she couldn't breathe. The hitchhiker was getting out. The door opening was very loud. The latch clicked like bank vault tumblers. The wind sounded like a factory whistle. I'm choking, she tried to say. Only a faint fuzzy sound came out. She clawed at her throat. It felt swollen, throbbing. She tried to scream. No breath. She felt the warm lump of burger and bun inside her. The dashboard lights, bright green, circular like cat's eyes, watched her. Her chest pounded for air. She tried to cough. Nothing. The wind grew bigger than the world. Arnie finally turned from the hitchhiker. Seeing her in slow motion, his eyes widening, his voice like Zeus's thunder, asking what the hell, realizing she was choking, crying out to God. He reached for her, then drew his hands back, immobilized by panic. Help me, do something. I'm dying, choking to death on a McDonald's hamburger. Why don't you help me? She knew why. Christine didn't want her to have help. This was Christine's way of getting rid of her. The other woman, the competition. The dashboard instruments really were eyes now. Great, round, unemotional eyes watching her choke, seen through a glowing jitter of bursting black dots. Mama, I'm dying, and she sees me. She is alive. Oh, Mama, Christine is alive. Arnie reached for her again. She thrashed, chest heaving spasmodically, clawing her throat, eyes bulging, lips turning blue. Arnie pounded her back ineffectually, yelling. He grabbed her shoulder, meaning to pull her out, then winced and straightened, hands going to the small of his back. Lee twitched and thrashed. The blockage felt huge, hot, throbbing. She tried to cough again, more weakly. The lump didn't budge. The wind's whistle began to fade. Everything faded. Her need for air didn't seem so awful now. Maybe she was dying, but it didn't seem so bad, except for those green eyes staring from the instrument panel. They weren't unemotional anymore. They blazed with hate and triumph. I am heartily sorry for having offended thee. Arnie reached across. Her door jerked open. She spilled sideways into brutal cold. The air partially revived her, made the struggle for breath seem important again, but the obstruction wouldn't move. From far away, Arnie's voice thundered, ordering someone to get their hands off her. Arms around her, strong arms, wind on her face, snow swirling in her eyes. What are you doing? My ribs! Then arms crushing her, hard hands clasped in a knot just below her breasts in the hollow of her solar plexus. One thumb popped up, a hitchhiker's thumb, driving painfully into her breastbone. The grip tightened brutally. You're breaking my ribs. Her whole diaphragm heaved. Something flew from her mouth like a projectile, a wet chunk of bun and meat landing in the snow. Arnie was shouting, slipping and sliding around Christine's rear deck, accusing the hitchhiker of killing her. Lee began breathing in great tearing gasps. Her throat and lungs burned in rivers of fire with each gulp of cold, wonderful air. She was sobbing dimly. The bear hug relaxed. The hands let go. The hitchhiker asked if she was okay. Then Arnie reached past her, grabbing for him. The hitchhiker turned. Arnie hit him in the mouth. He flailed backward, landing on his back, snow puffing up around him. Arnie advanced, fists up, eyes slitted. She took another convulsive breath, like being stabbed with knives, and screamed at Arnie to stop, asking what he was doing. He turned toward her, dazed. She told him the hitchhiker saved her life. Why was he hitting him? The effort was too much. Black dots spiraled up again. She could have leaned against the car, but she didn't want to go near it, didn't want to touch it. The dashboard instruments. Something had happened to them. Eyes. They turned into eyes. She staggered to a lamppost instead, hanging on like a drunk, head down, panting. A soft arm went around her waist. Arnie's miserable, scared face, asking if she was all right. She burst into tears. The hitchhiker approached carefully, wiping his bloody mouth on his jacket sleeve. Lee thanked him between harsh, swift breaths. The pain ebbed slightly. The cold wind soothed her hot face. She said she'd been choking. Would have died if he hadn't... Too much? Black dots again, all sounds fading into an eerie wind tunnel. She put her head down and waited for it to pass. The hitchhiker explained that it was the Heimlich maneuver. They made you learn it for cafeteria work at school, practicing on a rubber dummy named Daisy May. You did it, but never knew if it would work on a real person. His voice shook, jumping in pitch. In the uncertain light and heavy snow, Lee could see how pallid his face was. He'd never thought he'd actually have to use it. Then he asked if she'd seen that piece of meat fly. He wiped his mouth, looking blankly at the thin blood on his palm. Arnie apologized for hitting him, sounding close to tears. The hitchhiker clapped his shoulder, saying no harm, no foul, and asked if Lee was all right. Yeah, she said. Her breath came evenly now, heart slowing. Only her legs were helpless rubber. My God, she thought, I could be dead now if we hadn't picked that guy up. The cliché struck her with stupid, undeniable power. She cried harder. When Arnie led her back toward the car, she came with him, head on his shoulder. The hitchhiker said he'd be off. Lee stopped him, asked his name. Barry Gottfried. He swept off an imaginary hat. She introduced herself and Arnie, thanked him again. Arnie added a for sure, but Lee heard no real thanks, only shakiness. He handed her into the car. Suddenly, the smell assaulted her. Not mild this time, much more than a whiff. Rot and decomposition, high and noxious. Mad fright invaded her brain. It is the smell of her fury. The world slipped sideways. She leaned out and threw up. Then everything went gray for a while. Arnie asked if she was all right for what seemed the 100th time. Lee felt very tired, a dull throbbing in her chest and at her temples. She said she was fine now. They stood in front of the Cabot house, yellow light spilling onto fresh snow. Christine idled at the curb, showing parking lights. Arnie said she'd scared him when she fainted. She corrected him, only got fogged in for a few minutes. He told her he loved her. She looked at him gravely. Did he? Of course, he insisted. She drew a deep breath. Tired. But it had to be said now. Because by morning, what happened would seem ridiculous or mad. A smell that came and went like a gothic nightmare? Dashboard instruments that turned into eyes? The insane feeling the car had tried to kill her? By tomorrow, even the choking would be nothing but a vague ache. Except it was all true, and Arnie knew it. Some part of him did. It had to be said now. She told him she wouldn't go anywhere with him again in that car, and if he really loved her, he'd get rid of it. Shock spread across his face. She might have struck him. He stammered, asking what she was talking about. Was it shock or guilt? She repeated herself. If he wanted to go somewhere with her, they'd take the bus, thumb a ride, or fly. But she would never ride in his car again. It was a death trap. His shock turned to anger. The blind, obdurate anger she'd seen on his face lately, always associated with the car. With Christine. He said she sounded like his mother. She didn't defend herself. Her original impressions of Arnie, good, decent, kind, hadn't changed. It was the car, like watching a strong mind give way under an evil, addictive drug. Arnie ran his hands through his snow-dusted hair, bewildered and angry. He argued that she'd had a bad choking spell. It was the hamburger, or talking while chewing, or inhaling at the wrong second. People choked sometimes. Some died. She didn't, thank God. But to blame his car, it sounded plausible. But something frantic moved behind Arnie's gray eyes. Rationalization. A willful turning from the truth. Lee said she was tired. Her chest hurt. She had a headache. And she had strength to say this once. Would he listen? He said if it was about Christine, she was wasting her breath. It was crazy to blame her. She agreed it was crazy, agreed she was wasting her breath, but asked him to listen. She described how the instrument panel lights had changed when she choked. They looked like eyes. Arnie laughed a short bark. In the house, a curtain pulled aside, then dropped. Lee pressed on. If the hitchhiker hadn't been there, she would have died. Arnie had worked in the cafeteria. He'd seen the Heimlich poster, but he hadn't tried it. He was getting ready to clap her back. That didn't work. She'd worked in a restaurant. First thing they taught was that clapping a choking victim's back was useless. Arnie's voice went thin, out of breath. What was she saying? She didn't answer, only looked at him. He met her gaze for a moment, then his eyes, angry, confused, almost haunted, shifted away. He argued that people forget. He laced his hands into a fist with the thumb sticking up, pressing against his diaphragm to demonstrate self-Heimlich. In the heat of the moment, she cut him off. Yes, they forget. And he seemed to forget a lot in that car, like how to be Arnie Cunningham. He shook his head, said she needed time to think. She shot back that was exactly what she didn't need. She'd never had a supernatural experience, never believed in such things. But now she wondered what was happening to him. The lights had looked like eyes. And afterward, a horrible, rotten smell. He recoiled. He claimed no idea what she was talking about. She said he jumped as if the devil twisted his ear. He accused her of imagining things. She listed evidence. The radio sometimes only got that oldie station, another flicker in his eyes, a twitch at his mouth, and sometimes when they were making out, the car stalled, as if it didn't like it. He said she was upset, his voice ominously flat. Yes, she was upset, beginning to cry. Wasn't he? Tears trickled down her cheeks. She thought this was the end for them. She'd loved him, but his relationship with his parents was an armed camp. He was running God knows what for Will Darnell, and that car... Her voice dissolved. She dropped her packages, bent blindly to pick them up. He bent to help. She pushed him roughly, telling him to leave them alone. He stood up, face pale and set, a wooden fury in his expression, but his eyes seemed lost. He told her to join the rest of them if she wanted, to saddle up with all those other shitters, asking who gave a 10 shit. He drew a shivering breath, a single hurt sob escaping before he clapped a gloved hand over his mouth. He walked backward toward the car, reaching blindly behind himself. Christine was there. He said just as long as she knew she was crazy, out of her mind. He didn't need any of them. His voice rose to a thin scream in devilish harmony with the wind, telling her to fuck off. He rushed around to the driver's side, slid, grabbed for Christine. She was there. He didn't fall. He got in. The engine revved. Headlights blazed. The Fury pulled out, rear tires spinning up a fog of snow. Lee stood watching, tears coming fast and hard as the taillights faded to red periods and winked out around the corner. Her packages lay scattered. Then her mother appeared, absurdly clothed in an open raincoat, green rubber boots, and a blue flannel nightgown, asking what was wrong. Lee sobbed that nothing was wrong, just a fight with Arnie. She asked for help picking up her things. They gathered the parcels and went inside. The door shut. The night belonged to the wind and the swiftly falling snow. By morning, there would be better than 8 inches. Arnie cruised past midnight, later remembering none of it. Snow filled the deserted, ghostly streets. Not a night for the great American motor car, yet Christine moved through the deepening storm with sure-footed ease. No snow tires needed. Occasional snowplows loomed and vanished. The radio played WDIL across the whole dial. News came on. Eisenhower's prediction of labor and management marching harmoniously forward. Dave Beck denying Teamsters were a racket front. Eddie Cochran killed in a car crash en route to Heathrow. The Russians rattled ICBMs. The weather promised more snow, then music again. Bobby Darin, Ernie K. Doe, the Kalin twins. The wipers beat time. Arnie looked to his right. Roland D. LeBay sat in the shotgun seat. Green pants, faded army tool shirt, dark eye sockets. A beetle preened inside one. LeBay spoke, "You have to make them pay, Cunningham. Every last fucking one of them." Arnie whispered, yes, that was a fact. Christine hummed through the night, cutting fresh tracks. The wipers nodded back and forth. At Libertyville High, football gave way to basketball. Nothing really changed. The Cagers didn't do much better. The only bright spot was Lenny Barong, a three-sport man having the great year he needed for an athletic scholarship to Marquette. Sandy Galton blew town. One day there, the next gone. His mother, a 45-year-old wino who looked over 60, didn't seem concerned. Neither did his younger brother, who pushed more dope than any other kid at Gornick Junior High. A romantic rumor spread that Sandy had cut out for Mexico. Another, less romantic. Buddy Repperton had been on him about something, and Sandy felt safer scarce. The Christmas break approached. The school grew restless and thundery. Grades dipped. Book reports came in late, suspiciously resembling jacket copy. Class projects half finished. Detentions for kissing and petting skyrocketed. Marijuana busts went way up, pre-Christmas cheer. Many students were up. Teacher absenteeism was up. Decorations were up. Lee Cabot was not up. She flunked an exam for the first time, got a D on an executive typing drill. She couldn't study. Her mind wandered back to Christine, to the green dashboard instruments that had become hateful, gloating cat's eyes watching her choke. But for most, the last week before break was mellow. Offenses were excused. Hard-hearted teachers sometimes threw a curve on exams where everyone had done badly. Girls who were bitter enemies made up. Boys who had scuffled did the same. Miss Ratpack, the Gorgon of Room 23 study hall, was seen to smile. Not once, but several times. In the hospital, Dennis Gilder was moderately up. He'd swapped bedfast traction casts for walking. Cast physical therapy was no longer torture. He swung through corridors strung with tinsel and decorated with Christmas pictures, crutches thump-thumping, sometimes in time to carols from overhead speakers. A caesura, a lull, an interlude. Dennis reflected things could be worse. Before too long they were. Tuesday, December 12th. The Terriers lost 54-48. Most fans went out into the cold night, not too disappointed. Every sports writer had predicted another loss. Lenny Barong scored 34 points alone, setting a new school record. Buddy Repperton was disappointed. Richie Trelawney was at great pains to be disappointed too. So was Bobby Stanton in the back seat. In the months since being ushered out of LHS, Buddy seemed to have aged. Partly the beard. He looked less like Clint Eastwood, more like a hard-drinking young actor's Captain Ahab. He'd been drinking a lot lately, dreams so terrible he could barely remember them. He awoke sweaty and trembling, feeling he'd barely escaped some awful doom. The booze cut the dreams off at the knees. Working nights and sleeping days, that's all it was. He unrolled the window of his scuffed Camaro, scooping frigid air, tossing out an empty bottle. He reached back, asked for another Molotov cocktail. Bobby Stanton respectfully handed over a bottle of Texas Driver. Buddy had treated them to a case after the game. He spun off the cap, steering with his elbows, gulped half the bottle, then passed it to Richie, belching loudly. The Camaro's headlights cut Route 46, running northeast through rural Pennsylvania. Snow-covered fields dreamed on either side, twinkling like stars. He was headed, casually half drunk, for Squantic Hills, a fine private place to get high in peace. Richie passed the bottle back to Bobby, who drank big even though he hated the taste. He supposed when he got drunker he wouldn't mind. Tomorrow he might be hungover and puking, but tomorrow was 1,000 years away. Bobby was excited just to be with them. A freshman, viewing Buddy's near-mythic reputation with mixed fear and awe. Buddy called the basketball team a bunch of fucking clowns. Richie agreed, except for Barong's 34 points. Buddy said he hated that spade, asked if Richie was taken up for that jungle bunny. Richie promptly said no way. Buddy warned him not to, he'd barong him. Bobby abruptly asked from the back seat if they wanted good news or bad news first. Buddy wanted bad news first. He was into his third bottle, feeling no pain, only aggrieved anger. He'd forgotten he'd been expelled, concentrating only on how the team had let him down. The Camaro rolled northeast at 65 over two-lane tar like a black swipe across a hilly white floor. The land began to rise toward Squantic Hills. Bobby said the bad news was 1,000,000 Martians just landed in New York. Then the good news? There is no good news, Buddy said, low and morose. Richie knew you didn't try to cheer Buddy when he was like this. Let it run its course. Buddy had been this way ever since Moochie Welch got run down on JFK Drive. Bobby delivered the good news. They eat niggers and piss gasoline. He roared with laughter, then realized he was laughing alone. He shut up, glancing up to see Buddy's bloodshot eyes over his beard, that red gaze in the rearview mirror giving him an unpleasant thrill. He might have shut up a minute or two too late. Behind them, about 3 miles back, headlights twinkled like insignificant yellow sparks. Buddy asked if Bobby thought that was funny, telling a racist joke like that. Called him a fucking bigot. Bobby's mouth dropped open. He protested that Buddy had said. Buddy cut him off. He didn't like Barong, but in general he thought spades were as good as white people. He considered. Almost as good. Then he snarled that Bobby better watch out or he'd be walking home with a rupture, and he could write "I hate niggers" all over his truss. Bobby apologized in a small, scared voice, feeling like he'd reached for a light switch and got a whopper of a shock. Buddy demanded the bottle and told him to shut his head. Bobby handed it up with alacrity, his hands shaking. Buddy killed the bottle. They passed a sign for Squantic Hills State Park, 3 miles. The lake was a popular summer beach, but the park closed November to April. The road through it was kept plowed for National Guard maneuvers and Explorer Scouts trips. Buddy had discovered a side entrance around the main gate. He liked to cruise and drink in the silent, wintry park. Behind them, the distant twin sparks had grown to circles, dual headlights about a mile back. Buddy asked for another Molotov cocktail from the fucking racist pig. Bobby handed up a fresh bottle, remaining prudently silent. Buddy drank deeply, belched, and offered it to Richie. Richie declined. Buddy threatened Richie with an enema if he didn't drink. Richie took the bottle, wishing he'd stayed home. The Camaro sped along. Buddy glanced in the rear view. Another car coming up fast. He was doing 65. The other had to be near 70. Something cold pressed against his heart, a doubling back to dreams he couldn't quite remember. Ahead, the road branched. Route 46 continued east. The other bore north toward Squantic Hills State Park, marked closed winter months. Buddy dragged left without slowing, shooting up the hill. The approach road was less plowed, trees keeping the snowpack intact. The Camaro slid, then grabbed. In the back, Bobby made an uneasy sound. Buddy expected the other car to shoot by along 46. Instead, it took the turn even faster, now less than a quarter mile behind. Its 4 headlights washed the Camaro's interior. Bobby and Richie turned to look. Richie muttered confusion. But Buddy knew. It was the car that had run down Moochie. The psycho was behind the wheel, now after Buddy. He stepped down. The speedometer crept to 70, then 80. Trees blurred. The lights behind didn't fall back, they gained. The duals merged into 2 great white eyes. Richie grabbed for his seatbelt, actively scared, warning that if they rolled at this speed. Buddy didn't answer. He hunched over the wheel, glancing ahead and into the mirror where those lights grew. Bobby warned that the road curved ahead. As the curve approached, guardrail reflectors flickering chrome, he screamed the warning again. Buddy downshifted to second. The engine bellowed protest. The tack hit 6,000, danced at redline, dropped back. Backfires blatted like machine gun fire. He pulled the wheel over, the car floating into the sharp bend. Rear wheels skimmed hard-packed snow. He shifted back up, tramped the accelerator, let his body sway as the left rear slammed into snowbanks, digging a coffin-sized divot, then bounced off. The Camaro slewed the other way. He went with it, goosed the accelerator again. For a moment he thought it wouldn't respond, that they'd barrel sideways until they hit a bare patch and flipped. But the Camaro straightened. Richie wailed for him to slow down. Buddy hung over the wheel, grinning through his beard, bloodshot eyes bulging, the driver bottle clamped between his legs. He taunted the pursuing driver silently. Then the headlights reappeared, closer than ever. His grin faded. A sickish tingle ran up his legs toward his crotch. Real fear stole in. Bobby, who'd been looking behind, turned around, his face slack. He said the other car hadn't even skidded. Impossible! Richie reached to touch Buddy's elbow. His hand was flung away so hard his knuckles cracked on the window. Buddy whispered that Richie didn't want to touch him. Not going this fast. Richie's voice cracked, unable to finish his question. Buddy spared him a glance. At the sight of fear in Buddy's small red eyes, Richie's own terror came up like hot oil. Buddy confirmed. He thought it was that car. No houses up here, state land. Nothing but high snow embankments and dark trees. Bobby screeched from the back that the car was going to bump them. Between his feet, remaining bottles chattered wildly in their carton. The pursuing car came within 5 feet of the Camaro's bumper, its high beams flooding the interior bright enough to read fine print. It slipped even closer. A thud. The Camaro shifted its stance, fell back a trifle. To Buddy it felt like floating, a hair's breadth from a wild, looping skid. A droplet of sweat ran into his eye. Gradually the Camaro straightened. When he felt control, Buddy pressed the accelerator all the way. If it was Cunningham in that old rust bucket, and hadn't that been part of the dreams, the Camaro would shut him down. The engine screamed. The tack hit red line. The speedometer passed 100. Snowbanks streamed past in ghastly silence. The road ahead looked like an insanely speeded film. Bobby babbled prayers. Buddy thought, he wasn't there the night we trashed Cuntface's car. He doesn't know. He didn't feel sorry for Bobby, but if he could, it would be for the little freshman. On his right, Richie sat bolt upright, pallid as a gravestone, his eyes eating up his face. Richie knew the score. The car whispered toward them, headlights swelling. Buddy's mind screamed that it couldn't be gaining. But it was. Boring in for the kill, his mind ran like a rat in a cage. No way out. The side road he used to bypass the gate had already flashed by, running out of time. Another soft bump. The Camaro slewed, this time at over 110. No hope. Buddy took his hands off the wheel, grabbed his seatbelt. For the first time in his life, he snapped it shut. Bobby screamed in shrill ecstasy of fear. The gate, oh Jesus, the gate. The Camaro breasted a final steep hill. The far side sloped down to the park entrance and exit. Between them stood a small gatehouse on a concrete island. In summer, a lady took $1. Now the gatehouse flooded with ghastly light as the two cars raced down. The Camaro heeling steadily to port. Buddy screamed a curse, yanked the wheel all the way around using the death knob. Bobby screamed again. Richie clapped his hands over his face, his last thought a constant repetition. Watch out for broken glass. The Camaro swapped ends. The headlights of the following car blared directly into them. Buddy began to scream because it was Cuntface's car, that grill impossible to mistake, at least a mile wide, only there was no one behind the wheel, totally empty. In the last 2 seconds before impact, Christine's headlights shifted left. She shot into the entrance roadway as neatly as a bullet down a rifle barrel, snapping off the wooden barrier and sending it flying. Buddy's Camaro rammed ass backwards into the concrete island. The 8-inch lip peeled off, everything bolted to the lower deck. leaving twisted wreckage of exhaust pipes and silencers sitting on the snow like weird sculpture. The rear end was first accordioned, then demolished. Bobby Stanton was demolished along with it. Buddy felt something hit his back like a bucket of warm water. Bobby's blood. The Camaro flipped end over end, a mangled projectile in a squall of flying splinters, one headlight still glaring maniacally. It did a complete 360, came down with a glass-jangling thud, and rolled over. The firewall ruptured. The engine slid backward at an angle, crushing Richie from the waist down. The ruptured gas tank coughed explosion and fire as the Camaro came to rest. Buddy was alive. Cut by flying glass, one ear clipped off with surgical neatness, leaving a red hole, and his leg broken. His seatbelt had saved him. He thumbed the catch. The crackle of fire was like crumpling paper. He could feel baking heat. He tried to open the door, crimped shut. Panting hoarsely, he threw himself through the empty windscreen space. And there was Christine. She stood 40 yards away, facing him at the end of a long, slewing skid mark. Her engine rumbled like the slow panting of a gigantic animal. Buddy licked his lips. Something in his left side pulled and jabbed with every breath. Busted ribs. Christine's engine gunned and fell off. Faintly, like from a lunatic's nightmare, Elvis Presley sang Jailhouse Rock. Orange-pink points of light on the snow, the whoosh of fire. It was going to blow. It did. The gas tank went with a hard thud. A rude hand shoved Buddy in the back. He flew through the air, landed on his hurt side. His jacket was flaming. He grunted and rolled in the snow, putting himself out. Then he tried to get to his knees. Behind him, the Camaro was a blazing pyre. Christine's engine revving and falling off, now more quickly, more urgently. Buddy finally managed hands and knees. He peered at the Plymouth through sweaty tangles of hair. The hood crimped up from blasting through the barrier. The radiator dripped a mixture of water and antifreeze that steamed on the snow like fresh animal spoor. He licked his lips again, dry as lizard skin. His back felt warm, like a moderate sunburn. He could smell smoking cloth, unaware in his shock that his parka and both shirts beneath had burned away. He started to speak, hardly aware he was talking. Christine's engine screamed. She came at him, rear end flirting back and forth as tires spun through sugary snow, the crimped hood like a mouth in a frozen snarl. Buddy waited on hands and knees, resisting the urge to leap away, fighting the wild panic tearing at his self-control. No one in the car. A more imaginative person might have gone mad already. At the last possible second, he rolled left, screaming as the splintered ends of broken bone ground together. Something bulleted past inches away. Warm, foul exhaust in his face. Then snow turned red as Christine's taillights flashed. She wheeled, skidding, and came back at him. Buddy screamed no, pain lancing his chest. He leaped on blind reflexes. This time the bullet was closer, clipping leather off one shoe, turning his left foot instantly numb. He turned crazily on hands and knees like a child playing a party game. Blood from his mouth mixed with snot running from his nose. One broken rib had nicked a lung. Blood ran down his cheek from the hole where his ear had been. Frosty air jetted from his nose. His breath came in whistling sobs. Christine paused. White vapor drifted from her exhaust. Her engine throbbed and purred. The windscreen was a black blank. Behind Buddy, the Camaro's remains shot greasy flames at the sky. Bobby Stanton sat in the inferno of the back seat. Head cocked, a grin locked onto blackening features. Playing with me, Buddy thought. Like a cat with a mouse. He croaked a plea. The headlights were blinding, turning the blood on his cheek and mouth to insectile black. He promised to apologize, to crawl on his hands and knees. Only please, The engine screamed. Christine leaped at him like old doom. Buddy howled and lunged aside. This time the bumper struck his shin, broke his other leg, and threw him toward the embankment. He hit and sprawled like a loose bag of grain. Christine wheeled back. But Buddy saw one thin chance. He scrambled wildly up the embankment, digging into snow with bare hands, with his feet ignoring clouts of pain from shattered legs. His breath came in little screams as headlights grew brighter and engine louder. Every clod of snow threw its own jagged black shadow. He could feel it behind him like a man-eating tiger. A crunch and jangle of metal. Buddy cried out as Christine's bumper drove one foot into the snow. He yanked it out, leaving his shoe wedged deep, lying, gibbering, crying. He gained the top of the bank, thrown up by a National Guard plowed days ago. Tottered on the edge, pinwheeled arms, barely kept from rolling back down. He turned to face Christine. The Plymouth had reversed across the road and now came forward again, rear tires digging at snow. It crashed into the bank a foot below him, making him sway, sending down an avalanche of snow. The hit crimped her hood further, but Buddy wasn't touched. She reversed again through a mist of churned snow, engine howling with frustrated anger. Buddy screamed triumph, shook his middle finger, cursed her. A spray of blood and spittle flew from his lips. With each gasping breath, pain sank deeper into his left side. Christine roared forward and slammed into the embankment again. This time, a large section of the bank, loosened in the first charge, came sliding down, burying Christine's wrinkled snout. Buddy almost came down with it, saving himself only by skittering backward, sliding on his butt, pulling with hands clawed into the snow like bloody grappling hooks. His legs in agony, he flopped onto his side, gasping like a beached fish. Christine came again. Buddy screamed at her to get out, calling her a whore. She slammed into the embankment again. Enough snow fell to douse her hood to the windscreen. The wipers came on, arcing back and forth, flicking melting snow away. She reversed. Buddy saw that one more hit would send him cascading down onto her hood with the snow. He let himself fall backward, rolling down the far side, screaming each time broken ribs bumped the ground. He came to rest in loose powder, staring at black sky and cold stars. His teeth clicked helplessly. Shudders raced through his body. Christine didn't come again. He could hear the soft mutter of her engine. Not coming, but waiting. He glanced at the snowbank bulking against the sky. Beyond it, the Camaro's glow had begun to wane. How long since the crash? Would anyone see the fire and rescue him? He became aware of two things simultaneously: blood flowing from his mouth at a frightening rate, and that he was very cold. He'd freeze if someone didn't come. Frightened again, he struggled into a sitting position. Trying to decide if he could worm his way back up to watch the car, it was worse not seeing it. He glanced at the embankment. His breath snagged and stopped. A man stood there. Only it wasn't a man, a corpse. A rotting corpse in green pants. Shirtless, but a back brace splotched with gray mold cinched around its blackening torso. White bone gleamed through skin stretched across its face. The starlit apparition whispered, "That's it for you, you shitter." Buddy's last control broke. He screamed hysterically, eyes bulging, hair puffing into a grotesque helmet around his bloody, soot-smudged face. Blood poured from his mouth in freshets. He tried to skid backward, hooking into snow with his hands, sliding his buttocks as the thing came toward him. It had no eyes, eaten out by squirming things. He could smell it, like rotting tomatoes, the smell of death. The corpse of Roland D. LeBay held out decayed hands to Buddy Repperton and grinned. Buddy screamed. Buddy howled. Then he stiffened, his lips forming an O of perfect finality, puckered as if to kiss the horror shambling toward him. His hand scratched at the left side of his shredded parka above his heart, finally punctured by the jagged stub of a splintered rib. He fell backward, feet kicking a groove in the snow. His final breath slipped out in a long white jet from his slack mouth, like auto exhaust. On the embankment, the thing flickered and was gone. No tracks. From the far side, Christine's engine cranked up into an exhaust-crackling bellow of triumph that struck the snow-covered uplands of Squantic Hills and echoed back. 10 miles away, a young man cross-country skiing by starlight heard the sound and stopped. The skin on his back prickled into bumps. His first thought, though he knew it was only a car, was that something prehistoric had awakened and tracked its prey to earth. A great wolf or a saber-toothed tiger. The sound was not repeated. He went on his way. Will Darnell was at the garage until after midnight that night. His emphysema had been particularly bad. When it got bad, he was afraid to lie down, though ordinarily a bear for sleep. The doctor told him it was unlikely he'd choke to death in his sleep, but as he got older and the disease tightened its grip, he feared it more. His fear was irrational, but unchanged. He hadn't been inside a church since 1249 years ago, but he'd been morbidly interested in the death of Pope John Paul I 10 weeks before. John Paul died in bed and was found there in the morning, already stiffening probably. That part haunted Will. He pulled into the garage at 9:30 in his 1966 Chrysler Imperial, the last car he intended to own. At about the same time, Buddy Repperton was noticing distant headlights in his rear view. Will was worth over $2 million, but money gave him little pleasure anymore. Nothing seemed completely real except the emphysema. He welcomed anything that took his mind off it. The problem of Arnie Cunningham, that had taken his mind off his emphysema. He supposed that was why he let the kid hang around when all his strongest instincts told him to get him out. Something was going on with Cunningham and his rebuilt 58. Something very peculiar. The kid wasn't in tonight. He and the entire LHS chess club were in Philadelphia for 3 days at the Northern States Fall Tourney. Cunningham had laughed about that. He was much changed from the pimply, big-eyed kid Buddy had jumped on. The kid Will had erroneously dismissed as a crybaby jellyfish and maybe a queer. For one thing, he'd grown cynical. Over cigars in the office yesterday afternoon, the boy had developed a taste for those as well. Arnie explained that he'd missed so many chess club meetings that according to bylaws he was no longer a member. Slauson, the faculty advisor, knew but was conveniently overlooking it until after the tournament. Arnie said he'd missed more meetings than anyone, but also played better than anyone else, and the shitter knew. Then he winced, shoving both hands into the small of his back. Will remarked that he ought to get a doctor to look at that. Arnie winked, suddenly looking much older than 18, saying he didn't need anything but a good Christian fuck to stretch the vertebrae. Will asked if he was going to Philly. He'd been disappointed even though Cunningham had the off time coming. It meant putting Jimmy Sykes in charge, and Jimmy didn't know his ass from ice cream. Arnie said sure, he wasn't about to turn down 3 days of bright lights. He saw Will's sour face and grinned, reassuring him that close to Christmas, regulars were buying toys for the kiddies instead of spark plugs. The place would be dead until next year. That was certainly true enough, but Will hadn't needed a snot-nosed kid to point it out. Then Will asked if Arnie wanted to go to Albany for him after he got back. Arnie asked when. This weekend, Will said. Saturday. Arnie wanted the deal. Will explained, take the Chrysler to Albany. Henry Buck had 14 clean used cars to unload. Will would give a blank check. If they looked good, make the deal. If they looked hot, tell Buck to take a flying fuck. Arnie asked what he'd be carrying. Will looked at him a long time, asked if he was getting scared. Arnie said no, crushing out his cigar, maybe just feeling the odds getting longer each time. Was it Coke? Will said he'd get Jimmy to do it. Arnie pressed, just tell him what it is. 200 cartons of Winston's. Arnie agreed, laughing that it would be a break from chess. Will parked the Chrysler in the stall marked M.R. Darnell Do Not Block, got out slamming the door, laboring for breath. The emphysema sat on his chest, and tonight it seemed to have brought its brother. He wasn't going to lie down no matter what that asshole doctor said. Jimmy Sykes apathetically wielded the big push broom, tall, gangling, 25, with light retardation that made him look younger. He'd started combing his hair in a 50s ducktail, imitating Cunningham, whom Jimmy worshipped. Except for the low whisper of bristles on concrete, the place was silent, empty. Will wheezed that the place was really jumping. Jimmy looked around, said nobody had been in since Mr. Hatch got his Fairlane half an hour ago. Will said he was joking, wishing again Cunningham were here. You couldn't talk to Jimmy except on a literal level. He thought about inviting Jimmy in for coffee with a slug of Courvoisier, a threesome with the emphysema, or a foursome since it had brought its brother. Then he broke off. Stall 20 was empty. Christine was gone. He asked if Arnie came in. Jimmy blinked stupidly. Will clarified impatiently. Arnie Cunningham, his car was gone. Jimmy looked around at stall 20, frowning, then said, "Oh, yeah." Will smiled. Guessed the hot shot got knocked out of his chess tournament. Jimmy said, "Geez, that's too bad." Will restrained an urge to grab and wallop Jimmy. Getting angry only made it harder to breathe. He asked what Arnie said when Jimmy saw him. But Will suddenly knew Jimmy hadn't seen Arnie. Jimmy finally understood. Said he didn't see him. Just saw Christine go out the door. Boy, that's some pretty car. Fixed up like magic. Will repeated, "Like magic." A word that had occurred to him before. He changed his mind about inviting Jimmy in, told him he could go home now. Jimmy protested. Will had said 6 hours, not over until 10. Will said he'd punch him out at 10. Jimmy's muddy eyes brightened at this unheard-of largesse. Will told him to make like a tree and leave. Jimmy thought the old grouch had finally gotten the Christmas spirit, like in that movie about the 3 ghosts. He summoned his own spirit and cried a trucker goodbye. Will winced and lumbered into his office. He turned on to Mr. Coffee, sat behind his desk, watching Jimmy put away his broom, turn out most of the lights, get his heavy coat. Will leaned back in thought. His brains had kept him alive all these years, one step ahead. Never handsome, fat all his adult life, terrible health, scarlet fever, mild polio, leaving his right arm at 70% capacity, boils, a non-malignant growth removed from under his arm that kept him on his back most of a summer, double pneumonia, now incipient diabetes and emphysema. But his brains were fine and dandy. He thought about Arnie. What had impressed him after the kid stood up to Reppiton was a similarity to the teenage Will Darnell, pimply, disliked, a loner. Cunningham had brains, too. Brains and that strange car. Jimmy called good night, then uncertainly added Merry Christmas. Will raised his hand in a wave. Jimmy left. Will heaved his bulk out of the chair, got the Courvoisier from the filing cabinet, set it next to the coffee maker, sat down again. A rough chronology ticked through his mind. Cunningham brought in an old wreck of a 58 Plymouth and parked it in stall 20. It looked familiar, Raleigh LeBay's Plymouth. Arnie didn't know, but once upon a time LeBay also made occasional runs for Will Darnell. Only in those days Will had a 54 Cadillac. Different transport cars, same false bottom boot for cigarettes, booze, pot. In those days he'd never heard of cocaine. Late August, Reppiton and Cunningham got into it. Will kicked Reppiton out, tired of his braggadocio, cock-of-the-walk manner hurting custom. Reppiton was careless, exceeding the speed limit, getting tickets. One nosy cop could put them all in court. Will wasn't afraid of jail, but it would look bad. There was a time he didn't care how things looked, but he was older now. Will got up, poured coffee, tipped in a capful of brandy, paused, tipped in a second. He took a cigar from his breast pocket, looked at it, lit it. Fuck you, emphysema. September. The kid asked him to jump an inspection sticker and loan a dealer plate so he could take his girl to a football game. Will did it. Hell, there was a day he used to sell inspection stickers for $7 without even looking at the car. Besides, the kid's car was looking good, still a little rough, a little noisy, but pretty damn good. And that was pretty damn strange, wasn't it, considering no one had ever seen him really work on it. Little things, sure, replacing bulbs, changing tires. The kid wasn't a dummy. Will watched him replace backseat upholstery, but no one saw him work on the exhaust system, totally shot when he wheeled the Fury in. No one saw him doing body work either, though the car's advanced case of cancer now looked cherry. Will had asked Jimmy once what he thought. Jimmy thought Arnie did the serious work at night after everyone was gone. That was one hell of a lot of night work, Will said aloud, feeling a chill not even brandy could dispel. Night work? Yeah. Because what the kid seemed to do days was listen to greaser music on WDIL and aimlessly fool around. Jimmy said with childlike faith that he guessed Arnie did the big stuff at night. Will didn't believe in Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy, and he didn't believe Arnie had restored Christine at night either. Two facts rolled uneasily in his mind like pool balls looking for a pocket. One, Cunningham had been driving the car around out back a lot before it was street legal, cruising slowly up and down the narrow lanes between junk cars, after dark, after everyone had gone home, circling the crane with the electromagnet and the car crusher. The one time Will asked about it, Arnie said he was checking out a shimmy in the front end. But the kid couldn't lie for shit. No one checked a shimmy at 5 miles an hour. That was Cunningham's night work. Cruising out back, headlights flickering in rust-eaten sockets. 2. The Plymouth's odometer ran backward. Cunningham had pointed it out with a sly smile. It ran backward at an extremely fast rate, about 5 miles for every actual mile traveled. Will had been frankly amazed. He'd heard of setting odometers back in the used car business and had done plenty himself, but he'd never seen one that ran backward spontaneously. Arnie just smiled a funny little smile and called it a glitch. One hell of a glitch. The two thoughts clicked lazily off each other and rolled in different directions. Fixed up like magic. Will didn't believe in Santa Claus or the Tooth Fairy, but he was perfectly willing to acknowledge strange things in the world. A practical man recognized that and put it to use if he could. A friend in Los Angeles claimed he'd seen the ghost of his wife before the big quake of '67. Will had no reason to doubt it, though he would have if the friend had anything to gain. Another friend, Quint Youngerman, claimed to have seen his long-dead father standing at the foot of his hospital bed after Quint took a terrible fall from the 4th floor of a building under construction. On a slow December afternoon in his office overlooking the silent garage, Will Darnell reflected on the open file he kept in his mind, where he filed stories of the unexplained, neither believing nor disbelieving. No preacher or pope had ever convinced him otherwise. Nothing truly inexplicable had ever happened to him. But something like that might be happening now. He remembered November Repeton and his gang savaging Cunningham's car at the airport. When the tow truck hauled it in, Darnell had looked at the wreckage and known it would never run again. Then the Welch kid got killed in December. A state detective named Junkins came around asking questions, first to Cunningham, then to Darnell when Arnie clammed up. Junkins pressed about why the kid was lying about the extent of the damage. Darnell deflected, wheezing through cigar smoke, insisting he just ran a garage for working Joes. Junkins knew Darnell did much more. That was fine. Darnell knew the cop knew. Junkins explained he'd talked to Arnie, sensed the kid was scared green about something, but then he'd shut down completely. When Darnell asked if Junkins thought Arnie ran down Welch, the detective admitted no. The parents alibied him. But Welch had been one of the vandals, and Arnie's lying about the damage made no sense. Darnell offered no sympathy. Junkins asked how bad the damage really was. Darnell told his only lie of the interview, claimed he hadn't noticed. He'd noticed plenty. The damage was horrific. Those hoods hadn't just beaten up the '58 Plymouth, they'd killed it. Arnie was lying because the truth was incredible. Within a week, the car was as good as new, better than before. No one had seen Arnie do much during that stretch. But the proof sat in stall 20. Darnell said incredible aloud, drained his coffee, then reached for the phone and pulled back. He needed to think it through first. He was the only one besides Cunningham who appreciated the full impossibility of what had happened. Other guys had called the restoration incredible too, looking uneasy. Johnny Palmerton, who knew more about vehicles than anyone in Pennsylvania, had flatly called it voodoo, laughed without humor, then walked away when Will only sat there looking politely interested. Most people would accept anything they saw happen right in front of them, Darnell mused. In a real sense, there was no supernatural what happened, happened. He pulled open his desk drawer, denting his paunch, found his 1978 Noteminder book, and located his scrawled entry, Cunningham, at a chess tournament in Philadelphia, December 11th to 13th. He called the hotel's directory assistants, got the number, and dialed. His heartbeat climbed as the desk clerk answered. Young too quick. Darnell explained he was calling from Pennsylvania, that a Libertyville High student named Arnold Cunningham was registered for the chess tournament and asked to speak with him. Put on hold. Darnell leaned back on his swivel chair. He felt certain the kid wouldn't be there. Then a wary young voice came on the line, unmistakably Cunningham. Darnell felt a peculiar lift drop in his belly, but betrayed nothing. After exchanging greetings, the kid had won one match and drawn another, couldn't keep his mind on it. Darnell smoothly launched his cover story, asked if Cunningham had a pencil, then directed him to an auto parts outfit on North Broad Street, gave him a contact name, told him to ask for first-line tires. Arnie agreed he was free the next afternoon. Darnell spelled the name, then told the kid he hoped he got his ass whipped. Cunningham laughed. Darnell hung up. It was Cunningham, no question. In Philadelphia, nearly 300 miles away. So who had an extra set of keys? The Gilder kid was in the hospital. The girlfriend didn't have a license. There was no one else. Cunningham had never given Darnell a duplicate. Like magic. Darnell leaned back, lit another cigar, and watched the smoke. Nothing came to him. Cunningham had gone to Philly on the school bus, but his car was gone. Jimmy Sykes had seen it pulling out, but not who was driving. What did that add up to? His mind drifted to his own high school days, the lead in a senior play, his one moment of glory. To a pale blonde girlfriend named Wanda Haskins, the only woman he'd ever loved. To a certain raspberry-tasting lipstick she wore in the summer of 1934, when he was still slim and clear-eyed. The memory made his left hand stray in the dark of his narrow child's bed, dancing with her in dreams. 3 hours later, Darnell jerked awake to the sound of the big garage door rattling up. The 200-watt bulb blazed on. His shoes hit the mat, Bardol in raised rubber letters, and the pins and needles shocking his feet finished waking him. Christine moved slowly across the garage toward stall 20 and slipped in. Still half in dream, Darnell watched from behind his desk, ham-like arms planted on the dirty blotter. The engine raced twice. Blue smoke puffed from the bright new exhaust pipe. Then the motor shut down. From the intercom speaker, always on between office and garage, came only the steady tick of cooling metal. No door opened. No one got out, because there was no one inside. Nothing inexplicable had ever happened to him, except maybe something like that was happening now. Experts later could say the witness had dozed off, that what he saw was obviously an extension of his dream. But the reality was a hard-headed 61-year-old man who had long since jettisoned any last romantic notions, and what he just watched cross the cement floor had no rational explanation. Will Darnell felt oddly boneless as he stood from his desk. He hesitated at the office door, then opened it and walked out into the garage. His footfalls echoed behind him, then died into silence. He moved past the slant-parked cars to stall 20. He stood beside Christine, her rich two-tone red and white body deep and clear and perfect, unmarked by chip or rust. The glass was clear, unbroken, not even nicked. The only sound now was melting snow dripping from the bumpers. He touched the hood. Warm. The driver's side door opened freely. The smell that issued was warm. New leather, new plastic, new chrome, but beneath it, something earthier. Unpleasant. Old turnips in a basement vegetable bin. His nose wrinkled. He leaned in. No keys in the ignition. The 5-odometer read 52,107.8. Suddenly, the empty ignition slot revolved on its own, the black slit healing past ACC to start. The hot engine caught at once, rumbling steadily, contented. Will's heart staggered. His breath caught. Gasping and whooping, he hurried back to his office, searching a desk drawer for the spare aspirator. His breath sounded like winter wind under a door. His face turned the color of old candle wax. His fingers tugged restlessly at the loose flesh of his throat. Christine's engine shut off again. Only the ticking click of cooling metal remained. Will found the aspirator, plunged it deep into his throat, depressed the trigger, and inhaled. Little by little, the weight on his chest lifted. He sat in the swivel chair, listening to the sane creak of its springs, and covered his face with his fat hands. Nothing inexplicable, until now. He had seen it. Nothing had been driving that car. It had come in empty, smelling of something like rotting turnips. And even in his dread, his mind began turning. How could he put what he knew to his own advantage? Late Wednesday afternoon, a park ranger found the burned wreck of Buddy Repperton's Camaro. An arthritic old woman in Upper Squantic had reported flames near the park's south gate around 10:15 Tuesday night, half an hour into the CBS movie. Thursday's Libertyville Keystone ran a front-page photo. 3 killed in car crash at Squantic Hills State Park. A state police source quoted liquor as probably a factor. An opaque way of saying the shattered remains of over half a dozen bottles of Texas Driver had been found in the wreckage. The news hit Libertyville High hard. The holiday season made it worse. Arnie Cunningham felt terribly depressed and frightened. First Moochie. Now Buddy, Richie Trelawney, and Bobby Stannon, a freshman he'd never even heard of. What had a kid like that been doing with Repperton? Didn't he know that was like walking into a tiger den with a squirt gun? Arnie found it hard to accept the grapevine version. That they'd gotten drunk at the basketball game, gone cruising, and come to a bad end. He couldn't shake the feeling he was somehow involved. Lee had stopped talking to him since their argument. He didn't call her partly pride, partly shame, partly hoping she'd call first and things could go back to how they'd been. Before she'd almost choked to death in his car. Before he tried to punch the guy who saved her life. But she wanted him to sell Christine. Impossible, not after all the time and effort and blood and even tears he'd put into her. The final bell rang on that endless Thursday. He nearly ran to the student lot and practically dove into Christine. Behind the wheel, he drew a long, shuddering breath, watching the first snowflakes of an afternoon flurry twist across the bright hood. He started the engine. The motor hummed confidently. He'd have to put snow tires on eventually, but Christine didn't seem to need them. She had the best traction of any car he'd ever driven. He turned on the radio. Sheb Wooley's The Purple People Eater raised a smile on his face at last. Being behind Christine's wheel made everything manageable. Hearing about Repperton and the others had been a terrible shock. After the hard feelings of summer and fall, it was natural to feel a little guilty. But the simple truth was, he'd been in Philly. He hadn't had anything to do with it. It was impossible. He'd just been feeling low. Dennis was in the hospital. Lee was behaving stupidly, as if his car had grown hands and jammed hamburger down her throat. And he'd quit the chess club today. The worst part was how Mr. Slauson, the faculty advisor, had accepted his decision without even trying to change his mind. Arnie had given him some excuse about having little time, needing to cut back. Slauson had just nodded and said they'd be in room 30 if he changed his mind. Those faded blue eyes, magnified by thick glasses to the size of boiled eggs, had there been reproach in them? But the guy hadn't even tried to persuade him to stay, even though Arnie was the best the club had. If Slauson had asked him not to be rash, said they could really use him, he might have reconsidered. Instead, just blah blah and yak yak. What a fucking shitter like the rest of them. It wasn't his fault LHS had been knocked out in the semifinals. He'd won 4 games before that. It was those two shitters, Barry Qualson and Mike Hicks, who'd lost it. They played chess as if Rui Lopez was a new soft drink. He stripped the foil from a stick of gum, folded it into his mouth, and flicked the wrapper into the litter bag with neat accuracy. A hard, spitless grin crossed his face. Above it, his eyes moved restlessly, looking mistrustfully at a world full of crazy drivers, stupid pedestrians, and general idiocy. He cruised aimlessly through Libertyville, his thoughts running on in a softly paranoid, bitterly comforting fashion. The radio spilled golden oldies, instrumentals like Rebel Rouser, Telstar, Team Beat, and Rumble. His back nagged at a low key. The flurry intensified briefly to a dark gray cloud. He popped on his headlights. Then the snow tapered off and the clouds broke, spilling bars of remote, coldly beautiful late-afternoon winter sun. He cruised. He came out of his thoughts, now that Repperton had maybe come to a perfectly fitting end after all, and was shocked to realize it was nearly 5:45 and dark. Gino's Pizza appeared on the left, green neon shamrock shimmering. He pulled over and got out. As he started to cross the street, he realized he'd left his keys in Christine's ignition. He leaned in to get them, and suddenly the smell assaulted him. The smell Lee had told him about, the smell he'd denied. A high, rotten, meaty odor that made his eyes water and his throat close. He snatched the keys and stood back, trembling, looking at Christine with something like horror. He had told Lee she was imagining things, but if she was, so was he. Arnie turned and ran across the street to Gino's, as if the devil were on his tail. Inside, he ordered a pizza he didn't really want, changed quarters for dimes, and slipped into the phone booth beside the thumping jukebox. He called home first. His father answered, his voice oddly toneless, a sound Arnie had never heard before. His unease deepened. Beyond the glass walls of the booth, strange faces drifted dreamily past like untethered balloons with crudely drawn human faces. Shitters, he thought disjointedly. All a bunch of shitters. He apologized for losing track of time. His father said it was all right, then asked if he was at the garage. Arnie said he was at Gino's and asked if his father was okay. He sounded funny. Michael replied that he was fine, just that he'd scraped Arnie's dinner down the garbage disposal, his mother was upstairs crying again, and Arnie was having a pizza. Then he asked if Arnie was enjoying his car. Arnie's throat worked, but no sound came out. Finally, he managed to say he didn't think that was very fair. Michael Cunningham told his son he was no longer interested in what Arnie thought was fair. He acknowledged Arnie might have had some justification at first, but in the past month he had become someone his father didn't understand at all. His mother sensed it too, and it was hurting her badly. She had brought part of the hurt on herself, Michael admitted, but that didn't change the quality of her pain. Arnie cried that he'd just lost track of time, begging his father not to make such a big thing out of it. Michael asked if he'd been driving around, noting that was when it usually happened, then asked if Arnie would be home that night. Arnie said yes, early. He just needed to stop by the garage with some information Will had asked for while he was in Philly. Michael replied with chilly politeness that he wasn't very interested in that either. Scared now, almost trembling, Arnie asked what Michael meant. His father pressed him. What was going on? The detective had come by the office, had gone after Regina too, upset her badly. Arnie demanded fiercely what that fucker wanted this time. His father asked what Arnie would do about it. Nothing, Arnie admitted, swallowing a taste like dust. Repperton, Michael said, and the other two boys. What had Arnie thought it was? The geopolitical situation in Brazil. Arnie insisted Repperton's death was an accident and demanded to know why the detective wanted to talk to his parents about an accident. Michael didn't know, then asked if Arnie did. Arnie yelled that he'd been in Philadelphia playing chess, not anything else. One more time, Michael asked. Was something going on? Arnie thought of the rotting stink, of Lee choking and turning blue. He closed his eyes, and the whole world seemed to tilt and swirl sickly. Through clenched teeth, without opening his eyes, he said nothing was going on, just a lot of people on his case because he'd finally gotten something of his own and done it all by himself. His father's voice went lackluster again. He said he was there if Arnie wanted to talk. He always had been, though he hadn't always made that clear. He told Arnie to be sure to kiss his mother when he came in. Arnie started to respond, but the line clicked dead. He stood in the booth, listening to nothing. His father was gone. He dug change from his pocket and spread it on the metal shelf. Sick and overheated, feeling efficiently disowned, he dialed Lee's number from memory. Mrs. Cabot picked up. Her pleasant phone voice turned instantly hard the moment she recognized him. She said Lee didn't want to talk to him or see him. Arnie begged, but Mrs. Cabot said coolly he'd done enough. Lee had been crying off and on since their last date, and she'd had some sort of experience with him that Mrs. Cabot could only pray wasn't what she thought. Hysterical laughter bubbled up inside Arnie. Lee had almost choked to death, and her mother thought he'd tried to rape her. He tried to think of some way past the dragon at the gate, but his tongue wouldn't move. Then he heard the phone change hands, Mrs. Cabot's sharp protest, Lee's muffled response. Then Lee's voice said his name. He apologized. Lee accepted it, but said she couldn't go out with him anymore unless things changed. He whispered for her to ask him something easy. She told her mother to stop hanging over her, then lowered her voice. She knew how crazy it sounded, but she still thought his car had tried to kill her. No matter how she worked it over in her mind, that was how it came out. It had got him, hadn't it? Arnie told her that was pretty fucking stupid. It was a car, C-A-R. Lee's voice wavered toward tears as she said it had got him. She'd got him, and no one could get him free except himself. His back awoke, throbbing, sending sick pain that echoed in his head. She asked if that wasn't the truth. He didn't answer. She begged him to get rid of it. She'd read about Repperton that morning. Arnie croaked that it was an accident. What did that have to do with anything? Lee said she didn't know what it was, maybe didn't want to know, but it wasn't them she was worried about anymore. It was him. She was scared for him. He had to get rid of it. Arnie whispered for her just to say she wouldn't dump him. Her voice closer to crying now, she said he had to promise, then do it. Then they could see. Promise he'd get rid of the car. That was all she wanted. He closed his eyes and saw Lee walking home from school. A block down, idling at the curb, was Christine. Waiting. He opened his eyes quickly. He said he couldn't do that. Lee said they didn't have much to talk about then. He tried to argue, but she said goodbye. She'd see him in school. He yelled for her to wait. Click. Dead silence. A moment of nearly total rage came over him. He wanted to swing the receiver around his head like a bolas and shatter the glass of this torture chamber booth. They had all run out on him, rats deserting a sinking ship. From Slauson with his thick glasses and poached egg eyes, to his rotten, pussy-whipped old man, to that cheap bitch in her fancy house with her legs crossed, probably having her period, that's why she choked. He came back to himself suddenly, scared and wide-eyed, breathing hard. For a moment, he had seemed like someone else. Not just someone. "LeBay?" Lee's voice echoed. "Isn't that the truth of it, Arnie?" A vision rose in his tired, confused mind. A minister's voice asking if he took this woman. But it wasn't a church. It was a used car lot with colorful pennants fluttering. Camp chairs. Will Darnell stood beside him in the best man's position. No girl beside him. Christine was parked there, shining. His father's voice asked if something was going on. The preacher asked, "Who gave this woman to this man?" Roland D. LeBay rose from a camp chair like a skeletal ghost ship from Hades, grinning. Around him sat Buddy Repperton, Richie Trelawney, Moochie Welch, charred, bloodied, ripped open, all smiling. LeBay croaked that he gave her, and Arnie had the receipt to prove it. She was all his. Arnie realized he was moaning in the phone booth, clutching the receiver against his chest. With tremendous effort, he pulled himself out of the daze and got hold of himself. He spilled half his change onto the floor, plugged a dime into the slot, and scrabbled through the phone book for the hospital number. Dennis would be there. Dennis always had been. Dennis wouldn't let him down. The switchboard girl answered, and he asked for room 240. The phone rang and rang, just as he was about to give up. A brisk female voice said Dennis Gilder was in physical therapy right now. He could be reached at 8 o'clock. Arnie thought of telling her it was very important. But suddenly, claustrophobia pressed down on his chest like a giant's hand. He could smell his own sour, bitter sweat. He broke the connection and nearly burst out of the booth, leaving his change scattered. A few people glanced at him mildly, then turned back to their food. The counterman said his pizza was ready. Arnie glanced at the clock. He'd been in the booth almost 20 minutes. Sweat covered his face. His armpits felt like a jungle. His legs trembled. The muscles in his thighs felt ready to give out and spill him onto the floor. He paid for the pizza, nearly dropping his wallet as he tucked his change away. The counterman asked if he was okay. He looked a little white around the gills. Arnie claimed he was fine, though he felt like vomiting. He snatched the pizza box and fled into the cold clarity of the night. The last clouds had blown away. Stars twinkled like chipped diamonds. He stood on the sidewalk, looking at the stars, and then at Christine parked across the street, waiting faithfully. She would never argue or complain, Arnie thought. Never demand. He could enter her any time and rest on her plush upholstery, rest in her warmth. She would never deny. She loved him. He sensed it was true, just as he sometimes sensed LeBay wouldn't have sold her to anyone else. She had been waiting for the right buyer, one who would love her for herself alone. He stood there with the pizza forgotten in his hands, steam rising lazily from the grease-spotted box. A cyclone of emotions tore through him. Love and loathing, hatred and cherishing, need and the urge to run. She was his, and he was hers. But worst of all was the horror, the terrible, numbing realization pressing at the edges of his mind. How he had hurt his back that night after Repperton and his buddies trashed her. The answer rose, and Arnie began to run, trying to beat the realization, to reach Christine before he saw the whole thing plain and went mad. He ran tangled emotions and that terrible realization in a foot race. He ran the way a hype runs for his works when the shakes get too bad, the way the damned run to their appointed doom, the way a bridegroom runs to his waiting bride. He ran because inside Christine, none of these things mattered. Not his mother, father, Lee, Dennis, or what he had done to his back that night. After everyone was gone, he had put Christine's transmission in neutral and pushed her on flat tires until she rolled out the door. He pushed until sweat ran off him in rivers. His heart thudded like a runaway horse. His back cried for mercy. He kept pushing as the odometer ran slowly backward. His back began to scream, and he kept pushing, muscling her along, his hands going numb, his back screaming. He reached Christine and flung himself inside, shuddering and panting. The pizza fell on the floor. He picked it up, set it on the seat, and felt calm wash through him like soothing balm. He touched the steering wheel, tracing its curve. He pulled off one glove and felt in his pocket for his keys, for LeBay's keys. The memory of that night no longer seemed horrible. Behind Christine's wheel, it seemed wonderful. A miracle. He remembered how it had suddenly become easier to push because the tires were healing themselves, kneading together without a scar and inflating. Broken glass reassembled from nowhere with small, scratchy, crystalline sounds. Dents popped back out. He had pushed until she was right enough to run, then driven until the odometer ran back past what Repetin had done. Then Christine was okay. What could be so horrible about that? Nothing, a voice said. He looked around. Roland D. LeBay sat on the passenger side, wearing a black double-breasted suit, white shirt, blue tie, the outfit he had been buried in, though Arnie had never seen it. But LeBay looked younger and tougher. A man you wouldn't want to fool with. LeBay told him to start her up, get the heater going, and motivate. Arnie turned the key. Christine pulled out, tires crunching on packed snow. LeBay asked for music. Arnie turned on the radio, Dion singing Donna the Prima Donna. LeBay asked if he was going to eat that pizza. Arnie offered him a piece. Then his eyes widened. The slice trembled, cheese threads swaying like broken spider webs. It wasn't LeBay anymore. It was him, Arnie Cunningham at roughly age 50. Not as old as LeBay had been, but getting there. His older self wore a yellow T-shirt and dirty, oil-smeared jeans. Horn rims taped at one bow. Hair short and receding. Gray eyes muddy and bloodshot. The mouth had taken the tucks of sour loneliness. This version of himself was alone, except for Christine. He and Roland LeBay could have been son and father. The thing asked if he was going to drive or stare. Then it began to age before Arnie's stunned eyes. Hair went white. The T-shirt thinned. Wrinkles raced across the face and sank in like acid lines. Eyes sank into their sockets, corneas yellowing. The nose thrust forward, the face of an ancient carrion eater, but still his face. It croaked about seeing anything green, body twisting and withering on Christine's red seat. Skin broke open in sores and tumors. Cataracts covered both eyes like shades being pulled down. It was rotting before him. The high, gassy smell of high-speed decay, the smell of his own death. Little Richard came on singing Tutti Frutti. Hair fell out in gossamer white drifts. Collarbones poked through stretched skin like grotesque white pencils. Lips shriveled from surviving teeth leaning like tombstones. It was dead, yet lived, like Christine. It gibbered about seeing anything green. Arnie began to scream. He pulled into Darnell's garage about an hour later. His rider, if there had been one, was long gone. The smell was gone, too. Just an illusion, he reasoned. If you hung around shitters long enough, everything started to smell like shit. Will sat behind his desk in the glassed-in office, eating a hoagie. He raised one drippy hand but didn't come out. Arnie blipped his horn and parked. It had all been some kind of dream. Calling home, calling Lee, trying to call Dennis, and being told he was in physical therapy, like being denied 3 times before the cock crew. He had freaked a little. Anyone would have. After the shitstorm since August, all his life, he had been one thing to people, and now he was coming out of his shell. It wasn't surprising people resented the change. It fucked up their perspective. Lee had spoken as if she thought he was crazy. Bullshit of the purest ray serene. He had been under strain, but strain was natural. If Miss Highbox So Preppy thought otherwise, she was in for an abysmal fucking at the hands of life. But he wanted her. Even now, thinking of her, an unaccountable desire swept through him like cold wind, making him squeeze Christine's wheel fiercely. A hot wanting too elemental for naming, its own force. But he was all right. Now, he felt he had crossed the last bridge. He had come back to himself, sitting on a narrow access road beyond the farthest reaches of the Monroeville Mall, roughly halfway to California. Getting out, looking behind the car, he saw a hole smashed through a snowbank and melting snow sprayed across Christine's hood. He had apparently lost control, skated across the empty lot, and crashed through the bank. Damn lucky he hadn't been in an accident. He sat there for a while, listening to the radio and looking at the half-moon floating overhead. Bobby Helms came on singing Jingle Bell Rock, a sound of the season, as the DJ said. He smiled a little, feeling better. He couldn't remember exactly what he had seen or thought he had seen, and didn't really want to. Whatever it had been, it was the first and last time. People had gotten him imagining things. They'd probably be delighted if they knew, but he wasn't going to give them that satisfaction. Things were going to be better. He would mend fences at home, watch TV with his folks tonight like the old days, and he would win Lee back. If she didn't like the car, fine. Maybe he would buy another car sometime soon and tell her he'd traded Christine in. He could keep Christine here, rent space. What she didn't know wouldn't hurt her. And this coming weekend would be his last run for Will. That bullshit had gone far enough. Let Will think he was a chicken. A federal felony rap for interstate transport of unlicensed cigarettes and alcohol wouldn't look good on a college application. He laughed a little. He felt better. Purged. On the way to the garage, he ate his cold pizza. Ravenous. It struck him as a bit peculiar that one piece was missing, made him uneasy, but he dismissed it. He had probably eaten it during that blank period, or thrown it out the window. No more of that shit. He laughed again, less shakily. He got out of the car, slammed the door, and started toward Will's office. Tomorrow was the last day of school before Christmas vacation, an extra spring in his step. Then the side door opened, and a man let himself in. Junkins. Again. The detective raised a hand in greeting. Arnie glanced at Will through the glass. Will shrugged and kept eating his hoagie. Arnie asked what he could do for Junkins. The detective smiled, but his eyes slid past Arnie to Christine, appraising, looking for damage. Arnie told him not fucking likely. Junkins seemed unoffended, said he'd just dropped by, asked how Arnie had been, and offered his hand. Arnie only looked at it. Unembarrassed, Junkins walked around Christine and began examining her. Arnie watched, lips pressed white, feeling a fresh pulse of anger each time Junkins touched the car. Arnie suggested sarcastically that the detective buy a season ticket to the Steelers games, maybe. Junkins looked confused. Arnie told him, never mind. Junkins remarked that what happened to Buddy Repperton and the other two boys was a hell of a strange thing. Arnie thought, fuck it. I'm not fooling around with this shitter. He announced he'd been in Philadelphia for a chess tournament. Junkins said he knew and that he was checking Arnie out. 3 of the boys involved in vandalizing the car were now dead, along with a 4th just along for the ride. That was a coincidence 9 miles too big. Arnie, surprised out of his anger, said he thought it was an accident. Liquor and speeding. Junkins told him another car was involved. There were tracks in the snow, blurred by wind, but one of the park gates was broken and they'd found traces of red paint. Buddy's Camaro was blue. They'd also found red paint embedded in Moochie Welch's skin. Arnie coldly suggested Junkins start counting red cars. He'd be up to 20 before reaching Basin Drive. Junkins said they'd sent samples to the FBI lab in Washington, which had every shade of paint ever used in Detroit. The results came back that day. Arnie guessed it was autumn red, Christine's color. Junkins confirmed it. Arnie pointed out that autumn red was a custom job, but Ford, Thunderbird, Chevrolet, and even Rambler had offered that shade. He'd been working on his 58 for half a year and had the car books. Autumn red was a popular choice. Junkins said nothing, only looked at Arnie with a fixed, stony, unsettling gaze, a look of strong, frank suspicion. It scared Arnie, but now it also made him furious. Arnie demanded to know what Junkins had against him, why he was on his ass. Junkins laughed, walked in a half circle, and asked how first-degree murder sounded. Did that grab him with any force? Arnie grew very still. Junkins assured him there would be no big, tough cop scene, no Miranda card. Everything was still fine for their hero, Arnold Cunningham. Arnie claimed he didn't understand. Junkins roared that Arnie understood plenty. 3 kids who beat on the car were dead. Autumn red paint samples were taken at both crime scenes, and Arnie stood there pushing his glasses up on his nose, claiming he didn't understand. Arnie quietly repeated that he was in Philadelphia when it happened. Junkins said that was the worst part, the part that really stank. Arnie wished Junkins would leave or put him under arrest. He was supposed to punch in and work. Junkins said talk was all he had. The first time, when Welch was killed, Arnie was supposed to be home in bed. Arnie admitted it was thin. If he'd known this shit would come down on his head, he would have hired a sick friend to sit up with him. Junkins said his parents had no cause to doubt him, and true alibis usually had more holes than a Salvation Army suit. It was when they started to look like suits of armor that he got nervous. Arnie almost screamed that it was a fucking chess meet. He'd been in the club 4 years. Junkins said until today. He talked to the club advisor, Herbert Slauson. The first 3 years, Arnie never missed a meeting, even came with the flu. He was the star player. This year, he was spotty from the start. Arnie said he had his car to work on and a girl. Junkins said Arnie missed the first 3 tournaments, and Slauson was surprised when his name turned up for the Northern States meet, thought he'd lost all interest. Arnie started to explain again. Too busy, cars and girls, but Junkins cut him off. Regaining interest just long enough to go to Philly, then dropping out, struck him as very odd. Arnie said he couldn't see anything funny about that, but his voice seemed distant, lost in the surf roar of blood in his ears. Junkins said it looked as if Arnie knew it was coming, and set himself up with an airtight alibi. The roar in his head took on steady, wave-like beats, each accompanied by a dull thrust of pain. He closed his eyes, and for a moment the world lurched. He saw that green, grinning, rotting face floating before him, saying to start her up, get the heater going, let's motivate, let's get the shitters that wrecked our car, hit them so hard the corpse cutter would have to pull paint chips out with pliers. He groped behind him, touched Christine's hard, cool surface, and things dropped back into place. He opened his eyes. Junkins said there was only one other thing, very subjective, nothing you could put on a report. Arnie was different this time, harder, almost as if he put on 20 years. Arnie laughed, sounded natural, and told Junkins he had a screw loose. Junkins didn't laugh. He said the whole thing was screwier than anything he'd investigated in 10 years. Last time he felt he could reach Arnie, lost, unhappy, groping. Now he felt like he was talking to a different person, not a very nice one. Arnie abruptly said he was done talking and walked toward the office. Junkins called after him that he wanted to know what happened and was going to find out. Arnie told him to stay away. He was crazy. He let himself into the office, closed the door, and noticed his hands weren't shaking at all. The room was stuffy with cigar, olive oil, and garlic. He took his time card and punched in. Ka-thud. Through the glass, he saw Junkins standing there, looking at Christine. Will said nothing. A couple of minutes later, Junkins left. Will said cop and belched like a chainsaw. Arnie confirmed it was about Repperton. Junkins thought he had something to do with it, even though he was in Philly. Will thought to himself that Junkins was a smart cop. The facts were wrong, but his intuition told him something even wronger existed. He'd gotten further than most cops ever would, but he could spend 1,000,000 years and never reach the truth. Will thought of the empty car driving itself into stall 20, the ignition slot turning to start on its own, the engine revving once like a warning snarl. Thinking of these things, Will didn't trust himself to look Arnie in the face, even after a lifetime of routine deceit. He told Arnie he didn't want to send him to Albany if the cops were watching. Arnie told Will he didn't care if he was sent to Albany or not. Junkins was the only cop he'd seen, and he was crazy, only interested in 2 hit-and-run cases. Will's faded yellowed eyes met Arnie's distant gray ones. He said Junkins was interested in Arnie. He better send Jimmy instead. Arnie asked if Will liked Jimmy's driving. Will sighed and agreed, but warned that if Arnie saw that cop, he should back off. And if he got caught holding the bag, it was his bag. Arnie understood and asked if Will wanted him to work that night. Will pointed out a '77 Buick in stall 49. Pull the starter motor, check the solenoid, pull that too if it seemed okay. Arnie nodded and left. Will watched him go, then looked at Christine. He had no business sending the kid to Albany this weekend, and Arnie knew it too, but he was going to push ahead anyway. If anything happened, the kid would stand up. Something that wouldn't have been true before. Will had heard everything on the intercom. Junkins was right. The kid was harder now. While Arnie took Will's Chrysler to New York, Will would watch Christine and see what happened. The next afternoon, Rudolph Junkins and Rick Mercer of the State Police Detective Division sat drinking coffee in a glum office with peeling paint. Snow and sleet fell outside. Junkins said he was pretty sure this was the weekend, that Chrysler had rolled every 4 or 5 weeks for 8 months. Mercer reminded him that busting Darnell and whatever bait Junkins had in his bonnet about that kid were 2 different things. Junkins said they were the same to him. The kid knew something, and if he got him rattled, he might find out what. Mercer asked if Junkins thought Arnie had an accomplice who used his car while he was at the chess tournament. Junkins shook his head. The kid had exactly 1 good friend, and he was in the hospital. He didn't know what he thought, except that the car was involved, and so was Arnie. He pointed at Mercer and said, once they got the place closed down, he wanted a 6-pack of lab technicians to go over it stem to stern, on a lift, check for dents, bumps, repaint, and blood. Just 1 drop. Mercer noted that Junkins didn't like that kid much. Junkins laughed, bewildered. The first time he had liked him, felt sorry for him, maybe covering for someone else. But this time, he didn't like him at all. And he didn't like that car either. The way Arnie kept touching it every time Junkins thought he had him on the ropes, it was spooky. Mercer said as long as Junkins remembered that Darnell was the guy he had to bust. No one in Harrisburg had the slightest interest in the kid. Junkins said he'd remember because Arnie was a means to the end. He was going to nail whoever killed those kids if it was the last thing he ever did. Mercer said it might not even go down that weekend. But it did. On the morning of Saturday, December 16th, 2 plainclothes cops from the State Felony Squad sat in a 4-year-old Datsun pickup, watching Will Darnell's black Chrysler roll out of the big door into the street. A light drizzle fell, not quite cold enough for sleet. The Chrysler properly showed its parking lights. Arnie was a safe driver. 1 cop raised a walkie-talkie and reported that Arnie had just come out in Darnell's car. They followed to I-76. When they saw Arnie take the eastbound ramp toward Harrisburg, they turned up the westbound ramp toward Ohio and reported they would get off 1 exit down and return to their original position near the garage. Junkins's voice came back. Okay, let's make an omelet. 20 minutes later, as Arnie cruised east at a sedate 53 cops with all the right paperwork knocked on the door of William Upshaw in the upscale suburb of Sewickley, Upshaw answered in his bathrobe. His wife called from the kitchen asking who it was. One of his kids came to look, all big eyes. Upshaw looked at the court orders. Tax records relating to Will Darnell, as an individual and as a corporation, impounded, bearing the signature of the Attorney General and a Superior Court judge. He tried to speak, but could only croak. One of the cops was federal, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms, and also an agent of the Federal Drug Control Task Force. The Fed asked if Upshaw kept an office in his home. Upshaw croaked yes. Another office at a Monroeville address? Yes. His wife came into the hallway and saw the three men, pulling her housecoat closed. His kid burst into tears and fled to the TV. Upshaw thought was something like relief. It's the end of everything. When Rudy Junkins received word that Upshaw had been served and all papers impounded, he led half a dozen state cops in what would once have been called a raid. The garage was moderately busy for a Saturday. Junkins raised a battery-powered loudhailer and announced this was the Pennsylvania State Police. The place of business was closed. He found his eyes drawn to the white over red Plymouth sitting empty in stall 20. Having handled half a dozen murder weapons in his time, just looking at that car made him feel cold. The IRS man frowned at him to go on. Junkins repeated, that anyone could take their vehicles if in running order. If not, leave quickly and quietly. The place was closed. He turned off the loudhailer. Will Darnell was on the telephone, an unlit cigar jammed in his face. Jimmy Sykes stood by the Coke machine, his simple face a picture of confused dismay. Rick Mercer read Will his rights. Behind them, the garage was empty, except for 4 uniformed cops doing paperwork on impounded cars. Will's face was composed, only his deepening wheeze, the fast rise and fall of his big chest under his open-throated white shirt, and the aspirator constantly in his hand showed his upset. He said nothing until his lawyer got there. Junkins said the lawyer could meet them in Harrisburg. Will glanced at him contemptuously. When he finally spoke, he said it was the craziest thing he'd ever heard of. Mercer smiled sincerely and said it would get crazier. Will was going away for a very long time. Maybe someday they'd put him in charge of the prison motor pool. Will looked at Mercer and said he knew him. His father was the crookedest cop ever to come out of Kings County. The blood fell out of Mercer's face and he raised his hand. Junkins told him to stop. Will told them to have their fun, make their jokes. He'd be back doing business in 2 weeks. If they didn't know it, they were even stupider than they looked. He raised his aspirator and breathed in deeply. Mercer told him to get this bag of shit out of here. Half an hour later, Junkins and Mercer sat in an unmarked state Ford. The sun had come out, shining blindingly on melting snow and wet streets. Darnell's garage sat silent. Will's records and Arnie's Plymouth were penned up inside. Mercer said heavily that Will's crack about his father hurt. His father had shot himself, blew his head off. Lots of cops eat the gun, but you wonder. Junkins said Will didn't know anything. Mercer disagreed. The fuck he didn't. He lit a cigarette, then threw it out, unclipped the mic under the dash, and called in. Junkins asked over the radio what was happening with their carrier pigeon. The response came that Arnie was on Interstate 84 approaching Port Jervis, the crossover point between Pennsylvania and New York. New York was ready. Junkins ordered that they grab him northeast of Middletown and take his toll ticket into evidence. Mercer put the mic back and smiled thinly. Once Arnie crossed into New York, it was unquestionably federal, but they still had first dibs. Junkins didn't answer. Nothing about this was beautiful. From Darnell with his aspirator to Mercer's father eating his gun, an ugly inevitability filled Junkins, a feeling that terrible things were only beginning. He felt halfway through a dark story that might prove too terrible to finish, but he had to finish it now. The image persisted. The first time he talked to Arnie Cunningham, he had been talking to a drowning man. The second time, he was talking to a corpse. The cloud cover over western New York broke, and Arnie's spirits rose. It felt good to get away from Libertyville, from everything. Not even the knowledge of contraband in the boot could quench that lift. At the back of his mind, an idle speculation. He could just dump the cigarettes and keep going, leave the entire depressing mess behind. But of course he wouldn't. Leaving Christine after putting so much into her was impossible. He turned up the radio, hummed along. The December sun broke cover entirely, and he grinned. He was still grinning when a New York State police car pulled alongside in the passing lane and paced him. The loudspeaker ordered the Chrysler to pull over. Arnie stared into a pair of black sunglasses. Terror seized him, deeper than he would have believed possible, and not for himself. His mouth went totally dry. His mind blurred into overdrive. He imagined tramping the gas pedal and running for it, and perhaps he would have if he'd been driving Christine, but he wasn't. He saw Will Darnell telling him the bag was his if he got caught. Most of all, he saw Junkins's sharp brown eyes and knew this was Junkins's doing. He wished Rudolph Junkins was dead. He veered into the breakdown lane. His balls crawled, his stomach churned madly. In the rear view, his own eyes were wall-eyed with fear behind his glasses. Not for himself. Christine. He was afraid for Christine, for what they might do to her. His panic-stricken mind spun up a kaleidoscope. College applications stamped rejected, convicted fill-on, prison bars, a judge's white accusing face, bull queers looking for fresh meat, Christine riding the conveyor into the car crusher. Then, as he stopped the Chrysler and put it in park, a thought came from nowhere. Christine can take care of herself. Another thought followed in Roland LeBay's raspy old man tones. She'd take care of him, too. All he had to do was go on believing in her. Arnie opened the door and got out before a cop could open it. A cop asked if he was Arnold Richard Cunningham. Yes, indeed, Arnie said calmly. Was he speeding? No, son, another cop said, but he was in a world of hurt all the same. The first cop stepped forward formally, producing a search warrant covering New York State, Pennsylvania, and the United States. Arnie remarked that just about covered the motherfucking waterfront. The cop's eyes widened slightly at the old voice coming out of this kid. He continued, explaining they would seize any contraband found. Arnie said fine. None of it seemed real. Blue lights flashed confusion. Passing drivers turned to look, but he had no desire to hide his face. That was a relief. A cop asked for the keys. Arnie told him to get them himself, you shitter. The cop said he wasn't helping himself, but he looked startled. For a moment, the kid's voice had deepened, roughened, sounded 40 years older. He leaned in and got the keys. 3 cops headed for the boot. They knew, Arnie thought, resigned. This had nothing to do with Junkins' obsession. This was a coordinated operation against Will's smuggling. A cop offered to read Miranda if Arnie wanted to answer questions. Arnie calmly said he had nothing to say. The cop said things could go easier. Arnie smiled slightly. That was coercion. Watch out or he'd put a hole in his own case. The cop flushed and called him an asshole, said that was his lookout. The boot was open. They'd pulled out the spare tire, the jack, and boxes of small parts. One cop was almost entirely inside. Arnie hoped vaguely they wouldn't find the undercompartment, then dismissed the thought, the childish part of him that only hurt lately. They would find it. The quicker the better. As if a god had heard, the cop in the boot called triumphantly, "Cigarettes." The warrant-reading cop told them to close it up, read Arnie his Miranda rights, and asked if he understood. Yes. Did he want to make a statement? No. The cop told him he was under arrest and to get in the car. Arnie almost brayed laughter. The thought was so foolish. This was a dream. Under arrest. hustled to a cruiser, people looking. Desperate childish tears welled hot in his throat and closed it. His chest hitched twice. A cop touched his shoulder. Arnie shrugged it off with desperation. Sympathy might drive him mad. "Don't touch me." The cop removed his hand and opened the rear door. "Do you cry in dreams?" "Of course you could. But dream or no..." He wasn't going to cry. Instead, he would think of Christine. Not of his parents, or Lee, or Will, or Slauson, all the miserable shitters who had betrayed him. He would think of Christine. He closed his eyes, leaned his pale, gaunt face into his hands, and did just that. As always, thinking about Christine made things better. After a while, he straightened up and looked out at the passing scenery, thinking about his position. Michael Cunningham put the telephone back into its cradle with infinite care, as if less care might cause it to explode. He sat back in the swivel chair behind his desk, where his IBM typewriter sat alongside an ashtray and the manuscript of his third book, a study of the Ironclads, Monitor, and Merrimack. He had been halfway through a page when the phone rang. Now he pulled the page bonelessly from under the roller and put it atop the manuscript. Now little more than a jungle of pencil corrections. Outside, a cold wind whined around the house. The morning's cloudy warmth had given way to a frigid, clear December evening. The earlier melt had frozen tight. His son was being held in Albany on charges of smuggling, not marijuana, cigarettes, 200 cartons of Winston cigarettes with no tax stamps. From downstairs came the whir of Regina's sewing machine. He would have to go down, stand there while she looked up with her half-glasses and tell her Arnie had been arrested. Michael tried to get up, but the chair swiveled and rolled backward on its casters. He clutched the desk to keep from falling, slipped heavily back, heart thudding painfully in his chest. A wave of despair and sorrow struck him. He groaned aloud and grabbed his forehead, squeezing his temples. 6 months ago, things had been okay. Now his son sat in a jail cell. What were the watershed moments? How could he have changed things? Where had the sickness started creeping in? He squeezed harder, listening to the winter whine outside. He and Arnie had put the storms on just last month. That had been a good day. Even after that beastly car had come, overshadowing everything like a fatal disease, there had been some good days, hadn't there? He said Jesus again in a weak, teary voice he despised. Unbidden images rose behind Michael's eyes. Colleagues looking at him sideways, whispering in the faculty club. Discussions at cocktail parties where his name bobbed uneasily like a waterlogged body. Arnie wouldn't be 18 for nearly 2 months. His name couldn't be printed, but everyone would still know. Word got around. Then crazily he saw Arnie at 4, astride a red trike from a rummage sale. The paint was flaked with rust, the tires bald, but Arnie had loved it, would have taken it to bed if he could. Michael closed his eyes and saw Arnie riding up and down the sidewalk in his blue corduroy jumper, hair flopping. Then his mind's eye wavered, and the rusty trike became Christine. Red paint scum with rust, windows milky white with age. He gritted his teeth. Someone looking in might think he was smiling crazily. He waited until he had some control, then went downstairs to tell Regina. She would think of what to do, as always. She would steal the forward motion from him, take whatever balm action had to give, and leave him only sick sorrow and the knowledge that now his son was someone else. The first great northeast storm of winter came to Libertyville on Christmas Eve. The day began in bright 30-degree sunshine, but morning DJs cheerfully predicted doom, urging last-minute shoppers to finish by mid-afternoon and those planning trips to rethink if travel couldn't be done in 4 to 6 hours. By 11 a.m., when Dennis Gilder finally left the hospital on crutches, pushed in a wheelchair by a nurse until he was actually outside, the sky had begun to scum over with clouds. An eerie fairy ring circled the sun. Dennis crossed the salted parking lot carefully, his parents bookending him nervously. He paused by the family car, turning his face into the freshening breeze. Being outside felt like a resurrection. He could have stood there for hours. By 1 o'clock, the Cunningham family station wagon reached the outskirts of Ligonier, 90 miles east of Libertyville. The sky had gone a smooth, pregnant slate gray. The temperature had dropped 6 degrees. It had been Arnie's idea not to cancel the traditional Christmas Eve visit with Aunt Vicky and Uncle Steve. The trip had been arranged in early December, canceled after what Regina stubbornly called Arnie's trouble. But at the beginning of last week, Arnie had begun restlessly agitating for it. After a long phone conversation with her sister on Wednesday, Regina gave in, mostly because Vicky seemed calm, understanding, and not very curious about what had happened. That was important to Regina, more than she could perhaps say. In the 8 days since Arnie's arrest, she had faced an endless flood of rancid curiosity masquerading as sympathy. Talking to Vicky, she had finally broken down and cried, the first and only time she had allowed herself that bitter luxury. Arnie had been asleep. Michael, drinking too much and passing it off as the spirit of the season, had gone to O'Malley's. It would probably end up being 6 beers, or 8, or 10. Later she would find him sitting bolt upright behind his desk, staring into the dark eyes dry but bloodshot. She supposed her husband might be having a very quiet mental breakdown. She would not allow herself the same luxury. Every night her mind ticked and whirred with plans and schemes until 3 or 4 in the morning, all aimed at getting us over this. The only 2 ways she allowed her mind to approach what happened were deliberately vague. Arnie's trouble and getting us over this. But talking to Vicky, her iron control had wavered. She cried on Vicky's shoulder long distance, and Vicky had been calmly comforting, making Regina hate herself for all the cheap shots she had taken over the years. Vicky, whose only daughter had dropped out of junior college to become a housewife, whose only son had been content with a vocational technical school, Vicky, whose husband sold life insurance, and who sold Tupperware herself. But it was Vicky she had been able to cry to express at least part of her tortured disappointment, terror, hurt, and the terrible embarrassment of knowing people were talking and that those who had wanted to see her take a fall were now satisfied. Regina decided that if there was to be a Christmas at all for them this miserable year, it would be at Vicky and Steve's ordinary suburban ranch house in the middle-class suburb of Ligonier. Mike simply went along with her decision. For Regina, the 3 days following the news of Arnie's trouble had been a pure exercise in cold control, a hard lunge for survival. Her survival, the family's, Arnie's. Mike's pain never entered her equations. The thought that they could comfort each other never crossed her mind. She had calmly put the cover on her sewing machine after Mike gave her the news, then gone to the phone and gotten to work. She brushed past Michael as if he were furniture, and he trailed after her as he had done all their married life. She called Tom Sprague, their lawyer, who referred her to a colleague, Jim Warburg. She got an answering service that wouldn't reveal Warburg's home number. She drummed her fingers against her lips, then called Sprague again. He didn't want to give her Warburg's home number, but in the end, gave in. When Regina finally let him go, Sprague sounded dazed, shell-shocked. Regina in full spate often caused that reaction. She called Warburg, who said he absolutely couldn't take the case. Regina lowered her bulldozer blade. Warburg ended up not only taking the case, but agreeing to go immediately to Albany to see what could be done. He protested he knew a good man in Albany, but Regina was adamant. Warburg went by private plane and reported back 4 hours later. Arnie was being held on an open charge to be extradited to Pennsylvania the next day. Pennsylvania and New York had coordinated with 3 federal agencies. The main target was not Arnie but Will Darnell, and whoever he was doing business with. Regina snapped that holding someone on an open charge was illegal, drawing on TV crime show knowledge. Warburg crisply replied that he'd be on his knees thanking God. They caught Arnie with a trunkload of unstamped cigarettes. If Regina pushed, they'd be happy to charge him. He advised her and her husband to get to Albany quickly. Extradition wasn't the problem. These people wanted to knock over dominoes, to knock Arnie onto Darnell. Arnie wasn't talking. Regina needed to persuade him it was in his best interest to talk. Was it? She asked hesitantly. Hell yes, Warburg said. These guys didn't want to put her son in jail. Minor, good family, no record. He could get out without even facing a judge. But he had to talk. So they went to Albany. Regina was taken down a narrow hallway faced in white tile, lit with high-intensity bulbs and wire mesh wells. The place smelled vaguely of Lysol and urine. She kept trying to convince herself her son was being held here, but achieving that conviction was hard. The possibility that it was all a hallucination seemed more likely. Seeing Arnie strip that away. The protective jacket of shock stripped away too, replaced by cold, consuming fear. At that moment, she first seized on getting us over this, like a drowning person seizing a life preserver. It was Arnie, her son. Not in a jail cell, but in a small square room with 2 chairs and a cigarette-burned table. Arnie looked at her steadily, his face horribly gaunt, skull-like. He had gotten a surprisingly short haircut only a week before. An overhead light shone down cruelly through what was left, making him appear momentarily bald, as if they had shaved his head to loosen his lips. She said his name and went halfway to him. He turned his head away, lips pressing together, and she stopped. A lesser woman might have burst into tears, but Regina was not a lesser woman. She let the coldness come back. The coldness was all that would help now. Instead of embracing him, something he obviously didn't want, she sat down and told him what had to be done. He refused. She ordered him to talk to the police. He refused again. She reasoned. He refused. She harangued. He refused. She pleaded. He refused. Finally, she sat dully, a headache thudding at her temples, and asked him why. He refused to tell her. Regina finally shouted that she thought Arnie was smart, but he was stupid, an asshole. They would put him in jail. Did he want to go to jail for that man Darnell? Darnell would laugh at him. She could imagine nothing worse, and her son's apparent lack of interest in being laughed at infuriated her more. She rose from her chair, pushing hair from her brow, breathing rapidly, face flushed. To Arnie, she looked both younger and much, much older than he had ever seen her. He said quietly he wasn't doing it for Darnell, and he wasn't going to jail. She demanded to know who he thought he was. They caught him in Darnell's car with the boot loaded with illegal cigarettes. Mildly, Arnie said they weren't in the boot, but in a secret compartment under the boot. Will told him to take the car. She looked at him and asked if he was saying he didn't know they were there. He looked at her with an expression she couldn't accept. Contempt. He said he knew, and Will knew. But they had to prove it, didn't they? She could only look at him, amazed. He said if they did drop it on him, he'd get a suspended sentence. She told him he wasn't thinking straight. Maybe his father. He interrupted. He was thinking straight. He didn't know what she was doing, but he was thinking very straight. He looked at her with such horribly blank gray eyes that she could no longer stand it and had to leave. In the small green reception room, she walked blindly past her husband sitting on a bench with Warburg. She told Michael to go in and make Arnie see reason, then continued outside until the cold December air painted her hot cheeks. Michael went in and had no better luck. He came out with a dry throat and a face 10 years older than when he went in. At the motel, Regina told Warburg what Arnie had said and asked if there was any chance he might be right. Warburg looked thoughtful. Yes, that was a possible defense, but it would be a hell of a lot more possible if Arnie was the first domino in line. He wasn't. There was a used car dealer in Albany named Henry Buck, the catcher, also arrested. Michael asked what Buck had said. Warburg had no way of knowing, but when he tried to speak to Buck's lawyer, the lawyer declined. He found that ominous. If Buck talked, he put the onus on Arnie. Warburg would bet his house that Buck could testify Arnie knew that secret compartment was there. He looked at them closely. What Arnie said was only half smart. Warburg would talk to him tomorrow before they moved him back to Pennsylvania, hoping to make him see that this whole thing could come down on his head. The first flakes of snow swirled out of the heavy sky as they turned onto Steve and Vicky's street. Arnie wondered if it was snowing in Libertyville yet, touching the keys on their leather tab in his pocket. Christine was still impounded in Darnell's garage. That was all right. At least she was out of the weather. He would pick her up again, in time. The previous weekend was like a blurred bad dream. His parents haranguing him in the little white room had seemed like strangers speaking a foreign language. The lawyer kept talking about the domino theory and getting out of the condemned building before the whole thing fell down. 2 states and 3 federal agencies bringing up the wrecking balls. But Arnie was more worried about Christine. It seemed clearer and clearer that Roland D. LeBay was either with him or hovering somewhere near, maybe coalescing inside him. This didn't frighten Arnie. It comforted him. But he had to be careful. Not of Junkins. Junkins only had suspicions radiating out from Christine rather than in toward her. But Darnell, there could be real problems with Will. That first night in Albany, after his parents returned to their motel, Arnie had been conducted to a holding cell and fallen asleep with surprising ease. He had a dream, not quite a nightmare, but terribly disquieting. He awakened in the middle of the night, body running with sweat. He dreamed Christine had been reduced to a tiny '58 Plymouth, no longer than a man's hand, on a slot car track surrounded by HO scale scenery, plastic streets that could be Basin Drive or JFK Drive, a Lego building like Libertyville High, plastic houses, paper trees. A gigantic, hulking Will Darnell loomed over this scale model world like the amazing colossal man, his breath wheezing like a windstorm. Will said Arnie didn't want to open his mouth or frig with him because Will was in control. He began turning the control knob toward fast. Arnie tried to scream. No, please. He loved her. Will would kill her. The tiny Christine raced faster and faster, her engine a high, angry wasp whine. Then Will began turning the control back, looking grimly pleased. He warned Arnie that if he started to get ideas, he should remember where his car was, keep his mouth shut, and they both lived to fight another day. Arnie reached out to grasp the little car, but Will slapped his hand away. Whose bag was it, kiddo? Arnie said it was his bag. Will told him to just remember it. Arnie awakened with that in his ears and didn't sleep again that night. Was it so unlikely that Will knew something about Christine? He saw a great deal from behind that window, but knew how to keep his mouth shut, at least until the right time. He might know what Junkins did not. That Christine's regeneration was not just strange, but totally impossible. That many repairs had never been made by Arnie. With creeping coldness moving up his legs to the root of his guts, Arnie realized Will could have been at the garage the night Repperton and the others died. More than possible. Probable. Jimmy Sykes was simple, and Will didn't like trusting him alone. But even supposing Will knew, who would believe him? It was too late for self-delusion. Police would laugh themselves into a hemorrhage. Junkins? Getting warmer, but Arnie didn't believe Junkins could accept such a thing, even if he wanted to. So even if Will knew, what good would his knowledge do? Then with mounting horror, Arnie realized it didn't matter. Will would be out on bail tomorrow or the next day, and then Christine would be his hostage. He could torch her. He had torched plenty of cars. After she was torched, a burned, helpless hulk, there was the crusher out back. The cops had sealed the place, but that didn't cut any ice. Will Darnell was a very old fox, prepared for any contingency. If he wanted to get in and torch Christine, he would, though more likely he'd hire an insurance specialist with charcoal lighter cubes and a match. Arnie could see the blossoming flames, smelled charring upholstery. He lay on the cell bunk, mouth dry, heart beating rapidly. Of course, if Will tried something and got careless, Christine would get him. But somehow Arnie didn't think Will would get careless. The next day he was taken back to Pennsylvania, charged, then bailed for a nominal sum. There would be a preliminary hearing in January, talk of a grand jury. The bust was front page across the state, though Arnie was only identified as a youth whose name was withheld due to his minor status. His name was common enough knowledge in Libertyville, however, a faculty town where many people lived in each other's back pockets. They knew who had been driving for Will Darnell and been arrested with contraband cigarettes. It was Regina's nightmare. Arnie went home in his parents' custody, bailed for $1,000 after a brief detour to jail. It was all a big shitting game of Monopoly. His parents had produced the get-out-of-jail-free card, as expected. Regina asked what he was smiling about. Was he smiling? Yes, she said, touching her hair. He said he didn't really remember, and she took her hand away. They came home on Sunday. His parents left him pretty much alone, either because they didn't know how to talk to him or were utterly disgusted, or a combination. He didn't give a crap which. He felt washed out, exhausted, a ghost of himself. His mother went to bed and slept all afternoon after taking the phone off the hook. His father puttered aimlessly in his workroom, running his electric planer then shutting it off. Arnie sat in the living room watching a football playoff doubleheader, not knowing who was playing, not caring, content to watch players run around in bright California sunshine, then in rain and sleet that turned the field to churned-up mud. Around 6 o'clock he dozed off and dreamed. He dreamed again that night, and the next, in the bed where he had slept since earliest childhood. The elm outside casting its old familiar shadow, a skeleton each winter that gained new flesh each May. These dreams were not like the dream of giant Will looming over the slot car track. He could not remember them at all more than a few moments after waking. Perhaps that was just as well. A figure by the roadside, a fleshless finger tapping a decayed palm in lunatic parody of instruction, an uneasy sense of freedom and escape. He escaped back into reality with one repeating image. Behind Christine's wheel, driving slowly through a howling blizzard, snow so thick he could see no farther than the end of her hood. The wind was not a scream, but a lower, more sinister basso roar. Then the image changed. The snow became ticker tape. The wind's roar became a great crowd lining both sides of Fifth Avenue, cheering him and Christine because they had escaped. Each time this confused dream retreated, he thought, when this is over, I'm getting out. Going to drive to Mexico. And Mexico, with its steady sun and rural quiet, seemed more real than the dreams. Shortly after awakening from the last of these dreams, the idea of spending Christmas with Aunt Vicky and Uncle Steve, just like in the old days, came to him. He awoke with it, clanging in his head with peculiar persistence. The idea seemed awfully good, all important, to get out of Libertyville before Christmas. He began talking to his parents about it, coming down particularly hard on Regina. On Wednesday, she abruptly gave in and agreed. He knew she had talked to Vicky, and Vicky hadn't lorded it over her, so it was all right. Now on Christmas Eve, he felt everything would soon be all right. Regina pointed out the house to Michael and said he was going to drive right by it like he always did. Michael grunted, turned into the driveway, and said he'd seen it in the perpetually defensive tone he always used around his wife. Arnie thought, he's a donkey. She talks to him like a donkey, rides him like a donkey, and he brays like a donkey. Regina said he was smiling again. Arnie said he was just thinking about how much he loved them both. His father looked surprised and touched. A soft gleam in his mother's eyes might have been tears. They really believed it. The shitters. By 3 o'clock, the snow was still only isolated flurries blending into each other. The delay was not good news, forecasters said. The storm had compacted and turned even more vicious. Predictions had gone from a foot to a possible 18 inches, with serious drifting and high winds. Lee Cabot sat in her living room across from a small, natural Christmas tree already shedding needles. She was alone. Her parents had gone to the Stewarts for Christmas Eve drinks. Mr. Stewart was her father's new boss, and her mother wanted to promote the friendship after 6 moves in 10 years. All alone and still a virgin, she thought. An utterly stupid thought, but she got up as if stung. She went into the kitchen, overconscious of its little servo sounds. Electric clock, the oven where a ham was baking. Turn that off at 5 if they're not back. A cool clunk from the ice maker. She opened the fridge, saw a 6-pack of Coke next to Daddy's beer, thought, "Get thee behind me, Satan." Then grabbed one anyway. Never mind her complexion. She wasn't going with anyone now. The empty house made her uneasy. It never had before. She had always felt pleased and absurdly competent when left alone. But now the kitchen sounds, the rising wind outside, even the scuff of her slippers seemed sinister. If things had worked out, Arnie could have been here. Her mother had liked him at first. Now her mother would wash her mouth out with soap if she knew Lee was even thinking of him. But she did think of him. Too much. Wondering why he had changed, how he was taking the breakup, if he was okay. The wind rose to a shriek and fell off a little, reminding her of a car's engine revving and then falling off. "Won't come back from Dead Man's Curve," her mind whispered strangely. For no reason at all, she went to the sink and poured her Coke down the drain, wondering if she was going to cry or throw up. She realized with dawning surprise that she was in a state of low terror. For no reason at all. Of course. At least her parents had left the car in the garage. She had cars on the brain. She didn't like thinking of her dad driving home half-soused from Martini's, with typical adult kittenishness. It was only 3 blocks, and they had left bundled up and giggling like large children on their way to make a snowman. The walk would sober them up. The wind rose again, gunning around the eaves and falling off, and she suddenly saw them walking up the street through blowing snow, holding on to each other, Daddy maybe goosing Mom through her snow pants, a juvenile thing that had always irritated Lee. She loved them both. Her love was part of the irritation, and her exasperation part of her love. Then 2 huge green eyes opened in the white behind them, seeming to float. Eyes that looked terribly like the circles of dashboard instruments she had seen as she was choking to death. Growing, stalking her helpless, laughing, squiffy parents. She drew a harsh breath and went back into the living room. She approached the telephone, almost touched it, then veered away and went to the window, cupping her elbows. What had she been about to do? Call them? Tell them she was alone and scared of Arnie's steel girlfriend, Christine. The plowed blacktop was disappearing under new snow, but slowly. The wind periodically tried to clear the street with strong gusts that sent membranes of powder twisting upward, like slowly twisting smoke ghosts. The terror was real. Something was going to happen. She had been shocked to hear Arnie was arrested, but that reaction was nowhere as strong as the sick fear when she opened the paper and saw what happened to Repperton. Her first crazy, terrible, certain thought had been Christine. Now the premonition of some new piece of black work hung heavily on her. Arnie had been in Philadelphia. She would not think about that car that smelled like the grave, that had tried to kill her. She went to the telephone again, found the book, and called the hospital. A receptionist told her Dennis Gilder had been checked out that morning. She thanked the woman and hung up. She stood thoughtful in the empty living room, then looked up the Gilder's number and dialed. Dennis answered, happily pleased. The phone felt cold in her hand. She asked if she could come over and talk. "Today?" he asked, surprised. Confused thoughts tumbled through her mind. The ham in the oven, Turn it off at 5. Her parents would be home. Christmas Eve. The snow. She didn't think it would be safe to be out tonight when anything might come looming out of the snow. Not tonight. Lee said not tonight. She was house-sitting. Dennis said his parents were at a party, too. He and his sister were playing Parcheesi, and she cheated. Faintly, I do not. At another time, it might have been funny. After Christmas, Lee said. Maybe Tuesday the 26th? Dennis asked if it was about Arnie. No, she said, clutching the phone so tightly her hand felt numb, struggling with her voice. Not Arnie. She wanted to talk about Christine. By 5 o'clock, the storm blanketed Pennsylvania, screaming across the state from border to border, its howling throat full of snow. There was no final Christmas Eve rush. Most weary clerks and salespeople were grateful to Mother Nature despite missed overtime. There would be plenty when returns started on Tuesday. Mother Nature didn't seem all that motherly that evening, as early dusk gave way to full dark and then to blizzardy night. She was a pagan, fearsome old witch, a harridan on the wind. Christmas meant nothing to her. She ripped down Chamber of Commerce tinsel and sent it gusting high into the black sky. She blew the large nativity scene in front of the police station into a snowbank. The sheep, goats, Holy Mother and Child, not found until a late January thaw, uncovered them. As a final spit in the eye of the holiday season, she tipped over the 40-foot tree that had stood in front of the Libertyville Municipal Building and sent it through a big window into the tax assessor's office. A good place for it, Minnie said later. The storm had the plows falling behind by 7. A Trailways bus fought up Main Street at 15:15, trailed by a short line of cars, and then the street went still except for a few half-buried vehicles. At the intersection, a stoplight spun from its cable until a fizz of electricity killed it. A handful of bus passengers glanced up as they crossed, then hurried on. By 8, when the Cabots finally arrived home, Lee's unspoken relief a quiet weightlifting, the local radio was broadcasting a state police plea for everyone to stay off the roads. By 9, as Michael, Regina, and Arnie Cunningham gathered around the television with Uncle Steve and Aunt Vicky, hot rum punches in hand, watching Alistair Sim in A Christmas Carol, a 40-mile stretch of the Pennsylvania Turnpike had closed. By midnight, almost all of it would. At 9:30, in Will Darnell's empty garage, Christine's headlights blazed on without warning, cutting a bright arc through the dark. Libertyville had shut down completely, save for the occasional plow. Inside the silent garage, Christine's engine revved and dropped. In the empty front seat, the gear shift lever dropped into drive. She began to move. The electric eye clipped to the visor hummed briefly, lost in the wind's howl, but the overhead door heard. It rattled up on its tracks. Snow blew in. Christine glided outside, wraith-like, turned right, tires cutting clean through deep snow with no spin or hesitation. An amber turn signal winked on. She turned left toward JFK Drive. Don Vandenberg sat behind the desk in his father's gas station office, feet up, reading one of his father's pornographic books. Something about a woman named Pammy, who had been with nearly everyone. A bell dinged. A customer. He looked up, irritated. He had called his father at 6, 4 hours earlier, asking to close the station. His father, warm and drunk at home, had ordered him to stay open until midnight. Don had hung up, thinking his old man was a real Scrooge. The truth was, he didn't like being alone at night anymore. Buddy used to be here, drawing everyone with his booze and coke and personality, but now they were all gone. Sometimes, when Don was alone, he imagined looking up and seeing them. Richie, Moochie, Buddy between them, horribly white eyes glazed like dead fish. In the fantasy, Buddy would hold out a bottle and whisper that he'd be dead soon, too. Those visions left Don's mouth dry and his hand shaking. He knew why. They never should have trashed that car. Every guy involved in that prank had died horribly, except him and Sandy Galton, who had fled in his old Mustang. Outside, the customer beeped again. Don slammed the book down, struggled into his parka, and peered out. In the blowing snow, he couldn't tell much about the car except that its body was too long for a new one. He thought bitterly that someday his father would install self-service pumps. If people were crazy enough to be out on a night like this, they could pump their own gas. The door nearly ripped out of his hand. He held on, almost falling. He had misjudged the storm's force entirely. The depth of the snow, over 8 inches, helped keep him upright. He waded toward the far set of islands. The driver had parked at the farthest one. Naturally, he crossed in front of the car, bathed for a moment in the heatless glare of its headlights. The pump's fluorescence made the car a garish white over purple burgundy. His cheeks went numb. He raised his head into the stinging snow as the window went down. He started to ask if he could help, and the attempt died into a high, hissing, strengthless scream. Leaning out of the window, inches from Don's face, was a rotting corpse. Empty eye sockets. Mummified lips pulled back from yellow teeth. One hand lay white on the steering wheel. The other, clicking horribly, reached for him. Don floundered backward, his heart a runaway engine. The dead thing beckoned, grinned. The engine screamed, piling up revs. The corpse whispered for him to fill it up, calling him a demeaning name. And Don saw it wore the tattered, moss-slimed remains of an army uniform. Far back in that grinning mouth, a bit of gold twinkled. Then another voice, Buddy Repperton's, leaned forward from the back seat, offering a bottle of whiskey, telling Don to catch a drink. Worms spilling through Buddy's grin and beetles crawling in what remained of his hair. Don shrieked, whirled, ran through the snow in great leaping steps. He shrieked again as the engine screamed, V8 power. He looked back. Christine stood by the pumps. Arnie's Christine. Moving on her own. The apparitions were gone. That was somehow worse. The car was moving alone. He turned toward the street and climbed up over the snowbank thrown by the plows, then down the other side where the wind had swept pavement clear. He skidded on a patch of ice, feet flying out, landing hard on his back. A moment later, the street flooded with white light. Don rolled over, looked up, and saw Christine's huge headlights as she slammed through the snowbank and bore down on him like a locomotive. Libertyville Heights divided into 3 parts. The semicircle closest to town, on the low hills once called Liberty Lookout, was the only real poor section, an unhappy warren of apartments and wooden buildings, growing tackier since the war jobs dried up in 1945. Now the worst had come, whispered privately in better parts of town. The blacks were moving in. The area had gained a chilling, ghetto-ish name, the Low Heights. Heights Avenue split off from Basin Drive, cut through the Low Heights, then climbed through a greenbelt into a residential area simply called the Heights. Fine old homes set back from the road behind yew hedges. The newspaper publisher, 4 doctors, a rich and dotty heiress, mostly lawyers. Beyond that, Heights Avenue passed through more than 3 miles of thick woods. At the highest point, Stanson Road branched left dead-ending at the embankment overlooking the town and the drive-in. On the far side of this low mountain was an older middle-class neighborhood, which thinned into countryside where Heights Avenue became County Road No. 2. At 10:30 on Christmas Eve, a 1958 two-tone Plymouth moved up Heights Avenue through the snow-choked dark. Natives would have said nothing could get up that road tonight, but Christine held a steady 30 miles an hour, empty within, her tracks alone and nearly a foot deep, filled quickly by wind. Her front bumper exploded through drifts, nosing powder aside. She passed Stanson Road and the embankment, where Arnie and Lee had once met. She reached the top of Liberty Heights and headed down the far side. First through black woods, then past suburban houses with cozy lights and cheery Christmas trim. In one house, a young man who had just finished playing Santa glanced out, saw headlights passing, and remarked to his wife that the driver must have had the devil-riding shotgun. She asked what she got from Santa now that the kids were taken care of. He grinned and said they would think of something. Farther down, almost where the heights ceased being the heights, Will Darnell sat in his living room in a faded blue terrycloth robe over pajama bottoms, his huge belly pushing out like a swollen moon. He watched the final conversion of Ebenezer Scrooge, but didn't really see it. His mind sifted through a growing puzzle. Arnie, Welch, Repperton, Christine. He had aged a decade since the bus. He had told that cop Mercer he would be back in 2 weeks, but in his heart he wondered. Lately, his throat always felt slimy from the taste of that damn aspirator. On the television, a scratchy black and white Scrooge celebrated with the Cratchits. His look of mad joy not so different from the eyes of a man Will had known 20 years ago, Everett Dingle, who had murdered his entire family. Will lit a cigar, anything to cut the taste of the aspirator. His throat felt tight lately, harder to breathe. He was too old to change his habits now. The kid hadn't talked. Not yet. The lawyer had told Will that Henry Buck, 63, a grandfather, was vomiting up everything he knew. Fortunately, Buck's knowledge was limited. Fireworks, cigarettes, only 2 rings of what had once been a 6-ring circus. Booze, hot cars, discount firearms, stolen antiques, and, in the last 2 years, cocaine. That had been a mistake. The Colombians in Miami were crazy as shithouse rats. Thank Christ the kid hadn't been caught holding a pound. They were going to hurt Will this time. How much depended on that weird 17-year-old kid and maybe on his weird car? Things balanced like a house of cards. Will hesitated to act, afraid of making things worse. And there was always the chance Cunningham would laugh in his face. Will shut off the television and turn toward the kitchen. Maybe a brandy first. He was always tired now, but sleep came hard. Then the horn began to honk outside, short, imperative blasts over the howl of the wind. Will stopped cold in the kitchen doorway, belting his robe closed across his big stomach. His face sharpened, suddenly alive, younger. 3 more short, sharp honks. He walked slowly back across the living room. A dreamlike sense of déjà vu washed over him, mixed with fatalism. He knew it was Christine out there, even before he brushed the curtain aside. She had come for him. The car stood at the head of his turnaround driveway, a ghost in the blowing snow. For a moment, someone seemed to be behind the wheel. He blinked. Empty. As empty as it had been that night. The horn honked again, almost as if it were talking. Will's heart thudded. He turned abruptly to the phone. Time to call Cunningham. Tell him to bring his pet demon to heel. He was halfway there when Christine's engine screamed. A woman's shriek at the scent of treachery. A heavy crunch followed. Will went back to the window. The car was backing away from the high snowbank fronting his driveway. Its bonnet, sprayed with clods of snow, had crimped slightly. The engine revved. Rear wheels spun, caught, and the car leaped across the road, striking the snowbank again. More snow exploded into the wind. Never do it, Will thought. And even if you get in, you think I'm coming out to play? Wheezing, he went back to the phone, looked up Cunningham's number, and started to dial. His fingers jittered. He misdialed, swore, hit the cutoff, started again. Outside, Christine's engine revved. Another crunch as she hit the embankment. The phone rang on the other end. 3 times. 4. Christine's engine screamed. A heavy thud as she hit the snowbank at both ends of the semicircular driveway. 6 rings. 7. No answer. Will slammed the phone down. Pale nostrils flared like an animal scenting fire. His cigar had gone out. He threw it on the carpet, groped in his bathrobe pocket, and hurried back to the window. His fingers curled around the pistol grip of his aspirator. Headlights flashed in his face, nearly blinding him. He raised a free hand to shield his eyes. Christine hit the snowbank again, little by little, bludgeoning her way through to the driveway. He watched her back up across the road and wished savagely for a plow to hit her broadside. No plow came. Christine came again, engine howling, lights glaring across the lawn. She struck the snowbank, pushing mounds violently aside. The front end canted up. For a moment, Will thought she would come right over what remained of the frozen embankment. Then the rear wheels lost traction and spun. Will's throat felt like a pinhole. He used the aspirator. The police. He should call the police. Cunningham's 58 couldn't get him. He was safe in his house. Christine came again, accelerating across the road, and this time she hit the bank and came over easily, front end tilting up, splashing light across the house, crashing back down. She was in the driveway. She never slowed. Still accelerating, she crossed the semicircular driveway on a tangent, plowed through looser snow in the side yard, and roared directly at the picture window where Will stood. He staggered backward, gasping, and tripped over his own easy chair. Christine hit the house. The picture window exploded. Glass flew in deadly arrows, each reflecting her headlamps. Snow blew in and danced over the rug. Headlights lit the room with unnatural glare. Then she withdrew, front bumper dragging, hood popped up, grill smashed into a chrome-dripping grin full of fangs. Will was on his hands and knees, gagging for breath, chest heaving. He realized dimly that tripping over the chair had probably saved him from being shredded by glass. His robe had come undone. The wind picked up the TV guide and sent it riffling across the room. Will grabbed the telephone with both hands and dialed 0. Christine reversed along her own tracks to the flattened snowbank at the driveway's entrance. Then she came forward, accelerating rapidly, and as she came, the bonnet began to uncrimp, the grille to regenerate. She slammed into the side of the house below the picture window again. More glass. Wood splintered. The ledge cracked in two. Christine's cracked milky windscreen peered in like a giant alien eye. Will told the operator he needed the police, but his voice was hardly there, all wheeze and whistle. His bathrobe flapped in the blizzard wind. The wall below the window was nearly shattered, broken lathing protruding like fractured bones. Could it get in? The operator said she couldn't hear him and asked him to speak up. Will tried again. Nothing but a hiss of air. He was strangling. His chest was a locked bank vault. Where was his aspirator? There it was on the floor. He dropped the phone and scrabbled for it. Christine came again, roaring across the lawn, striking the side of the house. This time the entire wall gave way in a shrapnel burst of glass and lathing. Incredibly, nightmarishly, Christine's smashed bonnet was in his living room. She was in. He could smell exhaust and hot engine. Her underworks caught on something. She reversed back out of the ragged hole with a screech of pulling boards, front end a gored ruin dusted with snow and plaster, but she would come again in seconds. Will grabbed his aspirator and ran blindly for the stairs. He was only halfway up when the revving whine came again. He turned, leaning on the railing more than grasping it. The stairwell's height lent a nightmare perspective. He watched Christine come across the lawn, saw her bonnet fly up until her front end resembled the mouth of a huge red and white alligator. Then it snapped off altogether as she struck the house again at better than 40. She ripped away the last of the window frame, sprayed more splintered boards across the living room. Headlights bounced upward. Then she was in his house, leaving a huge torn hole behind her, an electrical cable hanging out onto the rug like a black severed artery. Little clouds of fiberglass insulation danced on the cold wind like milkweed puffs. Will screamed and couldn't hear himself over the blatting roar of her engine. The silencer Arnie had installed, one of the few things he had really put on her, had hung up on the sill of the house, along with most of the exhaust pipe. The Fury roared across the living room, knocking Will's lazy-boy onto its side like a dead pony. Floorboards creaked uneasily beneath Christine, and part of Will's mind screamed for them to break, to spill the damn thing into the cellar. He imagined a tiger in a camouflage pit. But the floor held. For now. Christine roared toward him, leaving zigzag tire prints on the rug. She slammed into the stairs. Will flew back against the wall, his aspirator tumbling end over end to the bottom. She reversed, floorboards groaning, rear end striking the Sony TV until its picture tube imploded. She roared forward again, hitting the stairs, shattering lath and gouging plaster. The whole structure grew wobbly, leaning. For a moment, Christine was directly beneath him. He could look down into the oily gut of her engine, feel the heat of her V8. She reversed, and Will scrambled upward, heaving for air, clawing at his throat. He reached the top an instant before Christine hit the wall again, turning the center of the stairs into a jumbled wreck. A long splinter fell into her engine. The fan chewed it up and spat out sawdust. The house smelled of gas and exhaust. Will's ears rang with that merciless thunder. She backed up again, tires chewing ragged trenches in the carpet. He thought of the attic. The attic would be safe. But then the final pain came with sharp, spiking suddenness, as if his heart had been punctured with an icicle. His left arm locked. No breath. His chest heaved uselessly. He staggered backward, one foot dancing over nothing. And then he fell in two great bone-snapping barrel rolls, arms waving, bathrobe flapping. He landed in a heap at the bottom. Christine pounced, struck him, reversed, struck him again, snapped off the heavy newel post like a twig, reversed, struck him again. From beneath the floor came the increasing mutter of support splintering. Christine paused in the middle of the room, as if listening. 2 tires were flat. A third had come half off the wheel. The left side of the car was punched inward, scraped clean of paint in great bald patches. Suddenly, the gear stick dropped into reverse. The engine screamed. She rocketed back across the room and out the ragged hole in the side of the house, rear end dropping into the snow. Tires spun, found purchase, pulled her out. She backed limpingly toward the road, engine chopping and missing, blue smoke hazing the air, oil dripping and spraying. At the road, she turned back toward Libertyville. The gear stick dropped into drive. The damaged transmission hesitated, then caught. She rolled slowly away. Behind her, a broad bar of light shone onto the churned snow, its shape senseless and strange, not at all like a neat rectangle from a window. She moved slowly, lurching side to side on her flats like a very old drunk. Snow fell thickly, driven into slanting lines by the wind. One shattered headlight flickered and came on. One tire began to reinflate, then the other. The clouds of oil smoke diminished. The engine smoothed out. The missing bonnet began to reappear from the windscreen down. Raw metal drawing itself out of nothing, gleaming steel gray, then darkening to red as if filling with blood. Cracks in the windscreen ran in reverse, leaving unflawed smoothness. The other headlights came on, one after another. Now she moved with swift surety through the stormy night behind the cutting edge of her confident brights. Her odometer spun smoothly backward. 45 minutes later, she sat in the darkness of Will Darnell's do-it-yourself garage, stall 20. The wind howled through the ranks of wrecks out back as powdery snow swirled across ripped seats and balding carpets. Her engine ticked slowly, cooling. About 15 minutes before Lee was due, Dennis got his crutches under him and worked his way to the chair closest the door, so she would hear him when he hollered. He picked up his copy of Esquire again, turning back to an article called The Next Vietnam, part of a school assignment. He still couldn't read it. He was nervous and scared, and a lot of it was simple eagerness. He wanted to see her again. The house was empty. Not long after Lee called that stormy Christmas Eve afternoon, Dennis had gotten his father aside and asked if he could maybe take Mom and Elaine somewhere on the afternoon of the 26th. His father agreed amiably enough, then added that Dennis owed him one. His father winked and said he would scratch Dennis's back if Dennis scratched his. Dennis called him a nice guy. His father agreed he was a real prince. His father asked if this had to do with Arnie, wondering if Lee was still Arnie's girl. Dennis admitted he wasn't sure what the situation was anymore. His father observed that Dennis hadn't done such a hot job being Arnie's eyes. Dennis agreed it was hard to see from a hospital bed. His father promised to get Mom and Ellie out Tuesday afternoon, ending with a simple caution: just be careful. Since then, Dennis had pondered what his father meant. He surely couldn't have been worried about Dennis trying to jump Lee's bones with one leg in plaster and a half cast on his back. Maybe he was just afraid something had gotten terribly out of whack. Old childhood friends, now strangers, one of them out on bail. Something was out of whack. It scared the piss out of Dennis. The Keystone didn't publish on Christmas, but all 3 Pittsburgh network affiliates, in both independent channels, carried the story of Will Darnell's death, along with bizarre pictures of his house. The side facing the road had been demolished, the only word that fit. It looked as if a mad Nazi had driven a Panzer tank through it. The morning headline read, "Fool play suspected in bizarre, death of suspected crime figure." That was bad enough. But page 3 held another item, smaller because Darnell had been a crime figure while Don Vandenberg had only been a dropout gas jockey. Service station attendant killed in. Christmas Eve hit and run. The story ended with the police chief theorizing the driver had been drunk or stoned. Neither he nor the paper connected the deaths, separated by almost 10 miles during a screaming blizzard that had stopped traffic across Ohio and western Pennsylvania. But Dennis could make connections. He didn't want to, but he couldn't help it, and his father had been looking at him strangely several times that morning, once or twice seeming about to say something. Then he had closed his mouth without speaking. That was something of a relief. The doorbell chimed at 2:02. Dennis yelled for her to come in, getting up on his crutches anyway. Lee poked her head in, then entered. Very pretty, in a bright red ski parka and dark blue pants. She pushed the fur-edged hood back and ordered him to sit down, telling him he looked like a big, dumb stork on those things. He sat with an ungainly plop, never like in the movies when you're cast in plaster, and counted himself lucky that the cushion didn't let out a loud raspberry. He admitted he was such a sucker for flattery that he made himself sick. He said he was mending. She said she had been better, biting at her lower lip. Not seductively this time. He told her to hang up her coat and sit down. Her eyes touched his. Looking at them was a little much. He looked away, thinking about Arnie. She hung her coat and came back slowly. Dennis explained he had gotten his father to take everyone out, that they ought to talk just between themselves. She stood by the sofa, outlined in dark blue pants and a light powdery blue sweater, an outfit that made him think about skiing. Her hair was tied in a loose pigtail over her left shoulder. Her eyes matched her sweater, maybe a little darker. A corn-fed American beauty except for the high cheekbones that seemed a little arrogant, hinting at some older heritage. He caught himself looking too long. She blushed. He looked away. She asked if he was worried about Arnie. Scared, he said, a better word. She asked what he knew about the car, what Arnie had told him. Not much, he admitted, then offered her something to drink. She insisted he stay still, that she would get it. She asked what he wanted. Ginger ale, if there was one left. She went into the kitchen. Dennis watched her shadow on the wall, moving lightly like a dancer. A momentary added weight settled in his stomach, almost a sickness. There was a name for that. He thought it was called Falling in Love with Your Best Friend's Girl. Her voice floated back, commenting on his automatic ice maker, saying she loved theirs. He babbled about it going crazy and spraying ice cubes everywhere like Jimmy Cagney in White Heat, driving his mother crazy. She laughed. Ice clinked. She returned with 2 glasses and 2 cans of Canada Dry. He thanked her. She thanked him back, her blue eyes dark and sober, grateful he was around. She said if she had to deal with this alone, she didn't know what she would do. He told her it wasn't that bad. She asked if he knew about Darnell. He nodded. She mentioned Don Vandenberg, so she had made the connection too. He nodded again. He asked what it was about Christine that bothered her. For a long time he didn't know if she would answer. She struggled with it, looking down at her glass held in both hands. At last, in a very low voice, she said she thought Christine had tried to kill her. Dennis hadn't expected that. He asked what she meant. She spoke, hesitantly at first, then faster until it poured out of her. A story Dennis already knew, the one he had tried to tell pretty much as she told it. She hadn't been kidding about being scared. He saw it in the pallor of her face, the little hitches and gulps of her voice, the way her hands caressed her upper arms as if she couldn't get warm despite the sweater. The more she talked, the more scared he became. She finished by describing how, as consciousness dwindled, the dashboard lights had seemed to turn into watching eyes. She laughed nervously at this last, trying to take the curse off an obvious absurdity. Dennis didn't laugh back. He remembered George LeBay's dry voice in front of the Rainbow Motel, telling him about Roland, Veronica, and Rita. His mind made unspeakable connections. Lights were going on, revealing things he didn't want to see. His heart thudded heavily. She told him about the ultimatum she had given Arnie, her or the car, and his furious reaction. That had been the last time she went out with him. Then he got arrested, she said, and she started thinking about what had happened to Buddy Repperton and the others and Moochie Welch. Dennis added Vandenberg and Darnell. She agreed, but said that wasn't all. On Christmas Eve, after she called him, her parents went out for drinks at her dad's boss's house. She started getting nervous, thinking about the car being out. Her being out and getting them. She slammed her glass down, making him jump, and cried out, demanding to know why she kept talking about that car as if it were a person, why she kept doing that. That night, Dennis saw all too clearly what comforting her could lead to. Arnie was between them and part of himself, too. He had known Arnie for a long good time, but that was then. This was now. He got his crutches under him, thumped across to the couch, and plopped down beside her. The cushion sighed. He pulled a handful of tissues from his mother's end table drawer and gave them to her. She thanked him. Then, not liking himself much, he put an arm around her and held her. She stiffened for a moment, then let him draw her against his shoulder. She was trembling. They sat that way, both afraid of even the slightest movement, afraid they might explode. Across the room, the clock ticked. Bright winter light fell through the bow windows. The storm had blown itself out by noon on Christmas Day. The hard, cloudless blue sky seemed to deny snow existed, but the dune-like drifts across the lawns confirmed it. Dennis asked how sure she was about the smell. She insisted it was there, a rotten, horrible smell. She asked if he had smelled it too. He shook his head. He never had. Not really. She demanded to know what he knew about the car, insisting she could see it on his face. He thought long and hard. An image came to him from a science textbook. A cartoon of 2 hot rod atoms speeding toward each other and slamming together. Critical mass. Chain reaction. One hell of a big bang. Lee had information he hadn't had before, and vice versa. Much of it was guesswork, subjective feeling, circumstance, but enough was hard information to be truly scary. He wondered what the police would do if they knew. Nothing, he guessed. Could you bring a ghost to trial? Or a car? She asked again what he knew. Collision, critical mass, chain reaction. Kaboom! If they put their information together, they would have to do something, tell someone, take action. He remembered his dream. The car in LeBay's garage, engine revving, headlights coming on, tires shrieking. He took her hands and began. Arnie bought Christine from a man now dead, Roland D. LeBay. They had seen her on LeBay's lawn one day coming home from work. She interrupted softly, noting he was doing it too, calling the car she. He admitted it was hard to stop. Arnie had wanted that car from the first moment he saw her. And Dennis now believed LeBay wanted Arnie to have her just as badly, would have given her to him if necessary. It was as if Arnie saw Christine and knew, and LeBay saw Arnie and knew the same thing. Lee pulled her hands free and rubbed her elbows. She said Arnie claimed he paid. Dennis agreed he paid and was still paying, if Arnie was left at all. She didn't understand. He said he would show her in a few minutes, but first, the background. LeBay had a wife and daughter back in the 50s. His daughter died beside the road, choked to death on a hamburger. Lee's face went white, then whiter, milky and translucent as clouded glass. Dennis asked sharply if she was all right. She said yes with a chilling placidity, her mouth moving in a horrid grimace. She stood and asked where the bathroom was. He told her. She announced she was going to vomit in that same placid voice, then walked away jerkily like a puppet. He heard the bathroom door thrown open, then the sounds. He leaned back against the sofa and put his hands over his eyes. When she returned, she was still pale, but had regained a touch of color. She had washed her face. A few drops of water remained on her cheeks. He apologized. She said it was all right. Just startling. An understatement. She caught his eyes and asked if what he said was true, really true. He said yes. There was more, but did she want to hear it? She said no, but told him to tell her anyway. He suggested they could drop it. Her grave, distressed eyes held his. She said it might be safer if they didn't. His wife committed suicide shortly after their daughter died, Dennis continued. The car was involved. She demanded to know how, so he told her about the little girl and her mother, and about LeBay himself as George had described him, his bottomless reservoir of anger, the kids who mocked his clothes and bowl haircut, his escape into the army, the motor pool, his constant railing at the shitters who brought him expensive cars to fix at government expense, the war, his brother Drew killed in France, the old Chevrolet, the old Hudson Hornet. Through it all, the steady backbeat of anger. Lee murmured that word, shitters, forcing herself to say it with unconscious distaste. Arnie used it. Dennis knew. They looked at each other, and her hands found his again. He noted she was cold. She felt like she would never be warm again. He wanted to put his arms around her, but didn't. Arnie was still too mixed up in things. The most awful part was how it seemed more and more that Arnie was dead, or under some weird enchantment. She asked if LeBay's brother had said anything else. Nothing that seemed to fit, Dennis said, but a memory rose and popped. He was obsessed, and he was angry, but he was not a monster, George had said. At least, I don't think he was. It had seemed George was about to say something more, then realized he was talking to a stranger. What had he been about to say? All at once, Dennis had a monstrous idea. He pushed it away, but it was hard work, like pushing a piano. He could still see its outlines in the shadows. Lee was looking at him closely, and he wondered how much showed on his face. She asked if he had taken LeBay's address. No, he said, but imagined the Libertyville American Legion post had it. They buried LeBay and contacted the brother. Why? She only shook her head and went to the window, looking out into the blinding day. She turned back, and Dennis was struck again by her beauty, calm and undemanding, except for those high, arrogant cheekbones, the sort you might expect on a lady carrying a knife in her belt. She reminded him he had said he would show her something. He nodded. There was no way to stop now. The chain reaction had started. No way to shut it down. He told her to go upstairs. His room, second door on the left. The third drawer of his dresser. She would have to dig under some of his underwear, but they wouldn't bite. She smiled a little and asked if she would find a baggie of dope. He smiled back, saying he gave that up last year. Ludes this year, financing his habit selling heroin at the junior high. She asked what it really was. Arnie's autograph, he said, immortalized on plaster. She repeated the word. He nodded. In duplicate. She found them, and 5 minutes later they were on the couch again, looking at the 2 ragged squares of plaster cast on the glass coffee table. Names danced off into limbo on one of them. Dennis had saved the cast, directed the nurse where to cut them, later carved out the 2 squares, one from the right leg, one from the left. They looked at them silently. On the right piece, one signature. On the left, another. Lee looked at Dennis, questioning and puzzled. She asked if those were pieces of his cast. He confirmed they were. She wondered if it was a joke. No joke, he said. He had watched Arnie sign both. Now that it was out, a queer kind of loosening came over him. It was good to share this. It had been itching and digging at his mind for a long time. She noted they didn't look anything alike. Dennis agreed, but said Arnie wasn't much like he used to be either. It all went back to that goddamn car. He poked savagely at the left square. That wasn't Arnie's signature. He had known Arnie almost all his life. Seen his homework, his mail order forms, his paycheck endorsements. The signature on the left was his. The one on the right was not. He asked if she wanted to do something for him tomorrow. She asked what. He told her. She nodded slowly, saying she would do it for them, because they had to do something. He agreed. He asked a personal question. How had she been sleeping lately? Not so well, she said. Bad dreams. Him too. Then, because he couldn't help himself, he put his hands on her shoulders and kissed her. A moment of hesitation. Then her chin came up, and she kissed him back, firmly and fully. When it ended, she looked into his eyes, questioning. He said it was against the dreams, expecting it to sound stupid and phony, but instead it came out shaky and almost painfully honest. She repeated the phrase gravely. Like a talisman, and inclined her head toward him. They kissed again, those 2 ragged squares staring up at them like blind white eyes with Arnie's name written across them. They kissed for animal comfort and for something more, full, ripe teenage hormones, with a chance to become something kinder. But there was also a shameful betrayal. Dennis could feel 18 years of memories crying out ant farms, chess games, movies, all the times he had kept Arnie from getting killed. Except maybe in the end he hadn't. It didn't occur to either of them until then that they had done nothing unforgivable to Arnie, nothing that might anger Christine. But now, of course, they had. What happened in the next 3 weeks was that Lee and Dennis played detective, and they fell in love. She went to the municipal offices the next day and paid 50 cents to have 2 papers. Xerox documents that went to Harrisburg. but Harrisburg sent copies back to the town. Dennis's family was home when Lee arrived. Ellie peeked in whenever she could, fascinated by Lee. About a week into the new year, Ellie started wearing her hair tied back like Lee's. Dennis was tempted to get on her case about it, but resisted. Maybe he was growing up a little. Except for Ellie's occasional peeks. They had the living room to themselves that afternoon. December 27th, after the social amenities. Dennis introduced Lee to his parents. His mom served coffee. They talked. Elaine chatted about her school and asked Lee questions. At first, Dennis was annoyed, then grateful. His parents were the soul of middle-class politeness. They clearly liked Lee, but were puzzled and uncomfortable, wondering where Arnie fit in, which was what Lee and Dennis were wondering themselves. Finally, his parents did what parents do in such situations, dismissed it as kid business, and went about their own day. His father excused himself to his basement workshop. His mother said she wanted to do some writing. Ellie asked Dennis if Jesus had a dog. He cracked up, and so did Ellie. Lee sat watching them laugh, smiling politely. Dennis told Ellie to split. She asked what he would do if she wouldn't. Routine brattiness, but was already getting up. He said he would make her wash his underwear. She declared he would not. And left. Dennis explained that was his little sister. Lee smiled and said she was great. Dennis asked to see what she had. Lee put one Xerox copy on the coffee table where the cast pieces had been. It was the re-registration of a used car, 1958 Plymouth sedan, red and white, dated November 1st, 1978, signed by Arnold Cunningham, with his father's co-signature. Dennis asked what that looked like to her. She said it matched one of the signatures on the squares. Which one? The one signed just after Dennis got crunched in Ridge Rock, he said. The way Arnie's signature always looked. Then he asked to see the other. She put it down beside the first. This was a registration for a new car. Same make, model, colors, dated November 1st, 1957. Dennis felt a nasty jolt at that exact similarity. One look at Lee's face told him she had seen it too. She pointed to the signature, Roland D. LeBay. The handwriting was exactly the same as the one Arnie had used on Thanksgiving evening. The names were different, but the writing was identical. Lee reached for Dennis's hands, and he took hers. What Dennis's father did in the basement workshop was make toys. Dennis supposed that might sound weird, but it was his hobby, or maybe more. There might have been a time when his father had to choose between college and becoming a toy maker. He chose the safe way. Sometimes Dennis thought he saw it in his eyes, an old ghost not quite laid to rest. Ellie and Dennis were the chief beneficiaries, but Arnie had also found some of those toys under various Christmas trees and beside birthday cakes. Now his father gave most of what he made to the Salvation Army. Before Christmas, the basement always reminded Dennis of Santa's workshop. Neat white cartons containing wooden trains, tool chests, clocks that really kept time, stuffed animals, puppet theaters. His main interest was wooden toys. He had made battalions of toy soldiers until the Vietnam War, when they were quietly phased out. During the week after Christmas, there was a hiatus. The workshop seemed terribly empty, only the sweet smell of sawdust reminding them the toys had ever been there. His father would sweep, clean, oil his machinery, and get ready for next year. As winter wore on, toys and seeming junk would reappear. Trains, wooden ballerinas, stuffing raked from someone's old couch that would end in a bear's belly. His father called every bear Owen or Olive. Dennis had worn out 6 Owen bears, Ellie a like number of olive bears. Snips of wire, buttons, flat disembodied eyes scattered like something out of a horror story. Then liquor store boxes would appear, and the toys would be packed away. In the last 3 years, his father had gotten 3 awards from the Salvation Army, hidden away in a drawer as if he was ashamed. Dennis didn't understand it then, and didn't now, not completely, but he knew it wasn't shame. His father had nothing to be ashamed of. That evening after supper, Dennis worked his way down to the basement, clutching the banister with one arm and using his crutch like a ski pole. His father looked pleased but apprehensive, asking if he needed help. Dennis said he had it. His father put his broom aside by a small yellow drift of shavings and watched. Dennis semi-hopped over to the big easy chair in the corner beside the old Motorola black and white and sat down. His father asked how he was doing. "Pretty good," Dennis said. "No pain?" "No." "Well, some." His father warned him to be careful of stairs. Dennis grinned, saying his mother would scream if she saw. His father asked where his mother was. She and Ellie had gone to the Renekes. Dina Reneke got a complete library of Sean Cassidy albums for Christmas, and Ellie was green. His father thought Sean was out. Dennis said he thought Ellie was afraid fashion might be doubling back on her. His father laughed. A companionable silence followed. Dennis sitting, his father sweeping. He knew his father would get around to it, and presently he did. His father noted that Lee used to go with Arnie. Dennis said yes. His father glanced at him, then back at his work. Dennis expected him to ask if that was wise or mention that stealing another fellow's girl wasn't the best way to promote friendship. He said neither. Instead, he observed they didn't see much of Arnie anymore, and asked if Dennis supposed that Arnie was ashamed of the mess he was in. Dennis had the feeling his father didn't believe that at all. He was testing the wind. Dennis said he didn't know. His father said he didn't think Arnie had much to worry about. With Darnell dead, he doubted they would even bother to prosecute. Not Arnie, not on anything serious. A fine, maybe, a lecture from the judge. But nobody wanted to put an indelible black mark on the record of a nice young suburban white boy bound for college and a fruitful place in society. His father shot him a sharp look. Dennis shifted uncomfortably. He supposed so, but his father pressed. Except Arnie wasn't really like that anymore, was he? No, Dennis admitted. He had changed. When was the last time he actually saw Arnie? Thanksgiving. Was he okay then? Dennis shook his head slowly, suddenly feeling like crying and blurting it all out. He had felt that way once before and hadn't. He didn't this time either, but for a different reason. He remembered what Lee had said about being nervous for her parents on Christmas Eve. It seemed to him now that the fewer people who knew about their suspicions, the safer for them. His father asked what was wrong with Arnie. Dennis didn't know? Did Lee? No, not for sure. They had some suspicions. Did he want to talk about them? In a way, Dennis said, but he thought it would be better if he didn't. His father said all right, for now. The sound of hard bristles on concrete filled the silence, almost hypnotic. His father suggested maybe Dennis had better talk to Arnie before too much longer. Dennis had been thinking the same thing, though he didn't look forward to the conversation. His father finished sweeping, glanced around, and said it looked pretty good. Dennis agreed. His father lit a Winston. He had mostly quit after his heart attack, but kept a pack around for stressful moments, and admitted it looked empty as hell. Dennis conceded that was true. His father offered a hand upstairs. Dennis got his crutches under him and said he wouldn't turn it down. His father snickered and called him Long John Silver, asking if he wanted a hand or would just stand there giggling. Dennis slung an arm over his father's shoulder, feeling like a little kid again. It brought back forgotten memories of being carried upstairs to bed on Sunday nights after dozing off during the Ed Sullivan Show. The smell of his aftershave was the same. At the top, his father asked, stepping on him if too personal, whether Lee was still going with Arnie. Dennis said no. Was she going with Dennis? He didn't really know. Not yet, his father pressed. Dennis supposed that was fair. His father asked if it would be fair to say she broke it off with Arnie because he wasn't the same person anymore. Dennis agreed. His father asked if Arnie knew about Dennis and Lee. Dennis said there was nothing to know, at least not yet. His father seemed to consider, then said nothing. Dennis worked at getting his crutches under him, maybe a little harder than necessary. His father offered gratuitous advice. Don't let Arnie know what was between them. Never mind the protestations that there wasn't anything. Dennis was trying to help Arnie somehow, wasn't he? Dennis didn't know if there was anything either he or Lee could do. His father said he had seen Arnie 2 or 3 times. Dennis was startled and asked where. On the street, downtown. Libertyville wasn't that big. His father added that Arnie hardly seemed to recognize him, and he looked older, now that his face had cleared, much older. He used to think Arnie took after his father, but now... He broke off. He asked if it had occurred to Dennis that Arnie might be having a nervous breakdown. Dennis said yes, and wished he could say there were other possibilities, worse ones, that would have made his father wonder if Dennis was the one having a breakdown. His father told him to be careful, and although he didn't mention Will Darnell, Dennis felt strongly that he was thinking of it. Lee called the next day. Her father was being called to Los Angeles on year-end business, and had proposed on the spur of the moment that they all go along and get away from the cold and snow. Her mother loved the idea, and Lee couldn't think of a plausible reason to say no. Only 10 days. School didn't start again until January 8th. Dennis said it sounded great and told her to have fun. She asked if he thought she should go. He said if she didn't, she ought to have her head examined. Her voice dropped. She asked him to be careful. She had been thinking about him a lot lately. Then she hung up, leaving Dennis surprised and warm, but the guilt remained. His father had asked if he was trying to help Arnie. Was he? Or was he snooping into a part of Arnie's life marked off-limits and stealing his girl in the process? What would Arnie do if he found out? Dennis's head ached with questions. Maybe it was just as well Lee was going away for a while. As she had said about their folks, it seemed safer. On Friday the 29th, the last business day of the old year, Dennis called the Libertyville American Legion Post and asked for the secretary. He got the name Richard McCandless from the building's janitor, along with a phone number that turned out to be David Emerson's furniture store, Libertyville's goods store. He was told to wait. Then McCandless came on the line, a deep, gravelly voice that sounded a tough 60, as if Patton and this man had fought across Germany shoulder to shoulder. Dennis introduced himself and explained that last August the Legion had put on a military funeral for Roland LeBay. McCandless asked if LeBay was a friend. Dennis said only a bare acquaintance. McCandless said he didn't have to spare Dennis's feelings. LeBay was nothing but a pure Sandy Cross sonofabbage, and if McCandless had had his way, the Legion wouldn't have had anything to do with planting him. LeBay quit the organization in 1970. If he hadn't quit, they would have fired him. Most contentious bastard that ever lived. He'd pick an argument, then up it to a fight. Couldn't play poker with him, couldn't drink with him, couldn't keep up for one thing, and he'd get mean for another. McCandless asked who Dennis was. For an insane moment, Dennis thought of quoting Emily Dickinson at him. Instead, he said a friend had bought a car from LeBay just before he died. McCandless swore, not that 57. Dennis corrected it to a 58, but McCandless waved it away, saying red and white, that was the only goddamn thing LeBay cared about. Treated it like a woman. It was over that car he quit the Legion. Dennis hadn't known. McCandless dismissed it as ancient history, but said every time he thought of LeBay, he saw red. He still had scars on his hands. Uncle Sam had 3 years of his life during World War II, and he never got so much as a Purple Heart, although he was in combat almost all that time. Fought across half the little shitpot islands in the South Pacific. He and about 50 other guys stood up to a banzai charge on Guadalcanal. 2 million Japs hopped to the eyeballs, waving swords made out of Maxwell House coffee cans. He never got a scar. Felt bullets go right by him. The guy next to him got his guts rearranged. The only time he saw his own blood over there was when he cut himself shaving. Then McCandless laughed and said there he went again. His wife said he would open his mouth too wide someday and just fall right in. He asked what Dennis wanted. Dennis explained that his friend fixed up the car as a street rod, a showpiece. McCandless said that was just like LeBay. He loved that fucking car. Didn't give a shit for his wife. Dennis said he knew what happened to her. McCandless said grimly that LeBay drove her to it. After their kid died, she didn't get any comfort from him at all. He didn't think LeBay gave much of a shit about the kid either. McCandless apologized for talking too much. His mother used to say his tongue was hung in the middle and ran on both ends. He asked again what Dennis wanted. Dennis said he and his friend went to LeBay's funeral. After it was over, he introduced himself to the brother, George LeBay, a schoolteacher from Ohio. McCandless agreed he seemed a right enough type. Dennis said he had a talk with George, who seemed nice, and Dennis mentioned he was doing his senior English paper on Ezra Pound. McCandless asked who the fuck that was. Was he at the funeral? No, Dennis said. Pound was a poet. Dead, too. McCandless sounded doubtful. Dennis explained that George LeBay said he would send magazines about Pound for the report, but Dennis forgot to get his address. He thought the Legion might have it. McCandless said sure, it would be in the records. He hated being fucking secretary, but his year was up in July, never again. Dennis apologized for being a pain in the ass. McCandless brushed it off. That was what the American Legion was for. He asked for Dennis's address and said he would send a car with the info. Dennis gave it and apologized again for bothering him at work. McCandless said to think nothing of it. He was on his fucking coffee break anyway. Dennis had a moment to wonder what McCandless did at David Emerson's, where Libertyville's elite bought furniture. Could he be a salesman? Dennis imagined him showing some smart young lady around, pointing out couches and settees with colorful language. He grinned a little. But what McCandless said next sobered him quickly. McCandless said he rode in that car of LeBay's a couple of times. He never liked it. He'd be damned if he knew why, but he never did. And he never would ride in it after LeBay's wife, you know? Jesus, that gave him the spooks. Dennis said he bet, his voice seeming to come from far away. He asked what happened when LeBay quit the Legion. McCandless had said it had something to do with the car. McCandless laughed, a little pleased, and said Dennis wasn't really interested in all that ancient history, was he? Dennis said his friend bought the car, remember? McCandless agreed to tell him. It was a pretty funny goddamn thing at that. A few of the guys mentioned it from time to time when they had all had a few. McCandless wasn't the only one, with scars on his hands. Get right down to the bottom of it. It was sort of spooky. Dennis asked what was. McCandless said it was a kid's trick. But nobody really liked the Sono Fabich, you know. He was an outsider, a loner. Like Arnie, Dennis thought. McCandless continued the story. It was after a Legion meeting, and LeBay had been making an even worse prick of himself than usual. A bunch of them were at the bar. They could tell LeBay was getting ready to go home, getting his jacket on, arguing with Poochie Anderson about some baseball question. When LeBay left, he always went the same way, jump into his Plymouth, back up, and floor it. That thing shot out of the parking lot like a rocket, spraying gravel everywhere. Sonny Bellerman came up with the idea. About 4 of them went out the back door to the parking lot while LeBay was shouting at Poochie. They got behind the far corner of the building, knowing that was where he would finish backing up before taking off. LeBay always called the car by a girl's name. It was like he was married to the fucking thing. Sonny told him to keep their eyes open, heads down, and not move until he gave the go-ahead. They were all pretty tanked up. About 10 minutes later, LeBay came out, drunk as a skunk, feeling around in his chinos for his keys. Sonny told him to get ready and keep low. LeBay got in and backed her up. He stopped to light a cigarette. While he did that, they grabbed the rear bumper of that Fury and lifted the rear wheels right off the ground. The idea was that when he tried to pull out and spray gravel like usual, he would only spin his wheels and not go anywhere. A kid's trick. But they got a shock. LeBay lit his cigarette, turned on the radio, another thing that drove them all bug shit, the way he listened to rock and roll like he was some kid instead of old enough for Social Security. Then he put the transmission into drive. They didn't see it because they were all hunkered down. Sonny was kind of laughing. Just before it happened, he whispered, asking if the wheels were up. McCandless whispered back a crude joke about Sonny's pecker. Sonny was the only one who really got hurt, because of his wedding ring. But McCandless swore those wheels were up. They had that Plymouth's rear end 4 inches off the ground. Dennis asked what happened, though he thought he could guess. McCandless said LeBay pulled out just like always, just like all 4 wheels were on the ground. He spun gravel, ripped the rear bumper out of their hands, and pulled about a yard of skin off with it. Took most of Sonny Bellarmine's 3rd finger. His wedding ring got caught under the bumper, and the finger popped off like a cork, and they heard LeBay laughing as he went out like he knew all along they were there. He could have known. If he had gone back to use the bathroom after shouting at Poochie, he could have looked right out the window while he whizzed and seen them standing around behind the building. That was it for LeBay and the Legion. They sent him a letter wanting him out. He quit. And to show how funny the world was, it was Sonny Bellarmine who stood up at the meeting right after LeBay died and said they ought to do the right thing by him anyway. Sonny said the guy was a dirty sono-fabbage, but he fought the war with the rest of them, so why not send him off, right? So they did. McCandless guessed Sonny Bellarmine was a lot more of a Christian than he would ever be. Dennis suggested they must not have had the back wheels off the ground, thinking of what had happened to the guys who screwed around with Christine in November. They lost a lot more than skin off their fingers, but McCandless insisted they did. When they got sprayed with gravel, it came from the front wheels. He had never been able to figure out how LeBay pulled that trick off. It was spooky. Jerry Barlow, one of the guys who did it, always claimed LeBay threw a 4-wheel drive into her somehow, but McCandless didn't think there was a conversion kit for something like that. Dennis agreed he didn't think it could be done. McCandless said he had jawed away most of his coffee break and wanted to grab another half a cup. He said he would send that address if they had it. Dennis thanked him. McCandless told him to take care of himself. Dennis said he would use it, don't abuse it. McCandless laughed and said that was what they used to say in the Fighting Fifth, then hung up. Dennis put the phone down slowly and thought about cars that kept moving even when you lifted their driving wheels off the ground. Sort of spooky. And McCandless still had the scars to prove it. That reminded Dennis of something George LeBay had told him. He had a scar to show from his association with Roland as well. And as he grew older, his scar had spread. Dennis called Arnie on New Year's Eve. He had had a couple of days to think about it. He didn't really want to do it, but he had to see Arnie. He had come to believe he wouldn't be able to decide anything until he saw Arnie again, and Christine again. He had mentioned the car to his father at breakfast, casually, and his father said he believed all the cars impounded at Darnell's garage had been photographed and returned. Regina Cunningham answered, her voice stiff and formal. When Dennis identified himself, she sounded pleased and surprised. For a moment, it was the old Regina. She asked how he was, said they heard he had been sprung from the hospital. He said he was doing okay and asked about her. There was a brief silence. She said he knew how things had been around there. Problems, he agreed. All the problems they missed in earlier years, she said. She guessed they just piled up in a corner and waited. Dennis cleared his throat and said nothing. She asked if he wanted to talk to Arnie. He said if Arnie was there. After another pause, she said she remembered that in the old days, he and Arnie used to swap back and forth on New Year's Eve, seeing the new year in. She asked if that was what he was calling about, sounding almost timid. Not like the old full steam ahead Regina. Dennis said, yeah, kid stuff, but she cut him off sharply, saying not at all. If Arnie ever needed a friend, now was the time. She said Arnie was upstairs sleeping. He slept much too much. And he hasn't. Dennis pressed her. Hadn't what? She burst out that he hadn't made any of his college applications. Not a single one. Mr. Vickers, the guidance counselor, had called and told her. Arnie scored 700s on his college boards. He could get into almost any college in the country. At least he could have before this trouble. Her voice wavered toward tears. Then she got hold of herself. She begged Dennis to talk to Arnie, to spend the evening with him, drink a few beers, just talk to him. She stopped, but Dennis could tell there was something more she couldn't say. He told her to take it easy. She finally admitted she was afraid to talk to Arnie, and Michael was afraid too. Arnie seemed to explode if you crossed him on some subjects. At first it was only his car. Now it was college too. Then almost casually, she brought out the heart of her dread. She thought they were losing him. Dennis tried to reassure her, but she abruptly said she would get Arnie, and the phone clunked down. The weight stretched out. Dennis crooked the phone between his jaw and shoulder, rapped his knuckles on his cast, and wrestled with a craven urge to hang up and push the whole business away. Then the phone was picked up again. A wary voice said hello, and the thought that burned across Dennis's mind with complete assurance was, "That's not Arnie." He asked if it was Arnie. The voice said it sounded like Dennis Gilder, the mouth that walks like a man. That sounded like Arnie. But at the same time, it didn't. His voice hadn't really deepened, but it seemed roughened, as if through overuse and shouting. It was eerie, as if Dennis were talking to a stranger, doing a pretty good imitation of his friend. Dennis told him to watch what he was saying. Arnie replied with a crude joke about Dennis's face and his own ass bearing a suspicious resemblance. Dennis shot back that he had noticed the resemblance, but last time thought it was the other way around. A little silence fell. They had gone through what passed for amenities. Dennis asked what Arnie was doing that night. "Not much," Arnie said. "No date or anything?" Dennis joked that he was in great shape, going to pick up Roseanne and take her to Studio 2000. Arnie could come along and hold his crutches while they danced. Arnie laughed a little. Dennis said he thought he would come over. Maybe they could see the new year in like they used to. Arnie said yes, sounding pleased, but still not quite like himself. He suggested watching Guy Lombardo and all that happy-crappy. Dennis paused, then replied cautiously that Guy Lombardo was dead. Arnie sounded puzzled, doubtful. Then agreed, oh yeah, he guessed Lombardo was dead. But Dick Clark was hanging in there, right? Dennis said right. Arnie said he had to give it an 85. It had a good beat and you could dance to it. But it wasn't Arnie's voice at all. Dennis's mind made a hideously unexpected cross-connection, the best smell in the world, except maybe for pussy, and his hand tightened convulsively on the telephone. He almost screamed. He wasn't talking to Arnie, he was talking to Roland LeBay, a dead man. He heard himself say that was Dick, all right. Arnie asked how Dennis was getting over. Could he drive? No, not yet. Dennis said he would get his dad to drive him over. Then he plunged. He thought maybe Arnie could drive him back if he had his car. Arnie sounded honestly excited and said sure, that would be good. They would have some laughs, just like the old times. Dennis agreed. Then he swore it just popped out, he added. Just like in the motor pool. Arnie laughed and said, yeah, that was right. Too much. He said, see you, Dennis. Dennis automatically said, see you, and hung up. He looked at the telephone, and presently he began to shudder all over. He had never been so frightened in his life. Time passes. The mind rebuilds its defenses. One reason there was so little convincing evidence of psychic phenomena, Dennis thought, was that the mind went to work and restructured the evidence. A little stacking was better than a lot of insanity. Later, he would question what he heard or lead himself to believe Arnie had misunderstood. But in the few moments after he put the telephone down, he was sure. LeBay had gotten into Arnie. Somehow, dead or not, LeBay was in him. LeBay was taking over. New Year's Eve was cold and crystal clear. Dennis's father dropped him off at the Cunninghams at 7:15 and helped him to the back door. Crutches were not made for winter or snow-packed paths. The Cunningham station wagon was gone, but Christine stood in the driveway, her red and white finish sheen with ice crystals. She had been released with the rest of the impounded cars only that week. Just looking at her brought Dennis a dull dread like a headache. He did not want to ride home in that car. Not tonight. Not ever. The back porch light flicked on. Arnie crossed toward the door in silhouette. He didn't even look like Arnie. His shoulders lope. His movement seemed older. Dennis told himself it was only imagination. His suspicions working on him. But he knew he was full of bullshit. Arnie opened the door and leaned out in an old flannel shirt and jeans, greeting Dennis warmly. He said hello to Mr. Gilder. Dennis's father asked how things were going. Arnie admitted not that great, but said that was all going to change. New year, new broom, out with the old shit, in with the new. His father sounded a little taken aback and asked Dennis if he was sure he didn't want to be picked up later. Dennis wanted that more than anything, but Arnie was looking at him, mouth smiling, eyes flat and watchful. Dennis said Arnie would bring him home if that rust bucket would start. Arnie warned him to watch what he called his car. She was very sensitive. Dennis turned his head and apologized to Christine. Arnie said that was better. The three of them stood there for a moment, none knowing what to say next. Dennis felt a kind of panic. Someone had to speak, or the whole ridiculous fiction that nothing had changed would collapse. His father finally told him to stay sober. If they had more than a couple of beers, Arnie should call him. Arnie said not to worry. Dennis grinned a plastic, false grin and told his father to go home and get his beauty sleep. He needed it. His father joked back about watching what he called his face, then went to the car. Dennis watched him cross behind Christine, back out of the driveway, and turn toward home. He felt a little bit better. Dennis banged the snow off each crutch tip carefully before entering the kitchen. Smooth surfaces and wet snow could turn crutches into ice skates. Arnie watched him cross the floor, noting how well he operated on those babies. He took a tea Perillo from his flannel shirt pocket, bit down on the plastic mouthpiece, and lit it with his head cocked. The match flame played across his cheeks like yellow paint streaks. Dennis said he would be glad to lose that skill, and asked when Arnie started with the cigars. "Darnell's," Arnie said. He didn't smoke them in front of his mother. The smell drove her bug shit. He didn't smoke like a kid learning the habit. He smoked like a man who had been doing it for 20 years. Arnie said he thought he would make popcorn and asked if Dennis was up for that. "Sure," Dennis said, and asked if there was any beer. "Affirmative. A 6-pack in the fridge and 2 more downstairs." Dennis sat down carefully at the kitchen table, stretching out his left leg, and asked where Arnie's folks were. They went to a New Year's Eve party at the Fasten Box. Arnie asked when that cast came off. "Maybe end of January," Dennis said if he was lucky. He waved his crutches and dramatically declared that Tiny Tim walked again, asking God to bless them everyone. Arnie laughed and shook his head, saying Dennis was the same. They didn't knock much of the stuffing out of him. Dennis pointed out that Arnie hadn't exactly overwhelmed him with hospital visits. Arnie reminded him that he brought Thanksgiving supper and asked what he wanted. Blood. Dennis shrugged. Arnie sighed and said sometimes he thought Dennis was his good luck charm. Dennis told him to get off his case. Arnie insisted seriously. He had been in hot water ever since Dennis broke his wishbones. Still in hot water, a wonder he didn't look like a lobster. He laughed heartily, not the sound of a kid in trouble, but of a man enjoying himself tremendously. He put the pan on the stove, poured oil, added popcorn. His hair, shorter than before, and combed back in a new style, fell over his forehead. He flipped it back with a quick jerk of his head, slammed the lid on, got the six-pack, slammed it down, pulled off 2 cans, opened them, and gave one to Dennis. He held up his can for a toast. Dennis held up his happy. Arnie proposed death to all the shitters of the world in 1979. Dennis lowered his can slowly. He couldn't drink to that. He saw a spark of anger in Arnie's gray eyes, twinkling like spurious good humor, then go out. Arnie asked what he could drink to then. How about the college? Dennis asked quietly. Arnie looked at him sullenly, his earlier good humor gone. He said he should have known Arnie's mother would fill Dennis full of that garbage. She was one woman who never stuck at getting low to get what she wanted. She would kiss the devil's ass if that was what it took. Dennis put his beer down, still full, and said she didn't kiss his ass. She just said Arnie wasn't making any applications, and she was worried. Arnie said it was his life, lips twisting, changing his face, making it extraordinarily ugly. He would do what he wanted. Dennis asked if college wasn't it. Arnie said he would go, but in his own time, not this year. If his mother thought he was going to go off to Pitt or Horlicks or Rutgers and put on a freshman beanie, she was out of her mind. Not after the shitstorm he had been through. No way. Dennis asked what he was going to do instead. Arnie said he was taking off, getting in Christine, and motoring the Christ out of this one timetable town. His voice rose, became shrill. Dennis felt horror sweep over him again, helpless against that unmanning fear, hoping it didn't show on his face, because it wasn't just LeBay's voice now, it was LeBay's face, swimming under Arnie's like a dead thing preserved in formalin. Arnie said it had been nothing but a shitstorm, and he thought that goddamn Junkins was still after him, and he better watch out. Dennis asked who Junkins was. Arnie said never mind, it wasn't important. Behind him, the oil sizzled. A kernel popped against the lid. Arnie said he had to go shake that, then asked if Dennis wanted to make a toast or not. Made no difference to him. Dennis proposed to us. Arnie smiled, the constriction in Dennis's chest easing. Us? Yeah, gotta be that. They clicked cans and drank. Arnie went to the stove and shook the pan. Dennis let a couple of swallows slide down his throat. Arnie finished his first can before the popcorn finished popping, crimped the empty, and said something obscure about putting it up a little tramp's ass as he tossed the can toward the wastebasket. It banged the wall over it and dropped in. Dennis said 2 points. Arnie agreed and asked for another. Dennis handed one over, figuring, what the hell? If Arnie got really drunk and passed out, Dennis could call his dad. Arnie might say things drunk he wouldn't say sober, and Dennis didn't want to ride home in Christine anyway. But the beer didn't seem to affect Arnie. He finished popping the corn, dumped it into a plastic bowl, melted margarine over it, salted it, and suggested they go to the living room to watch some Tube. Dennis got his crutches. He felt his armpits might be growing calluses. He groped for the remaining beers. Arnie said he would come back for them. He smiled, and for that moment, he was nobody but Arnie Cunningham, so much that it broke Dennis's heart a little. There was some dorky New Year's Eve special on, Donnie and Marie Osmond singing Giant White Teeth and Friendly but Somehow Shark-like Grins. They let the TV play and talked. Dennis told Arnie about his physical therapy, working out with weights, and after 2 beers confessed he was sometimes afraid he would never walk right again. Not playing football in college didn't bother him, but that did. Arnie nodded calmly and sympathetically. Dennis had never spent such a peculiar evening. Worse things were waiting, but nothing so strange, so disjointed. It was like sitting through a movie where the picture was almost, but not quite, focused. Sometimes Arnie seemed like Arnie, but at others not at all. He had picked up new mannerisms, twirling his car keys nervously on their leather rectangle, cracking his knuckles, biting the ball of his thumb with his upper front teeth. And although he had downed 5 beers by the time Dennis finished his second, he still didn't seem drunk. Mannerisms Dennis always associated with Arnie had disappeared. The quick pull at his earlobe when talking, the sudden leg stretch ending with ankles crossed, the habit of expressing amusement by hissing air through pursed lips instead of laughing outright. He did that last once or twice, but more often signaled amusement with shrill chuckles Dennis associated with LeBay. The special finished at 11. Arnie switched channels until he found a dance party in some New York hotel that kept switching outside to Times Square, where a big crowd had already gathered. Not Guy Lombardo, but close. Dennis asked again if Arnie was really not going to college. Not this year, Arnie said. Christine and he were heading to California right after graduation, that golden shore. Dennis asked if his folks knew. Arnie looked startled and said hell no, warning Dennis not to tell them. He needed that like a rubber dick. Dennis asked what he was going to do out there. Arnie shrugged. Look for a job fixing cars. He was as good at that as at anything. Then he stunned Dennis by saying casually that he was hoping to persuade Lee to come with him. Arnie clapped him twice on the back, hard, asking if he was okay. Dennis waved it off, explaining the beer had just gone down wrong. Then, without thinking, he added that if Arnie thought Lee would actually go with him, he was dreaming. She was buried in college applications, dead serious about them. Arnie's eyes narrowed immediately. Dennis felt the beer had betrayed him into saying too much. Arnie demanded to know how Dennis knew so much about his girl. Dennis felt like he'd been dropped into a minefield. He scrambled, saying Lee talked about nothing else. Once she started, you couldn't shut her up. Arnie's suspicion didn't fade. He asked point blank if Dennis was moving in on her. Dennis lied completely, calling that a hell of a thing to say. Arnie pressed again. Then how did he know so much? Dennis said he saw her around, that they talked about Arnie. When Arnie perked up at that, Dennis added, casually, that Lee had mentioned a fight over Christine. That was the right thing. Arnie relaxed, dismissing it as a little spat. He insisted she'd come around, that there were good schools in California, that they'd marry and have kids. Dennis kept his poker face and asked if Lee knew any of that. Arnie laughed. Not yet, but soon. He loved her, and nothing would get in the way. Then the laughter died. He asked what Lee had said about Christine. Another mine. Dennis said she didn't like Christine. Maybe she was a little jealous. Again, the right thing. Arnie relaxed further, claiming she'd come around. He told Dennis to tell her he'd call or talk to her when school started. Dennis considered mentioning that Lee was already in California. He decided not to. And he wondered what this new, suspicious Arnie would do if he knew Dennis had kissed her, held her, was falling in love with her. Arnie pointed at the TV. Times Square, the crowd a swelling organism just past 11:30. He cackled at the sight, finished his beer, and went downstairs for a fresh six-pack. Dennis sat in his chair, thinking about Welch, Repperton, Trelawney, Stanton, Vandenberg, Darnell. He thought about how Arnie, or whatever he'd become, believed he and Lee had just had a minor lover's spat, that they'd be married by the end of the school year. And, oh God, he had such a case of the creeps. They saw the new year in. Arnie produced noisemakers and party favors. They toasted 1979 and talked neutral subjects. The Phillies' collapse, the Steelers' Super Bowl chances. When the popcorn bowl was nearly empty, Dennis finally asked what Arnie thought had happened to Darnell. Arnie glanced at him sharply, then back at the dancing couples on TV. He said the people Darnell was doing business with had shut him up before he could talk too much. Dennis asked if he meant the people Darnell worked for. Arnie replied that Will used to say the Southern mob was bad, but the Colombians were worse. Cocaine cowboys who kill you if you looked at one of their women the wrong way, or sometimes the right way. It was messy enough to be them. Dennis asked if Arnie had been running coke for Darnell. Arnie shrugged. He'd run stuff for Will, only moved coke once or twice, and thank Christ he'd only had untaxed cigarettes when they picked him up. They caught him dead bang. Bad shit. But if the situation were the same, he'd probably do it again. Will was a dirty old sono-fabbage, but in some ways he was okay. His eyes grew veiled, strange. Will knew too much. That's why he got wasted. Probably the Colombians. Crazy fuckers. Dennis said he didn't get it, and it wasn't his business anyway. Arnie grinned and winked. He explained it was supposed to be Vietnam. A guy named Henry Buck was supposed to rat on him. He was supposed to rat on Will, and then Will was supposed to rat on the people down south selling him dope, fireworks, cigarettes, booze. Those were the people the cops really wanted, especially the Colombians. Dennis asked if Arnie thought they killed him. Arnie looked at him flatly. Them or the Southern mob? Who else? Dennis shook his head. Arnie suggested another beer, then he'd give Dennis a lift home. He added that he'd enjoyed this, really had. There was truth in it, but the old Arnie would never have made such a dorky comment. Dennis echoed the sentiment. Not wanting another beer, but taking one anyway. Wanting to put off getting into XIII. This afternoon, sampling the car's atmosphere had seemed necessary. Now it seemed frightening and crazy. He felt the secret of what Lee and he were becoming to each other like a breakable egg in his head. He almost asked aloud if XIII could read minds. He felt a crazy laugh coming and drowned it with beer. He offered to call his dad for a ride instead. Arnie said no problem. He could walk 2 miles of straight line. Dennis started to protest, but Arnie asked if he was anxious to drive himself again. Dennis admitted he was. Arnie said there was nothing finer than being behind the wheel of your own car, except maybe pussy, adding a bleary wink. The time came. Arnie snapped off the TV. Dennis crutched across the kitchen and worked into his ski parka, hoping Michael and Regina would come home from their party and delay things. Maybe Michael would smell beer and offer a ride. The memory of that afternoon behind Christine's wheel while Arnie dickered with LeBay was all too clear. Arnie grabbed a couple of beers from the fridge for the road. Dennis considered warning him about DWI while on bail, then kept his mouth shut. They went out. The first early morning of 1979 was deeply, bitterly cold, freezing the moisture in his nose. Snowbanks glittered with diamond crystals, and there sat Christine, her black windows caulked with frost. Dennis stared. The mob story sounded melodramatic but plausible, but the mob shot people, pushed them out of windows, strangled them. Al Capone supposedly used a lead-cord baseball bat, but driving a car over a lawn and through a house into a living room? The Colombians, maybe? Arnie said they were crazy. But that crazy? He didn't think so. She glittered in the light. What if it was her? And what if she found out about his and Lee's suspicions? Worse, what if she found out they'd been fooling around? Arnie asked if he needed help on the steps. Dennis said he could handle them, but might need a hand on the path. He got down side saddle, clutching railing and crutches. On the path, he got a few steps, then slipped. A dull thud of pain up his left leg. Arnie grabbed him. Dennis thanked him, glad to sound shaky. They reached the car. Arnie asked if he could get in alone, then crossed around the hood. Dennis grabbed the door handle with a gloved hand. A hopeless wave of dread and revulsion swept over him. Only then did he truly begin to believe, deep inside, where a person lives. Because the handle felt alive under his hand, like some sleeping beast. It didn't feel like chrome steel. It felt like skin. He felt he could squeeze it and wake the beast roaring. Beast? What beast? Some sort of a freak? An ordinary car become a demon stinking dwelling? A manifestation of LeBay's lingering personality? A hellish haunted house on Goodyear rubber? He didn't know, only that he was terrified. Arnie called out, asking if he was okay, if he could make it. Dennis croaked that he could, jammed his thumb on the button below the handle, opened the door, turned his back to the seat, and let himself fall backward onto it. He swung his stiff left leg in, his heart trip-hammering. He pulled the door shut. Arnie turned the key. The motor rumbled to life as if hot instead of dead cold. And the smell assaulted Dennis, the sick, rotten smell of death and decay pouring from everywhere, most of all from the upholstery. He doesn't know how to describe that 3-mile ride. No more than 12 minutes without sounding insane. There's no way to separate what was real from what his mind manufactured. No dividing line between objective and subjective, between truth and horrified hallucination. But it wasn't drunkenness. Any mild high evaporated immediately. What followed was a cold, sober tour of the country of the damned. For one thing, they went back in time. For a while, Arnie wasn't driving at all. It was LeBay, rotting, stinking of the grave, half skeleton, half spongy flesh, greenly corroded buttons. Maggots squirmed up from his collar. A low, buzzing sound seemed to rise from his flesh, flies hatching, though it was winter. At times, others seemed in the car. Once, Dennis glanced in the rearview mirror and saw a wax dummy of a woman staring with bright, sparkling trophy eyes, her hair in a 50s page boy, her cheeks wildly rouged. Another time, a little girl with a blackened face, eyes popping like a squeezed doll. He shut his eyes tight. When he opened them, it was Buddy Repperton and Richie Trelawney. Crusted blood on Buddy's mouth and shirt. Richie a roasted hulk with alive, aware eyes. Dennis closed his eyes again. After that, he refused to look in the rearview mirror. He remembers rock and roll on the radio. Dion and the Belmonts, Ernie K-Doe, the Royal Teens, Bobby Rydell. He remembers red styrofoam dice dangling from the mirror, then baby shoes, then nothing at all. Most of all, he remembers clutching the idea that everything, the rotting smell, the moldy upholstery, existed only in his mind. Mirages haunting an opium eater's consciousness. He felt like someone badly stoned, trying to make rational conversation with a straight person. He and Arnie did talk. Dennis remembers that, but not the content. He held up his end, kept his voice normal, responded. Those 10 or 12 minutes stretched into hours. Objectivity is impossible. That cold black night was a boulevard through hell. He can't remember everything that happened, but he remembers more than he wants. They backed out of the driveway into a mad funhouse where all the creeps were real. They went back in time, or did they? The present-day streets remained, but thin as an overlay, like the 1970s had been drawn on saran wrap laid over a more real, dead past reaching its hands toward them. Arnie stopped at intersections where they had the right of way. At red lights, he cruised through without slowing. On Main Street, Dennis saw Shipstad's Jewelry and the Strand Theater, both torn down in 1972. Cars parked in clumps where parties happened. All seemed pre-1960. Porthole Buicks, a DeSoto Firelight wagon, a '57 Dodge Lancer, Ford Fairlanes with colon-shaped taillights, unsplit grill Pontiacs, Ramblers, Packards, bullet-nosed Studebakers, and once, fantastical and new, an Edsel. Arnie said this year would be better. Dennis glanced over. Before the beer can reached Arnie's lips, his face turned to LeBay's, a rotting horror comic figure. The fingers holding the beer were only bones, the pants lying flat against the seat as if nothing filled them but broomsticks. Dennis asked if that was true, breathing the foul miasma as shallowly as possible. Arnie, now LeBay, now Arnie again, said all he asked was for Dennis to stand by him, not to let his mother drag him into this shit. Things would turn out. LeBay's fleshless grin returned at the idea of things turning out. Dennis felt his brains beginning to totter. He dropped his eyes from that terrible half-face and saw what Lee had seen. Dashboard instruments that weren't instruments at all, but luminescent green eyes bulging at him. The nightmare ended. They pulled up at a curb in an area Dennis didn't recognize. Tract houses standing dark, some three-quarters finished, some just frames. A sign read Maple Way Estates. Arnie said they'd arrived, asking if he could make it up the walk. Dennis doubted it, but nodded. Anything was better than that car. He plastered a plastic smile on his face, thanked Arnie, who replied with a phrase about no sweat and tossed the empty beer can into the back seat. Another dead soldier. Dennis wished him a happy new year, fumbled for the door handle. LeBay was looking at him now, grinning, warning him to stay on his side, reminding him what happened to shitters who didn't. Dennis whispered that he knew. He got his crutches out and heaved himself up, careless of ice. The world swam and twisted. Lights came on, but they'd been there all along. His family had moved into Maple Way Estates in June of 1959, the year before he was born. They still lived here, but the area stopped being called Maple Way Estates by 1963 or 64. Out of the car, he was looking at his own house on his own normal street. He looked back at Arnie, half expecting LeBay again, taxi driver from hell with his benighted cargo. But it was only Arnie in his high school jacket, too pale and alone, a beer can propped against his crotch. They exchanged goodnights. Dennis warned him to be careful, not to get picked up. Arnie said he wouldn't and told Dennis to take care. Dennis shut the door. His horror had changed to deep, terrible sorrow, as if Arnie had been buried alive. Dennis watched Christine pull away and disappear around the corner. Then he started up the walk, clear of ice. His father had scattered halite over it with him in mind. 3/4 of the way to the door, a grayness drifted over him like smoke. He had to stop and put his head down, trying to hold on. He dimly thought he might faint here, freeze to death on his own, front walk where he and Arnie had once played hopscotch and jacks. Little by little, the grayness cleared. He felt an arm around his waist, his father in bathrobe and slippers, asking if he was okay. Dennis said he was just dizzy, suggesting they get inside before his father froze his butt off. His father walked him up the steps, arms still circling his waist. Dennis asked if his mother was still up. She'd seen the new year in and gone to bed. His father asked if he was drunk. No, his father noted he didn't look good. Dennis let out a crazy shriek of laughter, and things went gray again. Briefly. When he came back, his father was looking at him with tight concern, demanding to know what happened over there. Dennis said he couldn't explain. His father pressed, "What was wrong with Arnie?" Dennis only shook his head, afraid now not just of the craziness or for himself, but for all of them. His parents, Elaine, Lee's folks. Coldly, sanely afraid. He kept hearing LeBay's warning about what happens to shitters who don't stay on his side. Had he really heard that, or was it only in his mind? His father was still looking at him. Dennis said he couldn't answer. His father relented, for now, but needed to know one thing. Did Dennis have any reason to believe Arnie was involved with Darnell's death and the deaths of those boys? Dennis thought of LeBay's rotting, grinning face, the flat pants poked up by bones. He said no. Almost the truth. Not Arnie. His father asked if he wanted help up the stairs. Dennis said he'd be fine, told his father to go to bed. His father wished him a happy new year and said he was still there if Dennis wanted to talk. Dennis said there was nothing to tell. Nothing he could tell. His father doubted that. Dennis went upstairs, got into bed, left the light on, and didn't sleep at all. The longest night of his life. Several times he thought of getting up and going in with his parents, the way he had when he was small. Once he actually caught himself groping for his crutches. He lay back down. He was afraid for all of them. Yes. But that wasn't the worst anymore. The worst was losing his mind. The sun was just poking over the horizon when he finally dropped off, dozing uneasily for 3 or 4 hours. When he woke, his mind had already begun healing itself with unreality. His problem was that he could no longer afford to listen to that lulling song. The line was blurred for good. On Friday, January 5th, Dennis received a postcard from Richard McCandless with George LeBay's address in Paradise Falls, Ohio. He carried it around all day, taking it out occasionally, not wanting to call, not wanting to talk about Roland again, not wanting this crazy business to continue. That evening, his parents took Ellie to the Monroeville Mall. Half an hour after they left, Dennis propped the postcard up and called Ohio Directory Assistance for the area code, then again for LeBay's number. He dialed half of it and hung up. Fuck it, he thought. Enough was enough. He washed his hands of the whole crappy mess. He whispered it again, then went upstairs, took a sponge bath, and turned in. He was sound asleep before his family returned and slept long and well. A good thing, because it would be a long time before he slept that well again. While Dennis slept, someone or something killed Rudolph Junkins of the Pennsylvania State Police. The headline shouted it the next morning. Darnell investigator murdered near Blairsville. His father was showering upstairs. Ellie and friends played Monopoly on the porch. His mother worked on a story in the sewing room. Dennis sat alone at the table, stunned and scared. Lee and her family would return from California tomorrow. School would start again the day after. And unless Arnie changed his mind, she would be actively pursued. He pushed away his scrambled eggs. Last night, he thought he could push away the whole ominous business of Christine as easily. Now he wondered how he'd been so naive. Junkins was the man Arnie had mentioned on New Year's Eve. The paper said he'd been in charge of Pennsylvania's part of the Will Darnell investigation, hinting at a shadowy crime organization behind the murder. The Southern Mob or the Crazy Colombians, Arnie would have said. Dennis thought differently. Junkins's car had been driven off a lonely country road and battered to wreckage with him still inside. When Repperton and his friends were killed, Arnie had been in Philly with the chess club. When Darnell was killed, he was in Ligonier visiting relatives. Cast iron alibis. Dennis assumed he'd have another for Junkins. 7 deaths now, forming a deadly ring around Arnie and Christine. But no one was aiding police inquiries. The police didn't hand everything to newspapers, but every instinct told Dennis the state cops weren't seriously investigating Arnie for this latest murder by automobile. He was in the clear. What had Junkins seen behind him on that country road? A red and white car, Dennis thought. Maybe empty. Maybe driven by a corpse. A goose ran squawking over his grave. His arms broke in cold bumps. 7 people dead. It had to end, if for no other reason than killing might become a habit. If Michael and Regina wouldn't go along with Arnie's California plans, either of them might be next. If Lee simply said no to a marriage proposal in study hall, what might she see idling at the curb when she got home? Jesus Christ, he was scared. His mother poked her head in, noting he wasn't eating. He said he'd gotten caught up in the paper and wasn't that hungry. She offered oatmeal. His stomach churned, but he smiled and shook his head. He'd eat a big lunch. She made him promise. She asked if he felt okay, said he'd looked so tired and peaked lately. He said he was fine, widening his smile to prove it. Then he imagined her getting out of her Reliant K at the Monroeville Mall while a white over red car idled 2 rows back. In his mind's eye, Christine's transmission lever dropped into drive. She asked if his leg was bothering him. No. Had he taken his vitamins and rose hips? He burst out laughing. She called him a sassbox in her Irish accent and went back to her typewriter. Dennis picked up the newspaper and looked at Junkins's twisted auto. The caption read, "Death Car." He thought, Junkins was interested in more than illegal fireworks and cigarettes. State detectives work multiple cases. He could have been trying to find who killed Moochie Welch. He crutched to the sewing room and asked if his mother was going downtown. She might be. He wanted to go to the library. By 3 o'clock Saturday afternoon, it had begun snowing again. Dennis had a slight headache from staring at the microfilm reader, but he had what he wanted. His hunch had been correct. Junkins had been in charge of the hit and run that killed Moochie Welch, and also what happened to Repperton, Trelawney, and Stanton. He'd have to be one dumb cop not to read Arnie's name between the lines. Dennis leaned back, snapped off the reader, and closed his eyes, trying to become Junkins for a minute. Junkins suspects Arnie is involved. Not doing the murders, but involved somehow. Does he suspect Christine? Maybe. On TV, they're always great at identifying cars. Paint flakes and scrapes. Then the Darnell bus looms, great for Junkins. The garage would be closed, everything impounded. An accomplice, of course. That's what Junkins would suspect. Nobody in his right mind would suspect the car was doing it herself. After the garage closed, Junkins brings in lab technicians to go over Christine's stem to Stern. Hitting a human body isn't like hitting a feather pillow. There has to be evidence. But they find nothing. No dents, no touch-up paint, no blood, no embedded paint flakes from the Squantic Hills barrier. No evidence Christine was used in either crime. Then Darnell's murder. A car that crashes through a house must sustain major damage that couldn't be repaired overnight. But Junkins finds Christine without so much as a ding. That explained why Junkins never put a stake out on the car. Logic ruled him, and perhaps killed him. Christine's alibi was mute but ironclad, not a scratch on her. But Junkins didn't have all the facts. Dennis thought about the odometer that ran backward. Just a glitch. The windscreen cracks that seemed to shrink. The haphazard part replacement. His nightmare ride home. Old cars that looked new. The Strand Theater intact. A half-built development that had been completed 20 years ago. Just a glitch. Not knowing about that glitch was what really killed Rudolph Junkins. A car wears out randomly over time. A cracked battery, a busted tie rod, a blown tire. It's like a movie. And if you could run the film backward... The records clerk asked if there would be anything else. Dennis nearly screamed. His mother waited in the main lobby, chattering about her writing and her new disco dancing class. He nodded in the right places. He thought that Junkins's technicians had probably overlooked an elephant while looking for a needle. Cars just don't run backward like a reverse movie. There are no such things as ghosts or revenants preserved in motor oil. Believe in one, believe in all. He shuddered. His mother asked if he wanted to turn up the heater. He thought of Lee, due back tomorrow. Her lovely face, those slanting cheekbones, her young figure still under warranty. Then he thought of LeBay, dead yet undead. His lust, or just a need to spoil things. Arnie's calm assurance that they'd be married. With helpless clarity, Dennis saw their wedding night. Lee looking up into motel darkness at a rotting, grinning corpse. Her screams as Christine, festooned with crepe streamers and just married signs, waited faithfully outside the locked door. Christine would know Lee wouldn't last long, and she, Christine, would be around when Lee was gone. Dennis closed his eyes, but that only intensified the images. It had begun with Lee wanting Arnie and progressed to Arnie wanting her back. But now LeBay had Arnie, and he wanted Lee. He wasn't going to have her. Not if Dennis could help it. That night, he called George LeBay. George LeBay answered, sounding older and more tired than Dennis remembered. He recalled their conversation at the depressing motel and asked what Dennis wanted, his tone suggesting he hoped the request would be small. Dennis hesitated. Should he tell George that Roland had returned from the dead? That not even the grave could end his hatred? That he had possessed Arnie as unerringly as Arnie had picked out Christine? George asked if he was still there. Dennis said he had a problem concerning George's brother. Something tight and controlled entered George's voice. Raleigh was dead, and he couldn't imagine any problem concerning him. Dennis admitted that was exactly it. He didn't think Roland was dead. George's voice turned taut, accusing, fearful, warning that if this was a joke, it was in the poorest possible taste. Dennis insisted it wasn't, asking to be allowed to explain what had happened since Roland died. George said he had papers to correct and a novel to finish. Dennis pleaded for help, for himself and for his friend. After a long pause, George sighed and told him to tell his tale, adding a muttered curse. Dennis passed the story along the long-distance cable. He told George about Arnie's trouble with Repperton, Buddy's expulsion and revenge, the death of Moochie Welch, what happened at Squanick Hills, and the Christmas Eve storm. He explained about the windscreen cracks that ran backward and the odometer that certainly did. He mentioned the radio that seemed to receive only the oldies station, which drew a soft grunt of surprise from George. He described the handwriting on his casts and how the one Arnie had done matched Roland's signature on Christine's original registration. He told George about Arnie's constant use of the word shitters and his new 50s hairstyle. He shared everything except his New Year's morning ride home. He simply could not speak of that. When he finished, silence. George finally spoke, saying he didn't mean to offend, but what Dennis was suggesting went far beyond psychic phenomena. Dennis offered the word madness. George said that wasn't his choice. Dennis had been through a terrible accident, 2 months in the hospital, great pain. Wasn't it possible his imagination was at work? Dennis asked if Roland had ever used a saying about putting something up the little tramp's ass. George demanded to know how Dennis knew that, then quickly asserted Roland must have used the phrase when they met. Dennis said no. George called him a liar. Dennis said nothing, shaking and weak-kneed. No adult had ever called him that. George apologized, but insisted his brother was dead. Unpleasant, possibly evil, but dead. Dennis asked who the little tramp was. After a long silence, George admitted it was Hitler, not Chaplin directly. There was a passing resemblance, and Chaplin had made a film called The Great Dictator. It was common during the war years, but Dennis was too young to remember. It meant nothing. Dennis remained silent. George shouted that it was vapors and suggestions, nothing more. Dennis countered that 7 people were dead in western Pennsylvania, not vapors. The signatures on his cast weren't vapors either. He offered to send them. George called it possible forgery. Dennis said if he believed that, get a handwriting expert, he'd pay. George said he could do that himself. Dennis said he didn't need convincing. George asked what Dennis wanted, for him to share the fantasy. He wouldn't. His brother was dead, his car was just a car. But Dennis felt the lie even through the phone. He asked George to explain something he'd said the night they talked. That Roland was obsessed and angry, but not a monster. Or at least George didn't think so. Then George seemed to change the subject. But the more Dennis thought about it, the more he believed the subject hadn't changed at all. The next thing George said was that Roland never put a mark on either of them. George tried to interrupt. Dennis's voice cracked as he pressed. Arnie was fixated on a girl named Lee Cabot, but Dennis didn't think it was Arnie doing the fixating. He thought it was Roland. Dead Roland. He begged George to talk. George Sehill. To talk about these old suspicions would be like shaking a sleeping fiend. He knew nothing. Dennis could have told him the fiend was already awake, but George knew that. Dennis demanded to know what George suspected. George said he'd call back. He had to call his sister Marcia in Colorado. Dennis offered to call her instead. George refused. She would never talk to him. They'd only discussed it once or twice. He hoped Dennis's conscience was clear because Dennis was asking them to rip open old scars. How sure was he? Dennis whispered that he was sure. George said he'd call back and hung up. 15 minutes passed, then 20. Dennis crutched around the room, unable to sit still, looking out at the wintry street. Twice he went to the phone and didn't pick it up, afraid George would be calling at the same time, more afraid he wouldn't call back. The third time, just as he touched the receiver, it rang. He jerked back, then scooped it up. Ellie's breathless voice came from downstairs asking for someone else. George's voice, older and more broken than ever, asked for Dennis. Dennis told Ellie he had it. She hung up. Dennis's heart thudded hard as he answered. George had spoken to Marcia. She told him to use his own judgment, but she was frightened. Together, Dennis and George had conspired to frighten an old lady who had never hurt anyone. Dennis said it was in a good cause. George asked if it was. Dennis said if he didn't think so, he wouldn't have called. Was George going to talk or not? George agreed to Dennis, but no one else. If Dennis told anyone, George would deny it. Dennis understood. George sighed again. In their conversation last summer, he had told Dennis one lie about what happened, and one lie about what he and Marcy felt. They had lied to themselves. Without Dennis, they might have continued lying about the incident by the highway for the rest of their lives. Dennis asked about the little girl, Rita. George confirmed. George recalled that his mother used to call Raleigh her changeling. She said he was a perfectly good baby until 6 months old. Then Puck came, took her good baby for one of his jokes, and replaced him. She laughed when she said it, but never when Raleigh was around, and her eyes never laughed. It was her only explanation for why he was so untouchable in his rage, so single-minded in his few simple purposes. George described a bully who thrashed Raleigh several times, mocking his clothes. Raleigh would fight and curse, and the bully would hold him off with longer arms and punch him until he was tired or Raleigh's nose bled. Then Raleigh would sit on a corner, smoking and crying with blood and snot drying on his face. If Drew or George came near, he would beat them within an inch of their lives. That bully's house burned down one night. The bully, his father, and his little brother killed. The sister horribly burned. The fire sirens woke George. He was still awake when Raleigh came up the ivy trellis into their shared room. There was soot on his forehead, and he smelled of gasoline. Raleigh saw George's eyes open and said if he told, he'd kill him. Ever since that night, George had tried to tell himself Raleigh meant if George told he'd been out watching the fire. Maybe that was all it was. Dennis's mouth went dry, a lead ball in his stomach, the hairs on his neck like dry quills. He asked how old Roland had been. Not quite 13, George replied with terrible false calm. About a year later, a fight during a hockey game. A boy named Randy Throgmorton laid open Raleigh's head with his stick, knocking him senseless. Dr. Farner put 12 stitches in his scalp. A week later, Randy fell through the ice on Palmer Pond and drowned. He had been skating in an area clearly marked with thin ice signs. Dennis asked if George was saying Roland killed these people, if he was leading up to telling Dennis that LeBay killed his own daughter. George clarified, not that he killed her, but that he killed Roland. She choked to death. What George was suggesting was that Raleigh may have let her die. Dennis said George had told him Raleigh turned her over, punched her, tried to make her vomit. George replied that was what Raleigh told him at the funeral. Dennis pressed for what came next. George explained that he and Marcia had discussed it later, only once over dinner. Raleigh had told George he picked Rita up by her Buster Brown shoes and tried to whack the obstruction out, but it was stuck fast. Veronica had told Marcia the exact same story in the exact same words. George admitted what that made him think of. Raleigh climbing through the bedroom window, whispering that if George told, he'd kill him. Dennis asked why Roland would do such a thing. George said Veronica later wrote Marcia a letter hinting that Raleigh had made no real effort to save their daughter, and at the very end, he put her back in the car to keep her out of the sun. But Veronica believed Raleigh wanted her to die in the car. Dennis had to ask if George was suggesting Roland offered his daughter as a human sacrifice. A long, dreadful pause. George said not consciously. Not any more than he was suggesting Roland consciously murdered her. Anyone who knew his brother would find witchcraft or demon trafficking ridiculous. Roland believed in nothing beyond his own senses, except perhaps his own will. George suggested Roland might have had some intuition or been directed. His mother said he was a changeling. Dennis asked about Veronica. George said the police verdict was suicide, despite no note. It might have been, but Veronica had made friends in town, and George often wondered if she had hinted to some of them, as she had to Marcia, that Rita's death wasn't quite as reported. And if Raleigh found out, if you tell Georgie, I'll kill you. There was no proof. But George wondered why she would do it that way, and how a woman who knew nothing about cars would know enough to attach a hose to the exhaust pipe and put it through the window. He tried not to wonder. It kept him awake at night. Dennis thought about what George had said and what he'd left between the lines. Intuitive, single-minded in his few simple purposes. Suppose Roland had understood in some way he wouldn't admit that he was investing the Plymouth with supernatural power. Suppose he'd only been waiting for the right inheritor. George asked if that answered Dennis's questions. Dennis thought it did. George asked what he was going to do. Dennis said George knew, destroy the car. George warned he might destroy his friend as well. Dennis said he might save him. George quietly wondered if that was still possible. On January 18th, Dennis and Lee were parked behind Kentucky Fried Chicken in his Duster, the remains of a chicken dinner around them. That morning, the doctor had removed the huge cast from Dennis's left leg and replaced it with a brace. The warning to stay off it was stern, but the doctor felt good about his recovery, about a month ahead of schedule. Dennis thought Lee had a lot to do with it. Lee said they needed to talk. Dennis suggested making out instead. She insisted, talk now, make out later. He asked if Arnie had started again. She nodded. In the almost 2 weeks since Dennis's call to George LeBay, Arnie had been working at a rapprochement with Lee, with an intensity that scared both of them. Dennis had told Lee about his conversation with George, but not about his New Year's morning ride. He'd made it clear she shouldn't simply cut Arnie off. That would drive him into a fury, and when Arnie was furious, unpleasant things happened. Lee said it felt like cheating on him. Dennis knew, but he didn't want that car rolling again. He was starting to feel like Hamlet, delaying. Christine had to be destroyed. They'd looked into ways. Lee's first idea was Molotov cocktails. Fill wine bottles with gasoline, take them to the Cunningham house in the early morning, light wicks made of Kotex, and toss them through Christine's windows. Dennis asked about rolled-up windows and locked doors. Lee asked if he was saying firebombing was okay, but breaking glass was a moral issue. Dennis said no, But who would get close enough to break the glass with a hammer? Lee bit her lip and said nothing. Dennis's next idea was dynamite. He still saw Brad Jeffries, who worked for PennDOT. They had enough dynamite to put Three Rivers Stadium on the moon. Dennis thought he could borrow the keys while Brad got drunk watching hockey and return them later. The chance Brad would need explosives in January was small. Lee said no. Dennis asked why not. Dynamite seemed to offer finality. Lee pointed out that Arnie kept Christine in his driveway now. Did Dennis really want shrapnel flying through a suburban neighborhood, risking a piece of glass cutting off some kid's head? Dennis winced. He hadn't thought of that. The image was sharp and hideous. Still, he held on to the idea. Lee said it was still dangerous, and he knew it. She asked about the crusher at Darnell's. Same objection. Who drives her there? That was where matters stood. Dennis asked what happened today. Lee said Arnie wanted her to go bowling that night. Previous days had brought movie invites, dinner offers, TV at his house, study dates. Christine figured as transport in all of them. Arnie was getting ugly, and she was running out of excuses. If they were going to do something, they ought to do it soon. Dennis agreed. Failure to find a method was one thing. The other thing holding them back had been his leg. Now the cast was off. He'd tested the leg, some pain, but less than feared. But mostly there had been them discovering each other. Dennis knew he ought to add something else to keep the tale straight. The spice of danger had added to what he felt for her, and he thought, to what she felt for him. Arnie was his best friend, but there was a dirty, senseless attraction in seeing each other behind his back. Dennis felt it each time he drew her into his arms, each time his hand slipped over her breasts. The sneaking around, he couldn't explain why it held attraction, but it did. For the first time in his life, he had fallen for a girl. He'd slipped before, but this time he'd taken the grand head-over-heels tumble. He loved it. He loved her. That constant sense of betrayal was a snake-like thing, both shame and a crazy goad. They told each other they were keeping their mouths shut to protect their families and themselves. That was true. But it wasn't all. In one way, nothing worse could have happened. Love slows reaction time and mutes the sense of danger. His conversation with George LeBay was 12 days in the past. Thinking about what George had said, and worse, what he'd suggested, no longer raised a hair on the back of Dennis's neck. The same numbness applied to Dennis's few conversations with Arnie or glimpses of him in the halls. In a strange way, they seemed back in September and October, grown apart simply because Arnie was so busy. When they did talk, Arnie seemed pleasant enough. Though his gray eyes behind his specs were cool, Dennis waited for a distraught Michael or wailing Regina to call with news that Arnie had finally stopped toying with them and given up college for certain. That never happened. Instead, Dennis heard from the guidance counselor that Arnie had taken home literature on the University of Pennsylvania, Drew University, and Penn State, the schools Lee was most interested in. Arnie knew it too. 2 nights earlier, Dennis had overheard Ellie asking their mother why Arnie never came over anymore. Had he and Dennis had a fight? Their mother explained that when friends get older, sometimes they grow apart. Ellie declared that would never happen to her. Dennis sat in the other room, wondering if that was really all it was. Hallucination from his hospital stay, as LeBay had suggested, and simple growing apart. It ignored the hard facts, but it was comfortable, believing it would allow him and Lee to pursue ordinary lives, to cram for SATs, to jump into each other's arms whenever parents left the room, to be what they were, horny teenagers, totally infatuated. Those things lulled them both. They'd been careful as adulterers instead of kids. But today, the cast had come off, and Dennis could use his duster keys again. On impulse, he called Lee and asked her to go to Kentucky Fried Chicken. She'd been delighted. So their attention waned. They became the smallest bit indiscreet, sitting in the parking lot with the engine running for heat, talking about ending the she-monster like children playing cowboys. Neither saw Christine pull up behind them. Dennis observed that Arnie was buckling down for a long siege with the colleges, the ones Lee was most interested in. Lee hadn't realized. Dennis spelled it out patiently. He suggested they go over the plan one more time. Molotov cocktails out, dynamite risky but possible in a pinch. Lee's harsh gasp stopped him, the expression of startled horror on her face. She stared through the windscreen. Dennis turned. Arnie stood in front of the duster. He had parked directly behind them and gone in for chicken without realizing who it was. Nearly dark, one muddy 4-year-old duster looked like another. He'd gotten his food, come out, and stared right through the windscreen at Lee and Dennis sitting close together, arms around each other, a grisly, hideous coincidence. Dennis's mind remained coldly convinced that Christine had led him there, even at that turn. A long, frozen moment. A little moan escaped Lee. Arnie stood halfway across the small lot in his high school jacket, faded jeans, boots, a plaid scarf tied around his throat, collar turned up, his face twisted from sick incredulity into a pallid grimace of hate. The red and white striped bag slipped from his gloved hand and thumped onto packed snow. Lee whispered Dennis's name, then, "Oh my God." Arnie began to run. Dennis thought he was coming to haul him out and work him over. Dennis saw himself hopping feebly around on his not-so-good leg, while Arnie, whose life he'd saved going back to kindergarten, beat the living Jesus out of him. Arnie ran with his mouth twisted down in a snarl Dennis had seen before, but not on his face. It was LeBay's face now. He didn't stop at the duster. He ran right past. Dennis twisted around and saw Christine. Dennis got his door open and struggled out, grabbing the roof gutter for support. The cold numbed his fingers at once. Lee cried for him not to go. He got on his feet just as Arnie raked open Christine's door. Dennis shouted Arnie's name. Arnie's head jerked up, eyes wide, blank, glaring, a line of spittle working down from one corner of his mouth. Christine's grill seemed to snarl too. Arnie raised both fists and shook them, calling Dennis a shitter, telling him to have her. She was shit. They were both shit. They could have each other, but not for long. People had come to the plate glass windows of the restaurant and the neighboring Kowloon Express to watch. Dennis tried to say, "Let's talk," but Arnie jumped in and slammed the door. Christine's engine screamed. Her headlights came on, the glaring white eyes of Dennis's dream, pinning him like a bug on a card. Behind the glass was Arnie's terrible face, the face of a devil sick of sin, both hateful and haunted. Then the face was gone, replaced by a skull, a grinning death's head. Lee screamed, a high, piercing sound. She had turned around to look. She had seen it too. Christine roared forward, rear tires spinning snow. She didn't come for the duster, but for Dennis. Her intention was to grind him to jelly between the two cars. Dennis's bad left leg saved him. It buckled, and he fell back inside the duster, bumping his right hip on the wheel and honking the horn. A cold wave of wind buffeted his face. Christine's bright red flank passed within 3 feet of him. She roared down the end drive and shot onto JFK Drive, without slowing, rear-end fishtailing, then gone, still accelerating. Dennis looked at the snow, fresh zigzag treads. She had missed his open door by no more than 3 inches. Lee was crying. Dennis pulled his left leg in with his hands, slammed the door, and held her. Her arms groped for him blindly and then grasped with panicky tightness. She said that wasn't Arnie driving. It was a dead person. Dennis agreed it was LeBay. She had just met Roland D. LeBay. She wept out her fear and shock and horror, holding on to him. Dennis was glad to have her. His left leg throbbed dully. He looked into the rearview mirror at the empty slot where Christine had been. The peace of the last 2 weeks, the simple joy of having Lee on his side, All of that now seemed unnatural, false as the phony war between Hitler's conquest of Poland and the Wehrmacht's assault on France. Dennis began to see the end of things. Lee looked up, cheeks wet, asking what now? Dennis said now they ended it. Speaking more to himself than her, he said Arnie needed an alibi. They had to be ready when he went away. The garage. Darnell's. Dennis was going to trap the car inside and try to kill it. Lee didn't understand. Dennis explained that all the people Christine had killed made a ring around Arnie. He'd know that. He'd get Arnie out of town again. LeBay, she meant? Dennis nodded. Lee shuddered. She asked how were they going to do it? At last, Dennis had an idea. He dropped Lee off and told her to call if she saw Christine cruising. She asked what he was going to do. Come over with a flamethrower? He said a bazooka. They both started laughing hysterically. Lee yelled about nuking the 58, and they laughed again. But all the while they were scared half out of their minds, maybe more. And all the while, Dennis was sick over Arnie, over what he had seen and what Dennis had done. Lee felt the same. Sometimes you just have to laugh. Lee asked what to tell her parents. She couldn't just let them risk being run down in the street. Dennis said, "Tell them nothing. They wouldn't believe her. And nothing would happen as long as Arnie was in Libertyville. He'd stake his life on that." Lee whispered that he was dummy. Dennis knew his life, his mother's, his father's, his sister's. Lee asked how they'd know if he left. Dennis said he'd take care of it. She was going to be sick tomorrow, not going to school. Lee said she was sick right now. Dennis said he'd call her later tonight and kissed her cold lips. When Dennis got home, Elaine was struggling into her parka, muttering about people who sent others to Tom's for milk and bread just when dance fever was on. She was prepared to be grumpy at him, but cheered up when he offered to give her a lift down to the market and back. She gave him a suspicious look, as if unexpected kindness to the little sister might be the onset of some disease. She asked if he felt all right. He smiled blandly and told her to hop in before he changed his mind, though now his right leg ached and his left throbbed fiercely. He could tell Lee that Christine wouldn't roll as long as Arnie was in town, and intellectually he knew that was right, but it didn't change the instinctive rolling in his guts when he thought of Ellie walking 2 blocks to Tom's in her bright yellow parka. He kept seeing Christine parked down one of those streets, crouched in the dark like an old bitch hunting dog. At Tom's, he gave her $1 and asked her to get each of them a Yodel and a Coke. She asked if he was feeling all right. Dennis told Ellie that if she put his change in the asteroids game, he'd break her arm. That set her mind at rest. She went in, and he sat slumped behind the wheel, thinking about the terrible box they were in. They couldn't talk to anyone. That was the nightmare, Christine's strength. He couldn't grab his dad in the toy shop and tell him the pukey old red car was driving itself. He couldn't call the cops and say a dead guy wanted to kill his girlfriend and him. The only things on their side, other than the car's inability to move without Arnie's alibi, were that it wanted no witnesses. Moochie Welch, Don Vandenberg, and Will Darnell had been killed alone late at night. Buddy Repperton and his 2 friends had been killed out in the boonies. Elaine came back with a bag clutched to her chest, got in, and gave him his Coke and Yodel. He asked for his change. She called him a booger snot, but put some 20-odd cents in his outstretched hand. He pushed her hood back, ruffled her hair, and kissed her ear. She looked surprised and suspicious, then smiled. She wasn't such a bad sort, his sister Ellie. The thought of her being run down in the street simply because he fell in love with Lee Cabot after Arnie went mad, he simply wasn't going to let that happen. At home, he said hi to his mom, who asked how his leg was doing. He told her it was in good shape. Upstairs, he swallowed a couple of aspirin. His legs were now singing Ave Maria. Then went down to his parents' bedroom and sat in his mother's rocking chair. He made his first call to Brad Jeffries. They chatted, kicking things back and forth. Then Dennis explained why he'd called. Brad laughed and asked if Dennis was going into business for himself. Dennis said yes, for a limited time only. Brad asked if he knew someone who might have an item like that for rent. Brad said only one guy might do business with him, Johnny Palmerton, out on Ridge Road. He had more rolling stock than Carter had liver pills. Dennis thanked him. Brad asked about Arnie. Dennis said he didn't see as much of him anymore. Brad called Arnie a funny guy. Never thought he'd last out the summer, but he had one hell of a lot of determination. Dennis agreed. Brad told him to say hi and come over sometime to peel a few cans. Dennis said he would. He hung up and hesitated over the next call. It had to be done, central to the whole sorry business. He dialed the Cunningham's number from memory. If Arnie answered, he'd hang up without speaking. His luck was in, Michael answered, his voice tired and a bit slurred. Dennis identified himself. Michael sounded genuinely pleased. Dennis asked if Arnie was there. Michael said Arnie was upstairs, came home from somewhere, and went right to his room, looking pretty thundery, but that was far from unusual these days. Dennis said it was really Michael he wanted to talk to. He needed a favor. Michael agreed, his slur revealing he was at least halfway snookered, adding that Dennis had done them a hell of a favor talking sense to Arnie about college. Dennis doubted Arnie had listened. Michael said something sure happened. Arnie had applied to 3 schools just this month. Regina thought Dennis walked on water and was pretty ashamed of the way she'd treated him, but she'd never been able to say she was sorry. Dennis knew that. And what would Regina think if she knew Arnie, or whatever controlled him, had no more interest in college than a hog had in mutual funds? That he was simply following Lee's tracks, hounding her? It was perversion on perversion. LeBay, Lee, and Christine in some hideous menage a trois. Dennis asked Michael to call him if Arnie decided to go out of town for any reason, especially in the next day or two or over the weekend, day or night. He had to know before Arnie left. It was very important. Michael asked why. Dennis said he'd just as soon not go into it. It was complicated and would sound crazy. A long silence. When Michael spoke again, his voice was a near whisper. It was that goddamn car, wasn't it? Dennis said yes. Michael said he knew. Asked how Arnie was doing it, if Dennis knew. Dennis said he couldn't say any more. But would Michael tell him if Arnie planned a trip tomorrow or the next day? Michael agreed. Then he asked if he'd ever have his son back. Dennis gave him the truth. He didn't know. It might have gone too far for that. Michael almost wailed, asking if it was drugs. Dennis promised to tell him when he could. That was all he could promise. Johnny Palmerton was easier to talk to. A lively, garrulous man. Dennis got the feeling Johnny would have done business with Satan freshly risen from hell with brimstone still on him if he had legal tender. Johnny agreed with everything before Dennis finished proposing it. Dennis had a cover story, but Johnny didn't even listen, quoting a very reasonable price. Dennis said it sounded fine. Johnny asked what time he was coming by. Dennis suggested 9:30 tomorrow morning. Johnny agreed. Dennis asked about automatic transmission. Johnny laughed heartily. On one of these babies? No way! Couldn't Dennis run a manual shift? Dennis said that's what he learned on. Johnny said no problem. Dennis thought of his left leg, which would be running the clutch. Simply shifting it around tonight had made it ache like hell. He hoped Arnie would wait a few days before leaving town, but somehow he didn't think that was in the cards. It would be tomorrow, over the weekend at the latest. His leg would simply have to bear up. He said goodnight. Johnny said he had one all picked out. Dennis would like her. And if Dennis didn't start calling him Johnny, he'd double the price. Dennis hung up on his laughter. Her again. He was becoming morbidly aware of that casual form of referral and getting damn sick of it. He made his last preparatory call. There were 4 Sykesies in the phone book. He got the one he wanted on his second try, Jimmy answered. Dennis introduced himself as Arnie's friend. Jimmy's voice brightened. He liked Arnie, who hardly ever teased him and never punched on him like Buddy Repperton had. He asked how Arnie was. Dennis lied and said Arnie was fine. He explained that Arnie had lost his whole socket wrench kit when the garage closed down. It was up behind some old tires on the overhead racks. Jimmy wondered if they were still there. Dennis said Arnie thought so, but Arnie wasn't supposed to go near the garage because of the trouble he was in. Another lie. Jimmy offered to go look for them tomorrow morning. He still had his keys. Dennis breathed a sigh of relief. What he wanted wasn't Arnie's mythical socket wrenches. It was Jimmy's keys. Dennis offered to get them as a surprise, saying he knew right where Arnie had put them. Jimmy might hunt all day and still not find them. Jimmy agreed readily. He was never good at finding things. Dennis suggested coming by tomorrow to borrow the keys, get the wrenches, and have the keys back before dark. Jimmy hesitated. Will had said never to loan out his keys. Dennis argued that was before. The place was empty now, except for Arnie's tools and junk out back. The estate would be putting it up for sale soon, and if Dennis took them after that, it would be like stealing. Jimmy said he guessed it would be okay if Dennis brought his keys back. Then he added an absurdly touching thing. They were all he had to remember Will by. Dennis promised. Jimmy agreed, saying if it was for Arnie, it was okay. Just before bed, Dennis made one final call to a very sleepy Lee. He told her one of these next few nights they were going to end it. She asked if she was game. She said yes, she thought so, then asked what he had planned. Dennis explained step by step, half expecting her to poke holes in the idea. When he finished, she simply asked what if it didn't work. Dennis said she made the honor roll. She didn't need him to draw her a picture. He said he'd keep her out of it if he could, but LeBay would suspect a trap, so the bait had to be good. Lee said she wouldn't let him leave her out. This was her business, too. She loved Arnie, really loved him. And once you start loving someone, you never really get over it completely. Dennis thought of the years. Summers of reading, swimming, Monopoly, Scrabble, Chinese checkers, ant farms. The times he kept Arnie from getting killed in all the ways kids like to kill the outsider. There had been times he'd wondered if his life wouldn't be easier if he simply let Arnie go, let him drown. But it wouldn't have been better. He'd needed Arnie to make him better, and Arnie had. They'd traded fair all the way down the line. He said no. He didn't think you ever got over it. He loved Arnie, too. Maybe it wasn't too late for him even now. That's what he would have prayed. Dear God, let him keep Arnie from getting killed just one more time. Just this one last time. Lee said it wasn't Arnie she hated. It was LeBay. Did they really see that thing yesterday in the car? Dennis said yes, he thought they did. Her and that bitch Christine, Lee said. She asked if it would be soon. Dennis said yes, soon. She said she loved him. He loved her, too. As it turned out, it ended the next day, Friday, January 19th. Dennis began that long, terrible day by driving to Jimmy Sykes' house. He'd expected trouble from Jimmy's mother, but that turned out fine. She was mentally slower than her son. She invited him in for bacon and eggs. He declined, his stomach in miserable knots, and clucked over his crutches while Jimmy hunted for his keyring. Dennis made small talk with Mrs. Sykes, roughly the size of Mount Etna, while a dismal certainty rose inside him. Jimmy had lost his keys, and the whole thing was off the rails. Jimmy came back shaking his head. Couldn't find them. Mrs. Sykes, nearly 300 pounds in a faded house dress with her hair in puffy pink rollers, asked, with blessed practicality if he'd looked in his pockets. A startled expression crossed Jimmy's face. He rammed a hand into his green chino work pants and pulled out a key ring, a large rubber-fried egg dark with grease. He called them little suckers. His mother told him to watch his language, just show Dennis which key opened the door and keep his dirty language in his head. Jimmy ended up handing 3 Schlaggy keys over. They weren't labeled, and he couldn't tell which was which. One opened the main overhead door, one opened the back overhead door, giving onto the lot of junk cars, and one opened Will's office door. Dennis thanked him and promised to have them back as soon as he could. Jimmy said, "Great, tell Arnie hello." Mrs. Sykes offered bacon and eggs again. Dennis declined. It was 8:15. School started at 9. Arnie usually pulled in around 8:45. He just had time. He got his crutches under him. Mrs. Sykes commanded Jimmy to help him out, not just stand there. Dennis started to protest. She waved him away, wouldn't want him to fall on his can and break his leg all over again, and laughed uproariously. Jimmy practically carried him back to the duster. The sky that day was scummy, frowsy gray. The radio predicted more snow by late afternoon. Dennis drove across town to Libertyville High, took the driveway to the student parking lot, and parked in the front row. He didn't need Lee to tell him Arnie usually parked in the back row. He had to see Arnie, had to strew the bait in front of his nose, but he wanted him as far from Christine as possible. Away from the car, LeBay's hold seemed weaker. Dennis sat with the key, turned to accessory for the radio, looking at the football field. It seemed impossible he'd ever traded sandwiches with Arnie on those snow-covered bleachers. Impossible to believe he'd run and cavorted on that field himself, stupidly convinced of his own physical invulnerability, even of his own immortality. He didn't feel that way anymore. Students were coming in, parking, heading for the building, chattering and laughing. Dennis slouched lower, not wanting to be recognized. A bus pulled up and disgorged kids. A small cluster gathered in the smoking area where Buddy had taken Arnie that day last fall, also impossibly distant now. His heart thumped miserably. A craven part of him hoped Arnie simply wouldn't show up. Then he saw Christine turn in from School Street and cruise up the student drive at a steady 20, blowing a little plume of white exhaust. Arnie was behind the wheel in his school jacket. He didn't look at Dennis, simply drove to his accustomed place at the back of the lot and parked. That craven voice whispered to stay slouched down. He wouldn't even see Dennis, would walk right by like all the rest. Instead, Dennis opened his door and fumbled his crutches outside. Leaning his weight on them, he yanked himself out and stood on the packed snow, feeling a bit like Fred McMurray in Double Indemnity. The first bell burred from the school, faint and unimportant. Arnie was later than he'd been in the old days. His mother said Arnie was almost disgustingly punctual. Maybe LeBay hadn't been. Arnie came toward him, books under his arm, head down, twisting between cars. He walked behind a van, passed out of sight, then came back into view. He looked up directly into Dennis's eyes. His own eyes widened, and he made an automatic half-turn back toward Christine. Dennis asked if he felt kind of naked when he wasn't behind the wheel. Arnie looked back, his lips drawn slightly downward as if he'd tasted something unpleasant. He asked how Dennis's cunt was. George LeBay had hinted that his brother was extraordinarily good at finding people's soft spots. Dennis took 2 shuffling steps forward on his crutches. He asked how Arnie had liked it when Repperton called him cunt-face. Did he like it so well he wanted to turn it around and use it on someone else? Part of Arnie seemed to flinch, something maybe only in his eyes, but the contemptuous smile remained on his lips. Dennis hadn't put on his gloves. His hands on the crutches were getting numb. Their breath made little plumes. Dennis's voice rose. Getting angry hadn't been part of the plan, but now it was shaking inside him. He asked about the 5th grade, when Tommy Deckinger used to call Arnie fart breath. Did he like that? And did he remember when Lad Smythe was a patrol boy and pushed Arnie down in the street and Dennis pulled Lad's hat off and stuffed it down his pants? Where had Arnie been? LeBay was a Johnny-come-lately. Dennis had been here all along. Another flinch. Arnie half turned away, the smile faltering, his eyes searching for Christine the way eyes search for a loved one in a crowded terminal, or the way a junkie looks for his pusher. Dennis asked if he needed her that bad. He was hooked right through the fucking bag, wasn't he? Arnie said hoarsely that he didn't know what Dennis was talking about. Dennis stole his girl. Nothing would change that. Dennis went behind his back, cheated. He was just a shitter like all the rest. Arnie looked at Dennis, eyes wide and hurt and blazing with anger. He thought he could trust Dennis, and Dennis turned out worse than Repperton or any of them. He took a step forward and cried out in perfect fury of loss that Dennis stole her. Dennis lurched forward another step. One crutch slid a little in the packed snow. They were like two reluctant gunslingers approaching each other. He said, "You can't steal what's been given away." Arnie demanded to know what he was talking about. Dennis said he was talking about the night Lee choked in Christine, the night Christine tried to kill her. Arnie told Lee he didn't need her, told her to fuck off. Arnie called that a lie, a goddamn lie. Dennis asked who he was talking to. Arnie said, "Never mind, that was a dirty lie. No more than he'd expect from that stinking bitch." Another step closer. Arnie's pale face was marked with flaring red patches. Dennis said when Arnie wrote his name, it didn't look like his signature anymore. Arnie told him to shut up. Dennis said Arnie's father said it was like having a stranger in the house. Arnie warned him. Dennis asked why bother. He knew what was going to happen. So did Lee. The same thing that happened to Buddy Repperton and Will Darnell and all the others. Because Arnie wasn't Arnie at all anymore. Dennis asked if LeBay was in there. Come out and let him see. He'd seen LeBay before, on New Year's Eve, yesterday at the chicken place. He knew LeBay was in there. Why didn't he stop fucking around and come out? Dennis watched Arnie's face transform, and that turn felt worse than any horror movie ghoul. A sneer bloomed there, rancid, wrong. Suddenly, Dennis saw the ghost of George LeBay's older brother, a young man from a time when a car was all anyone needed, everything else following automatically. The only thing Dennis remembered about that original LeBay was his anger. Always angry. The figure came toward him, closing the snowy distance while Dennis balanced on his crutches. Arnie's eyes had gone filmy and unreachable. The sneer looked branded on. Dennis thought of the scar on George LeBay's forearm, a long skid from elbow to wrist. A shove, then another, then a throw. Dennis heard that 14-year-old LeBay's voice in memory, shouting about staying out of the way. The thing wearing Arnie now wouldn't take losing at all. Dennis told Arnie to fight back, to kill this intruder who'd had his own way too long. But a foot kicked one crutch away, then the other. Dennis went down onto packed snow. The figure stood over him, face hard and alien, announcing that the beating was inevitable. Gasping, Dennis asked about ant farms, whether Arnie was still in there somewhere because this dirty sucker had never had a friend or an ant farm in his life. The calm hardness broke. Arnie's face roiled, LeBay furious at an internal mutiny, then Arnie surfacing, drawn, tired, ashamed, desperately unhappy. Then LeBay drew back a foot to kick Dennis as he groped for his crutches. Then Arnie again, brushing hair off his forehead in that familiar, distracted gesture, apologizing. Dennis told him sorry wasn't enough. He got one crutch, then the other, pulling himself up, while his hands felt like furniture. Arnie didn't help, just stood against the van, eyes shocked. Arnie whispered that he couldn't stop it, that sometimes he felt like he wasn't even there anymore. He begged for help. Dennis asked if LeBay was present. Arnie groaned that LeBay was always there, except when Christine moved. When the car went, LeBay went with her. Arnie fell silent, head lolling, chin rolling bonelessly on his chest, spit splattering boots. Then he screamed thinly, beating gloved fists, shouting for the presence to go away. His body shuddered 5 seconds, as if snakes were inside his clothes. When he looked back up, Arnie was gone. LeBay remained. LeBay told Dennis it would all happen as predicted, advised him to let it go or risk being driven over. Dennis countered harshly, throat dry as sand. Come to Darnell's tonight. Bring Christine. Lee would be there too. LeBay said he'd pick his own time and place, grinning with Arnie's young, strong mouth. Dennis wouldn't know when or where, only when the moment arrived. Dennis told him to think again. Come tonight, or tomorrow Dennis and Lee would start talking. LeBay laughed contemptuously, asking where that would get Dennis, the asylum at Reed City. Dennis answered that they might not be taken seriously at first, but times had changed since LeBay's day. Between flying saucers and demon movies and the Amityville house, plenty of people believed in that stuff now, and LeBay didn't realize how many already suspected something was wrong. The grin faltered. Maybe killing becomes a fever. Maybe after a while you can't stop to count the cost. Dennis pressed on. Whatever filthy half-life LeBay still had was wrapped up in that car. He'd used Arnie from the beginning, not through planning, just intuition. LeBay snarled and turned to go. Dennis called after him. Arnie's father knew something was rotten. Dennis's father did too. Some cop somewhere would listen about how their friend Junkins died. And it all came back to Christine. Sooner or later, someone would crush that car on general principles. LeBay turned back, hate and fear bright in his eyes. Dennis kept talking. People would laugh, but he had two signatures, one Arnie's, one LeBay's. He'd pester state cops until a handwriting expert confirmed it. People would start watching Arnie, watching Christine. Did LeBay get the picture? LeBay swore Dennis didn't worry him one bit, but his eyes said otherwise. Dennis answered that people were only rational on the surface. Salt over the shoulder, no ladders, belief in afterlife. Sooner or later, with Lee and Dennis talking, someone would turn that car into a sardine can. And when it went, LeBay would go with it. LeBay sneered back at him. Dennis said they'd be at Darnell's tonight. If LeBay was good, he could get rid of both of them. Wouldn't end it, but might buy breathing space to leave town. But Dennis didn't think LeBay was good enough anymore. It had gone on too long. He crutched back to his duster, moving more clumsily than necessary, making himself look worse off than he was. He'd rocked LeBay with the signature mention. Time to leave before overplaying. But one last thing. Guaranteed to drive LeBay into a frenzy. Dennis pulled his leg in, slammed the door, leaned out, smiled, and said she was great in bed. Too bad LeBay would never know. LeBay charged with a furious roar. Dennis rolled up the window, slapped the lock, started the engine leisurely while fists pounded glass. That snarling, terrible face held no Arnie at all. Dennis felt a dark sorrow deeper than tears or fear, but kept a slow, insulting grin. He raised his middle finger to the glass, told LeBay to fuck himself, then pulled out, leaving that figure shaking with simple, unswerving fury in the lot. That fury was what Dennis counted on to bring him tonight. 4 blocks later, the reaction hit. Dennis pulled over, shaking badly, heater cranked full, unable to kill the tremors. Breath came in harsh gasps. He clutched himself for warmth, feeling he'd never be warm again. That face? Arnie buried somewhere inside. He's always here, Arnie had said. Always, except when Christine rolled by herself. LeBay couldn't be 2 places at once. Eventually, he drove on. He hadn't realized he'd been crying until the rearview mirror showed wet circles under his eyes. 9:45 at Johnny Palmerton's place. A tall, broad-shouldered man in green gum rubber boots and a red and black hunting jacket studied the gray sky. More snow coming. He brought a vehicle around just in case. Dennis got out on his crutches, road salt gritting under the rubber tips. In front of the woodpile sat one of the strangest vehicles he'd ever seen, a faint, pungent odor drifting from it. Originally a GM product judging by the giant snout, now it was a bit of everything. grill reaching head high on a tall man, cab looming like a square helmet behind it, supported by double wheels on each side with a long tubular body like a gasoline tanker. Painted bright pink. The word Petunia in 2-foot Roman Gothic letters. Palmerton said it was a 20,000-gallon cock-a-sucker. He grinned. A corker. Dennis had asked for a big, heavy truck to rent. This was the biggest in the yard. All 4 dump trucks were working elsewhere. The grader had broken down, and Palmerton was having a devilish time keeping his fleet rolling since Darnell's garage shut down. Petunia was a septic system tanker. Dennis asked her weight. Palmerton asked if he meant dry or loaded with shit. Then laughed. She was dry, hosed out, just a little fragrant still. Dennis sniffed. Fragrant. All right. Palmerton said her current registration listed 18,000 pounds gross vehicle weight. Palmerton explained gross vehicle weight. 18,000 pounds max before the ICC got upset. Dry, she ran maybe 8,000 or 9,000. A 5-speed transmission with a 2-speed differential gave 10 forward speeds total if Dennis could work a clutch. Palmerton cast a dubious look at the crutches. Dennis kept a straight face and said sure, as long as it wasn't too stiff. For how long remained the question. Palmerton offered a 10% cash discount. Off the books, away from his favorite uncle. Dennis checked his wallet. 3 20s, 3 10s. The rental came to $90, less than the $120 he prepared to pay. Palmerton asked about the duster. Dennis hadn't thought that far ahead. Could he leave it here? Just for today. Palmerton didn't care. Put it around back, leave the keys in case he had to move it. Dennis drove behind the yard, where cannibalized truck parts poked through deep snow like bones from white sand. Getting back around on crutches took nearly 10 minutes. He could have moved faster using his left leg a little, but he refused, saving it for Petunia's clutch. Dread gathered in his stomach like a small black cloud. He had no doubt the truck would stop Christine. If she showed up tonight, and if he could drive the damn thing. He'd never handled anything this big, though he'd logged some hours on a bulldozer and tried a payloader a couple times. Palmerton watched with wise eyes, hands stuffed in his pockets. Dennis reached the driver's side, grabbed the handle, slipped. Palmerton stepped toward him. Dennis insisted he could make it. He jammed the crutch into his armpit, breath frosting in quick gasps, and pulled the door open. Holding the inside handle with his left hand, balancing on his right leg like a stork, he threw the crutches into the cab and followed. Keys in the ignition, shift pattern printed on the stick. He slammed the door, pushed the clutch with his left leg, not much pain yet, and started Petunia. Her engine sounded like a full field of stalkers. Palmerton strolled over, yelling about the noise. He doubted Dennis had an eye on his license, the state endorsement for big trucks. Dennis had an A for motorcycles, much to his mother's horror, but no eye. He grinned and said Palmerton hadn't checked because Dennis looked trustworthy. Palmerton smiled back. Dennis revved the engine. Petunia blew off 2 brisk backfires like mortar blasts. Palmerton asked what he wanted the truck for. None of his business, he knew. Dennis answered, just what it was meant for, getting rid of some shit. Going downhill from Palmerton's gave him a scare. Even dry and empty, that baby really rolled. He sat incredibly high, looking down on car roofs. Driving through downtown Libertyville felt like a baby whale in a goldfish pond. Being painted bright pink didn't help. He got amused glances. His left leg began to ache. But running through Petunia's unfamiliar gear pattern in stop-and-go traffic kept his mind off it. A more surprising ache developed in his shoulders and chest from piloting the truck without power steering. That wheel turned hard. He turned off Main onto Walnut, into the lot behind Western Auto. He got down carefully, slammed the door, his nose already used to the faint odor, set his crutches, and went in the back entrance. He took Jimmy's 3 garage keys to the key-making department. For $1.80, he got 2 copies of each. The new keys went in one pocket, Jimmy's original ring in the other. He went out the front onto Main Street, down to Libertyville Lunch, where a pay telephone waited. Overhead, the sky grew grayer and more lowering. Palmerton was right about the snow. Inside, he ordered coffee and Danish, got change, and called Lee from the booth. She answered on the first ring. She'd almost told her mother everything. What Dennis had said about Arnie leaving town still made sense, but somehow stopped mattering. Dennis understood exactly. She said it couldn't go on like this. Were they still trying his idea? Yes. He told her to leave her mother a note. Say she had to be gone for a little while, no more. When she wasn't home for supper, both sets of parents might think they'd eloped. She laughed in a way that gave him prickles. Said maybe that wasn't such a bad idea. He asked about painkillers. Darvon, from when her father threw out his back. Dennis admitted his leg hurt a little. She pressed for honesty. He promised no BS, and after tonight he'd give it a nice long rest. She should get there as quick as she could. Lee arrived while he ordered a second coffee, fur-fringed parka-faded jeans tucked into battered fry boots, managing to look both sexy and practical. Heads turned. He kissed her temple. She passed him a bottle of gray and pink gel capsules, noting he didn't look so hot. The waitress asked why they weren't in school. Dennis said special dispensation. Lee ordered coffee and whispered that being picked up by the truant officer would be pretty funny. Hilarious, he agreed, though neither of them looked good. Strained lines around her eyes suggested poor sleep. What now? We get rid of it, he said. Wait until she saw her chariot. Lee stared at Petunia's hot pink magnificence looming in the Western Auto lot, dwarfing a Chevy van and a Volkswagen. She asked what it was. Dennis kept a straight face. Cockasucker. Then she burst into hysterical gales of laughter. A relief, given how her strained lines had deepened when he described his confrontation with Arnie that morning. He admitted it looked ridiculous. She said that was putting it mildly, but it should do the job if anything would. Not exactly unfitting, she added. He nodded. He'd had that thought. She climbed into the cab ahead of him, nose wrinkling at the smell. He smiled. She'd get used to it. He handed her the crutches and climbed laboriously behind the wheel. His left leg had subsided from sharp clawings to a dull throb, thanks to 2 Darvon back in the restaurant. She asked if his leg would be all right. It would have to be, he said, and slammed the door. 11:30 when they pulled out. The first spats of snow were coming down. He drove across town to the Sykes' house, changing gear more easily as the Darvon took hold. The house was dark and locked. Mrs. Sykes may be at work. Jimmy may be collecting unemployment. Lee found a crumpled envelope in her handbag, scratched off her address, wrote Jimmy Sykes across the front in her slanting hand. She put Jimmy's keyring inside, folded the flap, slipped it through the letter slot. While she did that, Dennis let Petunia idle in neutral, resting his leg. Lee climbed back in and asked what now. Another phone call, he said. Near the intersection of JFK Drive and Crescent Avenue, he found a phone booth. He got carefully out, holding on until Lee handed down his crutches. Then he made his way through the thickening snow to the booth. Seen through dirty glass and swirling snow, Petunia looked like some strange pink dinosaur. Dennis called Horlicks University, reaching Michael through the switchboard. He blessed Arnie's father for being an office drone who always brown-bagged lunch and stayed in. The phone was picked up on the second ring. Michael had tried reaching Dennis at home. Dennis's stomach went cold. Only now did all of it become completely real. The crazy confrontation was actually going to happen. He asked where Arnie was going, ignoring Michael's questions about how he knew. Slowly, Michael explained. Arnie and Regina were driving to Penn State that afternoon after school. Arnie had called his mother that morning, saying he'd suddenly come to his senses. As he went to school, it hit him that if he didn't do something about college, it might slip away. He decided Penn State was the best bet and asked Regina to come help talk to the dean and people in history and philosophy. The booth was cold. Dennis's hands went numb. Lee watched anxiously from Petunia's cab. He thought, still the chess player? Arnie was manipulating his mother, putting her on strings. He felt some pity for Regina, but not as much as he might have. She'd been the manipulator plenty of times herself. Now, half distracted with fear and shame, LeBay had dangled the one thing guaranteed to make her come running, the possibility of normalcy returning. Michael burst out that it shouldn't have rung true to anyone thinking straight. With today's admissions, Penn State would enroll Arnie in July if he had tuition money and test scores. And he had both. Arnie talked like it was the 50s, not the 70s. Dennis asked when they were leaving. Michael said Regina would meet Arnie at the high school after period 6. He was getting a dismissal slip. That meant less than 90 minutes before they left Libertyville. Dennis asked the last question, already knowing the answer. They weren't taking Christine, were they? No, the station wagon. Regina was delirious with joy. Wild horses wouldn't have kept her from that chance. Dennis promised answers tomorrow. Meantime, Michael had to do something, a matter of life and death for Dennis's family and Lee's. Michael gasped, a great light dawning. Arnie had been gone every time, except when the Welch boy was killed and Regina had seen Arnie asleep. Who was driving that car? Who was using Christine to kill people when Arnie wasn't there? Dennis almost told him. The booth was cold. His leg ached. And that answer would lead to dozens more questions, ending in flat refusal to believe. Speaking with deliberate care, he instructed Michael to call both fathers and have both families gather at Lee's house. Brick? Good solid brick. Michael should come too. Everyone stay together until Lee and Dennis arrived or called. And no one went outside after 4 o'clock that afternoon. Any street. Under no circumstances. Michael hesitated, but Dennis insisted. Michael could convince Dennis's father, and between them they'd convince the Cabots, and stay away from Christine himself. Michael noted that Arnie said the car would be safe in the school parking lot. Dennis could hear the knowledge of the lie in Michael's voice. After last fall, Arnie would no more leave Christine in a public lot than show up naked in calc class. Dennis repeated, if Michael happened to see Christine in the driveway, stay clear. Call Dennis's father first. Promise. Michael promised. Dennis hung up, hands and feet numb, forehead slick with sweat. He worked his way back to Petunia. Lee asked if Michael had promised. Yes, Dennis's father would see they got together. If Christine went for anyone tonight, it would have to be them. He threw Petunia into gear, and they rumbled away. The stage was set as well as he could set it. Nothing to do but wait. They drove across town to Darnell's garage through steady light snow, pulling into the lot just past 1. The long, rambling building with corrugated steel sides stood totally deserted. Petunia's belly-high wheels cut through deep, unplowed snow, stopping in front of the main door. The same signs bolted there from that August evening when Arnie first drove Christine in. Save money! Your know-how are tools. Honk for entry, but the only one that mattered now was the new sign leaning in the darkened office window, closed until further notice. In one corner sat an old, crumpled Mustang, silent and broody under a shroud of snow. Lee said it was creepy. Dennis agreed. He handed her the keys he'd made that morning at Western Auto. She took them, got out, and walked to the door. Dennis watched both rear-view mirrors while she fumbled at the lock. No undue attention. Maybe a vehicle this big and conspicuous made clandestine activity harder to swallow. Lee tugged hard on the door. stood up, tugged again, then returned. The key turned, but she couldn't lift the door. It seemed frozen to the ground. Dennis thought, none of this is going to come easily. She apologized, seeing it on his face. He told her it was all right, then performed another comical sliding exit from the cab. She walked beside him with an arm around his waist as he crutched through the snow, warning him to remember his leg. He stood in profile to the door, bending to the right to keep weight off his bad leg. Left leg in the air, left hand holding crutches, right hand grasping the roll-up door's handle, a circus contortionist. He pulled. The door gave a little, but not enough. Iced up pretty good along the bottom. Crackling sounds? He told Lee to grab on and help. They pulled together. The crackling grew louder, but the ice wouldn't release its grip. His right leg throbbed. Sweat ran down his cheeks. He counted to 3. On 3, the door came free all at once, with absurd, deadly ease, flying upward on its tracks. Dennis stumbled backward, crutches flying, his left leg folded underneath him. He landed on it. The deep snow cushioned the fall, but pain rammed upward from his thigh to his temples and back down like a silver bolt. He clenched his teeth over a scream. Lee knelt beside him, asking if he was all right. She helped him up, doing most of the pulling. Both of them gasped like winded runners by the time he stood with crutches propped under him. Now he really needed them. His left leg was agony. Lee said he wouldn't be able to work the clutch. He insisted he would. She said he was white as a ghost. They ought to get a doctor. No. Help him back, she argued. He shouted. They inched back to Petunia through shuffling, troubled tracks. He reached up, grabbed the steering wheel, did a chin-up to get in, scraping feebly at the running board with his right leg. In the end, Lee had to get behind him and shove both hands on his backside. At last, he sat behind Petunia's wheel, hot and shivering with pain, shirt wet with snowmelt and sweat. Until that day, he hadn't known how much pain could make you sweat. He tried to jam the clutch with his left foot. That silver bolt came again, making him throw his head back and grind his teeth until it subsided. Lee said she was going to find a phone and call a doctor. He'd broken it again, hadn't he? He didn't know. But she couldn't do that. It would be their parents if they didn't end it now. LeBay wouldn't stop. He had a well-developed sense of vengeance. They couldn't stop. She wailed that he couldn't drive. The hood of her parka had fallen back during their struggle. Snowflakes scattered in her dark blonde hair. He told her to go inside, find a broom or a long stick of wood. What good would that do? She asked, crying harder. Just get it! She disappeared into the dark maw of the open door. Dennis held his leg and sparred with terror. If he'd really broken it again, he might wear a built-up heel for life. But there might not be that much life left if they couldn't stop Christine. Lee returned with a push broom. The handle unscrewed. He unthreaded it, tossed the bristle end aside, and held the pole in his left hand like another damn crutch. He pushed down the clutch with it. The pole held a moment, then slipped off. The clutch sprang back up. The top almost bashed him in the mouth. But it would have to do... He told her to get in. She asked if he was sure. As sure as he could be, he said. She looked at him a moment, then nodded. Okay. Lee went around to the passenger side and got in. Dennis slammed his door, depressed Petunia's clutch with the broom handle, and geared into first. The handle slipped off again halfway through engagement. The truck lurched inside with neck-snapping jerks. He slammed the brake and stalled. They were mostly inside. He told Lee he needed something with a wider foot. She got out and hunted around the garage floor. Dennis stared around. Creepy. She'd been right. Only 4 or 5 old soldiers remained, too wounded to claim. Slant spaces with white stenciled numbers stood empty. He glanced at stall 20, then away. Overhead tire racks were nearly bare. A few baldies heeled over like giant fire-blackened donuts. One lift was partially up with a wheel rim caught beneath it. The front-end alignment chart glimmered red and white, the two headlight targets like bloodshot eyes. Shadows everywhere. Big box-shaped heaters pointed their louvers from overhead like weird bats. It seemed very much like a death place. Lee used another of Jimmy's keys to open Will's office. Dennis watched her move through the window. Will had used to watch customers. She flipped switches. Overhead fluorescents came on in snow-cold ranks. The electric company hadn't cut the juice. He'd have her turn them off, couldn't risk attention, but at least they could have heat. She opened another door and disappeared. 1:30 now. She came back holding an O-cedar mop with a wide yellow sponge foot. "Only perfect," he said. "Get in." They were in business. She climbed up. He pushed the clutch with the mop. Lots better. She'd found it in the bathroom, dirty, reeking of cigars, with a pile of moldy books in the corner, the kind from hole-in-the-wall stores. So that was what Darnell left behind. An empty garage, a pile of Beeline books, and a phantom reek of Royton cigars. Dennis felt cold again. He'd see this place bulldozed flat if he had his way. He couldn't shake the feeling it was an unmarked grave where LeBay and Christine had killed his friend's mind and taken over his life. Lee said she couldn't wait to get out. He joked about moving in and starting a family. She threatened a nosebleed. He admitted he couldn't wait to get out either. He drove Petunia the rest of the way inside, running the clutch pretty well with the mop in first gear. The handle bent, but it would do unless they found something better. He killed the engine and told her to turn off the lights. Wrong people might see them. She did, while he swung Petunia in a wide circle, backing up until the rear end almost touched the window between the garage and office. The truck's snout pointed directly back at the open overhead door. With lights off, shadows descended. Light through the open door was weak, muted by snow, spreading on oil-stained cracked concrete like a pie wedge and dying halfway across the floor. Lee called from the office, asking if she could turn on the heat. The switches were marked. "Go ahead," Blowers whispered. Dennis leaned back, running his hands over his left leg. His jeans stretched smoothly over the thigh, tight and unwrinkled. Swelling. And it hurt. Christ, did it hurt? Lee climbed back up, telling him again how terrible he looked. His mind cross-patched to that afternoon. Arnie had brought Christine down here, the bebop queen's husband yelling, Arnie calling the guy a regular Robert Redford, how they'd gotten the giggles. Dennis closed his eyes against the sting of tears. With nothing to do but wait. Time slowed. 1:45, then 2:00. Snow thickened a little. Lee got out and pushed the button that trundled the door back down. Darker inside. She climbed back up and pointed out a funny gadget on the side of the door, just like an electronic garage door opener from when they lived in Weston. Dennis sat up suddenly. Jesus, that's exactly what it was. And one of the transmitter gadgets was on Christine. Arnie had mentioned it Thanksgiving night. She had to break it, use the push broom handle. Lee got down, stood below the electric eye, bashing at it with the handle like a woman trying to kill a bug near the ceiling. A crunch of plastic and a tinkle of glass rewarded her. She came back slowly, tossing the broom handle aside, and asked if it wasn't time he told her exactly what he had in mind. She pointed at the closed overhead door. 5 square windows let in minimal light through dirty glass. When it got dark, he planned to open that door again, didn't he? Dennis nodded. The door was wood-braced with hinged steel strips like an old-time elevator gate. Open at dusk, let Christine in, close the door. Then he'd use Petunia to batter her to death. Lee said that was the trap, but once Christine came in, how would he get the door shut again? Maybe there was a button in the office, but she hadn't seen it. So far as he knew, there wasn't one. Lee would stand over by the manual button on the right side of the door, about 2 feet below the ruined opener box. Against the wall, out of sight. When Christine came in, assuming she did, Lee would push the button and step outside in a hurry. Door comes down. Trap shut. Her face set on him as well as her. That sucked. Coleridge, not Wordsworth. Dennis told her there was no other way. If she was inside when that door came down, Christine would run her down. Even if there was a button in the office, she'd seen what happened to the side of the house. Lee stubbornly suggested parking by the switch and reaching out the window. Dennis refused. If the tank was in sight, Christine wouldn't come in. She burst out that she didn't like leaving him alone. It felt like he tricked her. In a way, he was going on 18, and there was no chauvinist pig like an 18-year-old one. He put an arm around her. She resisted stiffly, then came to him. There was just no other way. If not for his leg, or if she could drive a manual shift, he shrugged. She was scared for him. He told her she'd be helping plenty. She was the one really in danger, outside on the floor when Christine came in. He'd just sit in the cab and beat that bitch back into component parts. She hoped it worked that way, and put her head on his chest. He touched her hair. So they waited. In his mind's eye, Dennis saw Arnie coming out of the main building at LHS, books under his arm. Regina waiting in the Cunningham's compact wagon, radiant with happiness. Arnie smiling remotely, submitting to her embrace. Her relief and joy. Yes, Mom. You drive, Mom. That's okay. The two setting off for Penn State through light snow, Regina driving, Arnie in the shotgun seat, hands folded stiffly in his lap, face pale and unsmiling and clear of acne. Back in the student parking lot, Christine sitting silently, waiting for snow to thicken, waiting for dark. Around 3:30, Lee went through the office to the bathroom. Dennis dry swallowed 2 more Darvon. His leg was a steady, leaden agony. Shortly after, he lost coherent track of time. The dope had him fuddled. Everything became dreamlike. Deepening shadows, white light turning to ashy gray, the drone of overhead heaters. He thought that Lee and he made love. Not in the ordinary way, not with his leg, but some sweet substitute. He seemed to remember her breath steepening, nearly panting, her whisper for him to be careful, that she'd lost Arnie and couldn't bear to lose him too. An explosion of pleasure made the pain disappear in a brief but total way. No Darvon could manage. Brief was the right word. Then he dozed. The next thing he remembered for sure was Lee shaking him awake, whispering his name repeatedly. He was spaced out, leg full of glassy pain waiting to explode. Ache in his temples, eyes too big for their sockets. He blinked at her like a large, stupid owl. She said it was dark. She thought she'd heard something. He glanced toward the door and saw it standing wide open. She had opened it. Not too smart, he said. If Christine had come, she hadn't. It started to get dark, snowing harder. She'd opened the door, come back, kept thinking he'd wake up. She kept waiting for real dark, fooling herself because she wanted to see light. And just now, she thought she heard something. Her lips trembled. Dennis looked at his watch. 6:15. If all went right, both families were together now. He looked through Petunia's windscreen at the square of snow-shot darkness where the garage entrance was. Wind shrieking. A thin creeper of snow had blown onto the cement. He said uneasily that she just heard the wind, walking and talking out there. Maybe, she said. But Dennis nodded reluctantly. He didn't want Lee to leave the safety of Petunia's high cab, but if she didn't go now, she never would. He wouldn't let her, and she'd let him stop her. Then if Christine came, she'd just reverse out and wait for a more opportune time. He reminded her to stand in the little niche to the right of the door. If Christine came, she might just sit outside for a while, scenting the air like an animal. Don't get scared. Don't move. Don't get freaked into giving herself away. Be cool. Wait until Christine came in. Push the button and get the hell out. She whispered her understanding, then asked if it would work. It should, if Christine came at all. She said she wouldn't see him until it was over. He guessed that was so. She leaned over, placed her left hand on his neck, and kissed his mouth. Be careful, she said, but kill it. It wasn't really a she, just an it. He said he would. She looked in his eyes, nodded, and told him to do it for Arnie. Set him free. He hugged her hard, and she hugged back. She slid across the seat, hit her handbag with her knee, and it fell. She paused with a startled, thoughtful look, then smiled, bent over, picked it up, and rummaged through it. She asked if he remembered Mort Arthur. A little from Fudgy Bowen's class before his football injury. She found what she wanted, a filmy pink nylon scarf, the sort worn over the head on a misty, rainy day. She tied it around the left forearm of his parka. He asked what the hell, smiling a little. She told him to be her knight. He picked up the squeegee mop and made a clumsy salute. Sir O-Seater. She said not to really joke about it. All right, he said. He'd be her parfait genteel knight. She laughed a little. He told her to remember about that button. Push it hard. They didn't want the door to just burp once and stop. No escapes. Right. She got out. Dennis can close his eyes now and see her, as she was in that clean, silent moment before everything went wrong. A tall, pretty girl with long blonde hair the color of raw honey, slim hips, long legs, striking Nordic cheekbones, moving with dancer's grace. He still sees it, still dreams about it. While they were setting up Christine, she was setting them up. That old and infinitely wise monster. Did they really think they could outsmart her so easily? He guesses they did. His dreams are in terrible slow motion. He sees the softly lovely motion of her hips, hears the hollow click of her fry boots on oil-stained cement, the soft, dry whish of her parka's quilted lining brushing her blouse. She walks slowly with her head up. Now she's the animal, but no predator, the cautious grace of a zebra approaching a waterhole at dusk, the walk of an animal that sensed danger. He tries to scream through Petunia's windscreen for her to come back, that she was right, she heard something. Christine is out there in the snow with headlights off, crouched down. She stopped suddenly, hands tensing into fists. That was when sudden savage circles of light sprang to life in the snowy dark outside, like white eyes opening. Lee froze, hideously exposed on the open floor, 30 feet inside the door, and slightly right of center. She turned toward the headlights, dazed and uncertain. Dennis was just as stunned. That first vital moment passed unused. Then the headlights sprang forward. He saw the dark, low-slung shape of Christine behind them, heard the mounting, furious howl of her engine as she leaped toward them from across the street where she'd been waiting all along, maybe since before dark. Snow tunneled back from her roof, skirting across her windscreen in filmy nets almost instantly melted by the defroster. She hit the tarmac leading to the entrance, still gaining speed. Her engine was a V8 scream of rage. Dennis screamed Lee's name and clawed for Petunia's ignition. Lee broke right and ran for the wall button. Christine roared inside as Lee reached it and pushed it. He heard the rattle rumble of the overhead door descending. Christine angled right, going for Lee. She dug a great cloud of dry wood and splinters from the wall. A metallic screech as part of her right bumper pulled loose, a drunk scream of laughter. Sparks cascaded across the floor as she went into a long, slewing turn. She missed Lee, but she wouldn't when she went back. Lee was stuck in that right corner with nowhere to hide. She might make it outside, but Dennis was terribly afraid the door wasn't coming down fast enough to cut off Christine. The descending door might peel off her roof, but that wouldn't stop her. Petunia's engine bellowed. He dragged out the headlight button. Brights came on, splashing over the closing door and over Lee. She was backed against the wall, eyes wide. Her parka took on a weird electric blue color in the headlights. His mind informed him with sickening clinical accuracy that her blood would look purple. He saw her glance upward, then back down at Christine. The Fury's tires screamed violently as she leaped at Lee. Smoke rose from new black marks on the concrete. Dennis registered that there were people inside Christine, a whole carload. At the same instant, Christine roared toward her. Lee leaped upward with a big, ungainly jack-in-the-box spring. His mind, running at nearly light speed, wondered if she meant to leap right over the Plymouth, as if wearing 7-league boots instead of fries. Instead, she caught and gripped rusted metal struts supporting an overhead shelf about 9 feet up, 3 feet above her head. This shelf skirted all 4 walls. On the night he and Arnie first brought Christine in, that shelf had been crammed with recaps and old baldies, now mostly empty. Holding those angled struts, Lee swung her jean legs up like a kid skinning the cat. Christine's snout smashed into the wall directly below her. If she'd been any slower, her legs would have mashed off at the knees. Chrome flew. 2 remaining tires tumbled from the shelf and bounced crazily. Lee's head smashed back against the wall with battering, dazing force as Christine reversed, all 4 tires laying rubber and squirting blue smoke. And what was Dennis doing all this time? It wasn't all that time. Even as he used the mop to depress Petunia's clutch and gear into first, the overhead door was just thumping down. All of it happened in seconds. Lee still held the struts, but now she hung there head down, dazed. Dennis let the clutch out. The cold part of his mind took over. Easy. Pop the clutch and stall this fucker. She's dead. Petunia rolled. He revved to a bellow and let the clutch out all the way. Christine roared at Lee again, her hood crimped almost double from her first hit. Bright metal showing through broken paint, as if her hood and grill had grown shark's teeth. He hit Christine 3/4 toward the front. She slid around, 1 tire pulling off the rim. The 58 slammed into a litter of old bumper jacks and junk parts in one corner. A booming crash as she struck the wall, then the hot sound of her engine revving and falling off. The entire left front end was bashed in, but she was still running. Dennis slammed Petunia's brake with his right foot and barely avoided crushing Lee. Petunia stalled. The only sound left was Christine's screaming engine. He screamed for Lee to run. She looked at him groggily. Sticky braids of blood in her hair, purple as expected. She let go of the struts, landed on her feet, staggered, went to one knee. Christine came for her. Lee got up, took 2 wobbling steps, and got on her blind side behind Petunia. Christine swerved and struck the truck's front end. Dennis was thrown roughly to the right. Pain roared through his left leg. He screamed at her to get up, trying to lean over and open the door. Christine backed off. When she came again, she cut hard right and went out of his line of vision around Petunia's back. He caught a glimpse in the rearview mirror, then could only hear the scream of her tires. Barely conscious, Lee wandered off, both hands laced to the back of her head. Blood trickled through her fingers. She walked in front of Petunia's grill toward him and stopped. Dennis didn't need to see what would happen next. Christine would reverse, back to his side, and crush her against the wall. Desperately, he shoved the clutch in with the mop and keyed the engine again. It turned over, coughed, stalled. Gasoline hung heavy and rich in the air. He'd flooded it. Christine reappeared in the rearview mirror. She came at Lee, who stumbled backward just out of reach. Christine slammed nose on into the wall with crunching force. The passenger door popped open. The horror was complete. The hand not clutching the mop went to his mouth. He screamed through it. Sitting on the passenger side, like a grotesque life-size doll, was Michael Cunningham. His head lolled limply on the stalk of his neck, snapping to one side as Christine reversed to make another try at Lee. His face had the high, rosy color of carbon monoxide poisoning. He hadn't taken Dennis's advice. Christine had gone to the Cunninghams' house first, as Dennis had vaguely suspected. Michael came home from school, and there she was in the driveway, his son's restored '58 Plymouth. He'd gone to her, and somehow Christine had gotten him. Had he gotten in just to sit behind the wheel for a moment, as Dennis had that day in LeBay's garage? Maybe, just to see what vibrations he could pick up. If so, he'd picked up some terrible vibes indeed during his last minutes on Earth. Had Christine started herself up, driven herself into the garage? Maybe. And had Michael discovered he could neither turn off the madly revving engine nor get out? Had he turned his head and seen the true guiding spirit lounging in the shotgun seat and fainted in terror? It didn't matter now. Lee was all that mattered. She'd seen too. Her screams, high, despairing, shrill, floated in the exhaust-stinking air like hysterically bright balloons. But it cut through her daze. She turned and ran for Will Darnell's office, blood splattering behind her in dime-sized drops. Blood soaked into the collar of her parka. Too much blood. Christine backed up, laying rubber and leaving a scatter of glass behind. As she pulled around in a tight circle to go after Lee, centrifugal force pulled the passenger door shut again. But not before Dennis saw Michael's head loll back the other way. Christine held still for a moment. Nose pointed at Lee. Engine revving. Dennis suspected LeBay was savoring the instant before the kill. He was grateful for the hesitation. If Christine had gone for her immediately, she'd be dead. In that instant, he turned the key again, babbling a prayer. Petunia's engine coughed to life. He let out the clutch and floored the accelerator as Christine leaped forward. He struck her right side. Petunia's bumper punched through her mudguard with a shrill scream of tearing metal. Christine heeled over and smashed against the wall. Glass broke. Her engine raced and raved. Behind the wheel, LeBay turned toward him, grinning with hate. Petunia stalled again. Dennis rattled off curses as he grabbed for the key. If not for his goddamn leg and that fall in the snow, this would be over. Just a matter of cornering her and smashing her to pieces. But even as he cranked Petunia's engine, keeping his foot off the gas to avoid another stall, Christine began to reverse with an ear-splitting metal squeal. She backed out from between Petunia's grill and the wall, leaving a twisted chunk of her red body behind, bearing her right front tire. He got Petunia going and found reverse. Christine had backed all the way to the far end of the garage. All her headlights were out. Her windscreen was smashed into a galaxy of cracks. The bent hood seemed to sneer. Her radio blasted Ricky Nelson singing, "Waiting in School." Dennis looked for Lee and saw her in Will's office. Blonde hair matted with blood. More blood running down the left side of her face and soaking into her jacket. Too much blood, even for a head wound. Her eyes widened. She pointed past him, lips moving soundlessly behind the glass. Christine came roaring straight up the empty floor, gaining speed. And the hood was uncrimping, straightening out and down to cover the motor cavity again. 2 headlights flickered, then came back strong. The mudguard and the right side of her body were reknitting, red metal appearing from nowhere, slipping down in smooth curves to cover the tire and engine compartment again. Cracks in the windscreen ran inward and disappeared. The tire that had pulled off its rim looked good as new. God help us. She went directly for the wall between the garage and the office. Dennis let the mop handle off the clutch fast, hoping to interpose the tanker's body, but Christine got past him. Petunia backed into nothing but thin air. He backed all the way across the floor and crashed into dented tool lockers, which fell with dull metallic janglings. Through the windscreen, he saw Christine hit the wall between the garage and Will's office, full speed, never slowing. The next moments remained hypnotically clear. Lee saw Christine coming and stumbled backward, falling over Will's swivel chair, hitting the floor out of sight behind his desk. An instant later, the barest instant, Christine slammed into the wall. The big window Will had used to watch the garage exploded inward. Glass flew like deadly spears. Christine's front end bulged with the impact. The hood popped up and tore off, flying back over the roof to land on concrete with a sound like falling tool lockers. Her windscreen shattered. Michael Cunningham's body flew through the jagged opening, legs trailing, had a grotesque flattened football. He was catapulted through Will's window, struck the desk with a heavy grain sack thud, and skidded onto the floor, shoes sticking up. Lee began to scream. Her fall had probably saved her from flying glass, but when she rose from behind the desk, her face was contorted with horror, utter hysteria gripping her. Michael had skidded from the desk and his arms looped over her shoulders. As she struggled to her feet, she appeared to be waltzing with the corpse. Her screams were like fireballs. Blood still flowing sparkled deadly bright. She dumped Michael and ran for the door. Dennis screamed for her to stop, slammed down the clutch with the mop. The handle snapped cleanly in two, leaving a 5-inch stump. He shouted in frustration. Christine reversed away from the broken window, leaving water, antifreeze, and oil puddled on the floor. He stamped the clutch with his left foot, barely feeling the pain now, bracing his left knee with his left hand as he worked the gear stick. Lee tore the office door open and ran out. Christine turned toward her, smashed snarling snout sighting down. Dennis revved Petunia's engine and roared at her. As that damned car from hell grew in the windscreen, he saw the purple, swollen face of a child pressed to the rear window, watching him, seeming to beg him to stop. He struck her hard. The boot lid popped up and gaped like a mouth. The rear end heeled around, and Christine went skidding sideways past Lee, who fled with eyes seeming to swallow her face. Dennis remembered the spray of blood along the fur fringe of her parka's hood, tiny droplets like an evil fall of dew. He was in it now. Even if they had to take his leg off at the groin when this was done, he was going to drive. Christine hit the wall and bounced back. He stamped the clutch, rammed the gear stick into reverse, backed up 10 feet, stamped the clutch again, rammed it back into first. Engine revving. Christine tried to pull away along the wall. He cut left and hit her again, crushing her almost wasp-waisted in the middle. Doors popped out of their frames at top and bottom. LeBay was behind the wheel. Now a skull, now a decayed, stinking cameo of humanity, now a hale man in his 50s with a crew cut turning white. He stared out with his devil's grin, one hand on the wheel, the other bowed into a fist he shook, and still her engine would not die. Dennis got into reverse again. His leg was white iron, the pain all the way up to his left armpit, everywhere. In his neck, jaw, temples. The Plymouth lunged drunkenly down the side of the garage, spraying tools and junk metal, pulling out struts and dumping overhead shelves. The shells hit concrete with flat clapping, sounds like demon applause. He stamped the clutch again and floored the gas. Petunia's engine bellowed. He hung onto the wheel like a man on a bucking Mustang. He hit her on the right side and smashed the body clear off the rear axle, driving it into the door, which shivered and rattled. He went up over the wheel, which slammed into his belly, drove the breath out of him, and dumped him back into his seat gasping. Now he saw Lee cowering in the far corner, hands clapped to her face, dragging it down into a witch's mask. Christine's engine was still running. She dragged herself slowly down toward Lee like an animal whose rear legs had been broken in a trap. Even as she went, Dennis could see her regenerating, a tire popping up full and plump, the radio aerial unjoining with a silvery twing, metal accreting around the ruined rear end. He screamed at her to stay dead. Crying, chest heaving, his leg wouldn't work anymore. He braced it with both hands and jammed it onto the clutch. Vision went hazy and gray with white metal agony. He could almost feel bones grating. He raced the engine, got first gear again, and charged. As he did, He heard LeBay's voice for the first and only time, high and cheated, full of a terrible, unquenchable fury, telling him to fuck off and leave him alone. Dennis tried to yell that LeBay should have left his friend alone, but all that came out was a torn, wounded gasp. He hit squarely in the rear end. The gas tank ruptured as the back of the car accordioned inward and upward in a kind of metal mushroom. A yellow lick of fire appeared. He shielded his face with his hands. Then it was gone. Christine sat there, a refugee from a demolition derby. Her engine ran choppily, missed, fired again, and then died. The place fell silent except for Petunia's bass rumble. Then Lee was running across the floor, screaming his name over and over, crying. Dennis was suddenly stupidly aware that he was wearing her pink nylon scarf around the arm of his jacket. He looked down at it, and the world grayed out again. He felt her hands on him, then nothing but darkness. He came to about 15 minutes later, face wet and blessedly cool. Lee stood on Petunia's running board, mopping his face with a wet rag. He caught it, tried to suck it, spat strongly of oil. She said she'd run into the street, stopped a snowplow, scared the poor man out of 10 years of his life with all this blood. He'd set an ambulance. She asked if Dennis was all right. He whispered if he looked all right. No, she admitted, bursting into tears. He told her not to ask stupid questions and said he loved her. She hugged him clumsily. She added that the plow driver said he'd call the police too. Dennis barely heard. His eyes had found the twisted, silent hulk of Christine's remains. She hardly looked like a car anymore. But why hadn't she burned? A hubcap lay off to one side like a dented silver tiddlywink. He asked how long since she'd stopped to plow. Maybe 5 minutes. Then she got the rag and dipped it in a bucket. She thanked God it was over. But he was still looking at the hubcap. The dents were popping out of it. Abruptly, it flicked up on its rim and rolled toward the car like a huge coin. Lee saw it too. Her face froze. Eyes widened and bulged. Her lips mouthed. No, but no sound came. Dennis told her in a low voice to get in with him on the passenger side. She was going to work the gas while he ran the clutch with his right foot. She whispered, no breath coming in, whining gasps. The wreckage was quivering all over, the most eerie, terrible thing he'd ever seen, quivering like an animal not quite dead. Metal tapped nervously against metal. Tie rods clicked jittery jazz rhythms. As he watched, a bent cotter pin lying on the floor straightened itself and cartwheeled 6 times into the wreckage. He told her to get in. She said she couldn't. That body was Arnie's father no more, please. He said she had to. She looked at him, glanced back at the obscenely quivering remains, then came around Petunia's front end. A piece of chrome tumbled and scratched her leg deeply. She screamed, ran, clambered up into the cab, and pushed over beside him, asking what to do. Dennis hung halfway out, holding the roof, and pushed the clutch down with his right foot. Petunia's engine was still running. He told her to gun the gas and keep it gunned, no matter what. Steering with his right hand, holding on with his left, he let out the clutch. They rolled forward and smashed into the wreckage, scattering it. In his head, he seemed to hear another scream of fury. Lee clapped her hands to her head, saying she couldn't do it. It was screaming. He told her she had to. Her foot had come off the gas. Now he could hear sirens in the night, rising and falling. He grabbed her shoulder, and a sickening blast of pain ripped up his leg. Nothing had changed. She had to. She whispered that it screamed at her. He said they were running out of time, and it still wasn't done. Just a little more. She whispered she'd try and stepped on the gas again. Dennis shifted into reverse. Petunia rolled back 20 feet. He clutched again, got first, Then Lee cried out, telling him not to look. Veronica and Rita, the mother and little girl, stood hand in hand in front of Christine's smashed hulk, faces solemn and sorrowing. He said they weren't really there, and if they were, it was time they went back where they belonged. Keep her foot on the gas. He let out the clutch. Petunia rolled forward, gaining speed. The two figures didn't disappear like TV ghosts. They streamed out in every direction, bright colors fading to wash pinks and blues, then gone entirely. They slammed into Christine again. Metal shrieked and tore. Lee whispered that they weren't really there. Okay. Her voice came from far down a dark hallway. Dennis fetched up, reverse, and back they went, then forward. They hit it again and again. He didn't know how many times. Every impact sent another jolt of pain up from his leg. Things getting a little darker each time. At last, he looked up blearily. The air outside the door seemed full of blood, but it wasn't blood. A pulsing red light reflected off falling snow. People rattled at the door out there. Lee asked if it was good enough. Dennis looked at Christine. No longer Christine. A spread-out pile of twisted, gored metal, puffs of upholstery, glittering broken glass. It would have to be. He told her to let them in. While she went, he fainted again. A series of confused images followed. A stretcher rolled out of an ambulance, sides folding up, overhead fluorescents putting cold highlights on chrome. Someone saying they had to cut it off to look at it. Someone else, Lee, he thought, saying not to hurt him if they could help it. The roof of an ambulance, two suspended IV bottles at the periphery of his vision. A cool swab of antiseptic, then the sting of a needle. Things became exceedingly weird. Deep down he knew he wasn't dreaming. The pain proved that. But it all seemed like a dream. Dope and shock. No fake. His mother was there crying in a room that looked sickeningly like the hospital room where he'd spent the entire autumn. Then his father and Lee's dad, faces tight and grim, as Tweedledum and Tweedledee as Kafka might have written them. His father bent over him, voice like thunder through cotton batting, asking how Michael got there. That's what they really wanted to know. Oh, my friends, I could tell you stories. Then Mr. Cabot asked what he'd gotten his daughter into. Dennis seemed to recall replying that it wasn't what he got her into, but what she got him out of. Pretty witty, under the circumstances. Elaine was there briefly, holding a Yodel or Twinkie mockingly out of reach. Lee was there, holding her filmy nylon scarf, asking him to raise his arm so she could tie it on. He couldn't. His arm was like a lead bar. Then Arnie was there, and that had to be a dream. Arnie thanked him. Dennis noticed with something like terror that the left lens of his glasses was shattered. His face was okay, but that broken lens scared him. Arnie said he felt better now. Things were going to be okay. Dennis tried to say no sweat, but Arnie was gone. The next day, Sunday, January 21st, he started to come back. His left leg was in a cast amid pulleys and weights. A man he'd never seen sat to his left reading a paperback, John D. MacDonald. The man lowered his book, welcomed Dennis back to the land of the living, and marked his place with a matchbook cover. He was State Police Inspector Richard Mercer, Rick, if Dennis liked. He held out his hand. Dennis touched it awkwardly, unable to really shake. His head ached, and he was thirsty. He said he didn't mind talking and would answer questions, but he wanted to see a doctor first. He needed to know if he'd ever walk again. Mercer said Dr. Arroway reported Dennis would get around in 4 to 6 weeks. He hadn't broken it again, just severely strained it. Swelled up like a sausage. Lucky to get off so cheap. Dennis asked about Arnie Cunningham. Mercer's eyes flickered. Dennis pressed, "What was it about Arnie?" Mercer hesitated, then sighed. Arnie was dead. He and his mother had an accident on the Pennsylvania Turnpike in the snow. If it was an accident. Dennis couldn't speak. He motioned for water. Mercer poured a glass with an elbow-bend straw. Dennis drank. What did he mean, if it was an accident? Mercer explained. Friday evening, snow wasn't that heavy. Turnpike classification was too bare and wet, reduced visibility. From the force of impact, they weren't doing much more than 45. The car, Regina's Volvo wagon, veered across the median and struck a semi. It exploded. Dennis closed his eyes. Regina was DOA too. Mercer said for whatever it was worth, they probably didn't suffer. Dennis said bullshit. They suffered plenty. All three of them. The truck driver broke his arm. He said there were 3 people in the car, and they appeared to be struggling. The official theory was that they picked up a bad news hitchhiker who escaped before troopers arrived. Dennis thought that was ridiculous if you knew Regina. She'd no more pick up a hitchhiker than wear slacks to a faculty tea. It had been LeBay. He couldn't be 2 places at once. At the end, when he saw how things were going at Darnell's, he'd abandoned Christine and tried to go back to Arnie. What happened then was anyone's guess. But Dennis thought Arnie fought him and earned at least a draw. The tears came. He hadn't been able to keep Arnie from getting killed after all. Not when it really mattered. Others, maybe, but not Arnie. Mercer asked him to tell everything from first to last. Dennis asked about Lee. She'd spent Friday night under observation. A concussion and a scalp laceration that took 12 stitches. No marks on her face. Lucky. Very pretty. Dennis said she was beautiful. Mercer said Lee wouldn't say anything. Not to him, not to her father, who was in a state of high piss-off. Lee said it was Dennis's business what to tell and when, because he was the one who ended it. Dennis muttered he hadn't done such a great job. He was still trying to cope with Arnie being dead. It was impossible. Camp Winesco together at 12. The tree in his backyard with their initials carved in the top fork. Shock theater under an old quilt. Wonder bread sandwiches. The ant farms. How could Arnie be dead when they'd made those ant farms together? He opened his mouth to tell Mercer that Arnie couldn't be dead because the ant farms made the idea absurd, then closed it again. Mercer was just a guy. Dennis thought, we still got too much to do. We never even double-dated at the drive-in yet. Mercer asked again what happened. Dennis said he wouldn't believe it. Mercer said he might be surprised, and surprised what they knew. Junkins had been chief investigator on this case, killed not far from here. A good friend. A week before he died, Junkins told Mercer he thought something was going on in Libertyville that nobody would believe. Then he was killed. That made it personal. Dennis shifted cautiously. Junkins hadn't said more. He'd said he uncovered an old murder, but the perpetrator was dead. LeBay, Dennis muttered. If Junkins had known that, no wonder Christine killed him. He'd been too close to the whole truth. Mercer added that Junkins was one hell of a driver. Used to run stalkers, won his share of checkered flags. He went off the road doing better than 120 in a Dodge Cruiser with a Hemi engine. Whoever was chasing him had to be one hell of a driver. Dennis agreed. He was. Mercer had come alone. Waited 2 hours for Dennis to wake up. Been there until kicked out last night. No stenographer, no tape recorder, no wire. When Dennis made a statement, if he ever had to, that would be different. But for now, it was just the 2 of them. Mercer had to know, because he saw Rudy Junkins' wife and kids from time to time. Did Dennis dig? Dennis thought it over nearly 5 minutes. Then he nodded. Okay. But Mercer still wouldn't believe it. They'd see. Dennis opened his mouth with no idea what would come out. He said Arnie had been a loser. Every high school has to have at least 2, a national law. Everyone's dumping ground. Only sometimes they find something to hold on to and survive. Arnie had him, and then he had Christine. Dennis looked at Mercer. If he'd seen the slightest wrong flicker in those gray eyes so unsettlingly like Arnie's, if he'd seen that, he would have clammed up right there and told Mercer to put it on his books however seemed most plausible. Tell Rudy Junkins his kids, whatever the hell he pleased. But Mercer only nodded, watching him closely. Dennis said he just wanted Mercer to understand that. Then a lump rose in his throat, stopping what he maybe should have said next. That Lee Cabot came later. He drank more water, swallowed hard, and talked for the next 2 hours. At last he finished. No big climax. He simply dried up, throat sore. He didn't ask if Mercer believed him or if he'd be locked up or given a liar's medal. He knew Mercer believed a great deal of it, because what Dennis knew dovetailed too well with what Mercer knew. What Mercer thought about the rest, Christine, LeBay, the past reaching toward the present, Dennis didn't know and doesn't to this day. A little silence fell. Mercer slapped his thighs, stood, said Dennis's folks would be waiting to visit. He produced a business card with his number. When Dennis spoke to Lee again, would he tell her what he told Mercer and ask her to get in touch? Yes. Would she corroborate? Yes. Mercer looked at him fixedly and said, if Dennis was lying, he didn't know he was. Then he left. Dennis only saw him once more at the triple funeral for Arnie and his parents. The papers reported a tragic and bizarre fairy tale. No mention was made of Christine being at Darnell's garage. Dennis's family visited that night. He was feeling much easier in his mind, partly from baring his bosom to Mercer, but mostly due to a flying late-afternoon visit by Dr. Arroway. Arroway was irascible, suggesting next time Dennis just take a chainsaw to the leg and save them all trouble. But he also informed him that no lasting damage had been done. He hadn't improved his chances of ever running the Boston Marathon. So the family visit was gay, mostly due to Ellie prattling on about her upcoming first date with a pimply, bullet-headed nerd named Brandon Hurling. Pretty cool. His mother and father joined in, but his mother kept throwing anxious glances at Dad. After Mom took Elaine out, Dad lingered. He said Lee had told her father some crazy story about cars driving themselves and dead little girls. He was damn near wild. Dennis was tired, but he didn't want Lee catching hell or her folks thinking she was lying or nuts. He told his father it was a bit of a story. That long? Yeah. His father's gaze troubled, he agreed. Shortly after, Dennis told his story a second time. Now he's told it a third time, so they say, pays for all. Rest in peace, Arnie. I love you, man. If this was a made-up story, Dennis would end it by telling how the broken-legged knight of Darnell's garage wooed and won the lady fair. But that never happened. Lee Cabot is Lee Ackerman now, in Taos, New Mexico, married to an IBM customer service rep. She sells Amway in her spare time. She had 2 little girls, identical twins, so she probably doesn't have all that much spare time. Dennis keeps up on her doings after a fashion. His affection never really faded. They trade cards at Christmas, and he sends her a birthday card because she never forgets his. 4 years seems a lot longer sometimes. What happened to them? Dennis doesn't really know. They went together for 2 years, slept together, went to school together, were friends. Her father shut up about their crazy story after Dennis's father talked with him, though he regarded Dennis as something of a dubious person afterward. Both Cabots were relieved when Lee and Dennis went their separate ways. Dennis could feel it when they started to drift apart, and it hurt. A lot. He craved her the way you continue to crave some substance you no longer physically depend on. He carried a torch, but self-consciously, dropping it with unseemly haste. Maybe he does know what happened. What happened that night in Darnell's garage was a secret between them, and lovers need their secrets. But this wasn't a good one to have. It was something cold and unnatural, something that smacked of madness and worse, the grave. There were nights after love when they'd lie together, belly to belly, and Roland D. LeBay's face would be between them. Dennis would be kissing her, warm with passion, and suddenly hear LeBay's voice about the finest smell in the world except for pussy. He would freeze, passion, all steam and ashes. There were times he could see it in her face as well. Lovers don't always live happily ever after, even when they've done what seemed right. That's something else it took 4 years to learn. So they drifted apart. A secret needs two faces to bounce between. A secret needs to see itself in another pair of eyes. And although Dennis did love her, all the kisses and endearments and walks through blowing October leaves couldn't quite measure up to that magnificently simple act of tying her scarf around his arm. Lee left college to be married. Goodbye, Drew. Hello, Taos. Dennis went to her wedding with hardly a qualm. Nice fellow. Drove a Honda Civic. No problems there. Dennis never had to worry about making the football squad. Drew doesn't even have football. Instead, he took an extra class each semester and went to summer school for 2 years. As a result, he graduated early, 3 semesters early. If you meet him on the street, you wouldn't notice a limp. But if you walked with him 4 or 5 miles, you'd notice him starting to pull to the right a little. His left leg aches on rainy days and on snowy nights. Sometimes when he has nightmares, less frequent now, he wakes up sweating and clutching that leg, where a hard bulge of flesh remains above the knee. All his worries about wheelchairs, braces, and built-up heels proved hollow. He never liked football that well anyway. Michael, Regina, and Arnie Cunningham were buried in a family plot in Libertyville Heights Cemetery. No one went out but family members. The funeral was 5 days after that final hellish scene. The coffins were closed. The very fact of those 3 wooden boxes struck Dennis's heart like a shovelful of cold earth. The memory of the ant farms couldn't stand against their mute testimony. He cried a little. Afterward, he rolled himself down the aisle and put his hand on the center coffin. Not knowing if it was Arnie's, not caring. He stayed that way a while. Mercer appeared behind him, neat in a dark wool suit, offering a push back to the vestry. Dennis asked for a couple seconds. The paper said Michael was killed at home, that the car rolled over him after he slipped on ice. Mercer confirmed it. His doing? Mercer hesitated. It made things simpler. His gaze shifted to Lee. Pretty girl, he said again. Dennis said he was going to marry her someday. Mercer said he wouldn't be surprised, and asked if anyone ever told Dennis he had the balls of a tiger. Coach Puffer had once. Mercer laughed, then told Dennis it was time to let it go. Easier said than done. Mercer nodded. Dennis asked what he'd done with the pieces. Mercer said he'd had 2 fellows from the local police run all those pieces through the crusher out back of Darnell's garage. Made a little cube about 2 feet across. One of those guys got a hell of a bad cut. Took stitches. Mercer smiled. The bitterest, coldest smile Dennis has ever seen. He said it bit him. Then he pushed Dennis up the aisle. So that's his story, except for the dreams. Dennis is 4 years older. Arnie's face has grown hazy. A Browning photograph from an old yearbook. He never would have believed that could happen, but it has. He made the transition to manhood somehow. He's got a college degree with the ink almost dry, and he's been teaching high school history. He started last year, and 2 of his original students, Buddy Repperton types, were older than him. He's single, with a few interesting ladies in his life. He hardly thinks of Arnie at all, except in his dreams. The dreams aren't the only reason he set all this down. There's another, which he'll tell in a moment. But the dreams are a big part. Maybe it's an effort to lance the wound and clean it out. Or maybe he's just not rich enough to afford a shrink. In one dream, he's back at the funeral. The 3 coffins are on their triple bier, but the church is empty except for him. He's on crutches, being pulled toward them. He touches the middle coffin. It springs open. Inside is not Arnie, but Roland de Labay, a putrescent corpse in an army uniform. The rotting hands grope upward and find his shirt, pulling itself up until its glaring, reeking face is inches from his. It croaks about not beating the smell. Nothing smells this good except for pussy. He tries to scream, but Labay's hands tighten around his throat. In the other dream, somehow worse, he's finished with a class. He packs his briefcase and leaves. There in the hall, packed between the industrial gray lockers, is Christine, brand new and sparkling, empty but her engine guns and falls off. Richie Valens screams La Bamba from the radio. Christine lunges toward him. A vanity plate on the front shows a grinning white skull on a dead black field with the words, "Rock and roll will never die." Then he wakes up, sometimes screaming, always clutching his leg. But the dreams are less now. People dream less as they age. Last Christmas, when Dennis sent Lee her annual card, he added a line, "How are you dealing with it?" He sealed it before he could change his mind. A month later, a postcard came back. The new Taos Center for the Performing Arts on the front, his address on the back, and a single flat line. Dealing with what? L. One way or another, he guesses we find out things we have to know. Around the same time, he dropped Rick Mercer a note. The question had been gnawing at him. What became of the block of scrap metal that had once been Christine? He got no answer. But time is teaching him to deal with that too. He thinks about it less. So here he is, at the tag end of everything. Old memories and old nightmares bundled into a neat sheaf of pages. Soon he'll put them in a folder, lock the drawer, and that will be the end. But there was something else, wasn't there? Some other reason for writing it all down. He read it in the paper a few weeks ago, an item on the AP wire, because it was bizarre. Be honest, Gilder. It was that item that got him going. More than all the dreams and old memories. The news item was about a guy named Sander Galton, nicknamed Sandy. He was killed out in California, working at a drive-in movie theater in L.A. A car ripped right through one of the walls, plowed through the counter, smashed the popcorn machine, and got him as he was trying to unlock the door to the projection booth. The cops knew that was what he was doing, because they found the key in his hand. Dennis read that item, Bizarre Murder by Car in Los Angeles, and thought of what Mercer had told him. He said it bit him. Of course it's impossible, but it was all impossible to start with. Dennis keeps thinking of George LeBay in Ohio, his sister in Colorado, Lee in New Mexico. What if it started again? What if it's working its way east, finishing the job, saving him for last? His single-minded purpose. His unending fury. The end. So, thank you for sitting with this story, for letting the hum of that engine settle somewhere beneath the quiet of your own imagination. Stories like this one don't really end when the final page turns or the credits roll. They linger, like the smell of gasoline and old upholstery. Stephen King wrote Christine in 1983. At a time when the words seemed to come as fast as he could type, fueled by a creativity that sometimes felt less like inspiration and more like possession. He has admitted years later that he almost couldn't finish it. He painted himself into a corner early on, telling the story through the eyes of Dennis Gilder, only to realize that his narrator was lying in a hospital bed while all the important things happened outside his view. For a long time, King tried to piece the middle section together through hearsay, through second-hand accounts, through the fractured memories of other characters. Nothing worked. Finally, he broke his own rules, abandoning the first-person voice entirely and shifting into a cold, watching third person. He called it the only way out. It nearly killed the book, he said. But somehow that narrative scar became part of its strange anatomy. Christine arrived during a year when King's name was everywhere. 3 major adaptations hit screens in 1983 alone. Critics at the time sometimes dismissed him as the McDonald's of American literature. Mass-produced, predictable, consumable. But they missed the deeper ache running through this novel. Beneath the crushed metal and the phantom radio static playing 1950s doo-wop, XIII is not really about a haunted car. It is about the terror of watching a friend disappear into someone you no longer recognize. It is about the suffocating intimacy of obsession. And it is about the way nostalgia, that longing for a cleaner, simpler time, can actually eat you alive. By then, King had already given us Carrie, The Shining, and Cujo. His name alone could sell hundreds of thousands of hardcovers in a single year. But XIII was different. It was pulpy, it was messy, it was emotionally raw in ways that made some readers uncomfortable. And yet, it has endured. So has the film. John Carpenter, still bruised from the critical failure of The Thing just 1 year earlier, took on the adaptation with a producer named Richard Kobritz, who had secured the rights before the book was even published. Carpenter initially did not find King's novel particularly frightening. He said as much. But screenwriter Bill Phillips convinced him otherwise, reshaping the story into something sleeker, meaner, and more visual. Carpenter and Phillips stripped away much of the supernatural mythology. In the book, XIII is essentially haunted by the spirit of its original owner, Roland Le Bay, a man whose toxic presence seeps into Arnie Cunningham like rot. In the film, the explanation is simpler and stranger. XIII was simply born bad. Carpenter's opening sequence shows the Plymouth Fury rolling off the assembly line in 1957, and even then, before any owner ever touched her, a worker drops his cigar and chokes to death on her seats. She did not learn cruelty. She arrived with it. That choice changed everything. It turned XIII from a ghost story into something closer to a fable about American consumption. The idea that the things we buy can consume us from the inside out. Carpenter cast then 22-year-old Keith Gordon as Arnie Cunningham, a performance that required him to transform gradually from a pimple-faced, stammering outcast into a slick-haired, leather-jacketed doppelganger of his former self. Gordon had to embody possession without ever looking like a monster. He did it by becoming crueler in small increments, the way he holds his shoulders, the coldness sneaking into his voice. Alexandra Paul plays Lee Cabot, the girl caught between Arnie and his best friend Dennis, played by John Stockwell. Harry Dean Stanton, whose face alone feels like a landscape of American weariness, appears briefly as a detective who knows something is wrong but cannot prove it. Behind the scenes, the production was a mechanical nightmare. 15% of the entire budget went toward buying and destroying cars. By the time filming wrapped, only 2 of them remained intact. The famous regeneration sequences, where XIII rebuilds herself after being crushed, were achieved using hydraulic pumps and cables mounted inside the body panels. The pumps would suck the metal inward, crumpling the car from the inside. Then the crew simply ran the footage backward. That backwards motion, paired with Carpenter's cold synth score, created something that still feels unsettling decades later. There is a strange, tender piece of trivia hidden beneath all the metal and fire. During production, Alexandra Paul brought her twin sister Caroline to the set. As a prank, Caroline swapped places with Alexandra and filmed an entire scene without telling John Carpenter. When Carpenter later reviewed the footage, he admitted he could tell something was off, but he could not quite figure out what. For a director known for his precision and control, that small chaos feels appropriate for a story about things that refuse to stay in their lanes. Carpenter also reused portions of the same South Pasadena neighborhood, where he had filmed Halloween in 1978. The same streets where Michael Myers once stalked his victims became the quiet suburban backdrop, where Arnie's parents argued and XIII idled in the driveway. It was a subtle way of connecting 2 very different nightmares, one about a silent, masked figure, and one about a car that sings to you from the radio. If you have only seen the film, the novel holds deeper shadows. King's version spends much more time inside Dennis's fear and love for Arnie, an intimacy that the movie softens. Carpenter's Christine is thrilling and cold. King's Christine is mournful. Both are worth your time. But if you want to understand what King was really afraid of, not just possessed cars, but the slow erosion of friendship, the way high school can feel like a battlefield, and how easy it is to lose yourself inside something shiny, then open the book. Let his words crawl under your skin the way rust eats through chrome. And if this story stirred something in you, if you found yourself looking at old cars a little differently, or thinking about what it means to love something that might love you back the wrong way, then share that. Leave a thought in the comments. Argue with me. Tell me whether you think Arnie was a victim or a volunteer. Subscribe if you want to walk further down these dark roads together. Because the best stories are never really over. They just change shape. They wait for the next listener. They hum quietly in the dark, keys in the ignition, engine warm, headlights glowing like eyes, waiting for someone to take the wheel again.